Protect and defend Puerto Golfito, Costa Rica. Mitch Rapp ran his hand along her smooth, naked thigh, up to her waist, and then down along her flat stomach. His body was pressed against hers, front to back, her head RC/sting on his arm. This moment had not part of the plan, but it shouldn't have surprise excel him. There had been signposts, furtive glances, comments made only half in jest. I'll tension had built for the part of a year. Each of them silently wondering. Neither knowing for sure if it would ever go to that next level. And then they arrived at the private villa overlooking the tranquil beach. The warm, humid air, the crashing surf, the shots of tequila, all coalesced to create a situation of overwhelming sexual tension. Rapp kissed her bare shoulder, nudged a LXK of her silky, black hair with his news and listened to her breathing. She was sound asleep. He lay still for a long moment, completely intoxicated by the smell and touch of the beautiful woman lying next to him. He hadn't felt this alive in a long time, though guilt was still hovering in the recesses of his conscience, waiting to come rushing back at any moment. He could sense it gnawing at the edge of his psyche. Trying to get back in. Forcing him to think about things he wished he could forget, but knew he never would. Pulling himself away from her, he rolled onto his back and stared up at the ceiling fan. Candles danced with the breeze and threw a faint light on the slow-turning blade asterisk, and the dark, stained timber rafters above. Beyond the open balcony doors the waves rolled onto the beach. It had been 2 years since a bomb had destroyed his home on the one Chesapeake Bay, killing his wife and the child she was carrying. Not once since that tragic day had he slept soundly, and tonight would no different. They'd come for him on that fall afternoon, not her. His guilt over her death drove him to the heights of rage and the valleys of sorrow. He had a fool to think he could settle down and have a family. There were many enemic / too many relatives of the men he had killed. Too many governments and powerful individuals who would like nothing more than to see Mitch Rapp lying face down in a pool of his own blood. There had been moments of deep despair where Rapp had quietly wished one of them would succeed. He welcomed the challenge. Just maybe, someone would get lucky and put him out of his misery. The odds of that happening tonight, however, were slim to non-existent. Contrary to what his current pronunciation and the woman lying next to him, Rapp had not traveled thousands of miles for a romantic getaway. Simply put, he had journeyed to this tropical LCWation to kill a man. A narcissistic political operative who had selfishly put the needs of his party and himself above those of America. His scheming had changed the course of the last presidential election and resulted in the deaths of dozens of innocent people. With each passing week, it became more obvious that the man thought he had gotten away with it. In fact, only a few people did know of his involvement, but unfortunately for the target, they were not the types to let treason go unpunished. Rapp and his team had kept an eye on the man for the better part of a year. At first the surveillance was extremely passive. He was on one coast, and Rapp and his were on the other. They tracked him electronically through his credit cards and ATM withdrawals. As the months passed, and the target began to let his guard down, they stepped up the surveillance. Listening devices were placed near his home, office, and boat, and his cell phone calls were monitored. Spyware was installed on his computers and they began tracking his every move, looking for a pattern or an opportunity. That was how they discovered the trip he had planned, a month-long excursion from San Diego down to Panama and back. The target was planning on putting his brand new $2 million boat through his own personal sea trial. Rapp got his hands on the complete itinerary for the trip and sent an advance team to scout the ports of call. Terminating the target in a remote third-world country was infinitely better than doing so in America. It turned out Puerto Golfito was the perfect iteration. Relatively small, the fishing village had a growing tourist industry. Cruise ships now DMPPED anchor a few times a WCXK to disgorge their passengers. Commerce was on the up, real was teeth-churning, and the entire city WMS in a state of flux. It was the RFCWT environment for two impel to come and go unnoticed. As far MS-01K rations went, this one was not all that challenging. Even so, one of the plan was giving Rapp some concern. The naked woman lying next to him was adamant that she the one to send this man to his grave. Maria Rivera had been the logical choice to accompany Rapp. Hint in Spanish, she was highly motivated where the target was concerned. A little too motivated, possibly, which in addition to one other thing made Rapp a bit hesitant. She was more than capable of taking out the target, either by hand or with a gun, but she practicile exmerence. Their WMS a Remsen why professional killers typically came from either the special forces or the mean streets. Both groups of men were desensitized to violence. They had it as a way to achieve an end. The formula for success was often no more complicated than meeting violence with superior violence. The lovely Latina beside him had seen neither the mean strnts of a ghetto nor the rough, covered world of forces operators. Quite to the contrary, she had spent the decade working for one of the world's premier law enforcement agencies. Maria Rivera was a second-degree black belt and a former Secret Service agent who was an expert marksman with a pistol. She had been destined for greatness until a bomb tore apart a motorcade she was to protect. The internal investigation that followed cleared her of any incompetence or blame, but in a business where success went unnoticed and failures came documentaries on the History Channel, she was quietly ushered off the fast track and stuffed away in a basement cubicle where her ambitions began to atrophy like the unused muscles of a comics patient. Rapp knew she wouldn't last long, so he offered her a chance at a new officially. Rivera worked for a private company headquartered in McLean, Virginia. She was given the title of Vice President and put in charge prevention and threat assessment. Her salary was 3 times greater than what she had earned with the Secret Service. The war on terror was good business for private and security firms. Much of the company's work was legitimate, but more and more Rapp was using them to do things that Langley needed to hide from the Pregs and Congress. This little south of the law order excursion was a perfect example of such an operation. Individually, Rapp would have had no problem getting a select number of senators or congressmen to sign off on the operation, but getting an entire committee to and not leak was impossible. Ego and political ambition trumped national security for far many elected officials. Rapp turned and looked at Rivera. Even though this 01K ration was fairly simple, there was absolutely no room for mistakes. It had to look like an accident, or there would be too many questions. He wondered if she really had it in her, or if the years of law enforcement training would kick in and give her reason to pause. Killing a fellow human being was not always as difficult as one might believe. Give someone a minimal amount of training and put them in a situation where they are forced to defend either themselves or their family and most will rise to the occasion. Give someone like a SNRET service agent hundreds of hours of training and they will efficiently, and without hesitation, use lethal force to stop a gun-wielding presidential assassin. Ask one of same agents to kill an unarmed civilian and you have now moved into the unknown. Even if guilt is confirmed, and the punishment fits the crime, few law and order types relish the role of executioner. The agent is no longer a skull to react to a threat. An entirely new skill set is needed. Essentially you are a person who has only played defense to now line up on the other side of the ball and perform with the same level of proficiency. To change one's role so quickly is nearly impossible. To kill cleanly, and make it look like an accident, was the domain of the rare, tested assassin. Rapp and Ked Rivera again. She was sleeping soundly. Slowly, he slid his right arm out from under her MXK, pool C%L back the sheet, and slid out as he covered her with her head stirred slightly and then settled back onto her pillow. Rapp backed away and walked across the tile to the balcony. A soft, humid breeze ruffled the tops of the palm trees below. He looked out across the bay at the bobbing masts 01 the sailboats and searched for the sleek cruiser that to the man they had come to kill. The boat had arrived late in the afternoon and dropped anchor a convenient 2 feet from the boat. Isle 63 foot Azzo with its bright roll was easy to pick out among the other white hulls. The man was scheduled to stay in Porto, k. Lfito for 2 nights. He had yet to deviate from his itinerary, which made Rap's job all that much messier. The plan for this evening was to watch him, but Rap was to have second thoughts. He up at the quarter and the approaching clouds. In an hour the conditions would be as GCX-D as they would get. The forecast called for clear skies the following evening. A quarter nmn on the water provided more light than most people would think, and more light increase XL the odds that they might be. Rap glanced back at Rivery. This one was going to be up close and personal. There would be no detachment through distance and the scope of a rifle. Even though the target was no threat physically, this was for many the most difficult kind of kill. The biggest psychological test. Bare hands. No knife. No gun. Just you and the prey, wrapped in a death spiral like an anaconda squeezing the last breath from some warm-blooded animal it had plucked from the bank of a stream. She would feel the heat of his body, smell his scent, hear his muffled cries, and quite possibly see the pleading fear in his eyes. No, he'd quieted, it was big a test for Rivera. Silently, he walked over to his bag and pulled out an encrypted Motorola radio. He turned it on and left it across the room on the dresser. With the rest of his gear in tow, he slid out of the bedroom and made his way down the hall to the living. The large sliding doors were open, covered only by sheer white curtains. Rap headed for the middle, found the seam in the fabric, and stepped out onto the patio. He put on a pair of black swim skins and walked down the path to the water. The house sat on 5 acres and had its own private. Rap reached the line and checked the expanse of sand. It was empty. He slid a Motorola radio and a collapsible headset under the swim skins and strolled casually across the beach with his fins, snorkel, and dive mask. There was no sense in trying to be sneaky at this int. If anyone saw a person in black slinking suspiciously across the beach at this late hour, they were likely to call the police. Rap waded into the water, gelling a fix on the boat. He lined it up with a dip in the tree line at the opposite end of the bay, finished putting on his mask and fins, and slicing through the water toward the boat and its owner. He was going to squeeze the life out of Stu Garrett, and he knew from experience that he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of compassion. To Isfahan, Iran, and the cigarette smoke hung thick in the air as the 3 men eyed each other with a mix of contempt and suspicion. Azad Ashani did not want to hear. The 51-year-old head of Iran's Ministry or Intelligence and Security knew what was coming. Sooner or later the bombs would fall and the facility where he sat would be destroyed by an American onslaught. There was of course a good chance it would be the Israelis, but in the end would it any different? The Israelis, after all, would be flying American-made planes and dropping American-made bunker-buster bombs. Ashani studied the concrete walls and ceiling of the cramped office. They were 50 feet underground in the Isfahan nuclear facility. Ashani had been reassured by engineers and bureaucrats alike that the facility was impregnable. Above them sat a surface building with a rebar, interlaced, 2-meter slab of super-hard concrete supported by a skeletal frame of massive steel I-beams. 10 feet beneath that sat a 1-meter thick span of concrete and rebar and more I-beams. 10 beneath that the same thing, and so it went all the way down to the 4th subterranean level. The engineers had told him 99% of the American arsenal would be by the Nulses of ground-level slab. The second was touted to 100% effective against the one that just might be able to get past the first barrier. This may have comforted many of Ashani's fellow government officials, but Ashani was a born skeptic, not a blind religious fanatic. The American defense industry was constantly churning out new weapons capable of bigger and more amazing feats of destruction. When American ingenuity was pitted against his own government's boisterous propaganda, a sane man was left with an easy choice of who to believe. On his original tour of the facility he asked the chief engineer, if second sudlks is 100% why building the 3rd and 4th subflocacres. The question was never answered. Ashani had no doubt the facility was marked for destruction, and he was increasingly convinced it would ham within the month. He had firmly, though respectfully, argued against its ever being built. The hardliners had won, however. They had now more than $1 billion into this facility, the one at Natanz and several others, all while the Iranian economy grew increasingly anemic. Officially, the program for the wasteful development of nuclear energy. The entire world knew this to be a lie, for the simple fact that Iran blessed with massive oil and gas reserves. Economically, it made no sense to spend billions developing a nuclear program when cheap oil and gas were abundantly available. What they needed were refineries. With each passing day Ashani felt a greater sense 01 ilw1 ding doom. It reminded him of the feelings he'd had as a graduate student back in 1979. He could see the fall of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi coming as clearly as he saw the ascension of the religious fanatics. Grounded in math and Ashani was pragmatic. Here was no denying the fact that the Shah was a puppet dictator who raided the national coffers to pay for his opulent lifestyle. This dislike, however, had to be with an acknowledgement of the fanaticism of Ayatollah Khomeini and his band of black robes. While in graduate school at Shiraz University, Ashani had watched the religious zealots draw his fellow students to their cause. In time, they boarded buses and headed to Tehran for the protests. Ashani remembered thinking they had no idea what they were getting themselves into. Revolutions were a tricky thing, and this one would be no different. Hardline clerics fanned the flames of the populace's rage and created in the Shah a villain far greater than the facts would support. Young students and professionals who wanted to throw off the censorship and yoke 01 the Shah's secret police had no idea that they were making an with a group that was no friend of free Srahol, feminism, and the enlightenment of Persian education. The youth of the country, however, was swept up in the storm of change like an angry mob. Very few dared to stop and think what Dinis would be like after the Shah was removed. Ashani knew, though. In the end, revolutions were almost always won by whichever group was most willing to slaughter any and all opposition. Nearly 3 decades, a marriage, and 5 daughters later it was clear to Ashani that many of those students what they had done. This was Ashani's 3rd trip in as many weeks to the underground facility. He had ordered by the president to Mukhtar himself this time, as if somehow their mere presence would help protect the place from the impending aerial bombardment. Ashani had absolutely no authority over Iran's Atomic Energy Council or the Supreme Council, both of which oversaw the operation of the half-dozen not-so-secret facilities that Iran had invested so heavily in. Nonetheless, they imagined spies at every facility and they wanted Ashani and his secret to catch them. That was the reason they gave for demanding more and more of his time, but Ashani knew the real reason. It was classic politics. The writing was on the wall, and the leaders were looking to hedge their bets. There was now a consensus that the Americans or their surrogates would attack. A couple of well-placed bombs could bring billions in investments and talent to a catastrophic halt. Unemployment was over 20%, and close to half of the country was at or below the poverty line. All of this while sitting on massive reserves of natural gas, oil, and coal. They were in the 3rd decade of their vaunted Islamic revolution and the people were faring no better than they had under the Shah. This nuclear gambit was in danger of bankrupting the government, and if Ashani knew anything about the religious zealots, it was that not a single one of them would accept blame. Ali were now lobbying for his support. Those who had championed the development 01 nuclear weapons were now telling him that they had always held our /servations. The second reason Ashani had been asked to make the trip was sitting next to him. Very few made Ashani anxious, but Ahmad Mukhtar was one of them. The Lebanese-born terrorist was the most ruthless man he had ever met. Cold, calculating, and full of hatred, there was nothing he wouldn't do for the cause. One of Ashani's least favorite aspects of his job was dealing with Mukhtar, but there was no avoiding it. As the leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the man had become a crucial part 01 the broader Iranian strategy. The third man in the meeting was Ali Farahani. He was in charge of security at the Isfahan nuclear facility, and he did not like visitors from Tehran. These two. Farahani leaned back and put his feet up on the metal desk. He took a long pull from his cigarette. And the Americans do not have the balls to attack us. Ashani had subtly warned the Supreme Security Council that Farahani was not up to the job of running security at the nation's important facility. His family WMS very well, and as was often the case in Iran, nepotism had a significant role in his posting. Ashani turned to the master terrorist beside him to see how he would handle the brash confidence of a fleshy bureaucrat. Mukhtar's already narrow eyes grew more so, as he studied the silly man across from him. He leaned back and said, "So you don't think they will attack?" "No." Farahani shcx, his head and scratched his heavy black beard. "They have been mauled in Iraq, a divided country half our size. They do not want to pick a fight with the rising Persian Crescent. And the Jews. RT them come. The new S-3K anti-aircraft missiles from Russia are in place. The Jews will not get within 100 kilometers of this place." Mukhtar sideways at Ashani, who gave him nothing but a blank expression. Turning back to Farahani, Mukhtar said, "I'll trust those Russian missiles as much as I trust you." Farahani paused and then in a reasonable voice asked, "Why do you insult me? Your doesn't impress me. I saw half a dozen lapses on my way in, and I haven't even started my surprise inspection." Instruction, Miskta shcw ked Farahani as he his fcut off his, ask no one said anything about an instruction. "That is why it is a surprise, you imbecile." Mukhtar so fast his chair shot backwards, scraping across the concrete floor. A nervous Farahani stood as well and after a moment enough composure to say, "Under whose authority?" "The Supreme Council's." Mukhtar snapped Farahani to the head of intelligence and for confirmation. His own brother sat on the council. How could it that he had failed to inform him? Ashani nodded and said, "Our friend from Hezbollah specializes in unconventional warfare. He is here to how vulnerable you are to things other than aerial Igmund assault." The head of security sounded incredulous. "Impossible." Mukhtar started for the "we shall see." Ashani looked at his watch and kept his disdain for the two men in this was going to be a very tedious day. Porto Golfito, Costa Rica. The half-mile swim out to the boat took just under 12 minutes. Rapp could have done it in less time, but he was more interested in stealth than speed. He circled around to the bow, only his head above water. A dim light glowed from two of the ponholes. The others were all dark. Under the cloudy night sky he was nearly impossible to see. Rapp took off his mask, snorkel, and fins. One by one he stuffed them into his swim bag and tied the bag just the watermark to the anchor line. He then swung around the starboard side, close to the Vexel, listening for any hint that Garrett or his wife might up and moving amutt. When he reached the stern he stopped and peered around the corner to check the swim platform. It was large, 15 feet across and 6 feet deep. More importantly, its teak deck ways empty. Rapp had spent a lot of time in and around water over the last 15 years. In terms of clandestine operations it offered many advantages, stealth being chief among them, but there was one big drawback. Noise traveled great distances and with great clarity on a relatively still night like this. Now, as Rapp listened, the only sound he heard was water lapping up against the sides of the boats and the seasonal clanging of a line against the mast of one of the sailboats in the Hart X.R. He slowly pulled himself out of the water until his upper dy was resting on the teak platform. The mat was big enough that he didn't need to worry about recooking it as he climbed on board. His chief concern was that some insomniac stargazer on a nearby boat might catch a glimpse of him. He listened intently for several minutes and kept his eye on a sailboat and cruiser anchored several hundred feet closer to shore. Satisfied that no one WMS watching, he himself entirely onto the platform. Staying on his stomach, he rested his head on his forearms and motionless. Rapp had played this one over and over in his mind's eye for months. He'd envisioned a variety of scenarios where Garrett might meet his death, some more satisfying than others. The efficient practitioner in him wanted to play this one safe. Take no risks. Hit him before he even knew what was happening and get it over with. but there was another part of him that desperately wanted to see the fear in Garrett's eyes. The man was a disgusting narcissist who hadn't sissed a wink of sleep over the incoherent people he'd had a hand in killing, and the many more who were physically and emotionally scarred from the BLMST. Simply putting him out of his misery would be letting him off too easily. Everything about this operation had to be analyzed with two main objectives in mind. Garrett's wife could not be harmed, and his death needed to look like an accident. With the advances made in forensic science, these were no small tasks. Rapp had focused on Garrett's affinity for boating alms from the start. Thousands of people died every year in boating accidents, collision, fire, drowning, execution, or simply disappearing were all options. Each time a new surveillance report arrived from the West Coast, Rapp mk the time to read it thoroughly and in the context of his options. After a while a pattern began to emerge. Wanting to see things for himself, Rapp traveled to San Diego on a private plane. He arrived after dark and left before sunrise. From the balcony of a rented condo he spent an entire evening watching the marina where Garrett kept his boat. That one night confirmed the opening that Rapp had detailed in the surveillance reports. For several months now, Rapp had killing Garrett more than a dozen ways, but only two stood up under scrutiny. When they found out Alan at the trip he was planning with the new boat, everything fell into place. Even after he told Rivera that she would take point, Rapp continued to play the two scenarios in his mind. He thought of killing Garrett so often that it almost felt like a memory. Virtually every time he closed his eyes he pictured himself exactly where he was right now on the aft swim platform of Stu Garrett's yacht. His low profile would rouse no suspicion. Under a clear lit sky he would mk no different from a rolled up tarp. On a night like tonight he would nearly invisible. All that was left to do was wait for Garrett. 4 Isfahan Nuclear Facility, Iran. The janitor pushed the cart down the hallway at a slow pace that %L to the of either an injured left leg or a lack of enthusiasm for his job. He was wearing faded green coveralls with his security badge clipped to the flap of his left breast pocket. His black hair and beard were shot with gray. Over the last year and a half he had swept, scraped, scrubbed, and mopped virtually every hallway and stairwell in the facility. He was respectful to his upbeat, and in general, well liked by the other HPLE who supported the important scientific work that was done. The name on his security badge was Mohsen Nouraste. He was 66 years old. Born and raised %L in the southeastern Iranian town of Bam, he had ISIS'd his wife, 2 children, and 3 grandchildren in a devastating earthquake that had killed over people in Nouraste. Had for years to find work after the quake, and then one day a cousin who worked for the Atomic Energy Organization found him a job at the Isfahan nuclear facility. At first, his co-workers did not accept him. With unemployment rates so high, the competition for any job, even janitor, was extremely intense. The locals whom he worked with were resentful of this outsider taking one of their jobs. Within a month or two, though, he began to win them over. Nouraste had the penchant and the desire to fix almost anything, especially if it was word by electricity. People brought in their phones, radicus, toasters, vacuums, anything with a plug, and he would fix it. On the weekends and in the evenings he went to houses to help rewire and escalate their electrical service. He never accepted money, only a warm meal and some much-needed companionship to help fill the void left by the death of his entire family. Nouraste had been to the home of Ardeshir Hassanpour, the famous Iranian scientist who oversaw the country's uranium enrichment program. Hassanpour had come to his ramshackle shop on the ground level and asked him if he could drop by his house and fix a few thyros. Nouraste said that he would honored. After installing a ceiling fan and fixing 2 broken lamps, he neither an offer of payment nor a simple thank you. Sitting down for a warm meal, even with the house servants, seemed out of the question. Nouraste remembered leaving the house and thinking to himself that he would feel no empathy for the man when the hammer fell. For the others, though, the ones who had shown him compassion and friendship, he would do everything in his power to make sure they made it out of the facility unharmed. Moshin nor Rastaya's name was Adam Shoshin. He had volunteer call for this, WAtion 3 times before the Director General of Mossad and the Prime Minister finally relented. From the very beginning their greatest reservations lay in the fact that Shoshin himself was volunteering for the mission. The man simply knew much. He a senior officer, not some fresh recruit who'd been plucked from the Israeli army. A 27-year veteran 011 of the world's most reared and researched intelligentsia was McNadd's resident ex-Marti on all things Persian. He was fluent in both Farsi and Arabic, and, most important, he had spent the first 20 years of his life living in Iran. Born in Tehran, Shoshin was the son of a wealthy diamond merchant who was very influential in the Persian Jewish community. As the Iranian Revolution began to gain momentum, Shoshin's father grew increasingly nervous, and in 1979 he sent his wife and children to live in Vienna with relatives. On things blew over, he planned on bringing the family back. Unfortunately, they never did. 5 months after sending his family to safety, Shoshin's father was accused of espionage and sedition and put on trial. The sham of a legal proceeding lasted less than 5 minutes. He was denied representation and was not allowed to speak on his own behalf. A guilty verdict was handed down and Shoshin's father was taken out back and shot in the head. Adam Shoshin was the only surviving male relative. Against the wishes of his mother, he moved to Israel and enlisted in the army right as things were once again heating up in the region. A new group called Hezbollah was on the rise, and the PLO was asserting itself in the occupied territories and beyond. In 1982 he was on the front lines of the invasion into southern Lebanon. While he was on patrol, his military career was cut short when a Hezbollah suicide bomber blew himself up in the middle of Shoshin's platoon. A hot piece of shrapnel sliced through his left leg and damaged his hamstring repair. He was still in the hospital when Mossad came calling. It turned out they had had their eye on Shoshin practically from the moment he'd enlisted in the Israeli Defense Forces. Hezbollah was on the rise and Israel's top spy agency needed IHPLE who could analyze and dissect Iran's involvement in the Middle East's newest terrorist organization. Shoshin did exactly that for the next 2 decades. He went from collection to political action and finally special operations, where he rose to the number 2 position. He had been involved in the planning and execution of dozens of assassinations and paramilitary, and he had helped route and run spies from Tehran to Damascus, and the idea of sending someone to Iran who was well past their physical prime was not taken seriously. At least not at first. Shoshin had not participated in an actual field operation in almost a decade, and at no point had he done long-term undercover work. With few alternatives, though, and Iran inching closer to becoming a nuclear power, Shoshin's ideas started to look less ridiculous. It was yet simple, and the Director General slowly began to the wisdom of the plan. Here was one glaring problem. However, if he was discovered, the Iranians would torture him, and contrary to the statements of Amnesty International, torture worked. No matter how tough the individual, a skilled interrogation team always got what they wanted. Shoshin would be operating deep behind enemy lines with almost no backup. It was a huge gamble, but Israel had few choices. Shoshin rounded the corner with his cart out in front of him. His posture was hunched and submissive, but beneath his bushy black and gray eyebrows his eyes were alert, scanning the hall ahead. The signal had been given. 15 months of living a lie was about to come to an end one way or another in the next 24 hours. Shoshin wouldn't even allow himself to think about his extraction. The mere thought of seeing his beloved Israel again was enough to entice him into abandoning this underground tomb today, and to hell with the mission. He'd come too far for that, though. He needed to see this through to the Bloxley end. Even if it meant his own BLCXXLY end. Up ahead, a door on the left opened and 2 men into the hallway. Shoshin glanced at the first man and then the other. The man on the left he recognized instantly. He ran the MOIS, or Ministry of Intel and Security. His name was Azad Ashani. The man on the right was a ghost. Someone he had been chasing for nearly a quarter of a century. a man who had killed thousands of Israelis with his reign of terror. Shoshin gripped the handle of the cart tightly in an attempt to control his shock. Could he really be so lucky? Shoshin got control 01 his nerves and looked up for a second glance. He studied the eye sockets and the forehead, two features that were nearly impossible to change. It was him. Shoshin's head began to swirl over the bizarre gift he had given. He had hunted Imad Mukhtar across 3 continents, coming close only twice, and here they were, face to face in the dank hallway of an Iranian nuclear facility on the very day that it was marked for destruction. "I have not been impressed with your security thus far," the man on the right said in Farsi. Shoshin slowed to a near crawl. Ali Farahani, the security chief, joined the 2 men in the hallway and completely blcked Shoshin's path. Shoshin nudged his cart toward the wall and K on the most insive posture he could muster, which was not easy, considering every fiber of his to grab a screwdriver from his cart and jab it through Mukhtar's ice cookit. "I want to start with the reactor," Mukhtar stated in a commanding voice. Shoshin was shcw'd by the mere mention of the reactor. Iran had gone to great lengths to make the rest of the world think that it was located at the Natanz site some 120 kilometers away. He knew it was beneath them, but he had never heard anyone in the facility speak of it so, Wiley. Farahani clxsed the office door. He had a look of extreme discomfort on his face. "That area of the facility is off limits to you." "Nothing is off limits to me. If you would like me to call the president, I will do so, and then I will tell him how you are and I will make sure you get transferred to the Afghan frontier, where you will spend the rest of your career dealing with those savages." Farahani hesitated. A defeated look fell across his face as he debated his options. After a moment he relented. "Follow me." The 3 men down the hallway, walking right past Shoshin, neither man paying him the slightest notice. Shoshin breathed a slight sigh of relief and checked his watch. He was to wait for confirmation before he set things in motion, but how could he refuse this gift? Imad Mukhtar, the man responsible for so many indiscriminate TWBings and countless deaths, had walked into a facility he was tasked with destroying. It was an opportunity he could not pass up. Surely, his superiors back in Israel would understand. Shoshin picked up his pace. There was much to be done. If he wanted to catch them in the reactor bomb. 5 Puerto Golfito, Costa Rica. Stu Garrett was not known for his patience. In his mind this was the singular trait that had him to such great success. He was a case master who people as if they were his serfs. He want adjacent insults and nothing less, and compliments to subordinates were almost unheard of. In the world of political consulting and campaign management he was king. No other living person had successfully managed 2 separate bids for the Oval Office. His ability to orchestrate a campaign had taken on an almost mythical aura in the media and democratic circles. His opponents, on the other hand, thought of him as the most underhand unethical jerk ever to stalk the wings of American politics. Garrett wore this reputation as a badge of honor. If his opponents were dumb enough to follow the rules, that was their fault. He was a practitioner of all the RNCXST underhanded techniques. To him politics guerrilla warfare. Hit and run tactics were the matching orders he gave his staffers and operatives. Go on the offensive and never let up, and absolutely never ever admit any wrongdoing to the press or your opponent. Elutions were a competition that took place over a relatively compressed slow of time. Garrett often carried the day by sheer inertia, like slowly moving a rugby scrum toward the goal line. This bullish attitude and uncompromising vision served him well in politics, but was about to fail him in another arena. One with a far more serious endgame. Garrett and his wife were asleep in the master cabin that was tucked up in the MW of his brand new Bias 63'8" Surrey. Garrett rolled over, his left leg dangling off the side of the king-size bed. His eyes 01K41 ed, blinking several times. Slowly the blue numbers of his toolside digital CLXK came into focus. It was 2:11 in the morning. He let his eyelids close and rolled onto his back. Occasionally, if he changed positions, it would take the pressure off his bladder and he could fall right back asleep. People all over the world are cretin/s of habit, and Garrett was no different. He liked to start his day with several of very strong black coffee and end it with a bottle of 2. These habits and an enlarged prostate made a certain nightly ritual inevitable. At roughly a.m. he awoke to alleviate the in his bladder. Simply cutting back on the coffee and wine would have been an easy solution, but Gaines didn't like depriving himself of anything he liked. The way his mind worked, getting up to relieve himself wasn't the problem. It was falling back asleep. The magic bullet he'd round was sleeping on the water. When on land, Garrett found it almost impossible to get a good night's rest. On the water, however, he could relieve himself as many times as his swollen prostate and the motion of the Xian was guaranteed to RCWK him back to sleep. The other benefit of boating lay in its solitude. The older Garrett got, the more he realized he simply didn't like IHVL. Must he found too imitating and obnoxious, but even the endearing ones wore thin over time. He'd made a small fortune getting men and women eluded to public office. Professional charmers who could change personas to fit each potential voter. Even these chameleons found a way to get under his skin. After a while their feigned can-do attitude and 1K, politically speak, became intolerable. Garrett was at his core an irascible man who believed everyone in their own selfish interests. The evangelist who of his love of Christ did so not out of adoration for his Savior, but out of a need for others to hold him in high regard. Garrett had met one too many Hollywood thus who professed their desire to save Mother Earth, while ensconced in 101 their several homes of which they were the sole occupants. Did they really believe in global warming, or were they simply hypocrites? The town had its fair share or sanctimonious phonies, to be sure, but most simply wanted to be thought of as enlightened, intelligent, and compassionate. Garrett had no such need. He for the acceptance of others about much as he wanted a sturdy kick in the groin. The visual brought a sly grin to Garrett's face. He was very happy with the way his life had turned out. Especially in light of how things were going just a year ago. He'd just running his second successful presidential campaign. Having helped orchestrate one of the greatest come-from-behind victories in the history of the country, he was flushed with a sense of manufacturing a victory was probably a more accurate definition of what he'd done, but he wasn't about to go there. The important thing was that he had done his job. Politics was a rough game, each side willing to do the most unseemly things to win. None of it surprised Garrett. History was filled with examples. Over time untold numbers of siblings had poisoned and been poisoned while jockeying for the throne. Civil wars fought over mere items had killed millions, there'd been too many assassinations, bloody coups, and revolutions to even count that had upset entire continents. Julius Caesar had been stabbed 23 times by a cabal that included some of Rome's most learned and senators. Hitler burned the Reichstag to the ground and blamed the communists. The examples of men lying, cheating, and murdering their way to XWER was long and illustrious. For Garrett, if there was any lesson to be from history, it was that victory went to whoever was bold enough to take it. Pitted against some 01 history's more sensational power grabs, Garrett felt that what he had panicked in was pretty mild. After all, he would have never joined in the plot if the photos hadn't been thrown in his face, a clear effort by the other side to play dirty. Garrett knew it had been his old nemesis Cap Baker, who had sent him the pictures. Garrett's candidates, presidential nominee Josh Alexander and his running mate Mark Ross, were getting their asses handed to them by the Republicans. Money was drying up and the time left to close the gap was shrinking quickly, but they still had a chance. That was, until the photos arrived. There were a lot of obstacles Garrett could overcome, but the wife of his candidate caught on film having sex with a Secret Service agent was not one of them. Garrett showed the photos to Mark Ross, Alexander's vice president on the ticket. Ross nearly lost his mind, but after a good 30 minutes of a profanity-strewn tirade, he composed himself. He was not prepared to quit so easily. He had fought too hard to see his lifelong ambition destroyed by some little slut. Russ had contacts from his days at the CIA and as DIR and tour of national intelligence. He went to work on finding a way to neutralize the problem, and in less than a week had reached a deal with a very shady expatriate named Iranian. Now it had been a little more than 16 months since the attack on the motorcade that had killed Gillian Roddenwright and 14 others, including the Secret Service agent who had been with her. Garrett had deluded himself into thinking that his MLE in the entire matter had been that of a bystander. He had neither condoned nor criticized the plans that had been set in motion. He had merely followed orders. Garrett remembered the SHCXK and surprise he'd felt when the bomb attack had worked. Press, the public, even law enforcement bought the entire thing. A splinter terrorist group took credit for the attack on the motorcade, and the hunt was on to track them down. The voters rallied behind Alexander and Ross, and several weeks later the tide of sympathy to victory. Everything was going SNMHLY up until the week before the inauguration. That was when Mitch Rapp, Langley's top counter-terrorism man, had somehow to track down the assassin who had detonated the Carlu, LNB. In just a few short days, everything they had worked so hard for began to unravel. Just days for the inauguration, the two men who had helmed them pull off their miraculous come-from-behind victory disappeared, never to be seen by anyone again. That was unnerving enough, but mild compared to the SHCXK Garrett felt when he received the news that Vice Ross had died of a heart attack the morning of the inauguration. In the Oval Office, of all places. Garrett knew Russ had a history of heart problems, but he found it hard to accept the timing of his departure. He had no real evidence that Rapp was to blame, but the odds of all three conspirators dying in the same week were invisible to swallow. Garrett's gut told him the CIA was behind the entire thing, but he was hardly in a position to run to the authorities or the media. He left Washington and promised himself that he would never return. A year later, however, he was already rethinking that decision. He missed manipulating the media and the voters. He missed outfoxing the Republicans and watching them complain about his dirty tactics. President Alexander's people were courting him as if it was a foregone conclusion that he would run the re-election bid that would begin in a little over a year. No man in the history of the Republic had ever managed 3 successful campaigns. Being the first, and likely only, man to do so would be hard to refuse. Garrett threw the sheet off himself with no regard for his wife lying beside him. He placal his feet on the floor, grabbled the ulge of the recessed and stock slow. As was his habit, he was buck naked. He began walking across the cabin toward the open door. A strip of lights along the floor illuminated the way past the bathroom. Garrett used the onboard toilet as little as possible and never for a simple piss. One of his other defining traits WMS that he WMS cheap, and he'd be damned if he WMS going to pay the extortionate rates the Marims charged to pump his waste tanks. He reached the door that led topside and undid the as he climbed the steps he thought of the adrenaline rush he got from running a presidential campaign. Maybe it was time to get back in the game. Surely, if they were going to kill him they would have done it months ago. Garrett into the spacious CCXK pit with careless confidence, by his own lack of patience. It was simply unthinkable to him that anyone would wait to do anything. He walked over to the empty side and along the narrow passageway that led down to the swim platform. Reaching out with his right hand, he steadied himself against the side of the boat as he moved down the steps. His knees and back were stiff. When he reached the expansive platform he turned immediately to his right as he always did. Garrett moved his to the edge and hold of himself. He flexed his knees several times and let out a yawn while he waited for his prostate to relax its grip on his bladder. As he was looking out across the bay at the lights of the small town, he noticed a slight tremor as he started to turn his head to look over his shoulder, but before his head moved more than an inch a gloved hand clamped down on his mouth. A startled scream leapt from his throat but never made it past his lips. Garrett felt the warmth of the attacker's breath on his right ear, and then he heard a voice. It was a growl, barely louder than a whisper, and it sent shivers down his spine. "One fucking peep, and I'll snap your neck like a TCX, thpik." 6 Isfahan, Iran. Adam Shoshan rounded the corner with his cart and counted the packets. To his satisfaction, the long barren hallway was empty. He LCW-ated the faint pencil mark at waist height and unfolded his small footstool. Reaching under the cart, he retrieved a metal MX and yanked the wax paper off the hack, seeing a sticky surface. After looking over both shoulders, he lim1HL his way up the SML and pressed the device firmly against the wall, securing it in place. With no time to spare, he folded up his FTX, TSM, set it on top of his cleaning can, and was off. Shoshan's mission had evolved in ways no one had predicted. He had been sent in as a spy in the most classic sense of the word. His mission was to surreptitiously intelligence on the Isfahan nuclear facility and nothing more. No unneeded gambles or risks were to taken. He was to monitor who came and went and at what time. He was to build dossiers on the key scientists, and most importantly he was to ascertain the capacity of the centrifuge facility buried deep underground. Almost as an afterthought, the Air Force weighed in with one request. If it was insible, they wanted to get a look at the blueprints of the facility. After all, they were the ones who would be called on to destroy it, and the more they knew about where to drop their bombs, the better their chances were of succeeding. Shoshan was under strict orders to move cautiously, take his time and make sure he passed on accurate information. This was not to be a quick in and out. The ops people back at Mossad anticipated he would in country for a minimum of 1 year. Shoshan accepted all of this with a sense of duty and honor. Every time the maniacal Iranian president on television and expressed his desire to see Israel consumed by a nuclear fireball, Shoshan was reminded just how much was riding on his ability to sell himself as a Persian. He in and did his job. He cleaned toilets, floors, and kept his eyes and ears open. At first he had been extremely cautious. Surprise inspections were not unusual and the people were unusually hard on the newcomers. The small where he kept his cleaning supplies was tossed twice in the first month. This caused the already cautious Shoshan to even more careful. After the second month he learned that the guards inspected his closet not for evidence of espionage, but to pilfer supplies. In the passing months Shoshan got to know them better and their suspicion of the newcomer dissipated. In a breakthrough that no one could have predicted, it was Shoshan's lifelong hobby of tinkering with all things mechanical and electric that would prove to make the difference. Shoshan was cleaning the guard's break one day when he happened to overhear the men complain about the television. He asked them if he could take a look at it, and they consented. After a quick inspection, Shoshan accepted the problem and fixed it with a few turns of his screwdriver. In the eyes of the guards this him to near godlike status. In no time at all he was fixing broken TVs, microwaves, radiques, and pretty much anything with a circuit board. Word spread quickly that the new janitor was a very handy man to have around. Even Ali Farahani, the head of, came calling. The hot summer months were upon them, and Farahani's air conditioner WMS not working. Shoshan went to Farahani's house and located the problem. He ordered a part and the following weekend installed it of charge. Farahani was very grateful and asked Shoshan if there was anything he could do for him. Shoshan said there was, and showed the head of security his storage closet at work. In addition to the cleaning supplies, brooms, mops, and buckets, the room now haphazard stacks of household appliances that were waiting to be fixed. Faraham was at first enraged, thinking that the janitor was taken advantage of by the other employees. Shoshan him that was not the case. He had no family to go home to. They had all been lost in the earthquake. The work helped him pass the lonely hours in the evening. What Shoshan wanted from Farahani was permission to stay after his shift over so he could work on the appliances. Not only did Farahani give him permission, he found the janitor a much larger, unused storage room on the third sublevel where he could set up his makeshift repair shop. At the time, Shoshin knew he had reached a critical breakthrough, but he could have never dreamed just how advantageous the single move would turn out to be. In the months that followed, Shoshin many evenings and weekends at the facility. He the corridors by day while pushing his cleaning cart from one to the next. The guards now paid him only a passing glance as he came and went with boxes of TCX, LS, circuit boards, batteries, tubes, and all or the other stuff he needed to STCWK his repair shop. It was during this time that Shoshin got to know Cyrus Omidafar. Omidafar was the chief engineer for the entire facility. He WMS the man who made sure everything worked properly. Isle power plant, the elevators, the ventilation systems, the plumbing, the ghouls of the place, it all fell under the purview of Omidafar. Like Shoshin, he loved to tinker with dynies. At first Shoshin did not grasp the importance of Omidafar and all that he oversaw. Shoshin was busy focusing on the scientists and nuclear program to stop and think about the actual bricks and mortar, or in this case steel and concrete. That all changed one evening when he went to visit Omidafar in his above-ground office. There on the table was a set of blueprints for the entire facility. Shoshin remembered Selva from the Air Force targeting specialist and immediately cursed himself for not having his tiny digital camera with him. He stood over the prints, trying to grasp many details as Sybil while his friend finished up a phone call. When Omidafar was done he Shoshin at the table and announced, "An impressive feat of engineering, isn't it? And it is designed to act as a series of nets." Omidafar flipped the top page over and revealed a side elevation of the ground. The top is 2 meters thick with 6 interlaced layers of rebar. If the Americans drop their bunker buster bombs, we are very confident this first line of defense will stop them. Shoshin wasn't so sure. Before going in country he'd told that the Americans had their best military minds developing a new of bunker buster bombs that would get the job done. Shoshin mked at his friend. And if it doesn't? Omidafar shmgged. There are 3 more flows the bombs would need to penetrate. They are not as thick as the first but they don't need to be. The tist will stop or slow even their heaviest bomb. If one happens to get thmug, it still has to penetrate 3 more floors. Each of them 1 meter thick with interlaced rebar. The only way the Americans could destroy this would be to use a nuclear weapon, and they would never be. So what about the Jews? Shoshin asked. He'd learned to take a perverse joy in playing role of Jew hater. The question made Omidafar pause. He was a practical man not prone to spewing anti-Semitic remarks. "I am not so sure about the Jews. I advocated conducting this entire in secret, but our fearless president to taunt our enemies. Now we have made ourselves a target." Shoshin smiled and nodded. His eyes returned to the print and his inquisitive mind went to work, not as a spy, but as someone who was endlessly fascinated by how this worked. "How did you support all this weight?" Omidafar flipped several to a new sheet that showed a different cross-section of the facility. "We basically built an underground skyscraper. There is a steel skeleton that supports the entire structure." That was when it hit Shoshin. He had never been access to the 4th sublevel where the reactor and the centrifuge /s were located. He had assumed it was built into or under the bedrock. From the air the facility was impervious to all but a nuclear strike, and despite the hawkish attitude of some, Shoshin felt that neither the Americans nor Israel would play that card. Isfahan was a city of over 1 million people. There was no way either country would drop a nuclear H-11 in the vicinity of so many civilians. If Shoshin's instincts were right, however, no airstrike would needed. Something far simpler could cripple the NGE facility. As Shoshin at the prints on that he paid particular attention to the sin and gauge of the steel that had been used. By the time he left Omidafar's office a new course of action was forming in his mind. Shoshin was ready to make the transition from spy to saboteur. Months later Shoshin was struck by the irony that the destruction of the Twin Towers was what opened his eyes to the facility's central weakness. He did not think of the towers in their pre-9/11 form and the way they dominated the southern tip of Manhattan. He didn't think of them as piles of rubble and twisted steel. His mind fixated on a 5-second clip of each building as it collapsed under its own weight. After leaving work that night, Shoshin did not play the clip of the towers imploding on themselves over and over in his mind. He knew he had stumbled across the bare underbelly of the dragon. His mind raced ahead, making a list of what he would need, and how he would sneak it into the facility. On that night nearly a half-year ago, the whole thing seemed crazy, but what bold action didn't at its inception? The next morning he put everything in an encoded report and left it at his dead drop. While he waited for an answer from Tel Aviv, he found an excuse to go back to Omidifar's office, and this time he brought his camera. It mk 2 months of back and forth as the experts debated the merits of Shoshin's plan. The deciding factor ended up being the Air Force's lack of confidence in their own ability to take out the facility with anything other than a nuclear strike. During those 2 months Shoshin full-heared his plan, exploring the recesses of the third, locating and photographing as many steel I-beams as he could. He passed everything along, anticipating the questions before they came. During that time Shoshin also construction on a false wall in the back 01 his storage RCX-M, foreseeing the necessity to hide the materials he would need to conduct his Sat-K, Tage. SMNT countless 6 hours alone with his thoughts trying to PQ or youthing together. Simply striking at 1 or 2 1K ints would not do the job. The plan would have to be comprehensive, and that meant it would take hours to carry out. Charges would need to placed. He would the entire time, as would the explosives. Even the most witless gummed would be likely to stumble the devices. The solution came one afternoon, 11 when the facility suffered a Briar power outage. Shoshin WMS cleaning a rest room on the second subfloor when it happened. RCXJRN went pitch black for a few seconds and then the emergency lights came on. Shoshin up at the square unit to the wall just below the ceiling. It consisted of tow adjustable mounted near the top of a metal box approximately 1.5 feet long by 1.5 feet wide. Shoshin left the and looked down the long hallway. He counted 4 more emergency lighting units in this area alone. That night he photographed the lights and wrote down the make and model number. The next morning he informed Mossad that he had found a solution to their problem. 5 weeks later the first shipment of a dozen units left Haifa for Mumbai, India. After clearing customs the shipment repackaged and sent up the CCMST to the Iranian Free Trade MNE of Chabahar. From there it made its way inland to Isfahan. 2 more shipments followed the same route. Each day Shoshin would pull up to the main gate of the facility on his motorbike, which had 2 and an old plastic milk crate strapped HL to the back fender. The milk crate was almost always filled with parts. The guards had come to expect this. Inside each saddlebag, though, was a counterfeit emergency lighting unit. Not once in a month's time did the guards ever MSK him to open the bags. Following the schematics Shoshin had been through countless dry rehearsals. The expense back in Israel had thought of everything. Instead of using C4 plastic explosives they packed the devices with relatively new thermobaric explosives. The thermobaric explosives would work extremely well in the underground confines of the facility, literally sucking all oxygen from the air and creating an enormous vacuum effect. They weighed less than conventional explosives and packed nearly 3 times the punch. Having the devices detonate at precisely the same time created another problem. Running det cord TX between each of the 2 units was dismissed immediately. Detonating the devices remotely was also impractical. There was no way for a radio frequency to penetrate all the concrete and steel. The solution to install a highly accurate clock within each device. Via a master remote Shoshin had the ability to set a time for all of the devices to detonate. He did this in his storage for putting them in place. 26 devices weighing 8 pounds, just pounds of explosives. Demolition firms use far more explosives to bring down buildings in nice neat little piles. A lot, however, was not Shoshin's objective. He not trying to topple a building, and he certainly wasn't worried about how they would haul the mess away. His objective was much simpler. He was going to blow out the main support columns between the fourth and second subfloors. The loss of structural integrity would set off a pancake effect, bringing the three crashing down on the roof of the final subfloor. All that weight, falling with such force, would snap the venical steel beams at the tom of the structure. The four NORs would end up pressed together like a stack 01 pancakes. The entire centrifuge facility and reactor would smashed into a radioactive mess. Shoshin limped down the hallway and checked his watch. He had just under 30 minutes to clear the facility. Placing the devices, all he had to do put his cart back in his storage room and get topside. Once the explosions started, he would move for the gate and slip out in the ensuing confusion. He opened the to his storage room and pulled the cart inside. The windowless room had been his refuge for much of the last year. In the evenings when the facility was mostly empty, he would close the door and drop the faket of Moshin Noraste the Iranian. Slowly, Adam Shoshin the Israeli would assert himself. What Shoshin came to realize was that the two men were not all that different. THCXSE were the moments when he felt most conflicted. When he worried about the nice people he had met and what would happen to them when the attack came. Shoshin felt a pang of guilt over moving up the timetable. Headquarters had made it clear to him that they wanted the facility to destroyed in the middle of the day. They want LUL not only to obliterate the facility, they wanted to extinguish the scientific power behind Iran's nuclear program. The more working down in the labs when the TXJMBS went off, the better. It was not a surprise to Shoshin when he received the order to create maximum damage. He was himself a hard man who had been forced to give orders that to some might heartless. Since receiving the directive, though, he had lain awake in bed nearly every night trying to figure out a way around it. He had met some very kind people during his time at the facility. There were a few hate-filled anti-Semites, to be sure, but most of the people were no different from his neighbors and colleagues back in Israel. It seemed wrong to him that they should have to die for following the orders of religious fanatics. Seking Imad Mukhtar, though, had caused most of THCXSE reservations to simply vanish. Their WMS no more vile man in the modern history of Israel. Mukhtar was the purveyor of suicide RCX attacks on civilians, and countless kidnappings. He had the blood of thousands of Israelis on his hands. As one of the founders of Hezbollah, he was hell-bent on the absolute destruction of the State of Israel and nothing less. The mere fact that he was visiting the facility confirmed Israel's worst fears, that Iran would simply hand off one of their new MBs to a stateless terrorist group like Hezbollah. Catching the man at the facility so close to the appointed hour was simply difficult to resist. Shoshin took a brief look around the room, 1K, wondering if there was anything worth taking. Sanitizing the place WA.S not a concern. What little he had left WA.S well and would be destroyed by the explosion. Shoshin backed out of the and closed the behind him. As he headed for the elevator his thoughts turned to his friend Ali Omidafar. He'd come up with a plan to distract his friend and make sure he was out of the building when the bombs went off. He pushed the call button for the elevator and thought that it was the one humane thing he could do to help assuage his guilt over all the other people who would die. When the doors opened, he found himself standing face to face with Ali Farahani, the facility's head of security. He looked slow and in a hurry. Shoshin guessed it had to do with the two men who were standing behind him. Shoshin quickly stepped out of the way and murmured a quiet apology. He kept his eyes averil as the three men got out of the elevator and started down the hall toward Farahani's office. Shoshin stepped into the elevator and pushed the button for the ground as the doors began to close. He down the hall at the back of Mukhtar's head and his subservient expression gave way to a broad smile. 7 Puerto Golfito, Costa Rica. Rapp kept the cool of his knife pressed against Garrett's bare skin, a reminder that his mortality was very much in question. In a voice tinged more with amusement than disdain, Rapp whispered, "You thought you'd gotten away with it, didn't you?" Garrett made a lame effort to break free. "Easy, Stu. If you want to live, you'll do exactly as I say. Giving Garrett hope that he might survive was as important as the obvious threat of force. The right balance had to be struck. Rapp was more than capable of subduing the paunchy kingmaker, but tonight, brute force would be a last resort. Even the position 0-1 the knife had been considered sell. Rapp held the blade flat against Garrett's skin so as to not leave a thin laceration that would be discovered during his autopsy. This was about deception, and to pull it off, he needed Garrett to hold on to the idea that he might survive the next few minutes. With his mouth mere inches from Garrett's ear, Rapp said, "L wanted to come down here, slit your throat, and dump your worthless ass in the drink, but my boss, for some reason, thinks you might be useful." Rapp paused to give Garrett a moment to reel in the false hope. "He only problem for you is, I have a history of disregarding Rapp Rno. To his right and crankle Garrett's head around so he could look him in the face. Rapp could Garrett's eyelids narrow as he tried to place the face of his assailant. They stayed that way for several seconds and then suddenly grew wide with fear. Rapp smiled. "That's right, Stu, you know who I am. You tried to screw me over last year by feeding Tom Rich that bullshit story that the Times ran. It ended up blowing up in your face, didn't it?" Garrett tried shaking his head. "I'm only going to say this one time. I want to kill you, and I'm pretty sure if I do, Dyrioder Kennedy, despite telling me not to, will find it in her heart to forgive me. Sinkai, you are one of the biggest pieces of shit political operators in American history. So if you want to save your own ass, you'll stop lying to me. Are we clear?" Garrett closed his eyes and nodded. "All right, get down on your knees, and then I'll take my hand off your mouth so we can talk." Without giving him time to think, Rapp started lowering Garrett to the teak deck. When he had him kneeling at the edge 0-1 the platform, he brought the knife around and placed the dull edge or the blade against Garrett's throat. "I'm going to take my hand off your mouth. If you make any noise louder than a whisper, I'll stick this blade straight through your voice box and shove it all the way back to your spine. You'll end up drowning in your own blood, and trust me, it won't enjoyable." Rapp gave Garrett a long moment to consider the agonizing death and then slowly took his hand off Garrett's mouth. The political consultant and former presidential chief of staff TCX, K in a deep breath and whispered, "Please, don't kill me. None of it WMS my idea." His voice grew louder. "It was that idiot Mark Ross." "Quiet," Rapp hissed. "Sorry," Garrett said, much softer now. "It may not have your idea, but you went along with it?" Garrett and then nodded. "You did more than go along with it. You carry it out." "I was only following orders." "Bullshit. You weren't some private on the front line following orders. You're a political whore who doesn't give a rat's a.s. about anything other than seeing your guy win. You ran that campaign, and you wanted to see Gillian Roth 01T dead just as bad as Ross did. One woman was not without fault. Why? Because she cheated on her husband. I'm just saying, if she would have kept her legs crossed, none of it would have happened." Rapp grabbed Garrett's hair with his left hand and pulled his head back. "Why don't you join the Taliban? You're going to sit here and tell me a woman on her husband, she deserved to die?" "No," Gaines snuggled, "I'm just saying, if she would have kept her dress on, none of this would have been set into motion. And the other psijpal who that was unfortunate." "Unfortunate," Rapp hissed. "You stole a presidential election by blowing up a motorcade and killing 15 people, and the only word you can come up with is unfortunate." Garrett could sense the anger in Rapp's voice. "It WMS bad. It was wrong. I should have him." "You're damn right you should have, you fucking SCWIopathy." Rapp withdrew the blade from Garrett's throat and put it back in its scabbard. With his left hand still holding onto Garrett's hair, he said, "And that's why I'm going to kill you." Before Garrett could react, Rapp him to the left. Garrett's reaction was to lurch his body to the right so he wouldn't fall in the water. Illy's was what Rap wanted. Using Garrett's own momentum, Rap reversed direction and yanked Garrett's head back toward the mort stern corner of the boat. Garrett's temple struck the hard with a thud, leaving him dazed and barely conscious, his arms limp at his sides. Rap let go of Gaines' hair and Rap 1hl his arms around the man's chest in a bear hug. He took a deep breath and propelled himself and Garrett over the edge of the swim platform head first. When they hit the dark CCXL water, Rap calmly kicking his driving them away from the surface. The water seemed to have shocked Garrett back to alertness. He TK-gan struggling, but it WMS no good. Rap had his fists around Garrett's chest. As he drove them deeper, Garrett tried to claw at Rap's hands. Not having any luck, he reached for Rap's face, the only part of his BCXLY other than his that wasn't covered. Rap responded by lowering his fists a few inches to restrict Garrett's ability to move his arms. He then gave him a quick Heimlich, forcing more air from his lungs. All the while, Rap's legs kept them under steady propulsion, moving them farther away from what Garrett needed: MCXST oxygen. Garrett began twisting his body and moving his legs violently. Rap kept his eyes shut and drove them. Based on the number of kicks, he guessed they were around 25 feet beneath the surface. It WMS more than enough. Garrett's loonies would be on fire. He would feel like his chest was going to explode. Rap stopped, allowing them to level out and then a little air from his lungs. They'd underwater for less than half a minute, but Rap knew Garrett was near the end. His movements were diminishing in both frequency and force. Rap loosened his grip a bit to see if Garrett was playing possum. His arms stayed limp at his sides. Rap opened his eyes and looked up toward the ever-so-faint light on the surface. He released his hold on Garrett and grabbed him by the hair. If the man was still alive, this was when he would make his break for the surface. He didn't, however. He simply floated in front of Rap, a dark silhouette against a slightly lighter backdrop. Rap put his hands on Garrett's shoulders, pushed him farther down, and then started for the surface. Rap could see the dark underbelly of the boat and headed for the narrow bow, exhaling small amounts of air as he went. 10 seconds later he quietly broke the surface and finished exhaling before taking in a short breath followed by 2 deeper ones. His heart was moving at a pretty GCXJD clip. Between his rexjunding heart and with the water in his ears it difficult to hear anything. He quietly, taking deeper and breaths. His head was the only thing out of the water. His heart rate quickly recovered and he shcnk the water from his ears. He listened for any sign that Garrett's wife had woken up, but there was nothing. After another minute he gathered his swim bag from the anchor line and started for shore. With any luck, he'd back in Washington by NCX, N8 Isfahan, nuclear facility. The bickering had gone on for the better part of the morning. For Ashani it was like touring on a long car trip with his daughters. Most men were easily by Ahmad Mukhtar. With his close to the hardline zealots and his for violence, it WMS wise to steer well clear of him. Farahani, due to either stupidity or conviction, had decided to concede nothing. While Mukhtar inked out the facility's shortcomings with the tact of a drill instructor, Farahani defended himself like an insulted mist. The two fed off each other, the rhetoric escalated, and Ashani found himself wishing desperately that his office would call with an emergency that needed his immediate attention. Ashani leaned against the wall of Farahani's office watching Mukhtar tick off a list of files he wanted to review. Farahani, in the midst of lighting a cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke and shook his head. "I know that man very well. He would never betray the revolution." Ashani had never Farahani so stubborn. Maybe after all these months he was finally sick of Impel making the trip from Tehran to Squand guess his every move. Even so, Mukhtar was not some mindless bureaucrat trying to cover his backside. At the young age of 14 the man had joined the Palestinian terrorist group Force 17. By the time he was 20, he ru'naed Yasser Arafat for the corrupt megalomaniac that he was and broke from the PLO. He formed a little-known group called Islamic Jihad that eventually spun off another organization called Hezbollah, That next year he changed the landscape. 01 The Middle East by successfully using car and truck bombs to level the US Embassy, the Marine barracks, and the French barracks in Beirut. After those gruesome attacks, Mukhtar and his men went on a kidnapping spree that turned the international landscape on its ear for the rest of the decade. Mukhtar was a man of action who did not shrink from violence. He did not hesitate to kill those who did not share his all-or-nothing vision of jihad, even if they were fellow Muslims. 3 of your top scientists have been Isand, Mukhtar accused. No traces of the 1K, Isand were found anywhere in this facility. Farahani shot. Who do you think them? I'm sure the Jewish pigs had something to do with it, but since it did not HAL W1 in this facility, the investigation is out of my hands. Farahani turned to look at Ashani. If you want to know who killed them, you should ask Azad. I'll know who killed them, Mukhtar half shouted. The point I am trying to get through your thick skull is that the Jews have spies in your country. They have been sniffing around for some time. They specifically targeted those 3 scientists because they were the backbone of your uranium enrichment program. Anyone can make that assumption. I am not arguing with you. THCXSE men were poisoned at the university. Not here in this facility. There are no Jewish spies here. It is impossible. I want to talk to this man. Mukhtar held up a personnel file. Farahani straightened his posture and said, that man comes from a family whose reputation is beyond reproach. Ashani watched as Mukhtar's fists clenched and his nostrils narrowed. It now all fell into place for the man who ran the Ministry of Intelligence. He could not believe he had not seen it earlier. Farahani came from a very proud Persian family. A family who could trace their genealogy back to Persia's dynastic RCM. A very pious family who could see the Shah was about to lose his throne, and who in a move of self-preservation threw their support behind Ayatollah Khomeini and his revolutionaries. Farahani was very proud. 01 his Persian lineage, and he was not about to take orders from some Palestinian mud like Mukhtar. In the blink of an eye Ashani saw how this could turn out. If Mukhtar got a whiff that Farahani was looking down his prominent Persian at him, there would be violence, and there would be a better than even chance that Farahani would end up dead or permanently injured. Farahani's brother, who sat on the Supreme Council, would extremely upset. Mukhtar was too valuable to punish, so he would sent back to the front lines in El*Banan. Powerful people would want to know why Ashani did not step in and stop things before they got out of hand. As tempted as he was to let it play out, Ashani decided that in the long run it would only make his life more difficult. Ashani pushed himself off the wall. I'll know the man you are asking. Alex, UT. He is from a good family, which is exactly why we should talk to him. Farahani icy, Ked at Ashani with a confused, hurt expression. He will honestly, Ashani said. If there is anything he has SCYN, or anyone he is suspicious of, he will tell us. Farahani paused and then gave his consent. Good, Mukhtar announced. Where is he? Ashani his watch. It was almost why don't you send your impul to collect him and have them escort him to the cafe. Ashani did not give Farahani a chance to argue. The office L will wait for you by the elevator. Mukhtar joined him in the hall a few seconds later. He pulled up alongside the intel minister and said, his man is an idiot. Ashani shrugged. He is a very hard worker. If that is all you want then you should hire an ox. Ashani sighed. Imad, I do not make personnel decisions outside my ministry. Well, you should. There are other things at play, and although he is not the shrewdest man in the government, he is incorruptible. He likes these people too much. He is easily med. I am not sure any of it will matter. What is that to mean? We have TK2N2 open about this program. The Americans have learned the Natanz facility is a sham. We pumped millions $1 into a fake facility, so if they ever did attack they would pick the remote where the reactor was. It was a Gok slow plan. There is no population in the immediate area, i.e. Americans would have taken the bait and left this facility alone. Wih no Natans is Rik. It was obvious by Mukhtar's tone that this was news to him. Yes, and now they and the Israelis know we have placed all of our eggs in one basket. I do not think they will attack. At least not by air. They are already on shaky ground with the international community. Ashani hesitated to say what WMS on his mind, but a part of him want Kul to take a stand. A year ago I would have agar cool with you. What has they reached the elevator and raced each other? They were the same height. Ashani WMS slender where Mukhtar was boxing. In a conspiratorial whisper Ashani said, our Goxlow friend been a bit too verbose about his desire to Israel off the face of the map. You don't share his views? Mukhtar asked with suspicion. El said no such thing. I am simply questioning the wisdom 01 making the threat before you can back it up. Mukhtar nodded ever so subtly. There is no undoing the past. The important thing now is to make sure this facility is secure, and I do not think this halfwit is up to the Ashani did not want to be pulled any further into this mess. I am not as convinced as you that they will not attack by air. A single B-2 bomber could enter our airspace and we would never see it. They fly AL 50,000 feel and can carry a payload in excess of 40,000 pounds. I have no doubt that the Americans have designed %LA new WEAM, and that is capable of penetrating each and every floor of this facility. They would need a nuke. Mukhtar his head. And they would never do that. Besides, the Americans aren't my concern. Their hands are tied with the mess they've created in Iraq. Their European allies would have no patience for such an attack. It is the Jews that worry me, and the Americans aren't about to give them one of their B-2s. Then how will the Jews stop us? The obvious answer is that they will continue to harass. They will kill more scientists if they have to, but that will only slow us down. Eventually, they will try to destroy this place. The only question is how. Ashani did not particularly care for Mukhtar. The man had a violent streak that made him hard to like in an environment, but he was not someone to dismiss lightly. He had succeeded where nations had failed. The suicide and rocket attacks that he launched at Israel year after year were the reason behind the Jews' decision to finally give up some land. It was not the United Nations and their threats of sanctions. It was not Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and the other Arab neighbors threatening war. That had been tried one many times, and the Jews had proven themselves extremely difficult to evict from the tiny scab of land. He was a fighter who had the uncanny ability to predict the actions of his adversaries. Ashani WMS about to small AK when Farahani them with the news that the scientist in question already having lunch in the cafe. The doors opened to the large elevator and Ashani gestured for Mukhtar to enter first. The head of Hezbollah hesitated, made an unconscious grimace, and then stepped into the steel box. Ashani observed the man's behavior with a new interest. He followed him into the elevator and walked to the far wall where Mukhtar had himself like an animal. It occurred to Ashani that the head of Hezbollah did not like confined space, and as the door shut, he watched Mukhtar close his eyes and mumble something to himself. Ashani filed the information away. The elevator lurched and began moving very slowly. Ashani at the numbers ATX we the door and in a faraway voice said, Damien Shospad. Who? Mukhtar missed in a terse tone. Damien, have you ever heard of him? He was a French contractor working at the Hirak reactor in Iraq back in 1981. And why are you bringing him up? He turned out to be an Israeli spy. He placed homing tucans throughout the facility, so the Israeli pilots knew exactly where to drop their MBs. And the Israelis killed him, Farahani scoffed. That is how they treat the people they recruit. Ashani, the head of security and FM used on Mukhtar. He WMS supposedly killed in the airstrike. Supposedly. WIH-1 is what the Iraqis and the French claim. I have never tcalieved it. Why? Over the years there HMS been certain information that LH, inst to the French DGSE working with Mossad on this operation. Farahani scoffed. That sounds like typical Zionist propaganda. Mukhtar the head of security, and you said he died in the raid. That is what they claim. Did they find his TXJDY? They found parts of it. There was a lot of damage done to the facility. So you think the French work sides of the deal? Ashani were paid millions to help build it, and then they the Israelis destroy it? That is pure Farahani R1/spawned conjecture, Ashani stressed, based on certain information that you are not privy to. Farahani's race formed a disagreeing frown. You are skeptical, so let me ask you a simple question. Do you trust our Russian friends who are helping us build our nuclear program? Yes. Mukhtar out loud. 10 You are a fool. The Russians are worse than the Saudis. They would sell their own children if they were offered enough money. Ashani had JLSSTTK gun to his mouth. He was going to add his own anecdotal information about the Rishchians, but the words never got PMST his lips. Something very wrong happened at that exact moment, and even though Ashani did not yet know what it was, he knew it was not. It began as a rumble that appeared to come from beneath them. At first Ashani thought it WMS remote and somewhat muffled, but any such hope was quickly extinguished by a much louder explosion that grew with intensity. Aisle elevator shook, the lights flickered, and then to Ashani's horror he felt himself pulled toward the door as the air was sucked from within the elevator compartment. Time froze for the briefest moment as all three men stared at each other in shock, and then one by one they began asterisking for air. In the midst of dealing with their most immediate need, which was to fill their lungs with oxygen, their relatively tiny space was hit by a much larger Suandri explosion. All at once the elevator shot upwards, hung in the air for a second, and then came crashing back down. The safety cable snapped tight and the box lurched to a violent stop, KNCX-ing all three men to the floor. The lights again flickered but managed to stay on. Ashani rolled onto his side and ended up face to face with Mukhtar. The terrorist's eyes were wide with fear. Ashani continued holding his breath and looked toward there, a hissing noise as air rushed back into the space. It had a burnt smell to it, but was breathable. Farahani got to his knees and reached for the control buttons. We need to get out of here. They target the elevator shafts. Mukhtar gasped for air and asked, what? The Americans target the ventilation ducts and elevator shafts. Ashani rose to one knee. He could feel the elevator moving again. He was well aware of the American bombing strategy of trying to drop their laser-guided bunker buster bombs through air shafts. Knowing this, they had taken several precautions to foil such an attack. Not a single duct or shaft went directly from the surface to the LMST subflokes, or where the reactor ways locate. Additionally, every water shaft had extra shielding on the surface. Farahani was attempting to pry the door with his fingers while Mukhtar banged his fist against the button. Ashani stayed on one knee. He was not convinced that leaving the relative of the elevator was such a good idea. What they had just experienced was the first wave of bombs. There would surely be more. Suddenly, there was a noise that was so ominous it caused Ashani to reflexively cringe. It started a groan, steadily growing in both volume and pitch. Almost something you would expect from some large mammal about to expire. The groaning joined by loud popping noises. The elevator shook once again, cooking Farahani off ions and into Mukhtar, pinning him in the corner. For Ashani, there was something strangely familiar about the noise he had just heard, but he couldn't place it. All of a sudden, the doors began to slide open, and from his position on one knee Ashani was greeted with a sight that made absolutely no sense. Having been underground for the entire morning, the last thing he thought he would see was blue sky. They had always assumed the Americans or the Jews would attack at night. In the midst of the explosions he had lost track of time. Almost as an afterthought it occurred to him that something else was wrong. Day or night, he shouldn't have able to look at the sky. He should have been at the ground floor ceiling. Mukhtar pushed Farahani off him toward the now fully doors. Ashani stood and took a tentative step forward. His brain was still telling him that something was wrong. He kept going back to that horrible screeching noise. Like a fog rolling in off the ocean, a cloud of dust floated up from below, obscuring everything beyond. The alarm bells began sounding in Ashani's brain as he realized what was going on. He had heard that scray and hing noise once many years before, when he'd panic ipat in a clandestine raid against an Iraqi oil platform. It was the sound of steel twisting and snapping. Farahani ran out of the elevator and dropped Malika Ruk. His scream up from below. Mukhtar was right on his heels. For Ashani, what next was more a reaction than a decision. His arm shot out and grabbed Mukhtar by the back of his shirt. The master terrorist hung on the edge for a second, one FCXT safely in the elevator, the other floating above what could have been certain death. Slowly, Ashani pulled Mukhtar back into the elevator. Almost immediately, he knew he had missed a great opportunity. And if Ashani had even a glimpse of the problems that Mukhtar would create for him in the ensuing weeks, he would have shoved him to his death right then and there. 9 Atlanta, Georgia. Rapp stared out the window of the Gulfstream 5 as the landing gear thudded into the LTX KED 1K, Sishan. Rivera reached out and grabbed C%L his hand, which he took as a GCXJD sign, considering the fact that she had been mute for most of the morning. Rapp had never excelled in the relationship department. He was sure if he sat down with a shrink he or she would able to soothe his problems in a few minutes. Maybe less. His father had died of a heart attack when he was young, his high school sweetheart had perished in the Pan Am Urb tragedy, and his wife had been murdered just 2 short years ago. Add to that his inherent lack of trust in people, and you were left with a person who was suited for bachelorhood. Being the realist that he was, Rapp should have found solace in the 0% LGE that he was off alone. He didn't, though. There was a gaping hole where he his life to at this 1K, int. He was growing of the solitude. Not the job so much. He was still extremely passionate about that. It was more what it did to his personal life. Rivera offered hope, though. Yes, her Latina temper could bear its fangs over the most things, but the woman had a sense of progression when it mattered, and even more importantly a sense of duty and sacrifice. That was something Anna had never understood. His wife claimed to know why he did what he did, but she was never entirely on board. How could she have been? She a reporter, and he was a clandestine operative for the CIA. She fundamentally believed that media had a right to know everything the government was doing. He fundamentally believed there were certain things a civilized society was better off not knowing. If they had taken one of those pre-marriage tests they would have failed miserably. Even so, it wouldn't have deterred them. They were madly in love, and not a day passed where he didn't long to hold her in his arms once more. "What are you thinking about?" Rivera's words yanked Rapp back to the here and now like a slap to the face. He slowly turned an LCN, KED into the caramel eyes of the woman he had slept with less than a day ago. As bad as he was with relationships, he wasn't so stupid as to tell her he was thinking about his deceased wife. "I'm just wondering why they need me in Atlanta." Rapp was referring to his TWAS, CIA Director Irene Kennedy. She had called and had their plane diverted while it was over the Gulf of Mexico. "She didn't tell you why?" "Only that the president NCHDED to talk to me." Rivera got nervous. "You don't think?" "No." Rapp shook his head. He knew what she was hinting at. The president knew nothing of Garrett's role in the death of his wife. Rivera KED PMST Rapp out the window for a moment and then slowly let her gaze fall on him. She his hand and said, "I want you to know that I think I know why you did what you did night, and I'm not mad." Rapp was surprised. Really? Rapp had arrived back at the beach a little before in the morning to find Rivera waiting for him. She was sitting at the tree line holding the SLR radio looking worried. He walked out of the surf and in the soft sand, not knowing what to expect, but was fairly certain she not going to be happy with him. For a brief moment, he even considered lying to her. Since the plan was to kill Garrett on the second night, he thought ut telling her he was doing some reconnaissance, but the lie wouldn't hold up for long. The wife was sure to report him missing as she awoke. They needed to leave the country before the police started poking around. Rapp walked up to her and extended his hand. She it, and he her to her feet. She him in the eye for a long moment. And then you killed him, didn't you? Rapp hesitated and then said, yes. After studying him with her discerning eyes, Rivera, and in a very casual tone said, we'd better pack up and get out of here. Rapp was expecting more of a confrontation. He followed her up to the house, pretty sure the interrogation would ensue later. While Rivera got started sanitizing the place, Rapp called the pilots and told them to get the plane ready. It took them less than an hour to put everything in order. As the eastern sky was beginning to brighten, he threw their bags into the back of their rented Toyota FJ Cruiser and up the house. They'd flown into Golfito on a rented Corvx rate jet flown by former military pilots who were paid well to keep their mouths shut. Entering the country had given Rapp little concern. He and Rivera had landed at the small Golfito airport where the customs and immigration controls were almost non-existent. An advance team had already made arrangements for a vehicle and the house. The only downside was all the nosy realtors who trolled the airport looking for potential buyers. The real boom had finally reached the remote southern part of Ricae. There were a lot of Americans who were living in the area trying to make their fortune. It was not unusual for private jets to land at the small airport, but it was not so common as to not be noticed. There was a chance that some aggressive reporter might try to run down the lead, but it wouldn't get them very far. Rapp and Rivera were traveling with Mexican passports. They were wheels up and heading north shortly before 7 a.m. A few hours later they touched down in Cancun and pulled into a private hangar where they changed planes as well as identities. This time they were Bob and Susan Luther, a couple from Nashville. The next leg of their journey was to take them to Houston, but shortly after takeoff they received the call from Langley. Not wanting to go into detail over an unsecured line, Rapp's boss explained to him that the president wanted his counsel on an urgent matter. She was with him in Atlanta, and they would be traveling back to Washington shortly after lunch. Rivera had quiet for most of the flight. She kept her head buried in a book and for the most part ignored Rapp. The fact that she was now telling him she understood why he had taken care of Garrett himself was a slow sign. You are very at what you do, Rivera said. It scares me sometimes, but that's not the int. There was a lot riding on this, and it had to go down perfectly. As much as I wanted to choke the life out of that PIUE of trash, it was mish of me to think that I should be the one to do it. Thank you. I'm glad you understand. Now it's your turn. My turn. To apologize. Rivera her shiny black hair back over her shoulder and twisted in her seat. Smiling, she said, come on. Artis hear it? Hear what? Your apology for not telling me what you were up to. Rapp stammered. You thought you knew and you were afraid of how I would react, so you got me drunk, slept with me, and then snuck out of bed and went and care of the job all by yourself. That's not entirely true. Rapp wriggled uncomfortably in his seat. I never planned on. Yay, you did, she cut him off. You may not want to admit it, but you were thinking it from the moment we began discussing the operation. And I have no problem with you wouldn't have been upset. You wouldn't have argued with me. I might have, but in the end I would have respected your decision. Rapp in so your way is better. Rivera shot him a watch your step sideways glance. I'm your partner. I'm your backup. If things go south I'm said to be there to bail your ass out. I can't very well do that if I'm asleep. L left the radio turned on. If things got tough I would have called you. Rivera withdrew her hand and folded her arms across her chest. Don't tell me you're one of those guys that can't admit he's wrong to a woman. That's not it at all. Hen, what is it? I told you that I respect your tactical decision to take the lead on this one. All I'm looking for is for you to admit that you should have kept me in the loop. Fine, L should have kept you in the loop. Rivera smiled. Wasn't very hard, was it? Actually, it was. Rivera smiled and then leaned over and kissed him on the lips. I know who you are, Mitch. I'm not going to try and change you. At least not very much. Maybe just smooth out your rough edges a bit. The Atlanta International Airport was one of the busiest in the world, and thanks to a inane 747 parked alone on a remote section of the tarmac, it was about to become the most backed-up airport in the world. The presidential motorcade didn't just stop ground traffic, it stopped air traffic as well. The caravan of cars, limousines, SUVs, vans, and motorcycles raced across the smooth concrete tarmac like they were late to catch a plane. They weren't, but the men and women in charge of moving the president and his entourage knew that minutes meant money. Service worked very closely with officials and authorities to make sure things ran in this modern era of jet-setting commanders-in-chief. They were acutely aware of the negative economic impact a visiting president could have on an airport. If you shut down a major hub like Atlanta for 30 minutes, it could back up the entire region and beyond, costing millions to air carriers and lost productivity to flyers. Taking that into consideration, the folks from the 89th Airlift Wing and the Secret Service give it their all to make sure the plane is ready to roll the second the president is on board. The reporters had already been bussed from the event at Ehenur Baptist Church where the president had launched his inner-city faith initiative. They'd gone up a second set of stairs closer to the tail of the plane and were now settled and buckled in for takeoff. The Air Force crew had already completed their pre-flight checklist and had the 4 General Electric engines humming and ready. As the motorcade approached, the massive white and blue vehicles began to peel off. Normally, a line of dignitaries would have been at the bottom of the stairs, but the president was in a hurry, so it was cancelled. Before the first Cadillac DT's presidential limousine at the red carpet, DCNR's opening, men in dark suits and a few women began joining those already standing post around the plane. President Alexander stepped from the back of his limousine and moved toward the forward set of stairs. He paused just long enough to take CIA diluter Irene Kennedy by the LW and start up the stairs with her. The president's national advisor and chief of staff were right on their heels. 3 agents from his personal detail followed while more agents hurried up the second set of stairs. Barely 30 seconds after arrival, the stairs were TKing pulkle away from the craft and the vehicles were off to another part of the airspace right where they would be onto cargo planes from the 89th Airlift Wing. The Air Force ground crew yanked the bright yellow blocks from the landing gear and gave the signal that everything was clear. A senior airman in an orange vest and headset walked out PMST of the plane and gave the area one more visual check to make sure it was clear. He held up his signal sticks and started motioning for the plane to follow him. After the wheels began to roll, the airman walked off to the port side and saluted as the big beautiful bird rolled past. Inside, President Alexander and his closest advisors were filing into the conference where Rapp was waiting. Rapp stood and said, "Mr. President, I apologize for my..." He was wearing a pair of worn khaki cargo pants, a faded polo shirt, and a suit coat he'd borrowed from one of the Secret Service agents. To make matters worse, he hadn't shaved in 5 days. "Don't worry." The president mk off his suit coat and threw it on the couch across from the conference table. "By the looks of you, I'm assuming you were off doing something I don't want to know, feud." Rapp almost laughed, but thought of it. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The president read his discomfort and flashed Rapp one of his southern grins. "I'm just kidding. Take a seat and buckle up." All 5 people settled into the fixed leather chairs. The president sat at the head of the table. His national security advisor, Frank Ozark, sat immediately to his right, and then Byrne, his chief of staff. Rapp and Kingsley were on the other side of the table with Kennedy sitting closest to the president. As the plane to roll, the president looked at an Air Force officer standing in the door and said, "As we reach altitude I want the call placed." "Yea, sir." The man saluted and CLCXSED the DCY-R. With the Rxtwerfel engines roaring outside, Rapp put his mouth within inches of Kennedy's ear and said, "Would you mind telling me what the hell is going on?" Kennedy had already grabbed the file in anticipation of this question. She opened it, revealing a satellite image, and slid it between them. "Do you recognize this?" Rapp studied the picture intently while he scratched all the thick black stubble on his face. "It's the Isfahan facility. Isn't it?" "Yes." Kennedy showed him a second photo that at first glance appeared to the same as the first. "What am I for?" Rapp asked. Kennedy tapped her finger on the upper right quadrant of the photo. "Right there." Rapp's eyes moved back and forth several times to both the and after shots. "Is that a cloud of smoke?" "It would appear so." Kennedy removed both photos and laid out two new ones. These were blown-up shots focusing on the immediate area of. In the first one you could clearly see the large air conditioning units on the. In the second one everything was by a large debris cloud. "What the hell happened?" Rapp asked in a hushed voice. "We're not sure." "So it wasn't us?" "No." "Then it had to the Israelis." "One would assume." Kennedy showed him another photo while the plane taxied to the main runway. The debris cloud was clear in this shot. Rapp studied the shot for a few seconds and then asked the obvious question. "Where the hell is the roof?" "It appears to have fallen into that large hole." Rapp was trying to make sense of it all. "Let's back up for a moment. When did this happen?" "Shortly after today. Tehran time. We have real-time partial. The NRO is analyzing it as we speak, referring to the National Reconnaissance Office." "Have you to Ben?" Rapp was referring to Ben Friedman, Kennedy's at Mossad. "He hasn't returned any of my calls." Rappshka, his head. "That's not a sign." "Possibly, but I would imagine he has his hands full. Or he's slogging you." "How about their ambassador?" "Nothing so far. State has reached out to him, but he claims he knows even less than we do." "He's probably telling the truth." Rapp glanced over at the president, who was talking to his chief of staff and national security advisor. Moving closer to Kennedy, he mimicked, "Why am I here? This all a bit above my pay grade." At this Kennedy her reading glasses to the tip of her nose and said, "I have no idea." Rapp's brow furrowed in "Come on. Seriously. I found out about this right before I gave him his morning briefing." Kennedy tapped one of the satellite photos. "That was why he had me come on the trip. Midway between DC and Atlanta he went into his office to make a call. 10 minutes later he emerged and told me he wanted you on the return flight to DC." Rapp leaned back in his chair, folded his arms, considered the possible implications of the president's sudden interest in him and muttered, "I'll wonder who in the hell he talked to." In the year Rapp had sat through more video conferences than he had in all his previous years of government service combined. The VXMST9/LI counterterrorism bureaucracy had from a few hundred dedicated men and women at the CIA, FBI, state, and a handful of other agencies to thousands of IHVL with a combined budget 01 more than $1 billion a year. In the grand tradition of Capitol Hill, the politicians had thrown vast amounts of money at the problem whether it was needed or not. New agencies were created like Homeland Security, the National Counterterrorism Center, and the Terrorist Threat Integration Center. Agencies that Rapp didn't even know existed, like the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, were elevated in importance and brought into the big tent of counterterrorism. Rapp still wasn't exactly sure what the Geospatial gang did, but he did know they had a shiny new headquarters and a budget big enough to embarrass a lobbyist. Add to this satellite offices in major cities all over the world, the ever-burning counterterrorism operations at defense, justice, and state, and you were left with an unwieldy bureaucracy that was about as agile as a ballistic missile submarine in the Potomac River. One of Rapp's great fears had come to pass. Talented people and countless resources had been sucked into the SUPA, RT side of the business as opposed to the CWAtions side, where it was really needed. And because one of the great lessons of 9/11 was that not enough people were talking to each other, the dictum had come down from Capitol Hill that everyone was to play nice and share information. Hence the boom in it had a way of life, but not one that Rapp embraced. A 40-inch plasma screen hung on the far wall of the conference opposite the president. It was currently split in two, with Secretary of Defense Brad England on the left and SNQTARY of State Sonny Wicott on the right. President Alexander had been in office a little over a year, and fortunately for the young leader his administration had thus far avoided any major intimational conflicts. That was all about to change. Rapp had heard good things from Kennedy about the president's national security team, which was reassuring given the seeming gravity of whatever had happened at the Iranian nuclear facility. As with most videoconferences, Rapp's plan was to say as little possible. He was very suspicious of the claims made by the communications folks that the lines were secure. Whenever you started LW-unsing communications off satellites, Rapp assumed someone was capturing those signals and decrypting them. "Brad," the president started, "I'm sorry for pulling you off the slopes." "That's all right, Mr. President, it's part of the job." England had been taking a long weekend at his mountaintop retreat in Beaver Creek, Colorado. He was in his early 50s and despite his gray hair, he had a very way about him. A former big gun for Merrill Lynch, England fit into the president's plan of putting private sector people in his cabinet. "Hello, Sonny," the president greeted the of-state. "Have you heard anything further from the Israeli ambassador?" "No. At least not anything useful." Wicott was at her desk in Foggy Bottom. Rapp knew his boss and Wicott had a relationship. He it as a sign that she didn't have 5 of her underlings sitting in on the call. "HMS the foreign minister returned %L your call," the president asked. "I just got off the phone with her." And officially, the Israeli government has no idea what happened at the Isfahan facility. Unofficially, the president asked. Wicott twirled a black Mont Blanc in her right hand. At 71 she looked a decade younger than her age. There are some rumblings that a certain outfit may have had a hand in it. The president turned an MKED at Kennedy, who was immediately to his left. "DIR and Tour General Friedman," Kennedy said, "has not returned any of my phone calls. Is that unusual to have you for him?" President Alexander asked. Not, Kennedy said in an even tone. Rapp kept his editorial comments to himself. He had known Ben Friedman for a long time and had worked very closely with the Mossad on at least a half-dozen operations. Friedman would do whatever it took to protect his beloved Israel. He WMS unamjalajelik in his that Israel should be the one that benefit LXL at every juncture of their relationship. Rapp respected the man's abilities and tenacity, but he never lost sight of the fact that Friedman would sell him down the river if it meant giving his country the slightest edge. "What are we hearing from Iran?" Alexander asked the group. Wicott was the first to chime in. "Nothing official. The National Security Agency is REVX, rooting a huge spike in communications." Ozark answered. "What kind?" Alexander asked. "Everything. Cell phone traffic, internet, military, civilian critical *ponts, religious leadership, politicians, the whole country is talking." "What about the media?" The of-state fielded the 20 minutes ago. Al Jazeera broke into their newscast with of fire trucks and ambulances entering the base. The president 1x, entered that thought for a moment and then MKED at the plasma screen. "Brad, what are the Joint Chiefs telling you?" "We had 2 AWACS on station." The Secretary of Defense was referring to the Air Force SE-3 RNE warning and control system. One over Baghdad and the other out over the northern Gulf. Nothing moved through that airspace this morning that wasn't either ours or the Brits. "They reassure," the president pressed. Yes, London hesitated. There is, however, one extremely remote instability. What's that? If the Israelis have developed a stealth bomber, it is feasible that they could have pulled it off, but the entire Joint Chiefs think this is not a realistic scenario. Irene, the president asked the director of the CIA. We've heard nothing along those lines. Our own B-2s cost over $2 billion apiece. Their economy could never support that kind of, and even if they could, why would they risk flying it in broad daylight? I'll agree, said England. Satellite photos, the president asked. WIENRO should have a repoll for us within the hour. Kennedy TCX, K off her reading glasses and set them on her briefing book. I have a preliminary report from my bomb damage assessment experts, England announced. They say they see no evidence of an air strike. The room went quiet for a full 10 seconds and then the president asked, so we're left with what? Kennedy picked up a pen, tapped it on her leather briefing book a few times, and in a soft voice said, sabotage or disaster? Disaster. The Iranians aren't exactly known for their stringent building codes. They've had structural engineering problems before, usually during earthquakes, but they did have a relatively new apartment complex collapse a few years ago. It turned out the builder was using substandard practices. Almost 100 people did, and you think they would allow substandard building practices on a this I'm 1H a ton, the president's chief of staff asked. One would think not, but I've learned the hard way that the Iranians can be very hard to predict. President Alexander thought it over. After a few seconds he mk'd at Rapp and asked, any thoughts? Rapp briefly considered censoring what he was about to say and then decided it wouldn't matter. Without having all the facts, I'd say there's a 95% chance the Israelis are behind whatever happened. There's a remote chance the collapse was due to SHCXLDY construction, but I really don't think it's going to Mailer. Why? The president asked. The Persian ego will never admit to such a failure. Even if this thing collapsed on its own, they will blame Israel. Either way they will be for El agree, of state Wikain. The only thing I would add is that they are likely to blame us as well. Any chance you can get their foreign minister talking, the president asked. I don't think so. I expect them to close ranks on this one and let Amathullah do the talking. This would be a time to use our backdoor channel. Alexander looks low surprised. LW isn't he aware we had one? Kennedy her throat. After September 1st one, sir, we opened a line with Iran's Ministry of Intelligence. They are not big fans of Al-Qaeda and the other Sunni terrorist groups. They had been keeping tabs on the Taliban and Al-Qaeda for some time. They gave us crucial intel that helped us in the early months of the war. Who do you talk to? Zadeshani. My counterpart. Do you trust him? Rust might be a bit strong, but I consider him to be pretty level-headed. All right. See what you can find out. What at you out the Israelis? Is it time for me to give the Prime Minister a call? Don't think so, said Secretary of State Wicott. Don't want to put you in a position where he might have to lie to you. The lust 01 us should what we can find out first. Agree, said Ted Byrne. Fine. The president checked his watch. I need to make a phone call. Let's reconvene in an hour. The president looked to his national security advisor and added, I want all the key players in the Oval Office once we land. YL_S, sir. Alexander stood and at Rapp. Mitch, would you come with me, please? There's something I want to talk to you about. 12 Tehran, Iran. It was dark by the time Zadeshani arrived at the office of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei Nasseri. He was tired, and growing more annoyed with each coughing attack. It had been a grueling day that started with the AM trip to the airport and for the night to Isfahan. He had just completed the return trip on a military flight after spending all afternoon and at the nuclear facility trying to discern exactly what had happened. After he had saved Mukhtar from the fate of falling to his death like Ali Farahani, things went from bleak to dismal. A cloud of dust and debris had come billowing into the elevator and coated every millimeter of Ashani's body. He was forced to cower in the corner and take tight, shallow breaths through his dress shirt that he had pulled up to cover his mouth and nose. More than once he wondered if his survival was in question. With his eyes burning from the dust and each breath growing more difficult than the previous, he thought of his wife and precocious daughters and wondered how they would fend for themselves in a country whose future was so uncertain. When the fine panicles finally floated back to the ground, everything was covered with a thick film of grey concrete dust. Ashani rose from his spot in the corner of the elevator feeling as if someone had laid a heavy blanket over him. Dust cascaded off his body in sheets. He walked to the threshold of the elevator and looked out at the carnage. It was as if a long dormant volcano had awoken and spewed its grey ash down upon the landscape. Ashani stood at the edge peering through the settling dust at the destruction beneath him and felt a deep sadness for his country. He had not been a supporter of the nuclear program, and he surely wasn't a proponent of taunting the West before they had achieved the WMDs to back up their rhetoric, but this was simply too much to take for the fragile Persian ego. An ego that relied on accomplishments that were thousands of years old. Such total and absolute destruction was unthinkable. It was one thing to see a building with a few relatively small holes where bunker buster bombs had discussed this many times. The consensus was that the bombs would not be able to penetrate the first layer of defense, let alone all four. It was conceivable that the upper would be ruined. There was even a little-known plan that had discussed only at the highest level. If the Jews and their handlers were lucky enough to penetrate every level and destroy the reactor, they were going to lie to the world and their own IHVL. They would tell them the facility had survived. True or not, it was deemed the people would need to hold on to the illusion that there could stop anything the Americans and their lapdog could throw at them. Bullies, Ashani thought as he looked over the edge. The illal and complete destruction of will be impossible to hide. Their inferiority was now laid bare for the entire world go see. He stood in awe of the Americans and their technology. Israeli pilots or not, it was still the Americans who had developed some new MMB able to defeat the lust that the Iranian engineers could construct. How had they so easily targeted the facility as to get it to implode on itself? Had they known all along that they could totally annihilate the facility at time 01 their Josing, and if they did, had they intentionally allowed his country to pour $1 billion into the project? As Sornexma, who had played in the arena of espionage for more than 2 decades, Ashani was momentarily unnerved by the possibility that his enemies had termined such an rescue workers snap*d him from his literal pit of despair. Using ropes they pulled Ashani and Mukhtar out of the elevator. The 2 men were given water to clear their eyes and cleanse their mouths. Medical personnel looked him over, and before Ashani knew it he had an entirely new set of problems to worry about. Breathing in concrete dust was bad enough, but if it were radioactive he'd be lucky to live to the end of the month. Ashani and Mukhtar were stripped naklxl and run through decontamination tents where they were hosed down, through separate times, and given blue workers' coveralls to wear. A doctor working in conjunction with one of the scientists who had been lucky enough to be out of the building at the time of the attack told them the levels of radiation were acceptable. Ashani did not find their views reassuring. Understating problems to the was just the type of thing for which his government was notorious. The coughing had started almost immediately. ILDCW Tor told him tiny concrete particles had klged in his throat and lungs. He him that the coughing was his body's natural way of cleansing itself. The quack told Ashani he'd to feel in a day or 2. Ashani knew he had seen the documentary Sicko by Michael Moore. A brilliant piece of anti-American propaganda. The movie followed a handful of rescue workers who had worked slow at ground zero in the massive cleanup effort after September 11 as they tried to navigate America's crass, profit-driven medical system. Years later those men were still suffering from horrible respiratory problems, and more than a few had died. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that Ashani began to realize that he might be king at things the wrong way. Rescue workers in protective gear were lowered into the massive chasm to see if there were any signs of life. Iran no stranger to earthquakes, so the first responders had been trained to pick through the rubble with dogs and a variety of devices that help detect survivors. After assured again by an army officer that the radiation levels were acceptable, Ashani returned to the edge to watch. It was then, peering down into the chasm, that he began to recognize that his initial misassumptions had wrong. The gray dust covered everything, but you could still see cracks and heaved slabs of concrete. Nowhere, though, were there any round holes with twisted and smashed rebar marking the spot where the bombs had penetrated the roof, and first Ashani walked the entire perimeter, stepping over debris while he searched for the telltale sign that was always left by a bunker-busting bomb. When he was done encircling the pit, he skyward, and it stirred to him for the first time that something entirely different may have happened. It was at that very moment that panic set in among the rescue workers. Several of the men down on the pile were carrying Geiger counters. One of them announced that he'd found a hot spot that hadn't been there minutes before. One by one the other Geiger counters began chirping like canaries in a coal mine. It was as if an unseen and deadly fog had begun to roll across the pile of destruction. This was what the scientists from the Atomic Energy Organization had most reared. The reactor had melted down. Highly radioactive fission flux were releasing into the environment from beneath the debris. The scientists had an emergency plan in the event of a reactor failure, and they wasted no time putting it into play. The rescue workers were ordered to roll out of the hole, and while the calls went out to the quarks 20 minutes later, the first cement truck pulled up and dumped its load into the billion-dollar pit. Another truck arrived a few minutes after the first. Within an hour, twin-axle mixing trucks were lined up 2 don deep, 2 trucks dumping at a time. The hopes and pride of the Iranian people were unceremoniously buried under a slag heap of radioactive concrete. A military transport brought Ashani and Mukhtar back just before dinner. President Amatullah had an evening meeting of the Supreme National Security Council, or SNSC. Ashani stopped home just long enough to shower and put on a suit. He kissed his wife and daughters and left for his office, where his deputy ministers were waiting to brief him. With only 20 minutes to spare, he listened while each deputy repolled on what they were hearing. The quick briefing confirmed Ashani's belief that the entire government was operating under the premise that the Americans or Jews had decimated the facility with a surgical air strike. Ashani asked if air defenses had picked up any radar contacts before or after the attack. 2 deputies gave contradicting reports. A third deputy that he had talked with an Iran air pilot who told him he saw Israeli jets in the area. By now the story was all over the news. Ashani told his deputy to call the pilot back immediately and make sure the man was not fabricating the story for his own self-aggrandizement. The Persian populace had a unique way of inserting themselves into the periphery of a national crisis like this. Ashani stressed that the deputy tell the pilot he would be thrown in jail and tortured mercilessly if he found out the man was lying to him. Ashani left for the office of the Supreme Raider at 8:15 in the evening. By the time he arrived, he had a splitting headache. He knew the upcoming meeting was the cause. The blame game would be in full swing. The peacock president would be intolerable. Ashani normally held his tongue in these meetings, especially when the supreme leader was in attendance, but tonight might be different. Realization that he had almost lost his life earlier in the day made him feel less by another coughing fit. Ashani wondered if a quarter of a century had just been taken from him. If he would spend the next year or two struggling for every breath. And for what? That was the big question. None of this had been his idea. He was the one who had advised against the bomb for this very reason. He had known for some time that Amatullah and his cronies were bad for the future of Iran, but tonight THCXSE feelings were suddenly crystallized and pushed to the surface. Ashani decided that he would no longer sit by quietly and allow Amatullah to misstate the facts. 13 Air Force One. The President's office on Air Force One was right next to the conference room, just a few steps away. The proximity left Rap only a few seconds to 1x, Enter the commander-in-chief's character and why he had taken such a sudden interest in him. At 46, Alexander ranked as one of the youngest men elected to the top office. He was easy to like, but Rapp had a deep-seated distrust of all politicians. Too often their party and their own political careers a front seat to national security. Agencies like the CIA were a dumping ground for problems, regularly used as a pawn in the game played by the two parties. 11 something went right, it was the politician who took credit, but if something bad happened they were quick to lay the blame at the feet of Langley. They weren't all that way, of course. Rapp knew of a handful of senators and congressmen who could be on. Men and women who knew what was at stake. Men and women who knew how to provide oversight and their mouths shut. Rapp followed the president into his of T1AE at 6'2". Alexander was an inch taller than Rapp. He was thin, 1 pound, with a full wad of sandy brown hair. His hazel eyes had an alertness that stopped just short 01 being overly intense. Alexander walked straight across the room between his desk and credenza. He sat in a fixed, high-back leather chair identical to the one in the conference. The chair could be swiveled and as well as into position for takeoffs and landings. An identical chair sat across from the desk up against the starboard side of the craft. Rapp eyed the long leather couch and decided it less confining. He ploveled down, spread his arms out across the back and crossed his left leg over his right. Alexander eyed a piece of paper on his desk. When he was done reading it, he tore it in half and it into a shredder. You're probably wondering why I a.schlulu to join me on the trip back to Washington. When presidents call on me, I assume I've done something to piss them off. Alexander smiled, disclosing a set of elongated dimples. I wouldn't know about that. My immediate predecessor holds you in very high regard. Rapp there had some rough patches, but for the most part he had gotten along very well with President Hayes. Did he also tell you I can be a real pain in the ass? The smile stayed on Alexander's face. He didn't have to. In that regard your reputation precedes you. Alexander pushed a button on the side of his chair and the back reclined. He spun the chair and put his up on the corner of his desk. You are very at what you do, Mitch. One of the Linsthyros President Hayes told me before leaving office was to use you wisely. Use. Rapp repeated the word, vaguely amused that Alexander had chosen it. Maybe deploy is a better choice. Mate cut loose is even better. The point is, I'm not Mish enough to think we live in a world where violence is never the answer. There are moments when force will have to met with force. Rapp liked what he was hearing. I couldn't agree more. You have many talents, Mitch. What would you say is your greatest asset? I'm the wrong guy to ask, sir. So we can add McNulty to your long list of strengths. Well, I'm a ex-politician, so I can't really say being humble is part of my job description. Having said that, though, I do think we have something in common. Rapp raised one of his thick black eyebrows in a manner that said he was intrigued. Internally he wondered what attributes he could possibly share with a refined, calculating politician like Alexander. I'll read the report you prepared last year. The one that outlined how Iran would react if we TCX-K out their nuclear program. Rapp nodded. He had written the report before Alexander had taken office. Due to the sensitivity of the subject matter, the distribution was very limited. Rapp was more than a little surprised that Alexander had both gotten his hands on a copy and that he had taken the time to read it. In light of recent events, are you still willing to stand by what you wrote? Rapp took a second to argue all the of the RT since we didn't actually bomb them, it's less clear-cut, but for the insist part I think they will react the way I predicted. They'll use Hezbollah and its affiliates to launch a series of terrorist attacks and conduct kidnappings of Americans abroad. They'll hit Israel first, and then they'll come after us. You're sure? 99%. It's not in their character to do nothing. The president thought about Rapp's comment and then asked, so you think Israel behind this? I've known Ben Friedman for a long time, sir. I've worked very closely with the Mossad. They have a track record of conducting extremely audacious that we would never dream of. Why is that? Survival. They're a lot closer to it than we are. The president asked. Why heart of radical Islam. They don't have enough real estate to sit back and wait, so short of all-out war, they do all they can to slow the crazy bastards down, like killing those 3 Iranian scientists last year. My greatest fear as president is losing a city, Alexander said in heavy voice. I know they're out there, these fanatical jihadists. It's what keeps me up at night knowing that they are for any to strike. That they would love nothing more than to level an entire city, every man, woman, and child. You got that right, sir. Alexander's face showed his frustration. There are many people in my party who think that violence is never the answer. It's a very alluring argument when made in a civil society that has a relatively efficient justice system. Even more so when unchallenged in the lecture halls of academia, but in the real world, Alexander shook his head, it's a bunch of bullshit. You'll get no argument from me, sir. L didn't think so. Back to the attribute that we share, it's called vision. Having a sense of how things will play out when certain things are set in motion. Ilu oni 7 alit in your rel h, RT. I think you understand the mindset of the Iranian leadership better than anyone I've encountered in my administration. Thank you, sir. Alexander grew tentative for a moment and then lowered his voice. President Hay told me about your sausage factory analogy. Rap ilks loaded. The people want to eat it, they just don't want to see how it's made. Exactly. Which brings me to the reason why I have you to join me. Alexander his feet down and leaned forward, placing his forearms on the desk. I'm not going to sit here and play by rules while the Iranians send their off to wage a war of terror. Rap sat up a little straighter. I'm listening. Did you know I played FCA, T-ball at Alabama? I seem to remember hearing something about that during the campaign. I was a backup quarterback. Got hurt during spring practice my junior year and never fully I was there for Bryant's year and then Perkins. I learn Excel 2 big lessons. The first, if you plan on running for governor of Georgia someday, you should attend the University of Georgia or Georgia T&H. Not Alabama. I saw a double-digit lead in the polls of AVX rate the week my alma mater faced off against the Bulldogs. I barely held on to win. Lesson 2, Blitz. Excuse me. Blitz hard and blitz often, and remember, this is coming from an ex-Quafflerback. You have to have the athletes and the to do it, of course, but there is nothing that can screw an offense up quicker than a defense that knows how to blitz. You Alabama's 1992 national championship team. No. Their offense was average, but their defense may have the that college football has ever seen. They put 10 guys up on the line almost every play. They came so hard, and so fast, on every snap that opposing offenses were fighting to not lose yards. All they could do was try to react and adjust. Find some magic way to slow these guys down. Offenses aren't GDX, D at that. They're supposed to make defenses react and adjust. Not the other way around. L think I'm with you, Rap said. I want you to put together a game plan, Alexander said eagerly. A list, really? The who's who of Hezbollah and anyone else that might give us a problem? It stays between the two of us and Irene. We review it, and then it gets shredded. I don't want any copies. I don't want any paper trails. I can do that. Good. If we get even the slightest whiff that Iran is going to use Hezbollah to do its dirty work, I want 10 guys up on the line of scrimmage. And I'm not just talking about targeted airstrikes. I want you to creative. I want you to put them back on there. I want you to make them fear for their lives. Rap smiled and slowly nodded. I would be more than happy to do that, sir. 14 Tehran, Iranishani followed 101 the Supreme Leader S into the meeting chamber and took a seat on one of the long couches. The Minister of Intelligence found the room depressing. The clerics who considered themselves the guardians of the revolution had gone overboard in their effort to purge the opulence of the Shah. The room had been stripped of all painters and decorative adornments. Aisle walls were white, and the two large windows were covered with a cheap gray fabric that qualified as a curtain only in the sense that it helped block the sun. The was brown, relatively new, and cheap. Wood frame couches were embarrassing. Covered in an inexpensive floral pattern, they mked as if they could be found in any remnant store the world over. Ashani was reminded of a recent state visit by the King of Saudi Arabia. Not a single hotel in the capital met the monarch's standards, so a team of decorators flew in the week before on a 747 loaded with furniture, art, rugs, and all sorts of amenities to make the king's stay more bearable. The monarch had come to this exact for an audience with the supreme leader. The entire Saudi delegation was mortified that a leader of a country with the resources of Iran would have such little regard for the trappings of international diplomacy. Ashani knew it was all part of a great effort by the clerics who ran his country to show their Arab brothers that they were better Muslims. The Saudis and their Sunni sect of Islam may have the custodians of Mecca and Medina, but the Shia held true to the Prophet. Unlike the Saudis, they heeded the call of Muhammad and rejected a life of possessions and opulence. Ashani, however, knew this to be an act. Many of these same clerics who publicly abhorred modernity, were surrounded by luxuries in their homes. They spent thousands of dollars having their robes and vests custom made for them. There were a few exceptions of course, and one of them had just entered. The Ashani looked up and saw Ayatollah Ahmadinejad, the head of the Guardian Council. In many ways he was the second most-wonderful man in Iran. After he had led the Ministry 01 Intelligence and Security for nearly a decade, the Supreme Raider had picked him to head the council that was the behind-the-scenes arbiter and advisor to the Supreme Leader. The move had been welcomed by many at first. Najjar was a hardliner, and Minister of Intelligence and Information. He had made life very difficult for the Mkilia and anyone who chose to disagree with the Supreme Leader. Ashani had worked for Najjar for years, and despite his grumpy disposition he liked him for the simple reason that there wasn't a single hypocritical bone in the man's dy. If you were straightforward and resoluteful in your dealings with him, things went. If you weren't, you ran the risk of suffering his monumental temper. Part of their job was to make sure the media was reporting only the news that was fit to print. The Ministries of Intelligence and Information were the official censors. 01 The revolution. Ashani could think of no better example of Najjar's than an incident with a newspaper editor several years earlier. The paper WMS running a series of articles about young Muslim men and women dating. The day before they had run a photo of a young couple holding hands. Najjar's fervent religious sensibilities were inflamed, and the editor was hauled in for a stern reprimand. Ashani watched with amusement as the smarmy journalist wanted to explain to Najjar that they could not live in the PMST forever. The debate grew heated, with the editor refusing to admit he had made a PCR decision. Najjar became so enraged that he threw a teapot at the man. Ashani remembered that he was grateful that it was only a teapot. Najjar carried a gun with him at all times and had been known to wave it around and point it at IHPLE when he became really upset. In this instance Najjar decided that rather than draw his gun he would throw himself at the editor. Najjar wrestled the man to the ground and began chewing on his arm like a dog. I'll editor WMS taken to the hospital where he more than a dozen stitches. The incident galvanized Najjar's, and within months he was removed from his remission as Minister of Intelligence and Information. Any hope that Najjar would be content sitting on the Council of Old Men and simply fading away quickly vanished. In a matter of months he reformed the council and began to comment publicly and harshly about anything that led the people away from the roots of the revolution. Is known to the and the world at large, was the fact that Najjar had been cracking horns with President Amalullah with increasing frequency. Okaying back on it now, Ashani could see that the Supreme Leader had elevated Najjar to the council so he could act as a bulwark against the increasingly and popular Amatullah. The one steadfast rule of modern Iranian politics was that the Supreme Leader did not get his hands dirty. As the religious leader of Iran, he had a duty to stay above the fray. Najjar moved quickly and to where Ashani sitting. He was wearing a long, black kaba and a white turban. His was mostly ashen with patless of dark grey along each side of his mouth. He looked down at Ashani, who was trying to get up, and said, "Don't you dare move. I can't believe you are here." "I am fine," Ashani responded. Najjar reached out and clasped Ashani's right hand in both of his. "You should be in the hospital. It won't hurt me to sit and listen. I will do the talking for us. You don't need to worry about that." Ashani smiled. "Thank you." The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Chief of the Supreme Command Council of the Armed Forces entered with the Vice President of Atomic Energy on their heels. All three men looked sullen, none more so than the Vice President of Atomic Energy. The full council had members plus the Supreme Leader, but this evening only the Executive Council had asked to attend the high-level meeting. All of them had heard of Ashani's near-death experience. Some expressed genuine relief that he had been saved. Others feigned concern. The problem for Ashani was that they were all such practical liars he couldn't tell who was sincere, and who was merely politicking. President Amatullah entered 5 minutes late, as usual. Trailing on his right was Major General Zarif of the Islamic Republican Guards Corps, and on his left was Brigadier General Suleimani of the Quds Force. Ashani would have liked to think it was merely coincidence that Amatullah had entered with the 2 military men who would be in charge of making Iran's enemies pay for the attack, but he knew the diminutive Latition well. Amatullah was barely over the threshold when he announced, "Well, gentlemen, we finally have our excuse to push the Zionist dogs into the Kreen." Ashani stared at the veiny Kali Challenge XL president in his boxy, ill-fitting suit. It was one thing to lie to the press and the people, it an entirely different matter to have the audacity to do so to men who knew better. Everyone was now seated except Amatullah, the 2 generals, and the head of the Guardian Council. Ashani slowly turned to witness Najjar's reaction. The fiery cleric looked through his glasses at Amatullah and said, "And with what do you propose we push them into the sea?" Amatullah remained unflinching. "General Zarif assured me that the Republican Guard is ready and willing to fight. Over 500,000 men. The Jews will lucky to field an army of 100,000. And how will we get them there?" Najjar asked with unbridled contempt. "Should we mask the Americans if we can march them across Iraq? Or should we put them on magical troop translocate, RTS, and float them through the Suez Canal? Do you think the Jews would allow us to put all of our men ashore, or do you think they might sink the transports while they are at sea?" Amatullah gathered himself and in a reasonable tone said, "I was not implying that we could begin military action tomorrow or even next week. I am simply saying that the Jews and the Americans have committed an act of war and we must make them pay for it. I am in complete agreement, but let's not delude ourselves into thinking that we are going to push the Jews into the Zion. It was that kind of thinking that us down this path to begin with." Najjar had an early, outspoken critic of the nuclear program. Amatullah feigned shock. "What are you implying?" "I am implying nothing. I am stating a fact. I was against developing this program for this very reason. I told you years ago that this was how it would end. Countless dollars and irreplaceable scientists, all gone. We have a right to defend ourselves," Amatullah shouted. "And we have a duty to the Iranian people to do so wisely." Najjar countered forcefully. "You are right, a convoy now call from the Txjeruwe." Ashani turned to see the Supreme Leader standing tall in his finest robe. On his face was one of intense interest. He was a thoughtful man, not known to ruled by his emotions, and Ashani couldn't help getting the impression that Ayatollah Ali Nasiri often viewed his peaceant and closest advisor as 2 bickering children. Air Force One Europe's preference would have to have this conversation in person, but there was only a brief window of opportunity. He figured at a bare minimum China and Russia were tracking Air Force One with the spy satellites, LCX, King to pluck any signals that were beamed to and from the plane. The techies at the Pentagon and the National Security Agency swore that the communication links with Washington were secure, but Rapp had his doubts. Having read enough history to understand that previous scientists had given same assurances only to be proven wrong, Rapp under the premise that there was no such thing as a totally secure line. Even so, his business was often time sensitive, and one could not always wait to speak in person. The president had got him thinking. Rapp had always begrudgingly admired the Iranians and the way they churned out propaganda. Their leaders understood all the key to survival was to gel the people to blame America and the West for all of the ills in their lives. It didn't matter if their WMS no substance to their accusations, it only mattered that they inflamed their people's national pride. There would a lot of that going on in the coming weeks. America would be blamed, evidence or not. All they had to do was make the accusation and it would stick. It wouldn't matter a hit to the Iranian people that America had no hand in the destruction of their facility. So ingrained was their hatred for America that they would without asking their leaders for it was this realization, and the president's gloves-off attitude, that steered Rapp's thinking toward a classic clandestine operation. If Iran wanted to play fast and LCNSE with the facts, they were automatically opening themselves up to a counterattack. One that could prove very embarrassing for their loudmouth incident. The absence of any plane, American, Israeli, or other, over the facility at the time of its destruction left only two options. The first Rapp dismissed because he knew his Israeli counterparts all well and because he believed the odds of an accident destroying the facility so completely were simply too large. The second option was that the Israelis did it. Again, knowing them as well as he did, he had no doubt that they had somehow managed to destroy the place. Rapp would find out soon enough. Kennedy had ahead and made arrangements. One of the agency's G5s was waiting for him at Andrews Air Force Base to take him to Tel Aviv as SCXJNA.S they land. She had also left word with her Israeli counterpart that Rapp was on the way and that until he got there it would be prudent to stay mute on the current crisis in Iran. To put his plan into motion, Rapp the help of someone back at Langley. He could make the call on his own satellite phone, but there was a good chance the Air Force crew on board would detect the call and go apeshit. His second option was to elicit their help and MSK for the most secure line they had to Langley. More than likely this would work, but it would also alert the Russians and the Chinese that it WMS an important call. In the end he decided to make the call on an unsecured line. It would be flagged as routine traffic and if he stayed vague enough no one listening in would have any idea what they were talking about. Past the president's office and conference were a section of seats for his advisors. Similar to first class on international travel, the seats were big with plenty of room. Rapp spotted an open one and it. Some junior staffer in his mid-20s was in the next seat. The guy tore his eye away from his laptop and at Rapp with an expression that said, "Who in the hell are you?" Instead he said, "I'm sorry, but that seat is taken." Rapp remembered his appearance was far from White House standards. He smiled and said, "That's all right. I just need to make a quick call." Rapp the phone from its cradle and started punching the number for an office in Langley, Virginia. He could tell that the guy was still looking at him. "Are you with the press?" Rapp glanced it over. "Rahatsa 1, Junior." "L don't your badge," the guy said more firmly, "and the press is not up here." "Badges," Rapp said with a Mexican accent, "we don't need no stinking badges." The staffer looked back at him with a blank expression. "Blazing Saddles. You've never seen it?" Rapp could hear the phone starting to ring on the other end. "No." The guy was not amused. "Why aren't you wearing your credentials?" A woman's voice answered on the other end of the phone. "Rob Ridley's office." Penny, Mitch here." "Is Rob around?" "Where are your credentials?" I'll staffer persisted. "Hold on a penny." Rapp coverall the phone and looked the man in the eye for the first time. "Let me guess, Law SCHTX, L? Ivy League, University of Michigan, something like that, some place that taught you to be assertive and persistent. Dartmouth. Good for you. Great school. Now get lost. Rapp stuck his thumb out and pointed slow toward the aisle. I have an important call. Now would be a GCXJD time for you to hit the head. I do not appreciate. Rapp cut him off. Go find Ted Byrne, and ask him who I am. The young man reluctantly CLCXSED his laptop and left. Rapp put the phone back to his ear and said, Rob. Well, if it isn't, Mr. Big Shot. I hear POTUS asked you to catch a ride with him. L would think that Tkole of all days, you would have more to do than gossip. POTUS was the acronym for President of the United States. Ridley was Deputy Operations, Near East Division. His division was at the center of the brewing storm. He was a former Marine, a major league smartass, and one of the most capable people Rapp had ever worked with. You never call anymore. It's the only way I can keep tabs on you. What are you hearing? Well, practically every Letition in town is demanding a briefing so that they can go on TV and claim they know what they are talking about. My counterpart in Israel won't return my calls, and the phone list Tehran and are so hot they're melting. Have you been able to get a hold of a single person at Mossad? And I've tried a couple end arounds. Some old buddies I used to tip a few with. No one is answering their phone over there. So you've got nothing from them, but I wouldn't say nothing in general. Just nothing concrete. There are a lot of rumors flying around out there. How do you about starling another one? There was a pause and then, I'm listening and remember that character we met with in the sandbox last year. Rapp was referring to Iraq. A lot of characters over there. You'll have to be more the guy from PMOI. PMOI. Rapp was talking about the People's Mujahideen of Iran, but he didn't want to say it out loud. We were at the palace and we up until 4 in the morning drinking brandy and smoking cigars. He told us how a certain leader over there is referred to the peacock president. Oh, yeah, Ridley replied. I'm with you. Do you know where he is? Last time I checked, he moves back forth Mosul and Baghdad. He's got a car parts business, if you can believe it. I hear it's moaming. Track him down and set up a meeting. For when? First thing tomorrow, Rapp said. And find someone else to mef the president. You're coming with me. Are you going to fill me in? I'll explain it all on the plane. MCUT me at Andrews in 2 hours. You got it? Tehran, Iran Ashani found if he control shallow breaths it helped minimize the coughing attacks. He sat hugging the arm of the couch, with the chief of the armed forces to his right and the foreign minister next to him. The supreme leader sat alone in a simple chair almost directly across from Ashani. His meeting chamber was void of all technological advances. There were no computers or plasma TVs. No projectors or drop-down screens. There wasn't even a conference table for them to sit around. It was the century-old setting of kings and religious leaders. Supplicants and advisors came to plead their cases, and the monarch would lay down his edict. He was not to be bothered with details or execution. The advisors would sort things out later. The system also conveniently gave the Supreme Imdir the ability to take credit for what worked and distance himself from what didn't. The walls were bare, with one exception. A framed photograph of the Supreme Leader hung on the wall above his right shoulder. Between the Supreme Leader's chair and the love seat where Najjar and Amathullah were seated, the Iranian flag stood upright in an effort to give the dull room an air of official state business. The president and head of the Guardian Council had dropped any pretense of liking each other. They were adversaries, and everyone in the knew it. Both men sat stiffly and leaned away from one another, Najjar toward the Supreme Imdir and Amathullah toward Ashani. Ashani had hesitated for only a second when his DCW tour told him he would like him to come straight to the hospital so he could him out. Ashani knew it was essential that he at this meeting, if for no other reason than to make sure Amathullah did not try to blame him for what had gone wrong, or somehow convince the supreme leader to rush into some FCX-lish act of reprisal. There was one other reason, though, that continued to nag him. He was deeply worried by what he had seen when he looked down into the pit of what was not so long ago his country's epicenter of scientific advancement and national pride. More to the point, he was worried about what he didn't see. Persian pride would demand that they hit back. Ashani and his ministry would play a crucial role in whatever they decided to do. A straight-out military counter-strike was foolish, but that wouldn't stop several key members of the council from advocating all-out war with Israel. There would be a lot of rattling in the coming weeks, but in the end they would find surrogates to do their dirty work. That part would not be difficult. There were plenty 01 impoverished Palestinians who would jump at the chance to martyr themselves. Ashani's more immediate concern was in protecting himself and his Vimpel. WMS going to for what had happened /L. One would think that the Ministry of Intelligence would be safe, but with Amathullah one never knew. The man never let the facts get in the way of his vision of events. Things were going to get ugly. Alliances on the council were sure to shift as the inevitable blame game ensued. Who would try to rewrite history? Who would try to deflect? Who would stab whom in the back? Anything was possible, and Ashani could not afford to be laid up in a hospital with DCW tours poking and Pirks loading him. The supreme leader finished leading the group in prayer and then gave his friend Najjar the signal to Najjar at Major General Dadlus and said, "General, your report." Like every man in the room, Dadras had a full X-ard. His was thicker than the others and dyed an oily black. He had a broad forehead and a luating hairline. He was in his olive green army uniform, and he mked decidedly uncomfortable. Running forward, he said, "By our best estimates the attack placed shortly after noon. We had no radar contact with the LH-BRs, so we are assuming they used the B-2 stealth bomber. We estimate that they flew near the operational ceiling of the B-2, which is 50,000 lsexr, and to the Russians telling us their new missile system would be able to detect the American stealth aircraft," Najjar said in an unhappy tone. "They that the bombers would vulnerable when they their bomb doom and our air force detected nothing." Karuti. "Wonderful," Najjar said in a sour tone. $27 million for a missile system that doesn't work. Ashani's doubts were beginning to grow. He knew the science behind the stealth bombers, and they should have in fact left themselves to det cushion for 5 to 10 squans while they dropped their payload. More one isom, though, WMS the time of the TWMBing. Ashani had no knowledge of the Americans ever using one of the valuable stealth TX chambers in a daylight operation. Why would the Americans expose their billion-dollar planes during a daylight bombing run? The answer for Ashani was that they wouldn't. TWL here is a pilot, Amathullah announced, who made a positive identification of an Israeli plane in the area. My people are debriefing him at this very moment. Najjar slowly turned his head and looked at the president. I heard your comments on TV earlier this evening, and I saw your pilot interviewed. I am not sure I believe him. You are a skeptic, Amathullah countered. Have you not listened to anything General Dadras told us? The Air Force did nothing. They think the stealth bombers flew at their operational ceiling of 50,000 feet. Commercial air traffic flies at 30 to 35,000. Your pilot must have very eyes to see a plane from such a distance. 50,000 feet is an estimate by radar operators who failed to do their jobs. At this point I am more than happy to take the eyewitness account of a veteran pilot. Really? Najjar to Dadras. General, how many stealth bombers do the Israelis have? None that we know of. And if the Americans had given them some, do you think they would paint big white and blue stars of David on the wings? No. Najjar nodded and waited to if Amathullah had anything further to add. You may quibble over the sru-2 ifeeks of how it happened to Ned, but it is obvious to everyone that it weighs the Jews and the Americans who were this. Even so,
This council would appr and I8 it if during a national crisis you would consult us before you rushed to get in front of the cameras. Amatullah looked past Najjar to the supreme leader. My arcs, Logis. Ayatollah Nasiri acknowledged the Logi with the faintest of nods. In a soft voice he missed Najjar. How many? Najjar turned to Gholam Mashini, the man in charge 01 the country's nuclear program, and in a much louder voice asked, how many? Mashini was a large man, probably only a few juns shy of 3K. His forehead was glistening with sweat. 67 scientists and technicians. We were fortunate that they struck during lunch. 23 scientists and were on their break when the bombs fell. Fortunate. Amatullah in a whimsical tone. I'm not sure I would use that word to describe anything that you are associated with. There was, Ashani thought. Amatullah had chosen his scapegoat. He had been a champion of Mashini for years, touting him as the man who held the hopes of the future of Iran. In addition to the nuclear program, it appeared that the diminutive president expected him to stop foreign incursions into their airspace. It could have been worse, Mashini replied in a weak effort to defend himself. Amatullah clenched his hands in his lap. His short legs barely touched the floor. Our nuclear program has been destroyed, we have a toxic hole in the middle of our second largest city, and the West is laughing at us. Please tell us how it could have worse. He unclasped his hands and threw them up in the air. Would love for you to explain to us how it could have been worse. Mashini's face grew mushed. He kept his mouth closed and refused to speak. His discomfort and embarrassment was obvious. Has the radioactive fallout been contained? Najjar asked. Yes. He lost of the facility. The equipment can be salvaged, but it will have to move to a different location. Natan's? Najjar asked. That would my Najjar swiveled his head to look at Amatullah. I to remember you advocating Isfahan to be the main nuclear site over Natan's. Something due to with that the Americans would never attack a site in the middle of a city. The head of the Guardian Council was referring to the country's two main nuclear sites. Natan's was buried in a mountain hundreds of away from Isfahan in a remote location. There had a debate years earlier over where to put the crucial parts of the program. Isfahan was pushed by Amatullah for the reason already stated, and the country's scientists lobbied hard for the site. They did not want to have to relocate their families to the remote region of Natan's. Amatullah bought time with one of his sly grins. I did no such thing. I merely along the recommendations of others. The president glanced at the vice president for atomic energy. To you guaranteeing this council that Isfahan could survive anything the Americans could throw at it? If I made such a guarantee, it was based on the advice of those who know about such things. You made the guarantee, I remember it very well. Amatullah exhaled in frustration. Experts who do not work for me stated that the facility could withstand anything short of a nuclear strike. Obviously, the Americans have come up with a new wheel. I am not a scientist, my friend. I am not a military expert, nor am I an oracle who can see the future. Maybe we will have to LC/SS trusting of your word from now on. Amatullah mked deeply offended. If you want to blame me for what Hal W1 at today, I am truly insulted. I did not come here to discuss the past. I am here because I want to know how we are going to make the Jews and Americans pay for this. The president mk a moment to glance around the room and make eye contact with each man. It is understandable that some of us are upset, but we must put that anger aside and FCW us on striking back at our enemies. Who in this was not behind our nuclear program? We will strike back at our enemies, Najjar said in a measured tone, but there must be accountability. Not everyone on this council was as behind this program as you were. Several of us feared this was exactly where we would end up. Pouring countless treasure into a program that would one day destroyed by our enemies. If I had known that you were going to speak so freely to the press about our right to develop nuclear weapons,
NS and you're to see Israel wiped off the face of the map. I would have never supported this. L. Amathullah started to shriek. Do not interrupt me, Najjar said sharply. L think you should be removed from office. The cleric paused to let Amathullah know just how serious he was. But unfortunately, we can't do that right now. Do you know why? Amathullah shook his head. We can't do it because the Jews would be dancing in the street. It would be a dual victory for them. Whether I like it or not, you are exactly who we to galvanize our people and get them fixed on the retribution that must be meted out. Amathullah's face transformed from worry to pride and then elation. The IHPLE will behind us, I can promise you that. We will strike back at the Jews and the Americans like never before, and I know exactly where to hit them. We will make them pay for their arrogance. We will destroy them. Air Force One rapped the president's door and knocked. He waited and then entered. Alexander was behind his desk, and Kennedy was sitting across from him in a chair. Rapp closed the door and sat on the arm of the couch immediately to his right. Kennedy looked at him and said, "We're discussing what I should say to Azad." Rapp thought of the Iranian intelligence minister and shrugged his shoulders. "I heard about your little accident. I'd like to say sorry, but the truth is we've been quietly hoping the Israelis would take care of this for some time. I don't think that will work. It's the truth." "What did you find out?" the president asked. "The Israelis aren't talking to anyone. From the top down to the mid-level guys, no one is answering their phones." "Your assessment?" "They did it," Rapp said plainly. "You're sure?" 100%. "Mitch," Kennedy said cautiously, "you can't give that kind of guarantee." "All right, 99.999. Explain." The president leaned back and crossed his legs. "The Israelis are very insular. They can close ranks like no other outfit I've ever worked with. They trying to get their story straight. Figure out if they can weather this and lie to the world that they had no involvement in it." "But why wouldn't they have given us some signal that this was coming?" Alexander asked. "Easier to ask for forgiveness than a permission," answered. "Exactly," said Rapp. The president thought about it for a second and then asked, "What if it was an accident?" His was no accident, sir. Israel was it, and their silence is all the proof. If they honestly had nothing to do with this, they would calling us misking why we didn't give them a sides up. My guess is that this was a very tight operation run by a very limited team within Mossad, including a few people from the military, the prime minister, and one or two cabinet ministers. I don't know how they did it, but they caught the Iranians flat-footed. The analysts back at Langley reviewed the satellite and there is absolutely no sign of any activity prior to the place collapsing. No response from the guard barracks on site, no rush of IHPLE fleeing any of the buildings. No sign of anything unusual. And why is that significant? There were no gunshots. If this thing were a full-blown commando raid, you would have seen a reaction from the base security. This is part of why the Iranians think it was an air strike. No one alerted them that anything was wrong. One minute the place was there, the next minute it wasn't. The logical assumption for them is that it was stealth bombers, even though to the of my knowledge we've never conducted a daylight bombing run with ours. The president looked over at Kennedy. No, I've asked this, but is it possible that the Israelis have developed their own stealth plane? Highly unlikely. But possible. Wrap his hands in front of him, signifying not to go down that road. The Israelis don't have the money to develop a plane like that, and even if they did, there's still one other piece of evidence that hints to an inside job. When you get back to Washington, Secretary England is going to give you a bomb damage assessment report from the Pentagon. I haven't seen it, but I know what it's going to say. How? I've in the field marking targets for these flyboys when they drop their bunker busters. I've crawled down into a few of those command and control centers after they've hit, and they don't MK like the satellite photos we've seen of this place. Holes are made, parts of and ceilings collapse, and everything inside is charred, but it doesn't look like the earth opened up and swallowed the whole damn building. Then what was it? They had some people on the inside and they probably had them there for some time. They were able to move unnoticed, place the charges, and blow the building. It's the only thing that makes sense. The president swiveled his chair and thought about what he'd heard. After a long moment he looked up and said, "Would it really matter if the Israelis destroyed it by air or by any other means? In the end they are still the ones who it." Rapp smiled. "It matters because it gives us an opportunity to create an alternative truth and make the Iranians like they are lying to their own IHPLE and the world." The president was SP and whiteless for a second. He looked at Kennedy briefly and then back at Rapp. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Neither do I," Kennedy added. "Have you ever heard of a group called the Peoples of Iran? The PMOI? They're a group that falls loosely under the control of the National Council of Resistance of Iran. It's made up of dissidents of all different stripes. They live mostly in Europe. They're scientists, teachers, mystics. Pretty much anyone who felt repressed by the clerics and decided to leave. They were around during the revolution back in '79 and then found out they weren't welcome at the table after the Shah in 1981. Hundreds of their top members were rounded up and taken to Evin prison, where Khomeini had them shot. The PMOI is also referred to as the Mech. These guys have been our saving grace in northern Iraq. Every time the Sunnis get out of line or the Iranians send one of their Badr brigades into the area to cause trouble, we call in the Mech and they make the problem go away. Aren't they on a terrorist list?" the president missed. "Bad move by the previous administration. They thought they could get some brownie points with Iran, which was foolish, but now's not the time to get into it. The important thing is that the Mech has become a force to be with. There are a few reasons why Mosul is far more peaceful than Baghdad or Bimsra, and one of the biggest ones is the Mech. The Iranian government hates these guys with a passion, and Mech suffers no lost love for the hardline clerics. So how do they figure into the current crisis?" "They don't," Rapp said with a grin, "but we're going to make them part of it." Tehran, Iran. Ashani felt as if he had been sucked into some alternate universe where up was down and down was up. It was one thing to put on a brave race and plot a proper course of retribution, but this was simply nonsense. The man who had put them in this tenuous position was yet again going to be the chief propagandist in the next phase of the conflict. The last thing they did was more inflamed rhetoric and promise of grand retribution. The council a reality check. Under normal circumstances Ashani would have never thought of confronting Amatullah in front of the supreme leader, but it was different now. Something had changed within him, and he had no doubt it was precipitated by his close brush with death earlier in the day. He had always known Amalullah was perhaps the most arrogant man in the government. His inflammatory words more than anything else were what had gotten them into this national crisis. There was no limit to the man's ability to delude himself and others. He was incapable of understanding the obvious. Iran's nuclear program was in shambles. Literally, not a speck of equipment was salvageable. All of their intelligence estimates told them that Israel had in excess of 100 nuclear devices and America had so many they spent hundreds of millions $1 decommissioning old ones. The idea that they could bring utter devastation to either country was simply ludicrous. Emboldened by his near-death experience, Ashani at the diminutive leader and asked, "And just how are we going to destroy them?" "What?" Amatullah was caught off guard by the question. El said, "How are going to destroy them?" he asked with a slight etch. "We will launch wave after wave of martyrs. We will target their infrastructure. We will bring their economy to its knees." Amatullah dismissed his intelligence boss with an irritating frown. Ashani was not to be deterred. The 9/11 attacks were nothing more than a 24-hour new for their economy. ILTK, unst back even stronger than before. We will make 9/11 seem like it was nothing. Ashani gave Amathullah a doubtful, and you think the Americans will sit there and take it? YCNS. They cannot afford to go to war with us. They have learned their son in what if you're wrong? Sup B, SE they are willing to go to war with us. According to you, they are behind this attack, which by de facto means they are willing to risk open never. Amathullah shook his head vigorously. Hat is why they had Israel drop the bombs. They themselves did not have the courage to confront us. The man's absolute confidence in his ability to predict what the Americans would do was unnerving. Ashani turned and looked at the Supreme Leader. Mark my words. If we push the Americans too far, they will strike back. Will never invade, Amathullah said dismissively. L did not say they would invade. They will drop bombs, and plenty of them. Amathullah scoffed at the threat. And we will hit them everywhere. Not just in America, but all over the world. We will bring their aviation industry to its knees. We will disrupt oil flow and their economy will collapse. Ashani shook his head sadly. Escalation will lead to escalation. They will rain tombs down on us like nothing we have ever seen. Mark my words, they will destroy our entire air force on the first day, and then they will turn their sights on us. Ashani paused to MK around the RCN, letting each man know that this time their own hides might be on the line. It will take time for our martyrs to strike, and their success is not the Americans, on the other hand, have us surrounded. They have bases in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they have 2 aircraft carriers in the Gulf. If war starts, they will send a 3rd and maybe even a 4th and 5th Kamer. Gok slow, Amathullah proclaimed. Let them pack all of their vaunted carriers into the Gulf, where they will be that much easier to sink. He leaned forward and pointed at himself. We control the Strait 01 Hormuz. Not them. You underestimate the Americans if you think they are dumb enough to put 5 carriers in the Gulf. They will move their Marine and Navy air units to Qatar, the UAE, or Bahrain. They will have us surrounded on 3 sides. Never. Amathullah shook his head vigorously. Our Arab brothers would never commit such a treacherous act. Our Arab brothers are not exactly enthralled with our growing influence in Iraq. Don't so sure of their superiority, right, and even if they do as you say, the Americans can from the Arabian Sea. They will decimate our entire infrastructure within 1 week. Every refinery, every and rail line will be severed. All telecommunications facilities and WER plants will demolished. Except in the north, of course, where they will leave everything in place and arming the Kurds. It will take years for our already fragile economy to recover, and we will have to deal with an insurrection in the non. You underestimate the strength of our people, Amathullah said dismissively. Unlike the Americans, who are fat and lazy, our people know how to sacrifice and make do. And you, Ashani shot back, overestimate your polarity with the IHVL. Don't so sure they won't turn on you when their power is out and they have no foxlow on the table. You traitor! Amathullah yelled. How dare you! Ayatollah Najjar reached over and grabbed Amathullah's arm. Both of you, he said firmly, need to remember who you are in the presence of. Both Ashani and Amathullah looked at the Supreme Invader and then averted their eyes in either a sign of compliance or humiliation. The Supreme Imdur sat stoically in his chair, his arms at his sides and his long fingers over his knees. By design or nature the man gave off an air of tranquility. In a measured, confident voice he said, "We have attacked. He the time to look each man in the eye before moving on. It is our just right to demand retribution in both and treasure." He glanced at his Minister of Foreign Affairs. "You will take our case to the United Nations. Those responsible will have to pay." His gaze shifted to Ashani and Amathullah. "We must move carefully. It would appear that the united yet again Israel to do the work of the devil." Every man in the Save Ashani nodded in agreement. There is a chanki, Ashani started, that the states did not have of this act. Do you think they are mourning our loss? No, but I would like to remind the Council that the Americans have rid us of both Saddam and the Taliban. We have a back channel with their government. I would like to see what I can find out. We take action. Lies, Amathullah bellowed. Wi hat is what you will find out. Ashani ignored Amathullah. I do not see what harm it could do to hear what they have to say. Amathullah tried to speak, but the supreme leader silenced him with a disapproving look. He a moment to straighten his robes and then said, the right hand does not always neck to know what the left hand is doing. Ashani had grown used to these empiriquise prcx lamad ions from the supreme leader. It allowed him to keep his hands clean. The problem, as Ashani knew all well, was that his left much room for interpretation. There is nothing wrong in finding out what the Americans have to say, but do not trust them. I will leave the details to all of you, but I want to be clear about one thing. This attack cannot go unpunished. The members of the council nodded enthusiastically, and a few broke into applause. Ashani had the sinking feeling that they were going down a dangerous road paved with emotion and national pride. The thought of where it might lead them brought on a violent coughing fit. Ashani doubled over in pain. The other members of the council grew concerned until at last it stopped. Excuse me, Ashani said sheepishly. He felt a wetness on his chin and drew the back of his hand across his mouth. He looked down with embarrassment to it was covered in blood. The supreme leader mked at him with grave concern and said, my son, you should be in the hospital. My apology asterisk. I will go at once. Ashani stood and bowed. He felt a sudden shortness of breath. He took 2 steps toward the door, wavered, and White House on a slow day. Washington, I.C., was an electric city. To the capital from all over the world to conduct business, espionage, and a myriad of other activities legal and illegal. The city was home to countless non-profits, trade organizations, and financial institutions, and the hub of journalists outside of New York City. Counting Baltimore, there were 6 major pro-spons teams and another dozen college teams to cheer for. Everything, however, took a backseat to politics. A potential showdown with Iran had the town running on adrenaline. The city had awakened to find the papers plastered with photos of an angry Iranian president and aerial shots of Iran's destroyed nuclear facility. Every TV and radio channel was buzzing with the story. Iran was blaming the United States and Israel. Thus far Israel had silent, but the administration had released %LA statement through Sue Glusman, the White House press secretary, saying they had absolutely no involvement whatsoever in the accident. Kennedy had to Glusman and the president that they should refer to the incident as an accident until Iran could prove otherwise. Kennedy WMS running on a few hours sleep. After landing at Andrews Air Force Base the day she had a helicopter out to Langley, where she worked until 1:1 her driver took her home. She thanked her mother for watching her son, Tommy, kissed the sleeping Mai on the forehead, and then grabbed 5 hours of sleep, before waking up, kissing her still sleeping son on the forehead again, and then heading back to the office, all before the sun was up. This was, unfortunately, more common than she would have liked. The director of the CIA didn't mind the work, but she did mind being away from her son. Kennedy's armor-plated suburban pulked through the Secret Service cluckpoint at the southwest gate and rolled up to the ground floor entrance. As by the president, she was early. An AM meeting of the National Security Council was scheduled, and Alexander wanted Kennedy to bring him up to speed on any overnight developments. The director of the CIA said good morning to the Secret Service uniformed officer who was sitting just inside the. She continued down the hall and took the stairs up 1 level. When she entered the president's private dining room, she was momentarily to find 2, Secretary of State Wicca and Secretary of Defense England. The silver-haired Secretary of Defense was about to stick a SRX, onful of oatmeal in his mouth when he saw Kennedy. In his typical cut-to-the-chase mode he said, "I love Rap's idea. The president was just filling us in. These guys never let the truth get in the way of their message. I say it's time we give them a little taste of their own medicine. Kennedy smiled uncomfortably, which caused the gregarious England to laugh. He pointed across the table to the president and said, "I told you she wouldn't like it that you told us." Secretary of State Wicca was sitting directly across the table from Kennedy. She frowned at England and said, "That's Tuesday as she is one of the few in this town who can keep a secret." "Don't worry, Irene," England said. "You don't survive in investment banking by running around shooting your mouth off. At least not for very long." England was referring to his tenure at Merrill Lynch and Jaffray. The president had brought him on board because he wanted an analytical businessman to help him drag the Pentagon into the new millennium. Alexander at the one remaining chair and said, "Please sit." Kennedy set her briefs next to the chair and her coat to a Navy steward. "What would you like this morning, Dr. Kennedy?" "Wie usual, Jakes." "Thank you." The president pushed his plate of half-eaten eggs and sausage to the side and wilked the corners of his mouth with a white napkin. "Mitch was right about the bomb damage assessment IVIMT. My England said, concur, with one exception." Kennedy sat and asked, "What is that?" "One analyst thinks the Israelis dropped a low-yield tactical nuke into the place." "Interesting. One of my people brought up a similar scenario last night." "What led your analyst to do it was a nuke?" "Not so much evidence as plausibility. He says the other way is complicated. Too many variables." Kennedy thought about it for a moment and asked, "How does he say the will X, and was delivered How's where his argument gets a little thin?" "Possibly a cruise missile. Our satellites would have picked up a missile launch." "More than likely. He also thinks there is a good chance the Israelis must have developed a stealth LH. Kennedy glanced at the president and then looked back at England. "Your people probably have a better handle on this than my people do. Do they think it's that Israel developed a stealth bomber?" "No," England said emphatically. "I put the question out last night and all my are in agreement that they just don't have the money." "WIA might not need as much money as you think," Wicca said. "How so?" the president asked. "They have a history of stealing what they need. That's how they developed their own nuclear program. We did all the research, development, and testing and they came in and stole all of our data. They even stole nuclear materials from us to make their first MMB." The president looked at Kennedy. "Is this true?" "I'm afraid so. It happened in the 60s. They stole approximately 200 pounds of highly enriched uranium." "I'll agree it's possible," England said, "but it is still highly unlikely. Remember, this attack happened in broad daylight. My Imam people went back and reviewed every airfield in the country. They paid special attention to the bases in the Negev. They came up with nothing. Every tassage they discovered was by other tracking sets. It's big of a leap of faith to buy into the idea that Israel a multi-billion-dollar plane and then flew it during the day." "So you agree with Mitch's theory?" Kennedy said. The president a sip of coffee and then said, "And we're all in that Mitch's plan could work." One by one the president's three advisors. The president looked at Secretary of State Wicca. "You have any problem lying to the United Nations?" Wicca with amusement and then laughed. "If I afraid of skirting the truth in that den of pathological liars, I would not a very of state." "What did you say Mitch called it?" "Creating an alternative truth." "Yes. L like that. The UN runs on alternative truths. All of them self-serving, of wonderful." The president turned to, "What about your with the Iranian intel chief?" "It has been agreed to in principle. The details are 1K*ing worked out." "Where will it take place?" "Mosul. That is where we have met in the past." The president glanced at Wicca. "Do you have any problems with this?" "Wie State Department has no official and very few unofficial ties with Iran. I think this is the right move." Glancing at Kennedy he and said, Have you heard from Mitch? Kennedy checked her watch. He should be landing in Tel Aviv shortly. You think they'll give him a straight answer? Wicca Kennedy thought it over for a second. I'm not sure it will matter. They'll love Mitch's idea for the simple reason it will give them diplomatic cover. It'll muddy the waters enough to give countries on the UN Security Council a reason to vote against whatever sanctions Iran asks for. You honestly don't think they'll tell him? Alexander asked in a surprised tone. Mr. President, they are a tough bunch. If anyone can get them to talk, though, it would be Mitch. Tel Aviv, Israel. The Gulf Stream 5 landed at Ben Gurion International Airport, where it was met by a refueling truck. After the tanks were topped off, the pilots were directed to a dilapidated hangar far away from the commercial terminal. The CIA pilots eased the plane's 93.5-foot wingspan through the 100-foot opening with great care and then shut the engines down. Mitch Rapp looked out the port side window and cheeked out the men who were assembled to greet him. They looked like misfits from some Cold War-era film about to handle a prisoner exchange at Checkpoint Charlie. Rapp unbuckled his seat belt and knew he looked over at Rob Ridley, who was about to get up. Stay put. Yeah, right. I'll chief of the CIA's Near East Division to stand up. Rapp put a firm hand on his friend's shoulder and pushed him back down. I'm serious. We just finished a 12-hour flight, Ridley complained. Are you out of your mind? I need to stretch my legs. Yeah, well, if you get off this plane, I might have to break your legs. So stay put until I tell you otherwise. I swear you were raised by a pack of wolves. Why do you always have to threaten violence? Just sit tight. You know how secretive Ben is. Rapp moved past Ridley and stopped next to Marcus Dumond, Langley's re*ident computer genius and hacker extraordinaire. Dumond up at Rapp and what's up? Sit tight until I've had a chance to talk to Ben. He likes strange faces. Rapp perked forward and lower the stairs. He tilted his head to the right to get through the opening and moved stiffly down the short run of steps. Rapp was dressed in black dress pants and a loose-fitting, untucked Bugatti short-sleeve shirt. His black Italian loafers hit the concrete floor, and he started toward the Director General of Mossad. With his thick stubble and shaggy black hair he looked more native to the region than the men he was walking toward. This was not his normal attire, but it allowed him to fit in. Many security contractors flew into the region wearing 5.1110 tactical clothing and SWAT boots. They stood out like a sore thumb among the LCXALS, which in a way served as a deterrent. A kind of "don't mess with me" sign. I carry a gun, and I have the permission to shoot anyone who messes with me. The flip side of that was that it also marked them. Rapp didn't want that. Where he was slow, he need %L to blend in. Rapp proceeded across the hangar toward Friedman, who was flanked by two huge men who looked as if they were waiting for Friedman to give them the okay to snap Rapp in half. Friedman himself was no wilting flower. He stood 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed at least 250 pounds. Atop his bull-like shoulders and neck was a bald shiny head with heavy jowls. In his day he'd been known to do a lot of the heavy lifting himself. Now in his late 60s, he left that to men like the two standing next to him. As Rapp neared, he said, "Ben, good of you to come out here and meet me." Friedman's acerbic expression unchanged. "I think of you every day when I get out of bed. You can still get a hard-on after all years." Rapp, "Good for you, you old dog." The bone crusher on Friedman's right a half-step phone vard. "Easy, killer," Rapp said. "L don't want to have to kick your ass in front of your boss and your twin brother here. I am reefing to the bullet hole you put in my leg," Friedman continued. "Well, Ben," Rapp said, "I hate to think what you would have done to me if I had been dumb enough to assassinate an Israeli citizen and got caught trying to interfere in your country's political process." Friedman raised his chin in defiance and his 2B guards, who were now LCX, king at him. "What, You didn't tell Mongo and Lloyd here. Rap Miskexel with feigned I'd be happy to fill them in on the little ration you were running against your country's most loyal ally. It went like this, toys. Enough, Friedman shouted. Wait for me outside, he snapped at the two men. Like obedient Rottweilers following the command 01 an owner, they turned and left without having to be told a second time. As soon as they were out of listening range, Israel's chief spy snarled, "What do you want? You look a little haggard, Ben. Not enough sleep lately. The only reason I am here is because your president requested that I meet you. What do you want?" Don't want anything, Ben. Friedman scoffed. I suppose you flew all this way, you missed my pretty face. No, I flew all this way to thank you. The Israeli spy chief rolled his eyes. For what? For doing us all a favor and destroying Iran's nuclear program. Friedman stared Rap straight in the eye and said, I have no idea what you are talking. Abu El Rap put one FCU T in front of the other, his arms, and admiringly said, Think you're the liar I've ever met, Ben. That means a lot, coming from someone as accomplished as you. WL Hank you. Now let's get serious. I know you destroyed that facility, and you know you destroy all that facility. I'm on your side. I told President Alexander you guys did us a huge favor. We did not drop bombs on that facility. I don't care what that crazy little man said. No Israeli planes were anywhere near his country when this attack occurred, which leaves me with only one conclusion. Rapsmill wi his shit good. He his hand toward himself. Let's hear it. Think it was American planes that were spotted over Isfahan. Yeah, right. One of our pilots decided enough was enough and he just went and bombed the hell out of that place without getting approval from the Pentagon or the president. All I'm saying is that this plane that was reportedly over Isfahan WMS not one of 011B, which means it was more than likely one of yours. You're unbelievable. I fly almost 6,000 miles to save your ass and you think I'm dumb enough to buy some load of crap like that? Don't remember asking you to save my ass. You didn't, but I'm going to anyway. I don't your help. Hell you don't, Rap said with frustration building. He took a step back and then admitted, mate, I was the wrong guy for the president to send, consider Mgar history, but here it is. I am sincerely grateful that you guys had the balls to do what needed to be done. The president, while he can never say so publicly, feels the same way. I have permission from him to launch an operation that will take the blame off you guys, and expose the Iranian leadership for the lying bastards that they are. I don't. Rap cut him off. Ben, please let me finish. I know you did it, and I know how you did it. There WMS no plane or planes. No missiles. Nothing like that. You had sun on the inside. You guys blew that damn thing up and it collapsed into a nice little pile right on top of itself. I admire you for it, and if you weren't such a pain in the ass I'd probably give you a hug right now. Friedman's already sour face twisted into a deeper frown. How many IHPLE have you discussed this with? Only Irene and the president. Friedman exhaled and mk a look around the hangar. The pained look on his face said it all. He was deeply troubled that Rap knew one of his government's most closely kept secrets. What are your sources? Rap smiled. For Friedman to ask such a question was as close to an admission as he was ever going to get. I've got a friend in your building. Rap knew the lie would drive Friedman nuts. Changing gears, he said, "You to get your government on the same page. Stay silent. Keep denying. Whatever you to do. I don't care what kind of evidence the Iranians say they have, just don't admit you were behind this thing. They're going to show up at the UN on Friday and try to pin this whole thing on you. After they presented their case, we're going to pull the rug right out from underneath them and leave them like lying." Friedman was intrigued. What do you have planned? Don't worry. You'll scon enough.
Again the president sends his thanks. I don't like you, Ben, but I sure hell admire your audacity. Rapp turned and started walking away. Where are you going? Friedman yelled. To northern Iraq, Rapp shouted over his shoulder. To bail your ass out. Tehran, Iran. Ashani had spent the night in the hospital under sedation. He woke up in the morning with a screaming headache and a vague memory of the muling he had attended the evening before. His wife and daughters were there to explain what had and offer comfort. They made a great joke out of the fact the doctor wanted him to abstain from work and talking for at least 2 days. His lungs were operating at 10% of their normal capacity due to the amount of dust he had inhaled. The DCW tours tried to remain positive. They told him that with rest, and antibiotics to ward off an infection, he should be back to himself in a week or so. Ashani got the distinct impression they were lying to him. From the Ministry of Intelligence showing up at his bedside by mid-morning to deliver briefers and keep him apprised of what was going on. At first were nothing more than routine reports, although in the wake of the attack on Isfahan there was a new sense of redance to everything. His wife hovered nearby and twice she tried to stop people from getting into the while Ashani appreciated her trying to him, it was not realistic. He to know what was going on. It was shortly after when Ashani started to get that trouble was brewing. There were little signs here and there that Amatullah was putting the country on a full-blown war ting. To a certain degree this was fine. It would force the Americans and the Israelis to react. Putting bases on high alert and organizing protests was one thing, but ordering the entire Iranian submarine fleet to sea was an entirely different matter. The Americans were very skittish about the Kilo-class submarines his country had purchased from Russia. Putting all of them to sea as well as the mini-subs and the noisy Iranian-made subs would make the Americans even more skittish. Ashani was sipping his lunch through a straw when his number 2 entered the room with a box 01 qualities and a worried expression. The man leaned over him so that no one else in the room could hear and he whispered, "We have problems." Ashani had known Firouz Mirala Jalali for 16 years. He was not prone to exaggeration. The worried MK on his face told him the problem was internal. Ashani lifted his hands from his lap and made a shooing motion. Pavel filed out of the room, but his wife held her ground. Ashani's jawline tightened and he jerked his head toward the door. His wife her head in disappointment and left. Jalali pulled up a chair and sat at the of the Hazirbi and Ashani nodded. The sad truth was that he was more concerned with espionage from within his own government than from a foreign agency. He Mudi, Jalali said with a of disgust, is prancing around demanding this and that. He acts like he is running this. Ashani nodded. His friend was talking about the abrasive Mukhtar. The man's non-Persian roots did not endear him to Jalali and many others. Amatullah has told us to give him whatever and assistance he wishes. The man is planning attacks on a scale that will provoke the Israelis and the Americans to strike back. And that isn't even the worst of it. Our fearless president is come up with another one of his ideas. Jalali held his index finger next to his right temple and rolled it over and over in a circular motion, the universal sign for crazy. He wants us to put together a plan to sink one of our own tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Ashani's eyes grew wide. No, Jalali his head. He wants to frame the Americans. He says everyone will bully us and it will further isolate the US. Ashani and ked the door and then in a quiet voice croaked out the words, "You can't be serious." "I am." He says it will put oil prices through the which will give the treasury a much boost, but mostly he says it will cement the fact that the Americans are waging war against us. Ashani could feel his blood rising. He thought of Amatullah's stupid plan to kidnap the British sailors and Marines the previous spring. It had been his crazy idea to create an incident after several high-ranking Iranian officials had defected to the West. While Amatullah thought the entire thing played very well with his countrymen, he had never realized the damage it had done to them internationally. It shall sell him to a thug and a man who lied with great ease.
The British, with the aid of the Americans, had presented rock-solid satellite images that the sailors had been plucked from Iraqi water, not Iranian. Amatullah had declared the evidence fabricated and was willing to put his fate in the hands of the UN Security Council, but Ayatollah Najjar intervened at the last minute and convinced Amatullah to release the hostages. The propagandist then had the gall to hold a staged ceremony where he announced the release as a gift to the British people. Ashani knew he had to get hold of Najjar and try to talk some sense into someone before these reprisals began. Glancing toward the door, he whispered to Jalali, "You to get me out of here." Washington, D.C. CIA Director Kennedy looked out the heavily tinted side window of her armored Chevy Suburban with a dazed expression. The buildings, pedestrians, and naked trees zoomed by like a reel of film in fast forward. She was running on fumes, and it was only in the afternoon. Her security detail was plowing its way through early rush hour traffic trying to get her to the State Department. Wicca had an informal meeting to help her prepare for her presentation at the UN. This was all a new experience for Kennedy. To say that the previous Secretary of State disliked the CIA would have been too strong. It was probably more that he was guarded. Which was not unusual. Association with the CIA had a way of making most people nervous. Kind of like being around sore necks Jane with a communicable disease. An ominous and even nefarious label was often added to America's top spy agency. She had dealt with who the agency, some going as far as to tell her the place should be shuttered and its employees thrown into jail. Kennedy wrote these confrontations off as vitriol launched by left-wing extremists who deluded themselves into thinking everyone would get along if America simply played nice. Secretary of State Wicca, fortunately, did not hold those opinions. Liberal in her politics, she was a woman who had traveled the world and understood both human nature and the complexities of individual culture. A widow and the mother of 5 txjys and a girl, she had been hammering the president on sexism since the day she had confirmed. Not sexism in his administration or even the country. Wicca held the belief that the long-term key to winning the war on terror was to get the women involved. As long as the Muslim extremist culture was dominated by bigoted men stuck in the Middle Ages, there could little hope of finding peace. Kennedy ranks with her in pushing this as a key for the president. The vehicle came to an UX1 stop a mile from Foggy Bottom. She was about to ask her driver what was going on when she saw the intersection was blcked by another motorcade of Sklans and SUVs. With Iran making noise and threatening reprisals, the Department of Homeland Security had recommended that personal protection details for all key administration figures be stepped up. Kennedy's security chief had already made the adjustment even though she voiced her opinion that the decision was premature. IW traffic was some of the worst in the country, and all of these motorcades only made this worse. Just as the intersection cleared, Kennedy's mobile secure telephone unit buzzing. She at the readout and saw it was her office. She pulled the black handset from its cradle and said, "Hello. I have Mitch on the line." It was the voice of one of Kennedy's 3 assistants. "Patch him through, please." There was clicking noise and then rap came on. "Irene. I just finished the test leg of my journey. Are you back in the air? Elle wouldn't be talking to you if I still on the ground. How did it go? The guy is he actually tried to blame it on us at 11k, int." Kennedy sighed. Moments like this made her wonder if Ben Friedman was actually an ally. What did he say? He tried to say it was our planes that were seen in the air. How did you respond? Elle told him there weren't any planes in the air. Theirs or ours. That was when I saw the chink in that ugly mug of his. He started to get real evasive and nervous. Especially when I laid out for him exactly how the place had been destroyed. How did he react? Worried. He wanted to know who I had talked to. And I told him I had a source inside his government. Kennedy smiled and said, "You didn't." Damn right. That prick, he's got more spies in America than practically every other country combined, and what did we give them last year? $5 billion in aid. Roughly. The motorcade was now pulling up to the first checkpoint of BLCWK away from the State Department. The CIA security people had called ahead, so the crash gate was down and they were waved through. You do know he's going to launch an investigation to find out who talked to you. Good. It might keep him out of my hair for a while. I told him to stay silent and tell his government to keep denying. You didn't tell him what you were up to, did you? Good. The motorcade breezed through the checkpoint and pulled up in front of the main entrance. Anything else? No. Our guy in Mosul has everything set up. I'll call you as STM as I finish the thanks. Kennedy placed the phone its cradle and waited for the door to open. It seemed like overkill, but it weighs the X-lycy of her protective detail. They to sweep the area to make sure there were no threats before she left the cover of the Suburban. 5 seconds later the was opened. Kennedy left the vehicle and was flanked by men as she headed up the stairs and into the building. They were by a State Department official who escorted them past the metal detectors and into a waiting elevator. Wicca was waiting for Kennedy in her expansive office. While the outside of the Harry S. Truman building would not ever chronicled in the annals of great American architecture, the secretary's office impressive. It mked as if it had been transom, root from an 18th century French villa. The furniture, gilded ceiling, and a lobster fireplace radiated wealth and prestige. The of-state icy, kexel over the top of a pair of horn-rimmed sarcoidicals on the end of her nose. Her short freaksel hair was cut in layers. She pusluxel her chair back and stood. Thank you for coming, Irene. My pleasure, Sonny. Can I get you anything to drink? No thank you. I'm fine. Wicca walked over to a small wet bar and grabbed 2 coffee mugs. She set them down and pulled a bottle of Hennessy brandy out of the cupboard. She poured some brandy into each mug and then carried them over to where Ken Lee was standing. You look like you could use some. Wicca handed Kennedy one of the mugs. Kennedy smiled. Nice choice of stemware. His place is filled with prudes and it's not like the old days, I'll tell you that. Kennedy held up her mug. To the old days. Wicca raised her mug and it against although, I suppose in the old days they would have never let us out or the secretarial pool. That's right. Well, screw the old days. Wicca pointed toward the fireplace and 2 waiting chairs. I saw in the paper today Stu Garrett drowned while vacationing in Central America. USTA Rica, Kennedy offerul. Wicca the chair on the right and Kennedy for a moment. Finally, she offered, the man was a real jerk. Kennedy pursed her lips while she thought of an appropriate wrestle, NSE. She got the sense Wicca might know more than she was letting on. He had a knack for getting under people's skin. He sure did. Wicca a drink and said, I hear you're leaving for Iraq in the morning. Yes. Be careful. L always am. I mean extra careful. I don't trust the Iranians. Kennedy brought the mug up to her lips but didn't take a drink. I've found Ashani to be a pretty reasonable person to deal with. L don't know him, but he's not the one I'm worried about. It's that little Amathullah who scares the hookah out of me. Wicca took a drink of brandy. Why is it that these wacky dictators are all short? Coincidence. Kennedy took a sip. Saddam was over 6 tall. What about Hitler? He couldn't have LZN more than 5'10". Yeah, you're probably right. Pol Pot, Kim Jong-il, Chairman Mao. What about Stalin? I don't think he was short. Well. Whatever it is, I don't trust Amathullah. Just very careful while you're over there. Especially after I put on my little romance in New York tomorrow. They are not going to like embarrassed like that. No, they won't, but that's why I'm going over there to offer them the olive branch. Don't forget that men like Amathullah don't want peace. They need us as an enemy to stay in power, and that's why I'm the one making the trip and not you. There's nothing official about this. Not until they agree to keep a lush on Hezbollah. I'm not saying I don't agree with the plan. I do. I'm saying be careful. Kennedy smiled. I will. So what can I help you with for tomorrow? Mosul, Iraq. The sun was dropping beyond the hoary slash on the G5 descended out of a patch of wispy clouds. The city of Mosul spread out beneath them, the Tigris River slicing along the edge of the metropolitan area of 2 million. 5 main bridges connected the old city to its sprawling suburbs. The city's roots were in trade. For centuries it had an extremely ethnically and religiously diverse place. In the late 80s Saddam Hussein put an end to that. He drove out the Jews, the Christians, and most tragically the Kurds. Saddam replaced them wholesale with Sunni families who had sworn allegiance to him or were from his hometown of Tikrit. The Kurds were forced out of the city and MK refuge in the FCX, hills along the Turkish TXJ Erder, where they continued to build a guerrilla force and live in defiance of Saddam. Since the fall of Saddam, the city had been in flux. The CIA had formed a very effective relationship with the Kurds. Whenever things got ugly in Mosul, the CIA would call their Kurdish friends who were garrisonal to the north. They would roll back into the city and slap down whichever faction was causing trouble. The Shia population this far north was nothing like it was in the south, but that didn't stop Iran from sending in its Badr brigades to stir up trouble, or Al-Qaeda in Iraq from trying to foment violence the Sunnis and the Kurds. Rapp looked PMST the 1X, RT side wing and counted the bridges. He couldn't understand why the damn country just wasn't split in three. It didn't even exist in its current state until the aftermath of WWI. For 5 centuries the Turks, the Kurds, the Persians, and the Safavids had all fought over a piece of land made fertile by the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Then the British and the French came along and decided to redraw the map of the Middle East and everything went to hell. Mosul, thanks to the Kurds, however, was showing real stability. So much so that the pilots felt safe enough to take a straight approach over the heart of the city. If it had been Isra or Baghdad they would have corkscrewed their way down onto the strip. Not an enjoyable way to land. The plane set down gently and parachuted to the CIAs within the Beza, where the $60 million Gulfstream 5 was placed inside a hardened hangar. One by one they filed off the plane and 01K-ned the cargo hold. Rapp grabbed his Ovescent backpack along with 2 black cases. He walked to the hangar in time to see 2 sedans approaching. The first was a Ford Crown Victoria, and the second was a Chevy Caprice Classic. The vehicles were dusty and dented and approaching at a that made Rapp a little nervous. The driver of the first car began waving through the window. Rapp could barely make out the face of the person on the other side of the tinted windscreen. It was Stan Stillwell, the CIA's chief of Luz in Mosul. The car came to an abrupt halt and the door sprang open. In the tradition of T.E. Lawrence, Stillwell had gone native. He was dressed in a loose-fitting pair of black dress pants and a gray and black chukay-patterned dress shirt. His face was a dark shade 01 bronze, and his black mustache was so thick it as if he'd been growing it since puberty. "Brother Mitch," Stillwell announced as he transferred his cigarette from his right to his left hand. "It's good to see you." Rapp took Stillwell's hand and met him with a half-hug. "How the hell have you been, buddy?" Rapp had known Stillwell for more than a decade. A few years his senior, Rapp had been a mentor of sorts for Stillwell on his first overseas assignment. "I'm great. Thyros are good here in Kurdistan." "I bet. How many girlfriends?" "A few." Stillwell smiled, revealing a thin gap between his top front teeth. "You know one of these days you're going to end up with a very angry father on your hands, and he's going to make you choose between castration and the altar." "No one's caught me yet." Rapp thought about reminding him of the time he'd had to talk Kennedy out of reprimanding him for one of his unreported dalliances but didn't want to bring it up in front of Ridley. Famous LMST words. "Don't say that. I'm just saying SCX, 11ER or later your luck is going to run out." Stillwell took a drag from his cigarette. You're probably right. Is everything ready to go? Yep. He's waiting for us back at my place. Give me those BZWs. Stillwell over Rapp's shoulder and saw Ridley. Hey, BCXSS. How you doing? Stiff, Ridley said in a grumpy voice. Good to see you, M. Stillwell up Rapp's 2 cases and stuffed them in the big trunk. BCXSS, he said to Ridley, why don't you ride with Mike in the car? I don't expect any problems, but there's no sense in making it easy for them. Stan, Rapp said as he pointed to Dumont, meet Marcus. Hey, Marcus, let me take THCXSE bags from you. Stillwell grabbed K%L the first black case and almost dropped it. Jesus, what in the hell do you have in here? Equipment. No shit. Rapp walked to the rear 01, the car where everyone had congregated. L.A., King at Stillwell, he asked, did Rob brief you on everything? Not all the details, but I can where you're going and. I love it. What about Masood? Masood Mahabad was Mech's main guy in Mosul. He thinks it's great. Can we dermed on him? Stillwell tossed his cigarette to the ground and fished a new one from a pack. Masood is probably the most trustworthy person I've met since I've been here. Gawk slow. Do we need any extra hardware for the drive? Rapp was referring to guns. No. We won't be stopping. Are you sure? Rapp in a doubtful tone. If it'll make you real TK'er, go ahead. Stillwell lifted up the right tail of his dress shirt to reveal a pistol and 2 extra magazines. WL, here's a 12-gauge mounted on the Tselling and AP91Y under the dash. Good enough for me. Let's roll. Ridley and Dumont got in the second car and Rapp got in the first car with Stillwell. The first thing Rapp did when he got in the front seat was reach under the dash and yank the P90 from its spring-loaded grips. The small bullpup submachine gun was extremely accurate and great for tight fights. Rapp slid the breech back to see if a round was chambered and then put the weapon back. As they rolled toward the main gate, Rapp, you hit since you've over here. A few times, back when we were driving the Subulhans around. Stillwell his head. It was really stupid of us. I hose things just us into a big fat target. He glanced over at Rapp. I won't get in one now. Smart move. This DCX, our stock laned pretty heavy. You put some armor plating in it? Yep. In fact, Masood did it for me. He's making a killing on his auto parts business in addition to armoring old cars like this. They were waved through the main gate and then zinged their way through the big concrete Jersey barriers before they made it to the main road. Stillwell turned north and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. He a clear plastic mouthguard from the dashboard and held it up for Rapp to seize. He put it in his mouth and then punched the accelerator. The big Detroit V8 engine to life. This is the worst part of the trip, right here. It's like the Indy 500, but with TX knobs. Rapp hurried to put on his seat. What's with the mouthguard? WL has people are some of the shittiest drivers in the world. One of our guys got in a collision a few months ago. He got hit so hard he bit off his tongue. Rapp over at Stillwell to see if the man was pulling his leg. He noticed him white-knuckling the steering wheel and it was no act. Rapp gripped the door handle tightly and swore to himself. Tehran, Iran. Imad Mukhtar was in a foul mood. He looked around the rectangular table with contempt. As a man of action, nothing bothered him more than having to listen to soft men spout platitudes. It the same thing with these pretenders every time. We will push Israel into the sea. We will vaporize their entire country. We will wipe them, he map. We will make he Americans beg for forgiveness. We will, it went on and they never lifted a finger to do 1/100th of what it was that they talked so boisterously. UT Mukhtar wanted desperately to move beyond Israel. I'll stubborn little country bored him. Asterisk, he were showing signs of weakening. Old guard was dying off. The ones who remembered all the broken permisk /s. They were slowly replaced by younger Jews who were sick of the attacks. Sick of the murders and carnage. So sick, they were willing to grasp at the illusion of peace. Mukhtar had no respect for them. He may have hated their parents and grandparents, but he respected and feared the old tustards. This young crop in both Beirut and Tel Aviv, with their iPods and cell phones, were losing their identities. Mukhtar was in a race against time and technology. None of the other men sitting in Amatullah's conference room understood the change that WMS occurring on their borders. They had so thoroughly eughed into their Islamic revolution that they now believe their own propaganda. They actually thought they were earing the day in the battle between East and West, but Mukhtar knew different. The number of dead American soldiers was laughably small compared to other conflicts. 1 million IHPLE had died the last time Iran went to war with Iraq. Even so, they needed to get the Americans to pull out as soon as possible. The effects of their occupation were far-reaching. The internet, TV, radio, cell phones, and travel were all blurring the lines of race and ethnicity, and every day the American war machine stayed in the region, more youths were lost to the seduction of capitalism and commercialism. Economic was spreading, as were the effects of decades of immigration from Lebanon and Palestine to America and Canada. This new priority was them of the angry young men they needed to sustain the fight. A contented youth was not about to offer himself up as a suicide bomb. Fortunately in Iraq the Saudis and Pakistanis had been able to provide a steady supply of youths who had been brainwashed in Saudi-sponsored madreamsms. This slow yet persistent trickle of suicide bombers was the only thing that WMS preventing the Americans from peace and stability. They had to open a new front. They needed to hit the Americans in their nose and make them withdraw. If they didn't, they risked the spreading malaise of economic prosperity. Once that happened, the people would no longer have the stomach to fight. The yammering continued, with each advisor to Amatullah trying to outdo the next in the arena of tough talk. Mukhtar's patience was threadbare. Allah surely had important plans for him. Why else would he have allowed him to survive the horrible attack at the nuclear facility? He'd spent the first day in the hospital heavily sedated. His lungs from all the coughing. When Amatullah sent for him, he was eager for the chance to get away from the poking and peer-cooling of the nurses and doctors. If he had known the meeting was going to be like this, however, he would have stayed in his bed. Major General Dadras, the chief of the armed forces, was backtracking from his earlier statements that his shore batteries could sink every U.S. ship in the Gulf if given the word. He was now saying that while he could inflict heavy casualties on the United States, such an aggressive move would undoubtedly be seen as an act of war and would invite heavy reprisals. And what do you call what they did to us? Amatullah with his signature half-grin. Was it not an act of war? Can we sit here and let it go unpunished? I'll agree, said General Dadras, trying to sound reasonable, but we must carefully consider will is proportional. Mukhtar tilted his head back and let out a contemptuous groan. Amatullah and all of his advisors turned to see what had upset the uncouth leader of Hezbollah. What is wrong? Amatullah asked, showing only amusement. I can't believe I am hearing this, Mukhtar said with no attempt whatsoever to conceal his disgust. Proportional. War is not about portions. You have been attacked by Israel and America without provocation. You were doing exactly what Israel did 30 years ago when they nuclear weapons in defiance of the United Nations and the International Atomic Energy Agency. They, more than any country, had no right to do this to us. There was a KNCRK on the door, and then it opened to reveal Azad Ashani. The Minister of Intelligence looked down the length of the table at Amatullah and said, I am sorry I wasn't here on time. I was told you were in the hospital. Ashani, one of the few remaining chairs. Gsters like to err on the side of caution. Amatullah squinted at Ashani with suspicious eyes and then turned to General Dadras. Where were we?
I'll think Ari Bain's friend was about to tell us what we should do. Mukhtar noted the way the general chose to use the name of his country. He was tempted to ask him how many of his men he had lost in their battle against Israel and America, but he decided to let it pass. You hit them, he said in a slow, steady voice. I'll like your idea, he said to Amatullah, of sinking one of your own tankers and blaming it on the Americans, but I think you should take it one step further. You should sink your tanker and then let those new Russian subs of yours hunt their carriers and sink them. If we touch one of their carriers, Dadras said in SHCXK, they will send our entire navy to the bottom of the ocean. We let them. It's not much of a navy to with, Mukhtar retorted. Dadras turned away from Mukhtar and addressed Amatullah. I am advocating taking decisive action, but one would be a fool to not take into account the American ability to strike back. It wasn't in Mukhtar's nature to sit still while an overfed, over-the-hill general called him Do you know how many of my people have died in the fight against America and Israel? He didn't wait for the general to answer. How many of your men have died, General? Dadras' face flushed with anger. He extended his fist down on the table and I will not allow you to insult my men. Mukhtar stood. Then it is settled. You will send them into battle as I have been domed with my men for 3 days. How dare you? The general stood. All I have been doing my whole life, General, is daring. Daring myself to go into battle. Daring my men into battle. Daring the Israelis to kill me. The French. The Americans. The list goes on and on. Let them drop their LHMBs. Let them sink your navy. They will never invade your country. Even if we sink one of their carriers. Especially if you sink one of their carriers. The American are growing tired of war, and they are growing tired of defending the criminal Jews. Now is the time to be bold. Mukhtar started for the where are you going, asked Amatullah. Back to Lebanon and then to America, where I am going to avenge the attack against your country. Mukhtar yanked open the door and then at him as he left. Ashani slowly looked away from the door. One by one he looked at the men arrayed around the table. Every single man had his eyes cast down in shame, save one. Amatullah had that crooked grin on his face and a faraway look in his eye. Ashani watched as the corners of his mouth turned upwards to form a smile of satisfaction. He was already troubled by what he had heard, but now the Minister of Intelligence got a new sinking in his stomach. Something told him Amatullah had rooted Mukhtar to goad these men into taking reckless action. Ashani had no doubt what the Americans would do if one of their carriers were hit. Especially if they could claim they had no hand in the attack that destroyed Isfahan. Ashani knew his colleagues well. If their honor were called into question by a half-breed like Mukhtar, they would take action. He needed to give them time to cool down. Ashani cleared his throat loudly and said, Minister Salehi will addressing the UN Security Council in a few hours. I have been informed that the U.S. Secretary of State has flown to New York and would also like to address the council. The director of their CIA has reached out to me and would like to sit down and discuss what and your VX, int is. Amatullah asked. Before we do something that could place this government and its PLE in harm's way, I think we should talk to the Americans and find out what they might be willing to offer us to avoid further conflict. One by one the advisors slowly nodded their heads in agreement. Amatullah LTX, ked at the men and said, I can wait another day or two at the most before we take action, but I want plans drawn up. When I give the order I want them implemented immediately. Have I made myself clear? One by one each man at the table said they understood. Even Ashani. Despite his health he would heading to Mosul in the morning. If he didn't speak to SCXJN, things might spin out of control. Mosul, Iraq. As the chief of base in Mosul, Stilwell could move far more easily around the city than both the chief of in Basra and the chief of station in Baghdad. His counterpart in Basra lived on the base at the Arb, RT, and was in constant fear of kidnap one high or assassinated. The chief of station in Baghdad rarely left the Americanized green zone, and when he did it was usually in a helicopter. Stillwell liked to keep 3 safe huses in rotation at any given time. Every couple of months he'd rent a new one and close up one of the old ones. They were all fairly nondescript, 2-story brick or stucco homes with high walls and a strong gate. He staffed them with private contractors and never stayed in one more than 2 nights in a row. He was constantly changing his routine so as to confuse anyone who might attempt to kidnap him. Dozens of contractors and private citizens in Mosul had been ambushed and held for ransom. About half of them made it back alive. The other half ended up floating downstream in the river. Sud would from time to time provide a shadow for Stillwell to see if anyone wins following him. Sud's men caught a thug getting a little close a few months earlier and put him in the hospital with a broken jaw and 2 broken legs. As they crossed over the Tigris, Stillwell brought Rap up to speed on Sud. He's been trying to get this house for years. Why this house in particular? Rap asked. It's on the east side of the river. There's more land and it tends to less violent. It also puts him that much closer to the Iranian border, which for some reason means a lot to him. As they crossed over the river, Stillwell pointed lul north. You that patch of land past that other bridge with all the it mks like a park. Yeah. WL how's his new place? It used to belong to one of Saddam's cousins. The guy had a monopoly on the textile industry in northern Iraq. With Saddam's help he used forced labor to run his factories. I guess the guy made a killing. Did we get lucky and drop a bomb on his head? Noie he took off to Jordan the week before the war started. The guy has been holding out hope that he would be able to return. A few months ago he finally saw the light and sold to Massoud. They made it across the bridge and turned north. A mile later they turned onto a quiet road, and then a few hundred yards after that they approached a massive steel gate with guards milling about. The men unionized Stillwell and him with smiles and waves. A signal was given and a high steel gate rolling back. WL Harry not going to search us? Rap asked. Massoud and I are tight. They trust me. As they drove up the tree-lined drive, Rap got his first glimpse of the house. It was massive. I don't remember him being this wealthy when I was here last year. Is this guy into anything other than used car parts? Rap asked XL with suspicion. He might be into a few other things. Like what? Guns. He's an arms dealer. More of a financier. He helps put the deals together. Anything else I should know? Ut. Saddam's cousin. The one he tx, hide this place from. Yeah. He also tx, hide his business. At a STKK ply discounted price, I'm sure. Stillwell stopped in front of the massive portico. Ridley's Sunnis have been screwing people for years. You're not going to get any sympathy out of me. Rap his car door and taking in the full scope of the front of the house and the motor court. Sud Mahabad had done very well for himself. Mitch. Rap turned to see Massoud coming toward him down a walking path covered with crushed RCNK that mked as if it led to an orchard of some sort. The man 5 feet 8 inches tall and Rap figural he weighed over 2x pounds. He had mostly gray hair and was probably in his late 60s. He was wearing a short-sleeved Tommy Bahama shirt. Rap walking toward the man. Thank you for traveling all this way to see me, Massoud said in perfect English as he extended his hand. If I had known you'd moved into this beautiful place, I would have planned on staying longer. You are welcome to stay as long as you like. Massoud mk Rap's hand with both of his and smiled wanly. Can't thank you enough for what your country has done for the Kurdish peoples. And I can't thank you enough for your loyalty and subs, RT. You are welcome. Massoud over Rap's shoulder and said, Hello, Rob. How are you, my friend? I am GCXXL, Massoud.
And how is your family?
Good.
Thank you for asking. Although every time this one comes around I have to ICWK up my daughters. Stood at Stillwell. They all over him. Ridley shook Massoud's hand. I can have him castrated if you would like. H@s, castration. Msoud laughed %L heartily. That would be very nice. After the laughing died down, Rapp introduced Dumont, and then Massoud them through the house. He stopped several times to discuss artwork that he had purchased and pieces he was hoping to get his hands on. The place looked more like a small palace than a house. The interior walls were constructed of limestone blocks. The main staircase with its black iron banister dominated the left side of the entry hall. Antique tapestries and oil paintings cover the walls. Lhay made it out onto the veranda just in time to the sun floating on the WC/stern horizon. The entire city of Mosul lay before them with the long shadows of evening stretching toward them. Furniture and rugs had been moved outside and were waiting for them along with 2 butlers. Drinks were served and then appetizers. They all sat and Msoud worked his way around the group offering each guest a cigar from his humidor. As the sun went down, heat lamps were set up and ignited. After everyone had lit up, Massoud sat cool into his oversized chair and looked at Rapp with a devilish smile. You are aware of my hatred and disdain for that little peacock Amathullah?
Yes, I am, Rapp replied.
And you know I would love nothing more than to him embarrassed. That MacLNS 2 of us. Then I'll do whatever I can to help you. Tell me more about your plans. Rapp set down his scotch and took a long pull off his Monte Cristo cigar. I want you to think this through because there could be reprisals. NL and Msoud grunted with disdain as he shook his head. I am not afraid of the Iranian government or their cowardly Badr brigades. You know their history as well as anyone. They are not afraid to assassinate their enemies. And I am not afraid to strike back. If what Stan Has told me is true, Massoud gestured at Stillwell, and you have a chance to really embarrass that little trustard, to catch him in one of his lies, then I want to involved. What about the MEC and PMOI? Do you to speak to them before you to this? I could simp for the PMOI, but I won't. The MEC I can and will for, and if I am right about what you would like to accomplish, the MEC is more believable. We will support any attempt to CRE.8 instability within Amalullah's administration. Compensation. Rapp queried Massoud an uncomfortable expression and in his oversized chair. You have been very to us. And you to us, Rapp replied. There might be some deal innies you could help me with, but I don't want to make this ATX, UT that. We are allies. We will both from this. Now tell me of your plan. I am very interested to hear more details. Rapp held up his glass to Toast Massoud. Here's what we're going to do. Tehran, Ashani checked his watch. If his driver made time, they would avoid being late. The Minister of Intelligence PPED the top off a small container of sedatives his DCW tour had given him and downed a few. Between meetings he had gone back to his office at the Ministry of Intelligence and shook in with his deputies. The get-together with Kennedy was set for the following afternoon in Mosul, where they had met the last time. Everyone was on edge except Ashani, which made him wonder if it was the pills. Ashani's head of security was not happy about the rushed nature of the meeting. He more time to do an advance review of the site. This did not come as a surprise to Ashani, since his security by NCX city were paranoid. He had to calmly tell them to stop sweating the details. The last thing the Americans would want right now would be to make matters worse. Ashani's security chief, Rahad Tehrani, told him at WMSNT the Americans he was worried about. It was the Mujahideen Khalq. Tehrani explained that there had been a spike in MEC communications in just the last day and there were reports of civil disobedience in the northern province. Ashani wrote it off the Kurds picking an opportune time to stir up trouble. Ashani assured Tehrani that he could relax, but inside he held some doubt.
With every crisis the northern provinces were swarming increasingly in their defiance. The last thing they at the moment was to have to put down an insurrection. As they neared the presidential palace the streets became choked with ihlustrians and buses. Amatullah had sent his propagandists out into the city to foment an anti-American demonstration. Classes were cancelled at the universities and free buses were provided. They were all headed for the old American embassy. Even though the Americans had and gone for more than a quarter century, Amatullah and the other revolutionary faithful still used the compound as a rallying 1K, in to preach against the great Satan. They reached the gates of the presidential palace and entered the lush grounds. Ashani had no desire to see Amatullah for a second time in what was becoming a very long day, but he had in the past that a request from Amatullah was really a command. Ashani was shown into a comfortable room next to Amatullah's office for the viewing of Minister Salehi's presentation to the United Nations Security Council. Brigadier General Soleimani of the Quds Force WMS already there, as well as Gholam Mashini, the Vice President for Atomic Energy, and Major General Zarif, the head of the Republican Guards. TWMS offer call to each man. Ashani said hello to everyone and a seat next to Soleimani on one of them their couchu. The big screen TV was tuned to CNN. A man and woman were on the screen talking about the tension in the chamber between the Iranian foreign minister and the U.S. Secretary of State. Amatullah entered the RN holding a glass of water. He was smiling from ear to ear. Just sick, K with Salehi. France, Russia, and China have all to back our solution. He said if we withdraw our language about the US, he thinks England will back it as well. What about the other members? Ashani Askell. South Africa and Italy are on the fence. Everyone else is behind us. He said the Israeli ambassador MKS very uncomfortable. They didn't send their foreign minister. Mashini asked in a surprised tone. No, Amatullah answered. They obviously don't want to embarrass him. Amatullah sat down seconds before Salehi began to talk. The Iranian foreign minister was sitting at the large semicircular desk that looked down into the well where the 15 members of the council sat at a long table. Ashani had a copy of the espionage and schemed it in advance. It was less than 5 minutes long. The first third dealt with the sovereign country's right to seek energy independence and be safe from the aggression of other nations. Everyone on the Security Council knew the facility at Isfahan had nothing to do with energy independence and everything to do with nuclear weapons, but that didn't deter Mr. Salehi from playing his part. The middle third of the speech outlined the damage done by the attack. Salehi VX undid his fist on the desk as he gave the number of dead 328 scientists, technicians, and laborers. Ashani knew that the actual number was roughly a third of that, but Amatullah wanted it tripled for effect. On the screen Salehi flashed the photos of some of Iran's best and brightest scientists. Salehi listed the price of the facility at $3 billion, again roughly triple the actual cost. Most egregious of all, however, was the mess that had been created. The beautiful city of Isfahan now contained a nuclear disaster second only to Chernobyl. The damage to the citizenry was incalculable. The last third of the spelled out the recourse Iran was seeking. There no debate over who had carried out the attack. No offer of evidence that could the rogue country that was behind this savage breach of international diplomacy. Salehi for the first time mentioned Israel. He ran off a litany of historic events where Israel had attacked her Muslim NATO, ours, while conveniently leaving out the times Israel's Muslim had attacked her. He pointed out that Iran had done nothing to provoke this attack, and finally he listed his country's demands. The price was STCHP. $10 billion in reparations plus whatever the cost would be to clean up the Isfahan site. Ashani knew out these points and had helped craft them. In light of the destruction of the facility he felt they were reasonable, and in fact he thought the Americans might even pay. The next demand was intended to make Israel squirm. Ashani didn't think they would get it PMSSED, but it was worth a shot. Salehi demanded that Israel admit that they had a nuclear arsenal and allow UN inspectors full access to their facilities. Israeli ambassador actually APLW1 read to squirm when this point was made. Ashani thought Salehi was done, but the man took a drink of water and announced that he had one more PK, int. He began by recounting the horrible downing of Iran Air Flight 655 by the U.S. warship Vincennes, which had resulted in the deaths of 2 ca, 66 of whom were children. He listed another half-dozen merchant ships and Iranian naval vessels that had been sunk. He decried America's continued support of Israel and their abominable of the Palestinian people. He said his country would no longer tolerate the bullying of the world's lone superpower. Ashani got the sense Salehi was building towards something very dramatic. His organization, Salehi said, has failed to protect us in the past. We have attacked by the two greatest antagonists in the world, and we will not allow crimes against our sovereign nation to go unpunished. In 48 hours' time we will suspend the right of incoherent passage for all U.S. and Israeli ships through the Strait of Hormuz. We will consider the attempted transit of any ship sailing under the American or Israeli flag an act of war, and we will take decisive action. The chamber in an uproar. 01 discussion. Salehi paused for a moment and then began talking over the clamor. When the United States and Israel have admitted to this cowardly attack against the sovereign state 01 Iran, and has made assurances that recompense will be paid, we will the straight. The reality of what had just been said a moment to sink in. Amatullah had intentionally kept this last demand from him, knowing full well he would have said it was inflammatory. The Security Council would undoubtedly make a move to separate each demand before voting, and there would be calls for investigations that would take months, but the closing of the strait could short-circuit all of that and lead to a speedy resolution. Or it could lead to an escalation that Ashani was afraid would not benefit his country. Ashani over at his NT the least bit to find him nodding at the TV and King very full of himself. Ashani had the sinking that Amatullah actually a confrontation in the Gulf. Mosul, Iraq. Rap was sitting in Masoud's theater with Ridley, Stilwell, Masoud, and one of Masoud's nephews. They were watching the proceedings at the United Nations, but instead of drinking tea and water they were drinking beer and smoking cigars. Rap had learned to expect strange behavior from the Iranians. Especially their president. In a way, they were a cross between the Cold War diplomats of the Soviet Union and the South American thug Hugo Chavez. Never afraid, for example, to take an issue like freedom of the press and decry restrictions by the United States while touting their own supposed openness. Closing the Strait of Hormuz to U.S. traffic, however, Rap did not see coming. It was difficult for the press to prove the lie when we're talking about human rights and freedom of there was all kinds of wiggle room, but in this case the line had just been drawn in a very clear way. An aircraft carrier sailing through the 20-mile strait was impossible to miss. International waters were simply that, international watts. Anyone was allowed to be there. Iran owned the water 12 miles from the beach and not an inch further. As long as the United States stay C%L far enough away, there was nothing the Iranians could do. At least that's what a logical person would conclude, but Rap knew better. Iran liked to write their own and then rewrite them. They exemplified the adage, don't let the facts get in the way of a GCA-D piece of propaganda. Secretary of State Wicca appeared on the screen. Rap noted that the usually calm and classy Wicca looked to barely containing her anger. She was wearing her reading glasses and sideways in the direction of the Iranian foreign minister while 101 her aides was whispering in her ear. Wicca nodded and then the aide sat back down. She her leather briefing book with the flick of a wrist, took a moment to review her not-be, then closed the book and took off her glasses. Underscorming into the well at the AMB sitters who the 15 holding seats on the council, she slowly shaking her head in the manner of a disapproving mother. I would like to start out by assuring this LXDY that the United States had no hand whatsoever in the events that took place at the Isfahan nuclear facility earlier in the week. What you just witnessed is the same old tired tactic used by the Iranian government every time they have a problem. Blame the US, blame Israel. It is the great Satan's fault. Wika glared at Salehi. Every time there is a catastrophe in Iran, the leadership trots out the stars and strivks and the Star of David to distract the people from the fail excel policies of their own government. We have been your convenient whipping for far long. Wika glanced over her shoulder and at the screen. First slide, please. A satellite image of the Isfahan facility appeared on the large drop-down screen. These photos were taken in the moments preceding the destruction of Iran's nuclear facility. A facility that I would like to remind the Council was in violation of both Security Council Resolution 96 and 47. Wika paused for effect. This next series of photos will show you the actual destruction of the facility. Images played out across the screen in a succession of time-delayed, high-resolution photographs. Wika narrated. Note the absence of any flammes, explosions, or debris plumes. Wika again looked over her shoulder. Next slide, please. Highly photos of the building's roof. It was split into 4 air conditioning units could be clearly seen, as well as the textured gravel of the massive asphalt RCX, F. The slides cascaded across the screen, progressing from an undamagable roof to shots displaying the early signs of trouble, fissures that from space like nothing more than hairline fractures. Red arrows into each crack, and a side-by-side comparison of the before and after photos was shown. The next series of slides showed cracks emanating from the center 01, the roof outward like a jagged spiderweb. The lines were now clearly visible, and there was no need for the red arrows. Notice, Wika said, at no point can you find the telltale sign of a bomb breaching the RCA-F. Our experts have gone over these photos in great detail, and we encourage the other permanent of the Council to do the same with your own satellite imagery. The next series of photos showed the structural failure of the RCX, FMS. A large portion in the center gave way and collapsed. Other sections followed in quick succession. It literally looked as if the earth were swallowing the building NRNLSSE. The last image showed the debris cloud billowing up from the center of the massive hole. Not only is the knot breached by a MB, there are none of the telltale explosions one would expect to see from an aerial bombardment. We have shown these photos to dozens of experts, MTH civilian and military, and they all that what happened at Isfahan was a complete structural failure. The inside 01, the building. There was no external attack. No bombs dropped from planes as the Iranian government claims. Wika looked directly at the Iranian foreign minister and said, at first we thought the collapse was possibly due to faulty construction, but we to rule that out yesterday. New information BCX aim available. Wika LTX, Ket over her right shoulder and gave a slight nod to her deputy. The Iranian government would like the world to believe they enjoy the full support of the Iranian people when in fact the opposite is true. The People's Mujahideen of Iran, the National Council of Resistance of Iran, and the Mujahideen-e-Khalq are just a few of the many groups who stand in opposition to the dictatorial Iranian government. The names of the groups played across the for over 25 years. The hardline clerics have attempted to thwart these groups by assassinating their leaders and imprisoning their members for daring to speak out against their harsh policies. By strictly controlling the press, the Iranian government has managed to, for the most part, hide this growing insurgency from the rest of the world. That is, until now. With the internet it become increasingly difficult for dictatorial regimes like the one in Tehran to control the flow of information. Following is a statement released by the Mujahideen-e-Khalq, or MEK as they are more commonly known. I would like to stipulate that this video is available on the internet, for anyone who is willing to look. I have been told, has also started airing it in the hour. Rap watched as the video that was shot in Masoud's house the day appeared on the screen. There was a man sitting on the ground with his legs folded in front 01 him. He was wearing green military fatigues and a black hood with slits for his eyes. A Russian-made AK-74 rested on his lap. Behind him a blue banner covered the wall. In both Persian and English were the words Free Iran and Mujahideen-e-Khalq. The man under the hood, Masoud's nephew, who was fluent in both Farsi and English.
He started out speaking Farsi and then switched to English. The IHPLE of Iran have suffered for far long while their leads have enjoyed the spoils of the late Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The brave Iranian IHPLE up and threw off the oppressive bonds of the Shah only to have their revolution stolen by a group of selfish men who have lined their P-Euro-uckets while the rest 01 us have uggled to fail our families. They have held on to their power by strangling all dissent. There is no free thought, no free speech, and no freedom of faith in Islam. Only the harsh edicts that are thrown down by selfish men who live in the Shah's palaces where they drink his wine and watch pornography on their satellite TVs. Rapp smiled as he listened to the words he had written. He had hesitated to use the line about pornography due to certain sensibilities. To those living in the West, the accusation would sound ridiculous, but to the people living under harsh Islamic law the accusation had the potential to stir up a deep-sealed suspicion that those who made the laws lived above them. Such an accusation in this pan of the world had the potential to incite a riot. They are protected by Israel's lies, the masked man continued, that is far more ruthless than the dreaded Savak of the late Shah. They have beaten, tortured and assassinated anyone who dares open their mouth in disagreement. They have spent billions in the pursuit of nuclear weapons while the average citizen struggles to heat his home and feckle his family. What have we a.sa gained in this pursuit of nuclear weapons that we do not need, and the world does not want us to have? The answer is nothing. They have turned our once great nation into a pariah of the free world. I ask my fellow Iranians, how is this life any better than the one we had under the Shah? The sad truth is that it isn't. And that is why we destroyed the nuclear facility at Isfahan. We have infiltrated the ranks of the guardians of the revolution and virtually every entity within the government. The Isfahan facility STCX-D as an example of everything that is wrong with our leaders. Do they care about our economic and spiritual well-being? No. They only care about the power they have so hungrily hoarded for themselves. We allowed these selfish old men to steal our revolution, and we have paid a heavy price. Many of our fellow countrymen are dead because we did not act skmr. Well, it is time for a revolution. It is time to throw off the repressive bonds of the hardline clerics and their little pup, KT dictator. With the destruction of the Isfahan facility we have the beginning of the end of these tyrants, and the start of the fight for a true Islamic and democratic Iran. Tehran, Iran Secretary of State Wika's remarks were met with extreme prejudice. Even Ashani, who considered himself to be far more rational than the other men gathered in Amatullah's office, listened with the long-held belief that candor was an extremely rare commodity at the United Nations. Wika's first point, however, couldn't have been more accurate. Every time Amatullah ran into trouble with the Psijpal or the Supreme Leader, he would to the nearest microphone and deliver a t-sino-anning the evil nature of the United States. Then for Goxlow sure he would warn of Israel's impending destruction. It was chlesic propaganda through deflection. The satellite photos showing the destruction of the Isfahan facility were met with snorts of derision by the others, but for Ashani they struck a chord. He listening with far greater intensity as the woman laid out the facts. Facts that dovetailed with his own suspicions. The first sign that something very serious was about to be levied came when Wika began listing the various dissident grooms within Iran. Ashani's mathematical mind was geared to make quick linear progressions. He saw, in the naming of those three groups, exactly where Wika was going with her presentation. He almost said something to Amatullah. A quick phone call to the Ministry of Communications could have shut the broadcast down, but something had changed in Ashani since the attack. His normal patience of playing along with all of the posturing and chest thumping was gone. It was as if a part of him now wanted to see Amatullah suffer, so he sat there and said nothing. When Wika announced the video by the Mujahideen Khalq, the entire mood in Amatullah's office changed in an instant. Smirks were replaced with frowns and napping mouths grew silent. Ashani watched as Amatullah leaned forward. The Iranian president said, "What trick is this?
Ashani watched the first words of the MEC spokesman with guarded interest. He knew firsthand how terrorist groups love to take recognition for the dirty work done by others, because he had helped orchestrate such statements before. Many of Hezbollah's operations were deemed too controversial for them to take credit, so they allowed fringe groups to bask in the glory instead. The MEC was no fringe group, however. They had grown significantly in influence and numbers in the northern provinces. So much so that government units could not operate without fear of attack. The words that came out of the TV were without a doubt the most subversive to be SVX, Ken in Iran since 1979. Ashani th feared and hoped that they would strike a chord with the general public. His fear was born out of that revolutions were messy ths with lots of inquent ple caught in the crossfire. His hope was for his daughters. If only they could live in an Iran that was rescued from the chauvinistic hardliners. A third emotion entered his brain. It was amusement. Amusement at watching Amathullah's reaction. By the fifth line of the man's Amathullah was on his feet racing for his desk. He grabbed the phone and pressed a single button. Ashani could not see that was dialed, but he did not need to. He knew whom Amathullah would be calling. The Ministry of Communications. The state-run television had been told to broadcast Minister Saleh's address to the UN. They had advertising it all day and were planning to air the lie-filled response of the American Secretary of State. The viewing numbers would be huge, and the accusation that Amathullah and the other leaders watched pornography would not be received well. Ashani thought it was a stroke of genius. True or not, it didn't matter. In a SCWID as sexually reptile as Iran's, the accusation merely needed to be leveled and the damage would be done. Amathullah yelling into the phone, and he kept yelling as his eyes stayed to his big screen TV. As each excruciating second ticked PMST, he became visibly more volatile. Finally, he picked up a paperweight and chucked it at the screen. It hit the protective sheet of plexiglass and bounced with a thud to the floor, barely leaving a smudge. The intended result not achieved, Amathullah began cursing into the phone with renewed vigor. Ashani back and forth between Amathullah and the screen as if he were at a sporting event. He had secretly wondered when this moment would come. With the war next door in Iraq, the MEC had GMWN th strength and audacity. For years it was his ministry that hunted down the dissidents and de-evolutionaries and miscegenated them. In recent years it was his own people who lived in fear. The incidents were isolated to the northern provinces, but the tide was nonetheless turning. He had been warning Amathullah and the rest of the council that they were in real danger of the insurgency spreading to other provinces. But Amathullah and his core advisors were so blinded by their own plans to sow insurrection in neighboring Afghanistan and Iraq that they refused to his warnings. Almost as if it had been cued by a producer, the screen in Amathullah's office turned to fuzz just as the masked MEC SLH, Kesman finished saying, "With the destruction of the Isfahan facility we have marked the beginning of the end of these tyrants, and the start of the fight for a true Islamic and democratic Iran." Mosul, Iraq. The Twat-up Cutlums rolled down the mostly empty Struti. Extra weight of its armor plating made for a sluggish ride. Isle Sun WA.S not up yet, and a grey haze hung over the entire city. Rap had been in Mosul for just 2 days, and Stillwell had already changed cars 4 times. This particular vehicle reeked of cigarettes and some other sour odor Rap couldn't quite place and wasn't sure he wanted to. Crumpled pop cans, styrofoam cups, and sandwich wrappers were strewn about the floor, and the mish tray was overflowing with smashed butts that had been smoked all the way to the nub. It was a ruse Rap himself had used many times. A play on the Scarlet Pimpernel. Create the illusion that you are a Wittl slob and Muapple pay you little, if any, attention. Being the CIA's man in Mosul required a very delicate balancing act. You had to work the street so you could get information and build up your resources, but you needed to be constantly vigilant about your personal security. The other option was to sit behind the relatively safe walls of the nearest American base and let locals come to you.
but it was hard to get a sense of what was really going on unless you got out and mixed with the population. Stillwell that you needed to put yourself in a position where you could stumble across the lucky find that made the careers of many a foreign intelligence officer the lucky walk-in. These people typically fell into three categories, and the first was the person who was fed up with the power structure. In Iraq, that meant someone who was sick of the corruption and the violence. These were usually the best. Good people who could no longer sit by while terrorists, thugs, and criminals ran there. The second type was the person seeking to exchange information for a new life in America or cash. They could be problematic only in the sense that they often told you whatever you wanted to hear. The third, and by far trickiest, was the person seeking vengeance, unable to settle a business disagreement with a competitor or partner, or a conflict with a neighbor. These people would turn to the CIA and level wild accusations against their. More often than not, the person making the accusation was no tcator, it not worse, than whoever they were trying to turn in. Stillwell had stopped talking to these people. The most risky part for Stillwell was that he had to open up shop so people knew where to find him. The problem with hanging a shingle was that it also put a bullseye on his back, and in a city like Mosul, with all of its vying factions, any American, let alone a CIA officer, was a ripe target. Stillwell went to great efforts to protect himself. He never slept in the same place more than 2 nights in a row, he changed cars frequently, and he played himself off as a low-level CIA officer who had almost no authority. He created a fictional TYJSS named Lady Di who was more like Margaret Thatcher than the deceased princess. She called all the shots and had all the power. Stillwell was merely a conduit. His meets usually place at one of the city's plentiful internet cafes or one of the open-air markets. He had half a dozen Kurdish bodyguards who were seasoned fighters and were extremely loyal to the CIA. The car up to an intersection and at the light. They were headed south toward the airport to meet Kennedy and her entourage. There were signs that the morning hustle and bustle was starting. A few street vendors were setting up their stands, and traffic was to pick up. Rapp watched as Stillwell looked both ways. He was about to run the light until a woman covered from head to ankle in a black niqab stepped off the cult, with a child on each hand. The little Lou was in jeans and a sweater, and the girl was wearing the hijab or Muslim scarf. The mother ked straight ahead through the slits in her hood. The boy of about 5 and his older sister of a few years looked at Rapp and smiled. Rapp grinned, gave them a little wave and said a silent prayer that they would make it through the day without or killed. The complete lack of respect for life by the insurgents was heartbreaking. During a recent session with one of Langley's shrinks, Rapp had asked if he thought killing was easy for him. He'd been through enough of these evaluations to know that accusations were made in the form of a question. If they were asking it, it was being written down in his file as an opinion or fact. For starters, Rapp had a hard time with people who had no practical field experience. He had no patience with anyone who second-guessed his work from the comfort of a predictable, climate-controlled office while making decisions with a warm cup of coffee at hand and no fear whatsoever of getting killed in the next 5 minutes. Rapp would never tell one of the shrinks this, but he had found almost nothing more satisfying than tracking down a man who had the blood of innocent people on his hands and punching his ticket. If it had to be a headshot from a half a mile, so be it. If it meant painting a target with a laser so an American jet could drop a 5-pound bomb on the idiot's head, fine, but he had his choice. He preferred close proximity. Rapp wanted to look them in the eye while it dawned on them that their pathetic life was coming to a painful conclusion. His victims were bullies who thought of themselves as brave tucks as they loaded a car with explosives and then conned some delusional teenager with a death wish into driving it into a building or crowded market. What was their endgame? How could any moral person think such an action could sanctioned by a supposedly compassionate deity? The answer was less complicated than many believed. These were men, and make no mistake about it, they were always chauvinistic, bigoted men, devoted to a perverted interpretation of Islam. Men who had mugged into violence and division in their youth and refused to let go. Men who had invested so much of their life in hate and blaming others for their troubles that they were afraid to step back and really think about what they were doing. Men who were frightened to read the entire Quran because they knew they would be confronted with the words of a prophet who would never condone their actions. These were the animals Rap hunted. Men who had no respect for human life and consequently would be afforded none in return. There were only a handful of people who really understood the discipline that Rap practiced. The satisfaction of tracking them sometimes for months. Knowing when to strike and when to hold your file. Looking for the perfect opportunity to get close enough to stick a knife through their brain stem and watch every bodily function below the neck shut down. Knowing that you had delivered justice for all the people whose innocent lives had been cut short by the fanatic and his organization. Knowing that never again would the PRC% later take another human life. Over the years, the mission had taken Rap to some very forbidding places. He'd spent nights in the humid jungles of the Philippines and South Asia with mosquitoes as big as hummingbirds dive bombing him. He'd been forced to cross the northern edge of the Sahara Desert to evade Libyan security forces. He'd nearly frozen to death in the Swiss Alps, and in Afghanistan once he was hit with such violent dysentery that he lost 17 pounds in 1 month of it while curled up in a ball on the of a dank, depressing apartment. As he rode through the dusty, ancient city of Mosul, Rap came to the conclusion that he would take his chances in those other places any day. The city of almost 2 million people gave him a nagging sense of just how divided this part of the world still was. Last night Ridley had gone back to the base so he could be in secure communication with Langley and help prepare for Kennedy's Arnville while Rap and Stillwell went to check out the safe house and the where Kennedy would be meeting her county mal. He and Stillwell had walked down Nineveh Street to the Tigris and then turned south to Amir Zao Street, where the safe house was located. 401 The bodyguards were with them, 2 in front and 2 trailing who stayed within a BLCXK at all times. It took an hour, and while Rap saw no actual violence, there were signs of it everywhere. Buildings were pocked from gunfire and shrapnel. A handful were scorched from explosions and a few were half destroyed. The police presence around the Cowell House was heavy, even in the evening after it was closed. The main roads were with orange and white taxis and old Japanese-made cars. At 1K, into U.S. Army column of Stryker vehicles rolled by. The 8-wheeled armored combat vehicles stopped traffic and rattled windows. Rap observed some people stood and watched while others away down alleys and inside shops. The tension was obvious. Half of these people the conquering army gone, while the other half them to stay and the country from sliding into a full-blown civil war. It was this tension that gave Rap a sense of foreboding. Like a big storm was coming and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The inability to clearly assess who was a threat and who wasn't complicated the situation in ways that caused immeasurable stress. It was nearly impossible to keep all the players straight, and even if you could, there was no guarantee that some of them wouldn't switch sides in the heat of battle. Stillwell was the one reassuring factor. Man had done his job to near perfection. The safe house was located directly across the street from where the meeting would take place. It was at one of Stillwell's internet cafes where he would meet his contacts. The owner was the cousin of one of Stillwell's bodyguards. Stillwell slid him an extra $1,000 a month in cash just to use the place. The second-story apartment across the street was STCW-ked with provisions. It was a classic no-frills operation. They had military cots, military rations, and lots of military hardware in case the place came under siege. There was a grenade launcher, a half-dozen M4 rifles and Glock .45 CA-11 burr pistols, a big Barlett .50 caliber sniping rifle, 2 M249 saws, and a case of M67 fragmentation hand grenades. There was also body armor, a triage kit, a communication/surveillance package, and a stack of old magazines, and all of this was protected by a reinforced steel door with 3 heavy-duty deadbolts. The windows were covered with bars, and tiny cameras covered the stairwell, and the inside of the apartment.
Stillwell had all 4 safe houses set up in the same manner and was able to monitor the cameras over the internet. Rapp had fallen asleep around 1 p.m. with the Bard and his loaded .45 caliber Glock next to him. Shortly at 4 a.m. he was from a dream by the sound of gunshots. He lay awake for more than an hour, and then just as he was falling back asleep, there were more gunshots. This time closer. Stillwell began snoring like a drunk and all Rapp could do was lie there, rest his eyes, and think 01 all the things he to ch and k on in the morning. He finally fell back to slchp in's morning a proclual only to Joel C%L off his cot by a massive explosion. Rapp on a light and looked over at Stillwell who cracked an eye. That was close, Rapp said. Don't worry, Stillwell mumblexel. WI had was one of ours. He then rolled over and back to snoring in less than a minute. Rapp looked at the scenery as they hit the main thoroughfare for the Airlex, RT. He asked himself for at least the 10th time if it was wise to bring Kennedy into this environment. The Iranians refused to meet at the airport, so a neutral spot within the city was upon. They PMSSED the carcass of a car, and Rapp let out a yawn. Stillwell looked over with his TCX, grin and asked, "What's the matter? You didn't get a night's sleep?" Rapp looked straight ahead and frowned. "I don't know what was worse, the gunfire or your snory 1v my snory. You spend enough nights here, you get used to the gunfire." I'll Rapp thoughtfully and made a mental note to have Kennedy give Stillwell a commendation and a big fat raise. These guys in the field were never paid enough. The Russian-made Hind Mi-24 helicopter came in fast and around the ruins of the ancient city of Nineveh. Ashani looked down at the crumbling Assyrian ruins and thought of his own country's place in history. He didn't remember all the facts, but he knew the capital of the Assyrian Empire had fallen approximately 1,000 years before the Prophet's arrival. The Medians and the Babylonians had the city and then in turn were conquered by Cyrus the Great. The days when the Persians controlled everything from the Mediterranean to modern-day India were long gone. Any of ever attaining the prominence of his predecessors seemed invisible. On recent developments, they would be lucky if the once former empire didn't contract further. Ashani had felt for some time that the government was in a far more tenuous situation than anyone would acknowledge. His fellow members on the Supreme Council were either too disconnected from what was going on or had surrounded themselves with sycophants who only told them what they wanted to hear. That was definitely the case with Amatullah. He had grown to believe Il's own propaganda and his ability to get others to believe it as well. The debacle at the United Nations had stung. In addition to the entire issue being tabled by the Security Council, America's accusation that Iran was trying to cover up an internal revolt had gained some real traction. Foreign Minister Salehi's weak counter-accusation that America had the information only seemed to worsen things. Salehi's in the face of Secretary of State Wicca's avalanche of information lame even to Ashani. The international press was running stories that for the first time since the revolution, questioned the ability of the government in Tehran to hold on to power. Protests were springing up in the northern province, and in Tehran his impul were telling him the mood on the was combustible. The supreme leader was characteristically absent, choosing to instead on the religious of the country. Ashani had his suspicions that the supreme leader was distancing himself from a sinking ship, giving Amatullah all the rope he needed to either save or hang himself. Ashani thought the supreme leader was trying to elevate his position of spiritual leader to such heights that he would be safe should Amatullah fail in rallying support from the international community and regain control of his fellow Iranians. Several banks had been firebombed overnight. Amatullah put the security services on full alert and ordered them to arrest anyone at even the whiff of trouble. The helicopter leveled out and 1K** gan a slow descent toward a parking lot near the river. Ashani glanced to his right and at the back of Imad Mukhtar, who was out the starboard side window and talking on a cell phone. As if things weren't bad enough, Amatullah was now taking counsel from Mukhtar. The head of Hezbollah's paramilitary wing was a useful tool for certain things, but advising the Iranian president during this high-tennial crisis was not one of them. He wms far obtuse to be offering on such complicated matters. Even in the face of what had at the nations, Mukhtar had lobbied to launch attacks against Israel and America. When pressed by Ashani as to why, he proclaimed that guilty or not the two nations had benefited by the act and should be punished. Not getting anywhere with Ashani, Mukhtar directed his words at Amatullah, telling him that by striking back at the Jews and the Americans the Iranian *opal would see them as guilty. And if they decide to strike back? Ashani asked yet again. Mukhtar looked at him smugly and shook his head. They do not want to fight us. Trust me. As Ashani thought back to the meeting late last night, he couldn't shake the nagging sense that America would push back. Not a single member of the Supreme Council had any idea just how shaky their Ming was. Ashani could feel the trouble in the wind. Civil disobedience was up. Greater of women were wearing makeup and, ignore that showed more skin than the clerics would ever tolerate. A crackdown was mning, and this time Ashani had a growing suspicion that it would send people into a real revolt against the harsh policies of their government. Amatullah would do whatever it took to keep his blessed revolution rolling on. It was all he had. All he knew. He had invested too much time and effort to let it rail. Even if it was beyond saving. Ordering him to bring Mukhtar on such a delicate mission was that Amatullah the two men were up to something, and Ashani was sure that whatever it would only make matters worse. Ashani was informed of this strange addition to his entourage only this morning. He immediately put a call into the presidential palace to ask why. When Amatullah finally got on the line, he told Ashani that Mukhtar needed to talk to Hezbollah's commander in Mosul. The man had very important information that the Americans had backed the entire Mech operation to sabotage the Isfahan facility. Ashani wondered what could have possibly after he had left the presidential palace at half midnight. All night Amatullah had been holding firm that America had fabricated the at the UN, which in his mind proved they had been the ones who had destroyed the facility with their stealth planes. Now, he was suddenly reversing course and claiming the facility was in fact destroyed by sabotage. None of it made any sense. The helicopter set down in a nearly empty parking lot. Mukhtar extended his hand to Ashani and said, "Allah favors the bold. He has great plans for us. That is why we survived the attack in Isfahan. Allah is great." Ashani exited the helicopter and approached his security chief, who had flown in the night to coordinate protection with their people from department group that trained and funded Shia insurgents in Iraq. Men from the Ixal Shia militia were providing security to and from the meeting. All of them were wearing black hoods. Ashani greeted his security chief and then turned to an American whom he had met twice before. The man from the CIA forward and extended his hand. "Minister Ashani, thank you for coming all this way." "Mr. Ridley," Azad said in perfect English, "you have traveled much further than I." He the man's hand. "That's true, Ridley, but we still appreciate you making the effort." "I'll appreciate Director Kennedy reaching out. Not talking only leads to further misunderstandings." Ashani noticed Ridley looking over his shoulder. He saw the back of Mukhtar. The terrorist was holding a large briefcase and walking hurriedly to the other side of the parking lot. Mukhtar stepped high into a blue and white police SUV that was sandwiched on each end by police pickup trucks with heavy machine guns mounted in the beds. Policemen wearing black hoods were loaded into the back 01 the trucks. "Who's that?" Ridley asked. For a moment Ashani toyed with the idea of telling the American spy the truth. Mukhtar was on the FBI's list of most-wanted terrorists. The man from the CIA probably had the ability to call in an airstrike on very short notice. It would have his life greatly if the man were dead, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Ashani instead CLLCXSE. To MSK of his own. "L Trust Director Kennedy is waiting." Ridley kept his eye on the other man and watched as the police vehicles to move. He hoped Stillwell had hired was getting shots of the man. "Yes. As soon as I tell her we are on the way she will move." "Good. I'm LCX, King forward to speaking with her."
Dirkhutter plane just 2-4 sunrise. Ridley and General Tom Gifford, the base commander, met her. She was then escorted by Gifford to the officers' quarters, where she was given after a hot shower and a change of clothes. She grabbed some breakfast and went over to the CIA's station located within of the base that was highly secure. It consisted of 4 trailers that formed a square with an courtyard in the middle. The courtyard was filled with satellite dishes and arrayed antennas. Double layers of sandbags were stacked along the walls of the traders, as well as where the bags sat atop reinforced plywood slow planks. Random mortar attacks on the base were not uncommon. One trailer was devoted entirely to the sensitive communication equipment. Another was split into 4 offices and a reception area, a third trailer doubled as a lounge and conference, and the fourth trailer served as a bunkhouse and storage area. On the far side of the compound 4 empty cargo containers had been strung together to form a makeshift jail and interrogation facility. The entire area was ringed with a heavy-gauge fence and razor wire. Stilwell escorted Rapp through the security check and they round Kennedy in the communications shack. She was receiving a briefing from the deputy director of the CIA's Global Center back in Langley. While Rapp waited for her to finish the V-conference, he took the opportunity to sit down with the head of Kennedy's security detail and go over the plan. Rapp had known Tom MacDonald for 5 years. He had the perfect mentality for his job. He was steady, alert, and typically unflappable. The first thing Rapp noticed was that MacDonald seemed unusually edgy this morning. Rapp soon found out why. MacDonald had flown in with Kennedy just a few hours earlier, but he'd sent an advance team out the day before. 6 men accompanied 3 armored Suburbans in the of AC-17 Starletter. They unload the equipment and DC excited to take 2 of the Suburbans off base and do a dry run to the meeting place and back to the airport. The men got momentarily lost in a bad part of town and came under fire. Both vehicles made it back to the TAS, but one of them was pretty shot up. MacDonald had taken a MK at the vehicle right before Rapp aimed. They counted over 40 hits from small arms and rifle fire. The armor had performed as advertised, but the vehicle was out of commission. MacDonald didn't even want to tell Kennedy about the incident, and Rapp MacDonald wants C%L to arrange transportation through General Gifford and one of his striker brigades, but one of the negotiating points for the Iranians involved coal military units. If they saw any American military personnel at the site of the rioting, they would walk away. Down one vehicle and limited in his options, MacDonald was now going to have to row an unarmored SUV from the private security contractor who was going to augment his detail. Rapp was to scrap the entire plan, and put her in the back seat of one of Stilwell's twat-up sedans, but it wasn't his call. In an effort to reassure MacDonald that he and Stilwell would be across during the entire meeting. He went over the arsenal that Stilwell had assembled and told him if anything went wrong they would be able to bring a significant amount of firepower to the fight. All you have to do, Mac, is get her to the Mustang and back to the base. I checked out the entire with Stilwell last night. He's got the thing wired. He's had lookouts posted since 7 this morning. 401 them. 2 blocks away in every direction. He knows the owner of the cafe, and he's got a half-dozen Kurds on standby. These guys know the name Ruud. Who tuongs there and who doesn't. If anything doesn't seem right they'll let us know. What do you think of the route? MacDonald asked as he had a map with a RUL line showing the roads they would take. Rapp studied the options. On the bright side, they were only 5 miles from the airport. I'll only worry was the Dirkstny of the route. I'll think you made the right call. You could take her north and across one of the bridges, but it would double if not triple the length of time you'll have her on the road, and you still have to get her back to this main road, which, Stilwell told me, is like the Indy 500 with bombs. I know. I was already briefed by the base commander. He put sniper teams out last night and has a LNB unit on standby. Rapp look at the map again. I'll think you've got the right idea here. Limit her exposure. Get her from 1K, int A to 1K, Int be as quick as you can. All right. MacDonald studied the map. This isn't like Washington. No, Rapp said, it sure as hell isn't. The door to the communications trailer and Kennedy the Mitchell, she said as she walked toward Rapp. Gawk slow morning, bus. Rapp out her outfit. She was wearing a pair of black hiking boots, a pair of jeans, and a form-fitting black jacket called a manto. A black hijab was draped around her neck and shoulders. Kennedy had spent a significant amount of her youth in the Middle East. Rapp was happy to see she still remembered how to blend in. Kennedy offered her cheek to Rapp. He leaned in and kissed her. How are you feeling, she asked. Fine. You look tilled. She studied him with a frown. Rapp at her and looked at MacDonald. She's like my big sister. Does she ever tell you that you like crap? MacDonald smiled. Nope. I didn't say crap. I said tired. You meant to say crap, you're just polite. Well. You look really tired. You have dark circles under your eyes and you. Kennedy in and sniffed the air. You've been smoking, she said disapprovingly. Yes, I've been smoking. That's what people do over here. Everyone smokes. That's how you fit in. Otherwise you look like a politically correct American and then they either shoot you or kidnap you, which is a hell of a lot more hazardous to your health than a few smokes. Good point, Conc. What's gone on Sinkai LMST night? WIE resolutions that were brought on behalf of the Iranians have been tabled, but they are holding firm that they are suspending our right to extend passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, let's see them try to enforce that one. My fear is that they will. You can't serious. It would be the MCRST naval engagement in history. That's my int. They might try to provoke something and make themselves like the victims. They're desperate, Mitch. This operation that you started is having a real effect. The Brits informed us that 2 banks and several gas stations were firebombed in Tehran last night. They say anti-Lamatullah graffiti is suddenly popping up around the city. Good. They'll storm the presidential palace. If only we could so lucky. Stillwell entered the RCXNN and said, Good morning, Dir and Tor. Morning, Stan. L just got a call from Rob. He says Ashani landed and is on his way. It's time to go. Rapp looked at MacDonald and said, Give me a 5-minute head start and then don't stop for anything. L won't. He turned to Kennedy and with a reassuring smile said, Gawk slow luck. I'll be close by in case anything goes wrong. The street was blocked at each end by Molas cruisers. One of the blue and white cruisers backed onto the curb to allow Ashani's motorcade to pass. The 3 vehicles stopped directly in front of the cafe. Ashani opened his door and onto the curb they masked men in his security detail spread out. Ashani thought the whole thing a bit overdone. He PMC'd into the cafe with his security chief and the man from the CIA. The place was small. 15 wide by about 40 feet deep. The floor was covered with beige, rectangular tiles. The grout had turned from gray to black in the high-traffic areas, and the entire floor seemed to have a coating of grime on it. Ashani looked around. The white walls had taken on a yellowish tinge from all the smoking. It made him think of his lungs, which thankfully were feeling much better. Hopefully the doctor was right, and there would be no lasting effects. Minister, Ridley said, may I get you anything to drink? Dilutor Kennedy should be here in a little bit. L would like some tea, please. Ridley at Ashani's security chief, and the man SHTX, his head. Ashani approached one of the table, halfway back and took a seat in one of the blue fiberglass chairs. He was about to start looking for listening devices and thought better 01 it. The Americans had such GCX-D technology it would be a waste of time. It was more than likely that they would use Inglamsers or Durkutional microphones to capture the conversation. Ridley came over with his tea and a jar of honey. Ashani WMS amused that the man from the CIA knew he liked his tea with honey, but didn't show it. He thanked him and was about to mix in the honey when he saw his counterpart's entourage show up. Ashani set the honey down and stood. He watched as a large man carrying a machine gun entered in front of Kennedy. He surveyed the entire place and then stepped out of the way and gestured for the director of the CIA to enter. Kennedy stepped over the threshold and took off her oversized black sunglasses. Ashani had met with the director of the CIA on 2 previous occasions. According to his dossier on her, she was 46 years old. She also happened to be the youngest person to ever run the American spy agency and the first woman. She had a PhD in Arabic studies and was the divorced mother of a boy approximately the age of 10. Ashani knew that obscure fact because several years ago Mukhtar and his animals at Hezbollah had come to him with a proposal to kidnap the Ashani gave the paramilitary leader of Hezbollah a stern rebuke for even considering such an operation. Dirkuder Kengsli, Ashani said as he extended his right hand, "It is GCXJD to you again." Kennedy smiled. "I wish it was under circumstances, Minister Ashani. Please call me Azad. Only if you'll call me Irene." "Of course. Sit." He motioned to the chair across from his. "May I get you something to drink? Ria would be nice." Kennedy pulled out her chair and sat. Ashani looked to his chief and nodded toward the barista behind the counter. He then joined Kennedy at the table. He studied her face for a moment and thought she mked at ease. Either she was very at dealing with stress or she was an actress. He by the lack of worry lines around her eyes that she handled stress well. Turning toward her face, Ashani said, "You did not have to wear the hijab on my account." Kennedy touched the black scarf she had draped over her head and shoulders. "I don't mind it. I wore one as a girl." "You lived abroad?" Ashani was playing dumb, as he knew that she had. "YCNS. Cairo, Damascus, and then Beirut." Ashani and surprised. "But then again. I'm sure you knew about Beirut." "What about Beirut?" he said with a straight face. "Elle did not come here to open old wounds, but I think it's very important that we be honest with each other if we are going to find a way out of this mess." Ashani hesitated and then said, "Elle would agree." "Then I find it hard to believe that as Iran's Minister of Intelligence, you didn't already know that my father was killed in the USML LSSY bombing in Beirut back in 1983. Kennedy would have liked to have added that the bombing had been carried out by Hezbollah and sponsored by Iran, but there was no need to state the obvious. Ashani knew who was behind the carnage, and he knew Kennedy knew as well. Ashani a sip of tea and then delicately said, "I'm sorry about your father. I do not like all this violency. Many innocent people have been killed." Ashani's man placed a cup of steaming tea in front of Kennedy and backed away. Kennedy picked up the cup with both hands and said, "Far many. There are many in my country," Ashani said while putting both arms on the table and leaning closer to Kennedy, "who question how evil the US really is. You have rid us of both Saddam and the Taliban. As you well know, we Shia and Sunni do not like each other. The only time we stop fighting is when someone like you gets in the middle." Sad but true. There was a moment of uncomfortable silence, and then Ashani said, "We have a situation here that I am afraid could spin out of control. There are many people in my government who want BLCYD for the destruction of the Isfahan facility. Our Persian pride demands it. Pride can be a very destructive thing," and Ashani snorted, "Yes. You are right, but I'm afraid there are few IHVL in my government who see it that way. They want someone to pay for this offense. Then they should crack down on the insurgents and leave us and Israel out of it. Or are they afraid to admit they have an internal problem?" "Elle did not come here to discuss the inner workings of my government," Ashani said a bit more seriously. "I was invited to listen to you and find a mutually agreeable solution to this mess." Kennedy sipped her tea and then said, "President Alexander is flirting with the idea of forming limited diplomatic relations." "Interesting. What is the incentive for my government? You have 20 to 30% inflation, you import 40% of your oil, even though you have the second highest oil reserves 01 any country behind Saudi Arabia, and your economy is about to collapse. You have an internal revolt brewing that like before will be met with a crackdown from the religious extremists. Although this time it is less certain they will could stop here too if Ashani wanted to argue any of these 1k ints. He didn't, so she continued. If you were to meet us halfway and agree that it is time for our two nations to bury old wounds and forge a lasting peace that respects Islam and freedom, we would restore relations on a level that would encourage American investment in your country. There are many in my country, Ashani said, who think you were behind the destruction of the Isfahan facility. Kennedy looked him straight in the eye and said, I can promise you, we had nothing to do with the attack. That may well the case. I am just telling you, the hardliners will want something more concrete than the possibility that American banks might invest in our country. American financial institutions will follow the US government. That is why the president is prepared to offer you $1 billion in loans. Ashani was surprised. What is the catch? The money must go toward building new refineries. The loans will be interest-free for the first 3 years, and after that they will be LCX in at 5%. The money has to be to build refineries. The president feels it is the only way he can get a majority of the Congress to back it. You want us to renounce our nuclear program? No. She s11 sigh, her head. Not publicly. But privately. It would help. Ashani winked. There are those in my country who are obsessed with a nuclear power. Kennedy leaned in and whispered, you're as close to you are on the verge of another revolution, only this time, you guys are going to the ones thrown out of power. This is a chance for you to stave off disaster. Ashani scratched his word, looked past Kennedy and the dusty front door. With just his limited view he counted 5 men in urban combat gear holding their weapons at the ready. This could be Tehran in a year or two if economic stability wasn't reached. One thing him, though. Ashani looked carefully into Kennedy's eyes and asked, why? Why what? Why are you offering to help us? Kennedy nodded. Despite Ashani's relatively open mind, there was no getting over the fact that he had spent all of his adult life in a country that America for virtually every WCU we started out slowly, that there are enough people like you, Azad, decent people who want to put an end to the hatred and violence. Who knows what type of government might take over after a second revolution? Who's to say it won't be more fundamentalist and anti-Western than the current government? Kennedy shook her head. We have learned the hard way that economic instability in Middle East is not in the lust interest of the United States. The lack of opportunity makes it all easy for the clerics to preach their hatred. We want to see a resurgence in Persian pride. We want you to take control of your own destiny. We want you make advances in and health. We want to see you cause low, if for no other reason than we stop getting blamed for your failures. Ashani had a mk of intense concentration on his face. Everything she had just said was true, but selling it to men whose entire power base was dependent on a hatred of America would exceedingly difficult. Kennedy knew what he was thinking. I know this is risky. That is why I am here and not Secretary of State Wicca. My president sent me. He knows you and I have proven that our two countries can work together. That is true, but this is a big step. What is your ultimatum? Azadra Kennedy put her arms out and motioned in each direction. Is this what you want? Car bombs and sectarian violence, kidnappings, and blockade. We both know your country is closer to this than the mullahs would ever admit. With downcast eyes, Ashani slowly nodded. Then what is your answer? In Ashani's mind there was no doubt this was the right thing to do, but selling it to the Supreme Council would be extremely difficult. His mind kept returning to Amathullah. The peacock president would hate this with every fitur of his txdy. Still, there was a chance that the Supreme Raider would see it as an opportunity for his people to avoid years of pain and suffering.
Finally, Ashani LCN, Ked at Kennedy and said, "It is my sincere hope that this will be recorded the moment our two countries forged a new and lasting friendship. I must warn you, though, that this is going to be very hard for me to sell to the Supreme Council. No it will, but I hope for the sake of both our countries you suckle. USS Virginia, Gulf of Oman Captain Pete Hallberg was a prime candidate for an ulcer. The 45-year-old graduate of Annapolis never lost his not with his wife, not with his 6 kids, and never with his crew. He internalized stress by shoving it down into the pit of his stomach, where he ate with black coffee. Usually 10 cups a day or more. His only saving grace was the 20 minutes he put in on the heavy bag in the bowels of his sub's engine room. That and the bottle of Tums and Tacid tablets that he went through every week. On this particular morning the pucker factor on the bridge was running high. Command of any submarine was an intensely stressful, yet rewarding job. Commanding one of America's newest fast attack submarines was in a league all by itself. The United States Navy had entrusted Hallberg with the $2 billion technological marvel and given him 134 submariners to lead. The crews had fairly routine up until 2 days prior when they'd received a flash message from Submarine Commander or CTF-54. Their orders were to leave the Dwight D. Eisenhower Strike Group, which was on patrol in the Persian Gulf, and to the Gulf of Oman, where Hallberg and his crew were to LM-8 and track one of Iran's 3-kilo-class subs that had left in a hurry. Shortly after midnight they'd followed a Liberian supertanker filled with crude through the Strait of Hormuz and entered the Dilawats of the Gulf of Oman. At 377 feet the USS Virginia was 17 feet longer than the depth of the main shipping channel. Their WMSNT a sub in the world, other than her sister ships, that could come even close to her capabilities, but she had her limits. Hallberg and his entire crew had breathed a collective sigh of relief when they the deeper water of the Gulf of Oman. The Virginia's strength lay in her stealth, firepower, and speed. To use those, however, she needed to maneuver. If the Persian Gulf was a 6-lane divided highway on a dry sunny day, the Strait of Hormuz was a narrow dark alley on a dark rainy night. 27 miles at the narrowest point, it was dotted with islands and packed with shipping traffic. Most of its supertankers were nearly 1 feet long. The currents were quick and once outside the main shipping channel there were countless uncharted wrecks. Beamed on the information by CTF-54, Halt KRG and his executive officer, Dennis Strelzuk, Agarku.D on the most likely location of the kilo. They set up a patrol grid and then Hallberg turned over the command duty officer watch to the so he could grab a few hours of sleep. 4 hours later he woke up refreshed and returned to the bridge. Traveling at 5 knots on an easterly heading, the lightweight array picked up the kilo running at the same speed in the Omsite direction, parallel to the Iranian coast. It was an eluctable maneuver that they had seen the Iranians use dozens of times. They would run their subs out of their base in Bandar Abbas in broad daylight for all the world to and then transit through the strait on the surface. Once clear of the shipping channel they'd dive and then put the pedal to the metal. Usually, just north of Muscat, Oman, they would do ram speed to 5 knots and a series of lazy figure eights to make sure no American subs were trailing them. Then they would slowly work their way on and skirt the Iranian coastline just inside territorial waters, LCX, king for an American warship they could fall in two's hind and tail back through the strait. When Hallberg arrived in control, Strelzuk explained what was going on. About 30 minutes ago, he broke for international water and started running the racetrack right here on the shelf. Strelzuk pointed to a location on the chart that showed where the Gulf of Oman stepped its way up from a depth of meters to I.x. meters. The LCXation was right on the doorstep of the Strait of Hormuz. Hallberg his coffee. That doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't. Why go to all that effort to disappear and then start beating your chest? Unless you want to found, Hallberg mused. That's what I was thinking. Strelzuk handed the skipper a message from CTF-54. This came in at you out an hour ago. Hallberg scanned the message without the aid of glasses. With his oldest child already in college, he was very proud of the fact that he didn't need reading specs. According to the message, the Iranian naval base at Bandar Abbas was a beehive of activity. Her two remaining kilo subs, the Tariq and Noor, had out of 1 kjrt in the middle of the night along with 4 of their mini subs. Strelzuk pointed to the nearest color monitor and said, "These satellite photos were taken at 04. Every frigate in the harbor is glowing. They're getting ready to put their entire navy to sea." Hallberg looked down at the plotting table. The old paper charts had been replaced by a flat computer screen that real-time tactical information. With the aid of a complex navigation system, the display showed the exact LCWation of the Virginia, the Iranian kilo they were shadowing, and virtually every other ship in the Gulf of Oman. Hallberg pressed a button and the screen changed magnification to show the tactical situation in the Persian Gulf. 2 of the 6 Iranian subs were already missing. The other 4 were all headed northwest toward the Eisenhower strike group. Hallberg assumed the missing subs were also headed in that direction. He'd patrolling these waters on and off for nearly 20 years, and this was as aggressive as he'd ever seen the Iranians. Hallberg changed the plotting screen back to his area of n/responsibility. He ked at the exation of the Iranian kilo that they had identified as the most modern of their subs. "She to be guarding the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz. Why don't you grab some sleep?" Halt KRG said to Strelzuk. "I'll start the next watch early." "You sure?" "Positive." Hallberg settled into his chair in the command and control counter and asked for a cup of coffee. As he studied the battlefield layout on the array of screens in the CACC, he got the feeling that this was not going to another ring day at sea. Mosul, Iraq. Rap was wearing a lockers-fitting pair of pleated black dress pants and a gray dress shirt that WMS untucked. He stood behind Stillwell, looking down at one of the flat-panel monitors. The screen was split in 2. Aisle left half Shokal, aisle right half Shokal Ashani. Their conversation was relayed via a pair of desktop speakers with reasonable clarity. As Kennedy had predicted, the dialogue was progressing without conflict. This should have reassured Rap, but it didn't. Something didn't sekln right. He ran a hand through his thick, black hair and then scratched his beard. His eyes moved to a second monitor showing 4 separate shots of at the north barricade. Looked tense and a bit jumpy. It was decided that they would not told any specifics about the meeting. Especially that the director of the CIA WMS one of the 2 principals. The Iranian demand that no U.S. military personnel be involved with the complicated Dinisa bit. The Lakwal police were the next best choice for crowd control. At least that's what Ridley thought. Rap was having second thoughts. The IHLI seemed to be more concerned with what was going on inside the security pen meter than what was going on outside. Their job WMS to screen pedestrians and make sure no vehicles gained access to the block. Fortunately, pedestrian traffic was sparse. The natives knew to stay away from the police checkpoints for the simple fact that they provided targets for the fundamentalist suicide looters. As Rap was trying to get a read on the situation, 2 more police vehicles pulled up. They were pickup TMCKs, each with a .50 caliber machine gun mounted to the roof of the cab. 2 .50 caliber heavy machine guns was a lot of firepower. The gunners were wearing flak jackets and black hoods, but beyond that they were standing fully exposed in the back of the pickups. It was the perfect job for a young recruit who would think himself invincible behind a heavy gun. In reality, though, they were targets. In a gunfight they wouldn't long, standing an X1K like that. Any decent marksman could pick them off. Rap noticed that the men handling the big guns also appeared more concerned about what was inside the security cordon than what was going on outside. Rap shifted his gaze to a picture of the men who were providing transom, RT for Minister Ashani. They were parked directly across the street from the cafe and their American counterparts. As they were dressed in street clothes and wearing black hoods to conceal their faces, Rap they were either Quds Force or members of a Shia militia. They were all holding AK-74s.
He understood why the militants had to conceal their faces, but the fact that the 1K lice did as well spoke volumes about the lawlessness of the city. Rapp tapped Stillwell on the shoulder and said, "Am I just imagining it, or does it like the police and these guys in the are itching to get in a gunfight with each other?" Nork, Stillwell kept his eyes on. "You're not imagining anything. It's the same old story. Of the cops are Sunni, and guys in the hoods are Shia. They're like Yankees and Red Sox fans, except they've hated each other for a lot longer. Yankees and Red Sox fans don't kill each other. Hey might, if they had to live in the same city." Rapp didn't like any of this. I'll Linst thing the MDED was getting caught in the crossfire, the Hatfields and the McCoys. Can we trust these militia guys? How do you mean? How do we know they're not going to start a fight? We don't. Wonderful. Mitch, the only people I trust in this town are my Kurds. Rapp looked down at all the cops. Not even the lice. Lemst of all the lice. You can't serious. Sure the hell am. They're one of the most corrupt groups in the damn city. If a fight starts, there's a better than 50% chance they'll just run. Then why are we using them? We don't have a lot of options. Shit. Mitch, it's not as bad as you think. These guys have no idea who they're protecting. All they know is they're going to get a nice big cash bonus from us if this thing GWS off without any problems. Rapp looked at the monitor with renewed concom. He at the screen and said, "At these two idiots. They've got those 50s pointed in the wrong direction." Stillwell chucked out the SCR&N and shook his head. "There is no such thing as muzzle discipline over here. There isn't a day that goes by where I don't have to tell some idiot to lower his gun. And they're all walking around with the damn safe off, and their fingers on the trigger. Accidental discharges /SRA.S common as car wrecks, and they aren't gawk slow drivers." Rapp swore to himself. An accidental discharge in a situation like this would likely result in 1,000+ rounds flying through the air in every direction. He walked over to the window and looked through a slit in the QAnon down at the street. Rapp had a secure radio clip hole to his and a wireless earpiece in his left ear. He touched the transmit button and said, "Mac, how are you feeling?" Rapp looked directly at Kennedy's security chief, who was BLCX king the entrance to the cafe. "Just great," he said sarcastically. "I'm surrounded by men in masks carrying bigger guns than mine who would love nothing more than to kill our TNSS. Other than that, it's a wonderful morning. The sun is out, the temp's in the mid-60. I feel like I'm on vacation." No. It sounds like they're wrapping it up. Irene's gotten through all her main points. It shouldn't be much longer, and then you guys can get the hell out of here and back to the airport. I'm counting the squans. Hang in there." Rapp clicked the secure radio out of the two-way mode and looked to the far end of the street. Several of the cops were now milling about with Russian-made grenade launchers resting on their hips. "This place is fucking crazy," Rapp mumbled to himself. There was way much unseward viral KWER. Subconsciously, he brought his left hand up and touched the .45 caliber Glock 21 pistol on Il's left hip. Underneath his oversized gray shirt, Rapp was wearing level 3 body armor with a ceramic chicken plate over his heart. The Glock WMS in a paddle holster with 2 spare magazines to his belt. Rapp turned his attention away from the street for a moment and eyed the small arsenal Stillwell had assembled on the other side of the raccorn. On the floor was a black case with 2 looking clasps. Rapp walked over, knelt, and popped the 2 clasps. He lifted the lid and his personal arsenal, a 5.56mm rifle with a suppressor, a spare .45, and a Glock 17 with a suppressor, all sitting in foam cutouts. The M4 was made by Sabre Defense. It was a Masad Ayub special broken down into a lower and upper. Rapp misassembled the weapon in a few squans, screwed the silencer onto the end, and loaded it with a 30-round magazine. He checked to make sure the safety was on, then one of the .233 rounds,
grabbed 2 spare magazines, and walked back to the window. "Call the base," he said to Stillwell, "and make sure the quick reaction force is at the gate ready to move, and I mean LXKED and loaded, engines running." "Will do." Rapp clutched the grip of the M4 and checked his watch. It was 11:17. He down at all the firepower on the street and couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. One misstep, by either group, and Kennedy and her detail would be caught in the crossfire. Rapp could hear Kennedy's voice coming from the speaker him. His eyes narrowed as another police pickup truck joined the other 2 at the far end of the street. This one was carrying 8 men, all in uniforms and black hoods. They piled out of the truck and moved off in pairs toward each corner of the intersection. Rapp swore under his breath and quieted enough WA's enough. "Mac," Rapp said as he keyed the transmit button on his radio. "I think it's time to wrap this thing up and get her back to the base." "All right, get your guys ready to move. Minister Ashani goes first and then once he's gone bring her out and hightail it straight back." "You want me to tell her it's time to go?" "That's right. Just whisper in her ear that something urgent come up." They broke the ice. "Next time they can in Geneva where we won't have to deal with all the crazy bastards." "Roger." Rapp moved his eyes from the front DCYR of the cafe to the militia men and then the cops at the far end. The sliding glass door was already open. He took a step back so the muzzle wouldn't stick out beyond the curtain and raise XL his rifle. With both eyes he looked through the L3 EOTCWH sight and centurial the dot on the head of the .50 caliber gunner on the far right. He guessed the distance to be about 140 feet. An easy shot. Rapp moved the sight from one gunner to the next and quietly said, "Just stay calm, boys. This will all be over in a few minutes." Someone who must have been an officer walked up to the 2 men manning the .50 caliber machine guns and started yelling and pointing in different directions. After a moment the men retrained their guns in the opposite door cushion. Rapp lowered his rifle and a bit. Irene Kenyally stood inside the cafe and watched Ridley and Minister Ashani CRC and the street. Both men looked back as they were about to climb in their vehicle. The meeting had furthered Kennedy's belief that the Iranian intelligence minister was someone she could work with. Someone she could possibly trust. She smiled warmly at Ashani he at her. Ken presently held her black sunglasses in her right hand and waddled back. She could have talked slow with the man for hours. Her was so much they could work on. The relatively short meeting had reconfirmed for her that it was time to bury the hatchet with Iran. Especially if more men like Ashani were in XWER. The rest of the men piled into the other 2 sons and the motorcade off. Kennedy put on her sunglasses and wondered what she was going to do with Rapp. She'd known Mitch since he was a 21-year-old lacrosse star at Syracuse University. She had him, she'd helped Kate train him, and she'd been his handler for MCXST of his storied career. He'd been good from day one. A natural at picking up languages and mannerisms and customs that were unique to every city on the planet. His ability to immerse himself for extended of time on overseas assignments, with almost no contact from the agency, was unique. There'd been plenty of times where the months had ticked away and Kennedy was left wondering if Rapp was still alive. Somehow, though, he always made it back. And with each successful mission, he became less patient with his handlers. Less comfortable with the suit and tie culture of CIA headquarters. Over the years the insubordination worsened. Kennedy's mentor, Tom Stansfield, told her the ones were always a bit rebellious. They didn't fit into the bureaucratic structure of Langley. Their missions were too fluid to have real structure. Add to that the reality that they knew everything they did would be picked apart by Impel who had never on an overseas assignment in their entire and you had a problem. His marriage had seemed to help a bit. At least Anna had made him see the other side of things. After she was murdered, though, he retrenched and the circle of he trusted contracted further. Any semblance of patience was now gone.
Sitting down with Ashani was a rare to have it cut short simply because Rapp thought it was dragging on was infuriating. Kennedy turned to MacDonald. And why did Mitch think it so imperative that he had to end my meeting? There was a lot of tension out here between the ministers IH.PLE and the Lice. It like a gunfight was ut to break out. You can't serious. Boss, I don't joke at you out stuff like this. Now can we plus get you back to the Beza? Kennedy folded her arms and looked across the street at the second-story apartment. She couldn't see Rapp, but she knew he was up there. Kennedy shook her head and said, "Fine. Let's go." MacDonald forthtook more of his men to come over. A fourth stayed by the rear passenger door of the Suburban. The four men moved in unison, with Kennedy in the middle. The director climbed into the back seat. One of the men followed her and closed the DCAR. Another bodyguard entered from the other side, so Kennedy was sandwiched in the middle. MacDonald stood by the front passenger door and gave the hand signal for all the other men to load up. When everyone was in their vehicle, he jumped in the front seat of Kennedy's Suburban and gave the order to move out. The 5 vehicles Rolex single file down the block and idled for a second. The police cars moved to allow them through. Kennedy through the front window as they followed the other Suburban INST, the 2 Molis cruisers, and turned left. She noted the dozens of Molis officers standing on the other side of the street. They were all in black, holding either machine guns or RPGs. Kennedy reached for her BlackBerry. She pressed several buttons to take it out of silent mode, and then, just as she was about to open an email, there was a thunderous explosion. The Suburban lurched to a stop. Kennedy looked through the front window, eyes wide, and mouth agape at the sight. 01 A fireball engulfing the vehicle in front of them. Rapp watched Ashani's entourage move out in a hurry. These militia guys didn't mess around. He moved to a second set of windows to get a better view as they accelerated toward the police checkpoint. This was the moment he'd feared. He halved cops to unload on the 3 vehicles in a modern-day Iraqi version of the climactic scene in Bonnie and Clyde, where their getaway car gets shredded by a fusillade of bullets. To his relief, the cops cleared the way and the 3 sedans sped down the open street, toward the Tigris River and their waiting helicopter. Rapp returned %L to the other window. The hard part should be over now that the Hatfields have left town. Agree. Stillwell tapped HL a few keys and changed the camera angles on the main monitor. This was a hell of an idea you had, Mitch. Could be one for the history BCY, KS. You're getting a little ahead of yourself there, Don Juan. There plenty of crazy Ilses mullahs back in Tehran who are going to hate this. Even if they don't take us up on the aid package, you've managed to attention away from us and Israel. We'll see. Rapp watched climb into her armored Suburban. The security guys all hustled back to their vehicles and mounted up. The lead Toyota 4Runner started to move. It was all much slower than Ashani's motorcade. One by one the other vehicles follow C%L leisurely down the street. The 2 cruisers slid into reverse and provided a gap. The lead vehicle entered the intersection and TCX, KA hard left. Next came the first armored Suburban. Rapp had seen Kennedy get in the second Suburban. The other 3 vehicles were all white Toyota 4Runners that MKED like they were on loan from a United Nations convoy. As Kennedy's Suburban stalled its turn, Rapp noticed something strange. The on the left side of the street started running in Rapp's direction. Rapp pushed the sliding GLMSS door and stepped out onto the balcony. He looked to the sidewalk beneath to find out what was going on. There was nothing. No pedestrians. No vehicles. Nothing. He looked back at the running officers and that several were looking back over their shoulders. They weren't running towards something, they were running away from something. Rappler kuchlul his gaze to the intersection just as the last vehicle was making its turn. A flurry of motion just beyond the white SUV caught his attention. Rapp watched as the 2 police officers manning the high-caliber machine guns swung them around. Other officers began jumping behind vehicles and taking cover behind buildings. Rapp's body started to tense, his eyes narrowed, and his right hand for the safety on his M4 rifle. Every survival instinct in his body was suddenly screaming that something was wrong. He leaned over the balcony to see if there's some hidden threat that he had yet to identify. As he was doing so, he reached under his shirt and keyed his secure radio so he could hear Kennedy's security detail. The thunderous report of one of the .50 caliber machine guns caused Rapp to flinch. In this urban setting of hard asphalt and concrete surfaces, the concussion of the weapon boomed like a cannon. Rapp watched in horror as two of the big 50s opened up with sustained bursts. The last white SUV was torn to shreds. There was a loud explosion, and then Rapp heard McElhonald's voice in his ear. "Shit. We're under attack. Don't stop. Move, move, move." The first explosion was followed by two more. Rapp's weapon snapped into the firing position and he screamed back into the apartment, "Get that quick reaction force here ASAP." Rapp saw the rear driver's side door 01, the last SUV, open. An obviously wounded contractor fell out of the vehicle and attempted to cover behind the rear wheel. A group of cops hiding behind the trunk of their cruiser opened fire on the man, mercilessly 1K, undaying him with dozens of rounds. Rapp took in a breath and denied himself the immediate gratification of killing first. They could wait. The dull, black suppressor on the end of his weapon only to its accuracy. The L3 Tech sight consisted of a squarish viewfinder with a red dot in the middle. It was an amazing advance in battlefield technology that allowed the shooter to keep T11 eyes open while zeroing in on a target. Rapp centered the dot on the head of the gunner on the far right, leaned forward ever so slightly, and squeezed the trigger. A light kick of the MAR rifle threw the muzzle skyward less than an inch. Rapp's countless hours of training kicked in. He brought the muzzle back online and swept it to the left in search of the next target. He placed the dot on the open mouth of the gunner who was screaming while he unloaded his heavy-bore weapon on the other vehicles. Rapp squeezed his trigger, the sight jumbled and then fell back into place in time to show a cloud of blood silhouetted against the man's black HCXD as the .223 round blew out a large chunk of his skull. The masked cop continued to clutch the handles of the .50 caliber machine gun for another second, and then his entire body fell backwards over the side of the truck. "Grab a gun and get out here," Rapp yelled to Stillwell. He was tracking his weapon in search of the other .50 caliber gun, when he saw one of the MOLAS officers taking aim with an RPG. Rapp brought the red dot back, centered it on the man's head and fired. The bullet snuck the cop in the side of the head just as he was firing his grenade launcher. The force of the bullet sent the grenade off course and into a building where it exploded, taking out 3 coin. Rapp found the third .50 caliber gun and missed the man on his first shot. He quickly reacquired the target and sent him spiraling out of the truck bed. Rapp began moving from one target to the next in a steady, methodical, unrush XL pace, counting each cartridge as he went. "Mac," Rapp said as calmly as he could. "Give me a status report." He continued to shoot, and count, as he waited to hear from Kennedy's security chief. He squeezed the trigger for the 30th time and then dropped to his right KN and, ejecting the magazine and reaching for a fresh one. He looked back into the apartment at Stillwell and saw him loading the squad automatic weapon. As Rapp slammed a fresh magazine into his M4, he tried to visualize the battlefield and Will was around the corner to the rest of Kennedy's motorcade. Rapp fought back a sense of doom. There was no time for that now. He needed LUL to stay and try his best to hold them off until reinforcements arrived from the beams. He chambered around, found a new martyr trying to man one of the .50 caliber machine guns, and hit him in the side of his head. Rapp heard moaning over his earpiece. "Mac, is that you? Are you all right?" Rapp searched for a new target, which wasn't easy. The cops had started to figure out that a way to get killed was to try and man one of the guns. "Mac," Rapp called out again. He watched as 2 off cops int down the street and then jumped in one of the squads and peeled out. Rapp's spirits soared for a second. He didn't think the striker column could have gotten here that fast, but it had to be why the cops were running. As quickly as his spirits had soared, they sank like a rock in a when he saw a Ulan race through the intersection toward motorcade. Vehicle was followed by two more, and then two vans and a truck that stopped RD in the middle of the intersection. Some of the cops took off while others stayed and began stripping off their uniforms. Rap stopped *D-Slming for a moment, not sure who he should target. Stillwell joined Rap on the balcony, and said, "We got some bad news. The Quick Reaction Force has a problem." Before Rap could what the problem WMS, the Kurds entered the just then and began shouting at their boss. Rap noticed that several of them were wearing black balaclava. He looked at Aldi in the corner of the apartment and then the street that was suddenly crawling with militia types. Rap yelled for everyone to be quiet and asked Stillwell, "What kind of problem?" L didn't get an answer out of them. All IWMS told WMS the was under LCXK down. Rap let MSE with a string of profanity and then at one of the Kurds. He stuck out his hand and said, "Give me your balaclava." The man didn't respond quickly enough, so Rap screamed his order like a drill sergeant. "What are you doing?" Stillwell asked. "I'm going down there." Rap took the black HCX-D from the Kurd. "Are you out of your fucking mind?" "L don't want to talk about it." "Open up those crates, Rap into the stockpile of weapons, put half the guys up on the roof and the other half out on the balcony and start pounding the shit out of anything that moves except me." Rap put on the NIC, Ked at the Kurds. "Don't shoot me." Black pants, gray shirt, black ilk Y.D. He touched each garment. "Everybody except me." Imad Mukhtar through the dusty storefront window and surveyed the scene on the street. A block and a half away the policy had set up their barricade just as they had told him they would. Mukhtar had leaned heavily on Ali Abbas. He'd handpicked Abbas 2 years earlier to be Hezbollah's commander in Mosul. During that time Abbas had built up a very effective network. He didn't have as many successes as his counterparts in other cities like Bimsra and Baghdad, but his job was much more difficult due to the large Kurdish population. He had put here to calculate intelligence and run limited OFX rations against the Americans. One of the things they had discovered was the near-total corruption that was rampant in the Sunni-dominated 9 Lice department. Virtually every man on the force had moved to the northern city on Saddam's orders as part of a plan to lessen the influence of the Kurds and Shiite. Now that Saddam was gone, they were doing whatever it took to survive. In many ways they were more like organized crime than a police force. If some Prussian, they had to pay for it. Even those who wanted to be left alone had to pay money. Getting the 1K lice to cooperate had a lie, and a large restriction of the that Amathullah had given him. Ablums had told Mukhtar that the police would more than likely not be involved in the plan if they knew the intended target was someone as high-ranking as the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. A similar situation that they ran in conjunction with the Iranian Quds force had brought too much heat down on the in the days that followed, so a convenient lie was constructed. They told the 1K lice commander that the intended target WMS a Jewish banker from Switzerland. Mukhtar knew that both had the police would be hired for traffic and perimeter control only. It agreed that they would not be told who was at the meeting. Mukhtar offered the commander more money, the man MK the offer and then intimated that he would also like a cut of the ransom. Mukhtar acquiesced after another 10 minutes of negotiating. The commander tried to negotiate further, but Mukhtar had had enough. He told the man his expenditure was minimal. Mukhtar already had the men and the vehicles. All the commander needed to do was keep his own men away until the dust had settled and the American military showed up. Then he could come in and act as if he knew nothing. Mukhtar kept his eyes on Iblis. He was wearing a lice uniform and standing at the next corner waiting to signal Mukhtar that the motorcade was about to move. Mukhtar had already called him and told him to tell the in the pickup trucks to point their guns in the other direction until he gave the order to attack. The Americans were stupid but not that stupid. Abdullah had made it clear that it was crucial that Minister Ashani make it back alive.
For their plan to work they did not need the public embarrassment of such a high-ranking official caught meeting with the director of the CIA. In most cases Mukhtar thought people expendable, but not this time. He owed Ashani for saving his life. If it weren't for the minister he would have followed that idiot Ali Farahani down into that pit of radioactive saint. The thought of such a death caused his hands to tremble momentarily. Several years earlier during one of their brief wars with the Zionists, an Israeli bomb had found the building where he was staying and had almost killed him. Mukhtar had been trapped in an almost entirely collapsed basement for 2 days. He'd lost 3 fellow warriors on that one attack. Their dusty and mangled bodies were emblazoned on his memory. That and his near death at Isfahan had brought him to the conclusion that he would never again set foot in a bunker. He would take his chance, above ground. Abbas moved closer to them and pulled a white handkerchief from his back pocket. He waving it wildly, and then held up both fists, telling Mukhtar Kennedy was in the 2nd Suburban. It was the signal they had been waiting for. Mukhtar turned to the 14 men standing out the back of the shop. "They are coming. Put on your hoods." The Lebanese terrorist grabbed his cell phone and hit the send button. 3 rings later an eager voice answered. Mukhtar said, "It is time." He did not wait for a wrestle, NSE. He dropped the phone to the and drew his Markov pistol. The one he had told each man he would use to kill them if they did not use restraint. The orange and white taxi had cruising the southern edge of the old city for the better part of an hour. One man sat in back and the other drove. They stopped for coffee once and at a newsstand a second time. 50 minutes into their patrol they headed further south. They had selected their spots the evening before. The Al-Qadians were some of their lust. Both were within 2 miles of the base's main gate, which was crucial. Sahar and Ziba were Iranian revolutionary guildsmen who were now attached to the Quds force. They were pen of a small cell whose specialty was mortar attacks. They'd been in Iraq for only 5 months, but they knew their way around well. When they received the final call they were only 3 blocks from their first launch int. The small car down the garbage-ridden street and next to a dilapidated warehouse. Both men jumped out. The car was left running and the trunk was opened. Sahar, the larger of the two, an M224 60mm mortar. Fully it close to 50 pounds. He set the base plate down exactly in the middle of a chalk-drawn circle that he had put there the night before. He then moved the foot of the bilk, D so they were positioned directly on top 012 marks. The elevation and traversing screws were already dialed and looked in. Sahar stepped away from the mortar and on his way back to the trunk passed Ziba, who was headed toward the with a round in each hand. Sahar put on a pair of heavy leather gloves and grabbed 2 rounds for himself. They had done this dozens of times, but they had attacked the main base only once, and that had been months ago. They had found out the hard way that the Americans had very advanced, fire-finding artillery radar. One of their first missions had been to fire on the main runway as a cargo plane was coming in for a landing. They set up their mortar, got a shell, and then dropped it in the tutu with a thud and whoosh it was gone. They stood there waiting to hear the explosion. It came a few seconds later and they clapped slow and laughed with elation. Sahar was to drop around in the tube when they heard the whistle of an inbound artillery shell. The only thing that saved them a nearby sewage ditch that they reached as the first of 6 shells pounded their position. The car was completely destroyed. Sahar had lived and learned on this panicular day. Sahar and Ziba were less than enthusiastic about their job. The man from Hezbollah had told them what he expected 01 them, and it was much. 6 Monner rounds slow from one tube would take nearly 20 squans. More than enough time for the Americans to fire back at them and with shells a hell of a lot bigger than the ones they were firing. They told him his plan wouldn't work and he immediately called their devotion into question. Even their manhood. Sahar and Ziba had taken the bait and had told the man they would do it. Neither man had slept well, and in the middle of the night they that 4 shells would be enough. They would then drive to a second position and fire 2 more. Sahar to the mortar and Ked at his friend who nodded that he was ready. Sahar dmped the shell in the tube and each man a half step back. There was a loud bang and whoosh as the shell was sent skyward. Gravity would play its MLE within a second and pull the round back down to Earth, hopefully placing it near the front gate of the base. Zeba dropped the second round in the tube and off it went. The last two shells were launched C%L, and Sahar the hot with one hand and the with the other. He heaved the 50 pounds of metal into the trunk and ran for the driver's door. Just as he went sliding in behind he heard the bemelkerdling whistle of an incoming round. Sahar stepped on the gas with all his might and the small Toyota TCX, K off. A second later the first round hit, causing the ground to shake for BLCWKS in every direction. The rear window shattered from a piece of shrapnel, but the car kept moving. Zeba was now sitting in the front seat with Sahar. The two men looked at each other and laughed nervously. At 24 and 25, they still found humor in such things. 8 blocks later they pull LXL up to their second location. Again Sahar grabbed Kate the mortar and Zeba grabbed 2 rounds. Sahar placed everything on the proper marks and then reached out for Zeba's shell. He nodded for his friend to PRCWEED. Zeba cradled the shell with both hands and tipped it until it slid backwards down into the 2 to 60mm shell out of the tube with force. This had dirt and sand covering most of the misfault. The launch kicked up a cloud of dust, which caused Sahar to lose sight of the tube for a second. Once he reacquired it, he rushed to load his shell. His nerves were frayed and the dust was making this difficult. Under better conditions he probably could have loaded the round without incident, but as soon as he heard the demonic shriek of multiple inbound shells, he panicked and missed the tube entirely. The shell hit the ground with a clank, and Sahar thought for sure that it would explode. Both men froze for a moment, looked into each other's eyes and then without having to say a word, starting running like hell for their idling car. With every step Sahar was cursing himself for allowing the Hezbollah man to goad him into doing something so mish. When he reached the driver's door, the first 155mm Howitzer round impacted a mere 70 FCYT away. Razor-sharp shrapnel flew in every door cushion at more than 16,0 feet second. The concussive BLMST and the molten hot shrapnel tore through both men in a flash. Mukhtar kept his eyes on the street and said to Rashid Darshi, the Quds force commander, "Bring up the first wave." Mukhtar was refilming to the RPG teams who were with taking out the convoy's first 2 vehicles. Mukhtar and Darshi were in complete agreement that they had assembled more than enough firepower to handle the meager 5-vehicle convoy. Darshi, however, had stressed that they would possess that advantage for a limited time. Maybe only minutes. He availed Mukhtar of story after story where the Americans had sent reinforcements, either by ground or air, within minutes 01 of fight starting. Mukhtar had worked to negate the American firepower from the start. He had instructed President Amatullah to make sure the Ministry 01 intelligence made it clear the meeting would cancelled if any American units were within 2 miles of its site. Americans appeared to be honoring the security agreement that sides had reached. Darshi's scouts had reported that the city was quiet. Mukhtar knew American military doctrine well. He had studied it for years. He knew they would have one of their quick reaction forces on standby. That was why he had deployed the mortar team. If the shells they lobbed managed %L to hit a few of the vehicles, all the better, but Mukhtar's real intent to create confusion and hopefully put the THLSE into lockdown mode. Every second could prove too crucial and his plan would hopefully gain them whole minutes. Mukhtar was also willing to TKT. There were very few people at the base who knew that was in Mosul. Whatever it was that the Americans wanted to talk about, they were certainly taking a huge risk to do it. That was why they were holding this clandestine MCW ting with spies instead of diplomats. They wanted deniability. While it suited their SES, it also happened to suit Mukhtar's needs perfectly. The Americans could try to tell the world that it was Iranian insurgents who had destroyed Iran's nuclear facility, but Mukhtar knew better.
The Americans were behind the attack. He had no proof, but his faith told him they were guilty. He was going to show them for the liars that they were, and with Amatullah's bold help they would begin driving them out of the region. Mukhtar saw the police vehicle that had been blxing the street to move. He kept his eyes on the street corner and said, "Send them out, and move the next group up." The Quds commander for the first 4 men to move. They filed out the front door of the shop and turned left. They were working in pairs. All 4 were dressed in plain clothes and carrying backpacks, none of them wearing MMSKs. Mukhtar watched them hurry up the sidewalk, the second pair trailing by 30 feet. He reached down and pressed the start button on his digital watch's stopwatch function just as the first white Toyota SUV rounded the corner. "Easy," Mukhtar said loud enough for the second wave to hear. "I'll tell you when to move." This second group was Kamel's XL of 6 men. 4 were holding RPGs and 2 were carrying 7.62mm Russian-made PKM light machine guns with BIM-DS. They were all wearing hoods. The first Suburban entered his view and then the second one with Kennedy on toward. The lead vehicle began to pick up as did the others. The final SUV came into view and started to turn onto their street. Mukhtar stuck his right arm out and was about to tell the men to go when the first shot was fired by one of the big guns at the other end of the street. "Go!" Mukhtar screamed. "Go! Go!" He stepped over and pushing the men out the door. The idiot 1K, Leisman were supposed %L to wait. The front of the convoy was supposed to be attacked first, not the rear. The first man out the door sprinted across the street and stopped HL between 2 parked cars. By the time he reached his incision the second man had already made it to his spot on the near side of the street. He hefted his RPG onto his right shoulder, TCX, aim at the grill of the lead SUV, and fired. The 85mm rocket-assisted grenade belched from the smoothbore tube and screamed its way down the street. The warhead slammed into the engine block of the Toyota, sending a fireball skyward. The vehicle swerved to its left side, swiping 2 parked cars before it was completely disabled by a second RPG. Of the 4 men who had been sent out first, only 3 were standing. The last man had been KNCW'd to the ground by one of the RPG blasts and was slowly struggling to get to his feet. The other 3 men already had their backpacks off and were moving between parked cars toward their targets. Each backpack contained a Shell HL satchel charged to breach the of armored vehicles. In unison, they each pulled the fuse cord on the charges and sent the backpacks sliding across the pavement. 2 came to rest under the first black Suburban and the third stopped just under the front Bernal KR of the Suburban. All 3 men turned and ran for cover. Mukhtar watched as the double blast of the first 2 satchel charges lifted the lead Suburban clear off the ground. Virtually every sheet of bulletproof glass on the vehicle was blown free, as well as one of the DCXs. The vehicle landed with a metal crunching thud on its side. The blast stirred up so much debris that Mukhtar could not see how the suand black vehicle had fared. He resisted the urge to lush outside and find out. They were not done. Mukhtar watched as the last satchel charge was thrown under the first vehicle, the one that had already been hit by 2 RPGs. The vehicle and everyone in it appeared to be out or commission, but the man was going to carry out his orders. The explosion ripped the Toyota to pieces. With the column stopped and the lead vehicles destroyed, Mukhtar felt it was time to move. He turned to the Quds commander and said, "Let's go see what is left." There was still a lot of gunfire. Dadenhai said nervously, "I would feel if we waited a little bit longer." As Mukhtar put on his black hood he asked, "Are you afraid to go out there?" Dadarshi grinned and his head. "I was ordered to make sure nothing happened to you." Mukhtar remained unflinching as he passed Dadarshi. "Nothing will. Allah HMS plans for me." He stepped outside the building and TK walking calmly up the sidewalk. The 5 men around him were all moving in a crouch. Gunfire was everywhere, but not so close that one could hear the sulk *r sonic snaps of bullets whistling past.
Through the settling dust, Mukhtar the other truck. It was blown off and it looked to be resting on its fender, but other than that the passenger compartment icy, kept intact. Mukhtar allowed himself a smile as he savored what was a sure victory. Bullets thudded into a parked car in front of them, and before Mukhtar knew what was happening he found himself thrown to the ground. He twisted his neck and found the dark eyes of Dadarshi peering through the two slits in his mask. "Get off of me," Mukhtar ordered. "In a minute." Dadarshi grinned. "Allah wants me to you safe until things have settled down a bit." In spite of himself, Mukhtar loudly. There weren't many men who would have dared to defy him. The Quds commander ordered his men ahead to clear the way. Mukhtar looked at his watch. Only a minute and 41 seconds had they were making Gal time, but they could not afford to get bogged down. Finally, after another 20 suans they were up and moving. Mukhtar was even more pleased when he finally got a clear glimpse. 01 The second Suburban. It was disabled, but not destroyed. The driver was slumped over the steering wheel, but the man in the front passenger seat was moving. Mukhtar approached the vehicle to get a slow look. Right there, in the middle of the back seat, he locked eyes with the director of the CIA. "She is alive," he said loudly as he stepped aside and in at the driver's side passenger window. "Take it." One of Dadarshi's men shouldered a rifle and took several steps back. Everyone, including Mukhtar, covered their ears. The first shot splintered the GLMSS and left a small hole the size of a quarter. The second shot TCN, out a fist-sized hole. Mukhtar held up his hand, signaling the man to stop shooting. He approached the window with a smoke grenade in one hand and his Markov in the other. He pulled the pin with his teeth and stuffed the grenade through the hole. Another man was standing ready with an industrial saw in case they needed to cut into the vehicle. Mukhtar didn't think they would need it. These men would choose survival, even if it were only for a few more seconds. As they waited for the smoke to build up, two cars skidded to a stop just short of the Suburban. These were meant to transport RT Mukhtar, Kennedy, and a security detail. "Remember," Mukhtar yelled, "nothing was to the woman." He stepped closer to the truck and made sure he stayed away from the wing in the window in case 101 the bodyguards decided to fire out the hole. "Come out and no one will be her cull." He waited a few seconds, his watch, and to get nervous. He was about to tell the man with the saw to go to work, when the rear passenger door one of the security men stumbled out of the vehicle with his empty hands above his head. Coughing, he was immediately thrown to the ground. The director of the CIA came out next. Mukhtar grabbed her roughly and pulled her away from the smoky vehicle. Two more men came out of the truck also gasping for air and coughing. They were thrown to the ground next to the first one. Mukhtar yanked the hijab from Kennedy's head and her the face. Her sunglasses went flying. She staggered for a moment and then slowly turned to face him. The man from Hezbollah mked into her eyes, relishing the fear he would find, but instead was confronted with the blankest expression he had ever seen. There was no emotion in her eyes. In fact, she looked as if she had been drugged. Mukhtar slapped her again. She lowered her head for a second and then slowly her stood, standing up straight and staring back at him with the same flat, brown gaze. Mukhtar forcefully grabbed her hair and her back to where her bodyguards were lying on the pavement. He aimed his Markov pistol at the first man and squeezed the trigger. With all of the explosions and heavy machine gun fire that had been going on, the relatively light report of the 9mm seemed ridiculous. The damage it caused, however, wasn't. A pool of blood spreading the man's head. Mukhtar forced Kennedy to look at the dead man and then held her firm while he shot the next two men in the head. "You," Mukhtar growled in Arabic, "will do exactly as I tell you, or you will suffer the same fate." Before Mukhtar could pull her head up to see if he had finally gotten through, two explosions roomed the intercussion just to the north. Mukhtar looked up to one of the police vehicles aflame and another car burning. The Quds force commander Mukhtar by the arm and started pulling him away from the dead bodyguards.
"We need to leave," he yelled over increasingly loud gunfire. Mukhtar did not disagree. He grabbed and began dragging her toward one of the waiting vehicle, and Rap lushed down the stairs with a loaded Glock .45 in his left hand. As much as he had wanted to bring his distinctly American M4 rifle instead, he thought it best to leave it. Rap hit the landing with a thud, grabbed hold the railing, and started down the next flight. He couldn't get the vision of the burning white Toyota SUV out of his head. The thing had been cut to shreds in a matter of seconds. Armored Suburban would fare much better, but it would not hold up indefinitely. He needed to get out there and help them. Rap hit the landing and reached the front. He LCX, cut out the small window and said, "Stan, are you guys ready?" He waited to hear Stillwell's voice over his wireless earpiece. "Mitch, I think this is a bad idea," Stillwell said in a worried voice. "The base says they have air assets on the way, and the quick reaction force is rolling. The smart thing to do is sit and wait." Rap lowered his head. He knew this wasn't the brightest thing he'd ever done, but sitting and waiting for reinforcements to show up while Kennedy and her people were in all dying simply wasn't in his programming. "Stan," Rap said firmly, "we're done talking about this. On the count of three I'm coming out the door. Are you with me or not?" "Yeah," Stillwell groaned. "One." Rap tugged on the black balaclava 110 CRL to get a T-cater opening for his eyes. "Whoa," he mk a breath and told himself he was crazy. 3. He put his hand on the doorknob and waited to hear Stillwell and his men open fire. Right on cue there was a massive volley of gunfire. Rap leaned his shoulder into the door, hit the small stoop, mk a hard left, and started running for his life. The first thing Rap noticed were 4 men standing behind an old blue Chevy Impala that had been backed up on the sidewalk to form a makeshift barricade. All 4 men were pointing their rifles directly at him. Rap had no but to moving toward them. If he stopped and went back they would shoot him for sure. If he kept rushing toward them they would hopefully think he was one of them. As planned, 2 explosions rocked the Opel side corner. Rap winced as tiny pebbles of debris pelted him. The men behind the car elevated their weapons and began firing at Stillwell and Ill's men. Rap reached the corner and hopped up onto the trunk of the car. He slid a Kirkan on his butt and was helped to the ground by one of the men. Rap to steal a quick glance at the convoy, but the was covered in smoke. Of the 4 corners of the intersection this was safest. The 2 just to the north were getting absolutely hammered by Stillwell and the Kurds, and the 4th corner, just behind him, had its first incoming grenade. Bodhi, were every .v here and confusion was spreading rapidly. Rap had the .45 caliber GLCXZK in his left hand and kept it up in the air so it was there for anyone to see who might be watching. His right hand slowly slid under his shirt and drew his silenced 9mm GLCXK from its paddle holster. Rap moved up behind the first man and placed the tip of the silencer right between his shoulder blades and slightly to the left. At the same time he extended his .45 and aimed it down the street. Rap fired the 9mm and slid his right knee under the man's hut to stop him from falling. He kept his left arm raised and angled the 9mm to the left. He fired one quick round, striking the second man in the head. He instantly collapsed. Rap fired another shot into the third man's head and then finally the fourth. Rap dropped to his as if he was seeking cover. He is back against the Impala, and for the first time he took in the full scum of the carnage. Through the billowing smoke he saw what was left of the vehicles. His heart sank. The 4th vehicle was as bad as the 5th. The white skin was riddled with blackened .50 caliber holes the size of fists. The lead vehicle was in flames and the first Suburban was in 2 piues. The Suan Suburban was shrouded by white smoke, rather than the dark gray smoke caused by explosives. From what he could make out, Kennedy's vehicle pretty much intact. Just beyond the Suburban, Rap noticed some movement. There were men in black hoods moving around. He looked up and down the cross street. Stillwell and the Kurds were mounting the hell out of the militia and the few remaining cops. Rap decided to move closer. Stan, I'm moving to take cover the last Toyota. Make sure your guys don't shoot me. Rapp could hear Stillwell on the information to the Kurds. A moment later there was a slight lull in the SHM, ting. Rapp stayed low and scrambled the 30-odd to the front fender of the Toyota. The dead security contractor was lying a few feet away. From this new angle Rapp could see a group of the militiamen moving hurriedly toward two big late-model American sedans. There was a brief opening, and he got a glimpse of Kennedy. She was forced into the back seat of the sedan by one of the men. Rapp was on one knee, his eyes surveying the tactical situation. From left to right he counted 11 men, not counting the ones in the vehicles. They were all carrying machine guns. About half of them were in positions of cover, and they were alert. At lust he could take down 2 or 3. The rear door of the first sedan and the tilth began spinning on the pavement. Rapp's hope sank as the vehicle off. Through the back window he saw the man grab his MSS by the hair and force her down. Stan, Rapp said tensely. Irene is alive. I repeat, Irene is alive. They just put her in the back of a gray Ford Ltd. There is a second car following with a bunch of militia guys inside. It's a white four-door. Maybe a Chevy. I can't tell for sure. Rapp watched both vehicles take a right at the next corner. He pieced the information onto Stillwell and then said, "Tell the commander Ben Kidnappersu he needs to get roadblocks set up ASAP, and I want every Predator and helicopter he has in the air immediately. Then call Global Ops and tell them to light a fire under everyone's ass." Rapp had a vision of Stillwell having to explain the situation from start to finish with each call. Rapp realized he needed to speak to the president directly, so the orders could be issued from the top down without question. He was about to tell Stillwell to get him aligned to the White House when he noticed an officer in a hood come running up to one of the men standing by Kingsley's smoking Suburban. The police officer pointed slow in one direction and then the other. The man he was talking to began barking orders to the men around him. "Stan, I need 3 of your Kurds down here right now." Rapp holstered the .45, scooted back a couple of and lay down on his stomach. He was just behind the driver's side front wheel of the Toyota. Looking under the SUV he could see both men from the knees down. Rapp switched the 9mm to his left hand and lined up the shot. The men were approximately 50 feet away. "Tell them to hurry up," Rapp whispered and then gently squeezed the trigger. The bullet spat from the end of the circular suppressor, and seconds later the man on the left collapsed to the pavement. Rapp already had the sights trained on the second man. He fired again with the same results. The police officer joined the first man on the ground, both of them writhing in pain. Rapp stayed right where he was and waited for the inevitable. 2 men appeared at the exact same time. They both bent over to grab the man Rapp guessed was their leader. These guys were well trained. Rather than administer first aid on they were going to drag him to a safer location. Rapp dropped both men with shots to the head. He crumpled slow to the asphalt, the one on the left motionless, the one on the right twitching. "Stan, where are those Kurds?" Rapp whispered as he searched for more targets. "WL Harry on their way, and the striker column is 2 minutes out. Rel your boys not to shoot me when they get here." Another man showed up to drag his commander to safety and Rapp put a bullet through the top of his head. Knowing he was pushing his luck, he got to his feet and quickly moved to the rear fender of the Toyota. He leaned against the truck, ejected his magazine, and put in a fresh one. The cops and militia to the non were in full retreat. A block away he spotted a group of men sing of their weapons and tearing off their uniforms. Rapp simmered around the back of the Toyota and ked back down the street toward the 2 wounded men. Beyond them he found 2 militia members taking cover behind Kennedy's still smoking Suburban and 3 more hiding behind parked cars. At the far end of the block there were more men fleeing on foot. As far as Rapp could tell, the 5 remaining men must have figured there was a snipeur in one of the buildings across the. Rapp looked over his shoulder and saw 4 of Stillwell's Kurds approaching the Impala he had slid over when he'd first reached the intersection. Rap waved his hand to get their attention and then motioned for them to stay put on the other side of the vehicle. He one least peek around the fender of the Toyota and decided to make it quick. Rap drew the .45 caliber Glock and put it in his right hand. With a gun in each hand he ran for the sidewalk. As he pieced around the end of the first Park LXL car, he hit the sidewalk and began sprinting toward the three men who were taking cover a parked car. They paid him no attention. Rap coveralled the ground in under 2 seconds. The men were talking among themselves, probably trying to figure out whether to grab their commander or abandon him. As Rap drew almost abreast of the first man, he extended the silenced pistol, it at the man's right temple, and fired at near range. Before the other two men even realized what was going on, Rap fired 2 more quick shots hitting men in the face. Never breaking stride, he cut between 2 parked cars and charged at the last 2 men. He lower-rolled the silenced 9mm and the .45 caliber. Both men were kneeling. The man on the right tried to swing his rifle around. Rap fired from a mere 10 feet away and kept charging. The heavy round snapped the man's head back into the Suburban. The man to the left was so startled by the shot he from. Rap closed the final few feet, and at the last second decided to take the man alive. He pivoted and snap-kicked the man in the side of the head, sending him tumbling to the ground. Rap kicked his rifle clear and yelled for the Kurds to come over and help. "Stan," Rap said, as he did a 360-degree sweep of the area. He at his watch, it wasn't even RL, KJN. The President WMS more than likely in bed. Send one of the Kurds down here with a satellite phone. The scene had drastically in less than a minute. The Lassie and the insurgents were all gone. The gunfire had fallen silent. All that was left were dead Bxlis and broken vehicles. It was the aftermath 0-1 battle. Rap eyed the 2 men he had shot in the knees. The policeman had onto his stomach and WMS trying to crawl away. Rap then looked to his feet. The 4 men from Kennedy's security detail. They were all lying faculone with bullet holes in the back of their heads. McDonald WMS NT one of them. Rap turned and checked the front seat of the Suburban. There was a body in the front passenger seat, but it was missing a face. Rap knew it was McDonald. That was where he'd sitting when they'd left the cafe. The anger came boiling up from deep in his gut. Rap made no effort to control it. He turned and eyed the pathetic piece of shit in the police uniform who was still trying to crawl away. Rap raised the .45 caliber Glock and fired the weapon. The heavy round hit the man in the ass and blew out a chunk of his right hip socket. The man may as well have hit by of lightning. His entire body snapped rigid for a moment and then he screaming in pain. Rap holstered the 9mm, but kept the .45 ready. He pulled off his own and for the Kurds to do the same he walked over to the man the 1K, lice officer had been talking to. Rap reached down to yank off the man's hood. As he did so, the man's right hand lashed out. Rap stepped HL clear as the tip of a knife sailed wildly past his moment. Before the man could take another swipe, Rap brought his right crashing down on his shattered knee. As he convulsed in pain, Rap found the hand with the knife in it and sent his left foot crashing down with bone-crushing force. The knife was instantly released. Rap it clear and snatched the hood off the man's head. Rap was not surprised to find a bearded man, with brown eyes, in his mid to late 30s. Wherever he had come from he was not Arabic. His skin was light and brow pronounced. He could be an Iraqi, but the pronounced brow and high cheekbones told Rap the man was more than likely Persian or Kazakh. Where did they take her? Rap said conversationally. The man clenched his teeth and said nothing. Rap stepped on his knee again. After a few seconds he released his foot and repeated the question, this time in Arabic. "Fuck you," the man screamed in English. Rap thought he caught a slight Persian. He answered the man in Farsi, saying, "I don't think so." Inaining in closer, he lowered his voice and misked, "Do you like to zing a man?" The fierce brown eyes stared defiantly back at Rap. "Wie two of us," Rap pointed to himself and the man on the ground. "We're going to find out the hard way." Reaching under his shirt, Rap drew his multi-black ZT knife and dangled it in front of the man's face. "That woman you just helmed kidnap, she means a lot to me." Rap's eyes turned Kraz ML. "Trust me when I tell you you're gonna tell me where she is." The man twisted his face into a frown and spit on Rap. Rap didn't even blink, let alone bother to wipe the spit from his cheek. He took his knife and drove the 4-inch blade into the man's right shoulder cricket. With a violent jerk he twisted the knife a quarter turn. The man gasped at the sheer pain and then let loose a stream of profanities, all in Farsi. The words confirmed for Rap that the man was Iranian. Rap leaned hard on the knife, and when the man opened his mouth to scream again, Rap stuffed the barrel of his .45 into his mouth. Bringing his NCXSE to within an inch of the other man's, he said in Farsi, "L don't care how tough you think you are, you Persian of shit. You'd better for your sake that she gels quickly and she TX'ter not have a single mark on her, or you're going to eating your own nuts for dinner." Strait of Hormuz. They'd lost the Iranian kilo. Hallberg stood in the combat and control center of his sub, sweating profusely. He had a drink of water and silently watched his men work. They'd lost plenty of contacts before, but never in a situation this tense. His steel blue eyes darted from one screen to the next. A digital readout on the plotting screen read 1432 and counting. That was how long it had been since the kilo had broken contact. They were nearly 3 months into a 6-month patrol and the men had conducted themselves wonderfully, until now. Hallberg had been in the engine hitting the heavy bag when the officer of the Duque had sent word that the Iranian sub had vanished. Without saying a word, Hallberg peeled off his boxing gloves, grabbed a towel, and headed to the CACC. His XO met him at the plotting table and played back the tactical information on the screen starting 2 minutes prior to losing contact. 10 seconds 01 told Hallberg all he needed to know. He saw what the Iranian captain must have done. The man had timed things just as he finished one of his lazy figure eights. He had made a dash across the outgoing channel and the bow of a heavily laden supertanker that was making a lot of noise and churning up a lot of muck. When the supertanker had finally passed, the Iranian kilo was gone. They did a quick sweep and came to the conclusion that she had headed back into the strait sandwiched between 2 container vessels that were separated by less than a mile. Hallberg ordered a new course and they fell in the second container vessel. As best they could figure it, they were approximately 2 miles back from the kilo. The ex-assaultive officer finished with the navigator and then walked ACR, and the CACC to where Hallberg was silently standing watch. In a hushed voice meant for only the two of them, Strelzuk said, "I'm sorry I lost her, Skipper." "No to apologize. She made a move. You would have seen it coming." Hallberg shrugged. "Maybe. No. You would have seen it, and we th know it. You will one day. You're all one C and there. L don't know about that." Strelzuk looked deflated. "Stop beating yourself up, and tell me what he's going to do next." Strelzuk looked down at the tactical screen and started weighing options. The kilo really had only 2 choices. She could head back into port, which based on the fact that practically the entire Iranian navy had been put to sea, didn't very likely. The most probable scenario that she would transit the strait and head back into the Gulf. She's going to head back into the Gulf, and make a sprint while we're stuck in the channel. Hallberg ilks loaded. How long will she run? Strelzuk checked his watch, and looked at the tactical screen. At the estimated location of the kilo, the 2 freighters, and they're on the kilo's known top speed, Strelzuk answered, roughly 5.5 minutes. Any other possibilities? She could head back into port, but I don't that happening. Neither do I. What else? Hallberg asked in a tone that told Strelzuk he was missing something. Strelzuk studied the tactical for a moment. He looked at the clump 01 islands off Bandar Abbas. She might decide to partially surface, run to the leeward side of one of these islands, wait for us to PMSS, and then roll in behind us. That's possible, but not likely. Hit a button and rewound the tactical to the point where they lost the kilo. He into the screen and said, what if she ran clear across the inbound channel, looped around to the east, and headed back out, or worse, fell in behind us? Strelzuk looked embarrassed. That's possible. But unlikely, Hallberg offered in consolation. He read his friend's frustration and said, Dennis, you're practical and straightforward. This guy, Hallberg pointed at the screen, is a little crazy. Running across the outbound channel that close to a fully loaded tanker with all this other traffic around is not exactly a conservative move. Would you ever try something like that? Strelzuk, not under normal conditions. Which tells you this guy's either got a screw loose or these aren't normal circumstances. Exactly. Send A to CTF 54. And tell them no, we lost contact. You sure? Strelzuk studied his captain's face. You don't want to wait and see if we reacquire her on the other side? Clicked a button and the tactical zoomed out to show the entire Persian Gulf and the northern half of the Gulf of Oman. The screen was filled with hundreds of contacts. The Eisenhower strike group was positioned smack dab in the middle 01 the Persian Gulf with the bulk of the noisy Iranian navy her way. It was the perfect for a quiet diesel submarine. 1 missing kilo was bad enough. 2 could wreak havoc on the strike group. Decided to swallow his pride. The sooner we let them know the I'm sorry, skip a KR. Hallberg brushed off the apology. I'm sure we'll find her when we clear the channel, and then we'll fall in behind her and make sure she behaves. Mosul, Iraq. Rap looked through the thick windshield of the up-armored Humvee as they rolled through the main gate. He had his satellite phone held to his right ear and of impatience on his face. The bulk of the quick reaction force was still back at the site of the attack, securing the perimeter and collecting bodies. Rap had commandeered a Striker and 2 Humvees to translocate him and the 3 prisoners back to the base so he could interrogating them immediately. Chuck, Rap said to the man on the other end of the line, it's the Wild West out here. I have no idea who took her. But I'm going to find out, and I can guarantee you it isn't going to be pretty. Mitch, said the deputy director of the CIA, get her back, but I'm telling you this A.S.A. friend. This thing is going to attract a lot of heat. Every reporter and 1K, Letition in Washington is going to want to discuss every aspect of not just the kidnapping, but the aftermath well. And they can all go fuck themselves. Mitch, Charles O'Brien, that's the kind 01 attitude that's going to get you into a lot of trouble. Let me make this real clear for you, Chuck. Rap's voice was tense. I don't want to hear another word about my attitude. I don't want anyone looking over my shoulder, and I sure as hell don't want anyone second guessing what I do. We've got maybe 24 hours they break her. The rule book is out the window. This is gangland violence time. Don't send me any analysts from Baghdad. I need knuckle draggers. I need guys who are going to kick down doors and kick the shit out of IHPLE until they give us answers. Mitch, I think you to take a step back and reassess how you're going to handle this. I'll be at the White House in. They're going to torture her. Rap growled. Mitch, O'Brien sighed, none of us want to see that happen, but you can't go running off half CCXKED. You two. Don't tell me what I need to do. Rap screamed into the phone. You and everyone else in Washington need to stick your fucking heads in the sand for the next 24 hours, and let me do whatever it takes to get her back. How's not going to happen. I can't let you do that. Then you'd better go on vacation. You're close to this thing, O'Brien said forcefully. You need to take a step back and down, remember that there are laws. Well, apparently the other side didn't get that memo, did they? You go ahead and cover your ass, Charlie. Rap shook his head angrily and then added, but I remember when you used to have a pair. Back when you were in the field. Now you've turned into just another vussified 7th FLCY, Our desk JCW key. There was a prolonged silence and then O'Brien said, I'm going to ignore what you just said and write it off to the fact that you're under a lot of stress. In slow, punctuated words, Rapp said, I meant every word of it, Charlie. When this thing is over, if the press comes down on you, I'll gladly fall on the sword for both 01 us. Now you'll have to excuse me. I need to put on my white gloves and ask these guys if they'd like to waive their right to anatomy. Rapp's thumb the end button on the phone just was pulling up to the CIA compound. The driver glanced over at Rapp and said, this is my third tour over here. The vehicle came to a complete stop. L wish more people in Washington had your attitude. So do L. Rapp got out of the vehicle and for the soldiers to unload the prisoner who had ridden with them. Rapp had separated the through men. He'd put the Persian-speaking commander in the Stryker vehicle, the cop was strapped to a stretcher and put in the back of the second Humvee, and the FCX-T soldier who he'd KNCW'd out with him. Rapp was already racking his brain for a strategy. He needed to squeeze information out of these guys as quickly as possible. Just beating them silly would probably fail. At least short term. If he had a few days he could wear them down, but time was a luxury. He needed to come up with something more creative. He didn't know for sure how long could hold out, and he didn't want to find out. This was mercenal. Rapp had tortured years before. He desperately wanted to spare her the pain, suffering, and degradation. He started to think of the ways it would be worse for a woman and then himself to stop. He needed to focus on finding her, not worrying about her. And he needed to do it as quickly as possible. Two Humvees came rolling up and stopped just short of Rapp and the prisoners. Rapp, the base commander, General Gifford, as he out of the lead vehicle. He WMS in full battle gear, helmet and all. He walked right up to Rapp. My recon choppers are up, I've got Predators in the air, and 2 Reapers are on their way up from Baghdad. There's 4 main roads that come into the city, and 6 more Suandri roads. The 101st is in the process of setting up checkpoints on all 10 of those roads between 40 and 60 clicks. What about the river? Covered to the north and south, he replied in his clipped military tone. We're mobilizing every soldier we can and putting them on the street. Is there anything else you need from me? Rapp thought of the conversation he'd just had with O'Brien. Yeah. He jerked his thumb over HR's shoulder at the 3 prisoners in black hoods. 1 was walking and 2 were on stretchers. These guys with the bags over their heads, you never saw them, understand? Gifford beyond Rapp at the men. He hesitated for a moment as he thought of the obvious implication. He gave a quick nod and then said, what men? The general turned and marched back to his Humvee. Over his shoulder he shouted, you need anything, call me. Just a.s. The general was pulling away Stillwell arrived slow with his Kurds. Rapp told the soldiers to set the stretchers down and had the Kurds take over. He figured the less the GIs knew the better. Rapp and Stillwell walked into the trailer that housed the offices and a reception area. Do you have a camera? Rapp asked. Polaroid or digital to Polaroid? Stillwell into an office and returned a moment later with the camera. As he handed it to Rapp he asked, what else? Rapp flipped the camera around to if it was yeah, find out where those bodies are. What bodies? He ones that I asked Thal Captain, from the QRF. Rapp snapped his fingers while he searched for the name. Captain Jensen, Stillwell offered. Yeah, that's him. I told him I wanted all the bodies brought back here so we could identify them. Make sure they're brought here. Not the base morgue, A.E., Keda Stillwell. Here, right here. I want them naked and dumped in the biggest cell you have. I want every square inch of the floor covered with dead bodies. You're serious? Stillwell asked with a questioning frown. Yes, Rapp barked, taken slightly aback. Stillwell asked, anything else? Rapp was already halfway to the door. He asked, What kind of soundtracks do you have to soften these guys up? Stillwell looked up at the ceiling and IU'd the list. Barney, I Love You, You Love Me, The Macarena, that obnoxious Nelly Furtado song, a lot of heavy metal. There's some Barry Manilow, which I personally think is bullshit. The guy's a gamuse. No, Rap yelled. I mean soundtracks of people being tonured. Screaming, yelling, begging for their life. Not the Barney shit. I don't have a week to wear the fuckers down. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, we've got a few good ones. Put one on. Rap left the office and walked across the compound. The interrogation containers were around back next to a massive tan hangar. The containers had placed side by side and covered in 3 layers of sandbags. Only one door and an air conditioning unit weren't covered. Rap walked in the door and past a small desk and a Bank 01 surveillance monitors. 12 10-inch screens. One for each cell. A man in jeans and a t-shirt was sitting TX Hinda with his up reading a magazine. Rap stopped and pointed to the monitors. You record what goes on in these cells, 24/7. Mandated by Congress, courtesy of Abu Ghraib. Lovely, Rap growled. The recordings are stonk cell on that hard drive sitting there. The guy MKED at the computer sitting on the yep. Excuse me. Rap nudged past the man and yanked all the connections out of the back of the computer. Hey, you can't do that. That's against. Before the man could finish, Rap grabbed him under the arm and yanked him to his feet. Take a break. Rap pushed the guy outside and started for the cells. A hallway had been cut down the center of the containers, having them with 6 cells on each side. Aisle doors and walls were all ¼ STL% with foam insulation in between. Rap ran into one of the Kurds in the hallway and him where the guy was who they thought was the leader. The Kurd directed him to the last cell on the left. Rap slid the spy hole to the side and saw the man lying on his stretcher in the middle of the cell. He undid the lock, entered the cell and next to him. Then he down and yanked the hood off the man's head. The man opened his eyes for only a second, and then, unable to shield them from the overhead light his hands were strapped at his sides, closed them. Rap the camera at the guy's face and a shot. The Polaroid clicked and then whirled as it spit out the developing photo. Rap leaned over and his head to the overhead light. Open your eyes. Rap spoke in English this time. The man slowly his eyes. Where did they take her? The man to purse his lilies like he was going to spit. Rap was ready this time. His right fist came crunching down and hit the man square in the mouth. The guy coughed while and his head to the side, spitting out blood and a tooth. Rap let a moment peace and then in a very congenial tone said, all right, I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. You do know you're gonna tell me where she is, though. The man spit a gob of blood from his mouth and then said, fuck you. Rap laughed and leaned in a little. I me tell you how this is gonna go. I'm gonna start by slicing off your left nut, and then I'm gonna slice off your right nut. The man closed his eyes. And if you manage to make it that far without telling me, Rap continued, you won't get much further. Because trust me on this one. You're going to tell me what you know. No man in his right mind wants to have his dick cut off and down his throat. Rap stood up and when the man opened his eyes, he took another photo. Almost as if on cue, the voice of a man screaming in pain emptied from somewhere beyond the door. Without saying another word, Rap turned and left. Straight of Hormuz Hallberg sat in his elevated chair, an Alt X, W on each armrest, his hands bridged under his chin. They were half-EV through the channel and so far there had TKN no sign of the Yusuf, not that Hallberg expected any. With a constant stream of super tankers coming and going, the acoustics were horrible. Add to that freighter traffic of all and sizes, fishing boats and pleasure craft, and his sonar men were left with a din that was comparable to trying to listen to your cell phone while sitting in the front row of rock concert. Still no one complained. They simply did their best to sort it all out and make sure they didn't run into anything. Hallberg got up from his chair, walked into the sonar and noticed a concern on the face of one of his operators. Each of the 5 men was wearing noise-canceling headphones so they wouldn't distracted by the other conversations taking place in the CACC. The captain took a sip of coffee. His eyes stayed trained on Louis Sullivan, or Sully as he was called by the rest of the crew. He was by far the best sonar operator on the boat. If he looked concerned, that meant something unusual was going on outside the hull, and that meant ILOL to RG to be concerned too. He waited for Sully to start nodding. Waited for the smile to form on his thin lips. That's what Sully always did when he classified a particularly difficult contact. 1 minute passed. Then 2. Hallberg remained motionless, other than to take an occasional sip of coffee. He noted the time, decided on how long he would wait, and then returned his attention to the tactical display. Before entering the Persian Gulf, the shipping channel turned almost due west, forcing vessels to turn hard to port. Hallberg had set a course for the inside edge of the channel. If the Yusuf was trailing the first ship by 2-1 feet or more, they stood a good chance of picking her up as she executed her turn and came out in front of the tanker that separated them. Hallberg glanced over at the sonar station just as Sullivan was looking over his shoulder back at him. This was not a good sign. Hallberg stared intently at Sullivan, who had moved the large, bulky headphone from his left ear. "What's up, Sully?" "We up the Sabalin heading out of port." Hallberg cooled. He'd already noted the ship on the broadband sonar. The Sabalin was a British-made Mark VCLE's frigate that had been commissioned in 1972. Back in 1988, an A-6 intruder from the USS Fuller Prize dropped a bomb on her in retaliation for an Iranian mine that had blown a 15-foot hole in the side of the USS Samuel B. Roberts. Instead of allowing the Navy to finish her off, then Secretary of Defense Frank Carlucci decided to spare the Sabalin. The ship was then towed back into port and repaired. By surviving the attack, the ship had become an Iranian national treasure. Nothing unusual. Just cruising along at the standard 50 knots. About 5 minutes ago, her Rolls-Royce turbines started howling. She's Bex and swadily picking up SMU'd, and if she holds her current course it looks like she's going to try and slide in between the 2 container ships. You think she's going to sit on top of the Yusuf and help screen her when she clears the channel? That's what I thought until a few minutes ago. It's hard to be sure, Skipper, with all that noise out there, but I think the Yusuf has blowing ball inst. In fact, I think her sail might be out of the water. Hallberg could not hide his surprise. You're serious? No, I'm a bit of a screwball, Skipper Kr, but I would never joke about something like this. Hallberg glanced around the CACC. Strelzyk and the navigator were watching them. The captain mked back down at Sullivan and said, "Keep me vismisted." As he walked over to Strelzyk, he wondered why in the hell the Yusuf would be showing the top of her sail. Strelzyk glanced at the fire control panel and noted the assumed position of the other sub. In 40 more seconds she would be clear of the container ship, and they could get a glimpse of her. Hall K*RG was about to order the photonics mast raised when Sullivan called for him. "Skipper, I've got her. She's taking on ballast and increasing SPCND." Hallberg quickly moved his attention back to the sonar monitor. He looked down at the updated location. She had been right where they thought she was. Hallberg was in the midst of trying to figure out if he could pass the container ship on the inside turn when he noticed a commotion among the sonar operators. The man to Sullivan's left announced, "Sir, the Sabalin is pinging the Yusuf." Before Hallberg could absorb the comment, Sullivan announced, "The Yusuf is flooding tubes." "You're sure?" Sullivan didn't bother to answer the question. "The Yusuf is opening rear torpedo doors, sir." Strelzyk joinal Hall K*RG at the tactical. "Strange place to running a drill." "I was just thinking the same thing. Torpedo in the water," Sullivan said loudly. "Battle stations," Hall to RG said without wasting a second. Order was reveated throughout the ship in a matter of seconds. Hallberg was about to order the sub to flank speed when the bearing of the torpedo showed up on the tactical. The torpedo clearly headed for the Iranian frigate Sabalan. "Sully," said the captain, "confirm that bearing." Sullivan reconfirmed the bearing of the torpedo. Strelzuk said, "Are we sure that's the Yusef?" "It isn't one of ours 21 swans to impact," Sullivan announced. Hallberg looked at Strelzuk. "I want visual." Strelzuk ordered the photonics mast raised and Hallberg in front of the color monitor. Sullivan Ewan counting down from 10. As he reached 2, all 5 sonar men MK off their headsets. Hallberg increased the magnification on the camera and the Sabalan went from a speck to a clearly visible ship plowing through the water. As Sullivan's countdown reached row, Hallberg watched a geyser erupt from under the Sabalan's bow. For a moment it looked like the entire ship had lifted out of the water. As she settled down her back broke and the front third of the frigate start %L sinking. "Send a flash message to CTF-54, Hallberg said. He paused to at the sonar monitor. The Yusef WMS passing the container ship in front of her and sprinting toward the Persian Gulf. Set course to follow the YSEF. Mosul, Iraq. Rap walked through the short sandbag tunnel and into the trailer that housed the offices. He was shaking at the last of the 6 photos he'd taken. The colors were growing more vivid with each step. The castration had gone over swimmingly. He delivered it to each of the 3 men, and they all took it differently. The first one, the one who Rap had punched in the mouth, went into shutdown mode. Before the sick act the man had been cussing up a storm and acting as defiant as Rap described how he would dissect the man's groin. He watched the fight drain out of him. He had either decided it was not wise to antagonize Rap any further, or he was working to come up with a plan. More than likely a lie that would keep him firmly in the sexual category of his choice. The second man, the 1K, Leisman, was either a great actor or an absolute lunatic. With each increase and singly descriptive word about what Rap planned to do, the man only laughed harder. He had a kind of crazy, bring-it-on attitude that Rap had seen. He was the type that either cracked right away or never did. There was very little in between. Rather than saint time, Rap decided to find out if the guy was a pretender or a crand, true believer. The army medics had cut away the man's pants so they could bandage the bullet wounds to his and butt. He was still on a stretcher, his lower body coverall with a drab green army blanket over which he was bound by restraints. Rap yanked the blanket out from under the straps, the man's genitals. He drew his knife and held it in front of the man's face. "What's your name?" Rap asked in an easy, even tone. The man hysterically and refused to answer. Rap placed the tip of the knife against the man's left testicle and riveted the question. The man's laugh turned XL into a crazed cackle. Rap forced the knife downward, twisted it and jerked it back up. A hunk of flesh flew from the tip of the knife and smacked against the cold, steel wall of the cell. The man twisted back and forth on the gurney, struggling against his bonds and screaming at the top of his lungs. After 10 seconds the man is wailing, at Rap through moist eyes, and continued to laugh maniacally. Rap looked down and simply said, "I'll be back for the other one in 5 minutes. With that he left the cell and went to find the last prisoner. This was the one Rap had KNCX'd out rather than kill. Rap guessed since he was younger than the other 2 by at least 10 years he would be the C%iest to break. After delivering the C-estration Rap stood, a suand photo, and told the man he'd give him a few minutes to think about life without a mooker and then left. Rap entered the reception area and found Stillwell and Ridley standing behind a desk at a large flat-screen monitor. Rap held up a photo of the man whose left nut he had just cut off and said, "There's no way in hell this guy is a cop." Ridley pointed at the screen and said, "L just got off the phone with Chuck O'Brien, and I think he's right." Ridley at the screen. "You've lost it? What in the hell are you talking ATX, UT? I'm talking about," Ridley at the screen in front of him, "you cutting off that guy's testicle. You think we've only got one workstation to keep an eye on the prisoner? Oh. Don't tell me you've gone soft, M. It has nothing to do with going soft, although I'm not so sure about your methods. It's about that this is a US military base. This isn't some dark facility in the stands. The military carries records, they keep track of who comes and who goes, and these GIs gossip more than a bunch of Gouldam sorority sisters. Then there's the press, and I don't even want to think about what's going to when that guy ends up with a lawyer someday. That guy is never going to end up with a lawyer, Rapp said forcefully. You don't know that? Oh, I sure do. 2 hours after I'm done cutting his dick off, I'm going to drag him into one of those other cells and I'm going to blow his brains out right in front of the other 2. Mitch, Ridley screamed, you can't do that. We have a team of interrogators on the way up from Baghdad. These guys are the best in the business. They will get every last ounce of information out of them. Rapp folded his arms across his chest. Great, why don't we just grab some lunch and a cup of coffee, kick back, shoot the breeze, and give these pros some RCXJM. That sounds like a hell of a plan. Then a week or a month from now when they finally squeeze the information out of guys we can try to get Irene back. In the meantime I'm sure they'll treat her like a queen. It's not going to take them a month. It's not going to take me more than an hour. Mitch, Ridley sighed, I personally don't care what you do, just so long as you don't leave any permanent marks on these guys. L don't give a shit what you think, Rob. We're not in Washington. We're in a fucking war anywhere. Our boss, the director of the CIA, the person who knows every damn spy we have in every damn country, has just been kidnapped. You think guys are flying in a team from Damascus? A team that's going to make sure they won't leave a mark. Anguish Rapp's face and he screamed, "Cell, they're going to torture the shit out of her, Rob, and I'm not going to sit here and debate with you what I can and can't do." Rapp took the 6 Polaroid photos and threw them down on Stillwell's desk. Scan THCXSE into the system and see if you can find a match. Where's Marcus? L don't know. Find him. Stillwell picked up the photos just as the phone started to ring. He the handset with his other hand and said, "Chief of Base, Mosul." He listened for a moment and then looked at Rapp. "Yeah, hold on." He held the phone out for Rapp. "It's the White House. The PN/Sident wants to talk to you." Rapp thought about not taking the call, for most of his career had been based on asking for forgiveness rather than, but this was the president, not one of his colleagues from Langley. Rapp thought of the conversation they'd had on Air Force One. He didn't get the sense Alexander was the type of man who would try to put a leash on him. Even so, Rapp reluctantly stuck out his hand and took the phone. "Washington, D.C." The warning came in while the majority of Washington was the duty officer in the White House Situation Room received the call from the CIA Global Ops Center shortly after a.m. Within minutes phone lines were buzzing around the Capitol and Yvonne. There were plans in place for such things. Details were motorcades were sent out early, and key players in the national security arena were told to gel to their respective offices of defense. England was the first cabinet jewel official to receive the bad news. A former Merrill Lynch executive and the head of their London office, England rose at a.m. every morning so he could sometime monitoring the euro-eel markets heading into the Pentagon. He was sitting at his desk in his study when the call came in. The ring, 2 quick chimes followed by a third, longer one, was distinctly different from all of the other phones. England's job at this early hour, England instantly knew the ring WMS a harbinger of bad news. As he eyed the telephone unit, his mind ran down a list of hot smos that could warrant the pre-dawn call. Almost immediately his thoughts turned to Kennedy and her meeting. He picked up the phone, listened to the voice on the other end, and simply said, "I'll there in 30 minutes. England called his office and told the duty officer to rouse the Joint Chiefs. He also directed the woman on the other end, that in 20 minutes, he wanted to talk to someone in Mosul who could give him an on-the-ground assessment of what had happened. Irene may have CIA, but Mosul WMS the domain of the Defense Department. He knew of Kennedy's meeting with her Iranian counterpart, but knew none of the details other than the disquieting fact that the Iranians had been adamant that no U.S. military personnel be present. England upstairs, showered, threw on a suit, and his and trick shaver. By the time he came back downstairs, his full security detail was waiting in the driveway. England jumped in the back seat of the armored, black Suburban and started running the electric razor over his mostly grey stubble. His LS turned to almost all he had told by the Situation Room duty officer was that motorcade had been hit in the Der Couture of the CIA was believed to be alive and taken hostage. Everyone else had been wiped out. England liked Kennedy. Her style, the way she kept things brief and to the point. England had found, was a town with an inordinate amount of people who liked to hear themselves talk. Kennedy was a breath of fresh air, highly intelligent and as well versed in Islam and the Middle East as anyone he'd ever met. He had grown to depend on her input. England was an old acquaintance of the president. He had no government service on his or otherwise. As the president had told him at the time of his nomination, he wanted England for his analytical mind and his ability to not just win an argument, but get others to agree with him. He'd also spent decades trying to anticipate trends, constantly looking into the future, and attempting to predict how things would play out. As his vehicle moved through the pre-dawn streets 01IW, he tried to do the same now with this crisis. Unfortunately, the first thought that entered his mind were the tales of Muslim extremists decapitating their prisoners. The beheading of the director of the Central Intelligence Agency would be a powerful of propaganda. England pushed his personal feelings aside and played out parallel permutations in his mind. As harsh as it sounded, the quick beheading of Kennedy might not be the worst thing for America. The celebration among the Islamic radical fundamentalists would more than likely be short-lived. Europe, Japan, Russia, and possibly even China were certain to see in the end the beheading of a woman and the mother of a child, not the leader of America's chief spy agency. Such a barbaric move by the terrorists could end up harming them in the long run. As cruel as it sounded, Kennedy knew much. A drawn-out ilk-stitch situation would provide her captors with the opportunity to compromise America's national on a scale that was almost unthinkable. Just the thought of having to advise the president in such a manner made England extremely uneasy. He was positive a person to settle for such a dismal outcome so early in a crisis. There had to be a way to resolution. As England's Suburban passed through the service checkpoint on West Executive Drive, his secure phone rang. The duty officer at the Pentagon informed him that she had General Gifford on the line. England had met Gifford twice before on frequent trips to the region. "Tom," England said, "I'm walking in to meet with POTUS right now. Can you give me the MEF version of what happened?" England listened while Gifford passed along the condensed version of an already condensed version that had been given to him from the commanding officer 01 the Quick Reaction Force. When Gifford done, England thanked him and told him to stay by the phone. There was a slow chance the would want to talk to him. England entered the wing and went straight to the Situation Room, where he found President Alexander, National Security Advisor Frank Ozark, and Attorney General Pete. The three men were sitting at one end of the massive, shiny wood conference table. They all had their elbows on the table and were staring at a gray, Starshallal speakerphone. "Mister, I'm afraid he's out of control." England unbuttoned his suit coat and sat in the leather chair next to Ozark. He recognized the voice coming out of the speakerphone as that of CIA Director Chuck O'Brien. The president sighed and sat back in his chair. "Chuck, considering the situation, I think his rage is understandable. Sir, I'm big a two ever in raps abilities ins anyone. I just think that his judgment is clouded at the moment. He's close to this thing." England cleared his throat and said, "Chuck, Brad England here. What has he done that HMS you so worried?" Apparently several of the attackers were left behind and taken prisoner. One of the men, who we think may Amoli Semin, WMS wounded. After the attack WA.S overrap shot the man in the backside while he was lying on the ground. WIHLX,
Leisman, asked the Attorney General. Yes. We think LCXL law enforcement may have the insurgents. Rapp then decided to conduct a battlefield interrogation with one of the other men. According to early reports, he pulled out a knife and stabbed the man in the shoulder while he was subdued. The Attorney General looked extremely uncomfortable. Were there witnesses? This all in a residential neighborhood, Slow, O'Brien replied. My guess is there were plenty of people who saw it. Oh God, the Attorney General moaned. Any role, Reuters on the scene? Not that I know of. Again, England said, I apologize if I missed something, but why are we so concerned with how Rapp is handling prisoners? I just got off the phone with the LU's commander in Mosul. He says the local police didn't merely look the other way. He says they fire on DIR and Tory Kennedy's motorcade. WL Hal's correct, O'Brien's voice sounded from the speaker phone. So let me get this straight. The director of the CIA in her personal security detail was all shot execution style, and we are worried Mitch Rapp roughing up a few prisoners. I personally could care less about these men, Brad, but mark my words, when the dust has settled, the Hill is going to have a lot of questions. They are bound to launch hearings into how this happened and how all of us acted in the aftermath. Right now Rapp is out of control. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he always out of control? Isn't that one of the reasons why he gets stuff done while everyone else sits around and talks about it? Mitch Rapp is very good. But there have been plenty of times when he's gone overboard. England looked at the president and then said, Chuck, I'm going to try and gentle here. You've got a lot of pressure on you right now. One of Director Kennedy's greatest strengths was that she got results. She also knew how to keep the president insulated from some of the less than civil stuff that is sometimes required in your covert world. Do you follow what I'm saying? O'Brien did not answer right away. After a moment he said, yes, but I still think it would be a good idea for the president to talk to him. Just briefly. My point is we can get answers out of these guys without cutting off a pendog, and I'll agree, the Attorney General said forcefully. President Alexander to England, who simply shrugged in a manner that said, what harm could it do? All right, the president said. Have your Nopal put the call through. Will do, sir. There was a click as the line went dead. The president leaned forward and pressed a button on the speaker phone. He then up at his old friend England. And your thoughts? My thoughts, the Secretary of Defense leaned back and sighed. If we don't get her back soon, and I mean really quick, we are going to have some major problems. The president rubbed his forehead. How the hell did this happen? Don't even go there, sir. It won't do us any good slow at this point. We have to deal with the here and now. Let's talk to Rapp, find out what he HMS, and then we can make some contingency plans. The president a few seconds later a voice came over the SLR acre announcing that Rapp was on the line. The president leaned forward and stabbed the speaker button saying, Mitch, it's the president here. Are you all right? I'm fine, sir. Do I have this right that you saw Irene being put into the back of a sedan and driven away? WL Hal's correct, sir. Any ideas who is behind this? No, but I have 3 prisoners, sir. In fact, I'm in the process of interrogating them right now. I'm confident 2 of them will talk. The third looks doubtful. The president looked around the room. Mitch, I've got Pete Weber with me, as well Frank Ozark and Brad England. The RC/ST of the National Security Council should be here shortly. There's been some concern that you're close to this thing. The president paused and then added, that you might be out of control. A sigh of frustration could be heard over the speaker phone. Mr. President, the director of the CIA has just been kidnapped. As per our discussion on Air Force One. Point 1. Think now is the time to pull out all the stops. Attorney General had no idea what Rapp WMS talking about, but it didn't sound particularly thoughtful. Mitch, Pete Weber here.
We all know you and Irene are close, but you really have to take a few steps back and remember that you took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. We all okay that oath, and that means none of us are ve the law, including you. There was a long pause, and then in a voice filled with frustration Rapp said, "You have got to be kidding me." Rapp's stark response caused everyone in the to take a quick at each other. "Excuse me," the Attorney General defensively. "The director of the CIA was just kidnapped, and her entire security detail was out, and you want to me about an oath and a 200-plus-year-old piece of paper? Our entire country is based on that PIUE of Pava Weber defensively. You may have thinking about defending a paper when you took your oath, but IWMS thinking about protecting and defending American citizens from the type of shit that just I apologize for my language, Mr. President, but this is ridiculous. If they haven't already started torturing her, they are going to shortly. And once that happens, sir, it is only a matter of time before she breaks. And when she does, we are screwed. She a photographic memory. She knows every single spy and clandestine we have in the Middle East, and that's just the tip of the IC and RG. WL here are legal ways to do this, Reolded. This isn't a court of law, Rap. We don't have a month to wear these guys down by asking them the same question 500 times and waking them up 20 times a night. We don't even have a week. If I don't get answers out of these guys in the next 24 hours, we are going to have to start every clandestine CW active the CIA has in the region, and if we still haven't got her back a month from now, we'll have to the NGE clandestine service. Every spy who has ever worked with us will be in danger of being exposed and executed. Our intel will dry up faster than any of us can imagine, and we will be flying blind." England LCX, Ked at the president and said, "I'm afraid he's right." "Mr. President," Rapp said in a pleading tone, "all I'm asking for is 24 hours. Just let me do my job and I promise you, I'll find out who is this." President Alexander looked directly at England, who in turn looked at the Attorney General and said, "Pete, I'd like to have a word alone with the President and Frank. Would you excuse us for a moment?" The MK on Weber's face was one of dejection, but he understood. He flipped his leather briefing in jock shut with a snap and stalks it. He marched across the enclosure, the heavy soundproof behind him. England knew the incident well enough to anticipate what must done. There was no further discussion. Alexander wins the quarterback. Their job was to protect and shield him. Alexander had already communicated with his eyes how this thing should play out. "Mitch," England said, "you have 24 hours. No questions asked, just cover your tracks. One will." "And, Mitch," the president said, "bring her back." "L will, Mr. President. Even if she's dead, Mitch, I want her, sir." The speaker phone made a clicking noise as Rapp disconnected the call from his end. The president was about to say something when the door opened and Secretary of State Wicca entered, very hurried. "I'm sorry I couldn't get here, nah, sir." Wicca, her leather shoulder bag on the chair next to England and for one of 4 remote controls sitting in the center of the shiny table. "I'm afraid this situation has just gotten more complicated." Wicca, the remote at the large plasma TV on the wall across from her. "Sir, Al Jazeera is rooting that one of our subs just sunk an Iranian military vessel in the Strait of Hormuz." "What?" a shocked Alexander asked as images of a heavily damaged grey military vessel appeared on the TV. The president tore his eyes away from the TV and at England. The of Defense was already reaching for the phone. "I'm on it, sir." Mosul, Iraq. Irene Kennedy lay on the dirt and tried not to move. She was wearing only her bra and panties, and was partially covered by an itchy blanket. A foul, canvas bag was tied around her head. Even though she desperately needed to go to the bathroom, she was not about to ask her captors. They had already savagely kicked her for attempting to sit up. The man who had been watching her didn't bother to say a word. Just deliver %LA swift boot to the ribs. He didn't too. The message was clear. Stay put. If we want you to get up, we'll let you know. Inventory of her surroundings was bleak. She was almost certain they had her underground. The floor dirt, and even through the filthy canvas bag she could smell the must. The attack had and horrifying. Kennedy saw the vehicles in front of them get blown to bits, and then her own Suburban was hit. She wasn't sure, but she thought the explosion might have knocked her unconscious. The next thing she remembered after the series of explosions was the vehicle filling with smoke. Hermdi guards on either side were yelling into their radios calling for help, but none came. She didn't know if the doors had been pried open or if her bodyguards, gasping for air, had quieted. They had no choice but to abandon the armored vehicle. She had been roughly and slapped the second her foot hit the pavement. She remembered having the presence of mind to at least calm. And then the man who had hit her forced her to watch as he shot 3 of her guards in the head. They had traveled no more than a blcwk when she was shoved down onto the floor. The hood was placed over her head, and the men went to work with knives, cutting away her clothes. After that they bound her wrists, knees, and ankles. A few minutes later, she guessed, they into a garage where she'd been transferred from one vehicle into the trunk of another, although, it was possible they had simply moved her to the trunk of the same car. She guessed that for 30 minutes the car drove around the city. She could tell by the motion and noise that they were stuck in traffic. At one point she heard the men in front arguing. They were talking in Farsi. They said something about roadblocks and having to abandon their original plan. Shortly after that they dumped the car. The men wrapped her in a blanket and moved her from the trunk to her current location. One man had carried her over his shoulder, and she got the sense they had walked down several narrow flights of stairs. Every time the man hit a landing, he would turn and the hood on Kennedy's head would brush against the wall. She'd heard an old door open with a creak and then she was dumped on the floor like a sack of fertilizer. Kennedy rolled onto her side and attempted to sit up. That was when one of her captors kicked her in the ribs and flipped her onto her back. The pain of what she thought was most likely a broken rib was a bit of a blessing. It gave her something else to worry about. It had been nearly 25 years since she'd gone through her training at the farm near Williamsburg, Virginia, but she remembered it very well. In fact, one lecture stood out all vividly in her mind. It was about the kidnapping of CIA Beirut Station Chief Bill Buckley in March of 1984. Buckley had a Special Forces officer in the Army before joining the CIA and no wilting flower. 1 week after his kidnapping, the first of dozens of CIA spies went missing. Buckley's Hezbollah interrogators broke him and began selling the information to Syria, Jordan, Egypt, and other countries in the region. They brutally tortured him for more than a year and then hanged him. The CIA had managed to get their hands on some the tapes Hezbollah had made of the Tonur sessions. The instructors at the farm made Kennedy and her fellow classmates watch the tapes twice, once before they started their own interrogation and again at its 2-week conclusion. Showing Buckley's horrible experience was intended to make 2 simple hints. The first was that everyone breaks. Even the toughest of the tough. All you can do is hold out as long as possible to give your colleagues time to move agents and operatives out of harm's way. The second lesson to be learned was simple yet important: don't get caught. It was obviously late for that, but Kennedy was attempting to order certain facts in her mind so as to protect the CIA's most important assets as long as possible. She knew, by both code name and real name, virtually every current spy on the CIA's payroll. For the moment Asia and Africa were of little concern. 2 most immediate problems were the Middle and Europe. Wins going down a list in her mind, country by country, of who had been most effective and who had been the least valuable. She beamsically inverted the list, putting least helpful at the top. Then she added suspected double agents, and thus the CIA suspected to be on Russia and China's payroll. By far it was more difficult to rank her own clandestine 01 captives, employees of the CIA who worked abroad without diplomatic cover. Some were more effective than others, but they were all her fellow countrymen. To compile a list, but didn't get far. They had told her all those years ago that everyone broke. She knew it true, but she had to hold on to hope. She was still in Mosul, surrounded by the American military and sympathetic Kurds. And then there was Rap. The thought of Mitch put a smile on her face. He would stop at nothing until he found her. Just the thought of him in the city put her momentarily at ease. For a second she even pitied the men who had taken her. What if they were simply a band of LCXL militia looking to collect some ransom? If that was the case, they were in way over their heads. For the first time since being attacked, Kennedy 1K* began to seriously question who her captors were, when she heard the muffled voices of two men talking. The squeaky wooden door opened with a bang, and Kennedy had the horrible feeling it was about to start. Imad Mukhtar had changed into a suit and dress shirt. He had chosen not to wear a tie, however. He descended the ancient steps one at a time. The fact that they had not made it out of the city was not what was worrying him. He had felt from the beginning that it would be too difficult to make it the 60-odd miles to the Iranian border, but it was worth a try. Even so, the Americans had reacted far quicker than he had predicted. An advance team had been sent to an abandoned footery midway between Mosul and the border. As luck would have it, 2 American Black Hawk helicopters had landed and disgorged over 20 men a mere 1 km from the factory. Mukhtar WMS forced to turn around after traveling nearly 20 miles, and then they had to face the gridlock that had created by the American roadblocks. Mukhtar had another backup location within the city. A place where the Americans were not welcome. He continued down the steins of the mosque to the dank basement, where the director of the CIA was waiting. Mukhtar had been very pleased with the attack up until just a few minutes ago. Kennedy had been plucked from her SUV without a scratch, and they had left the scene just in time. At least that was what he thought at the time. He had just been given the bad news that they had lost 34 men. At first Mukhtar thought the information was surely inaccurate. How could they possibly have lost so many men? It started to sink in when he missed for Ali Abms, Hezbollah's liaison in Mosul. Abbas was the man who had brokered the deal with the LCXL police chief. When he was told that Abbas was one of the men killed, his first response was to make sure. If Abbas was alive, everything was in jeopardy. He knew Hezbollah's entire infrastructure. Not just in Mosul, but back in Lebanon as well. He also knew they were working directly for the Iranian, which could complicate things. Abbas knew where each and every safe house was LCX-aided and what officials were on their payroll. Someone needed to be dispatched immediately to the scene to find out if anyone had TK2N taken alive. Next he asked for Rashid Dadarshi, the Quds force commander. Dadarshi was extremely capable. He surely had a man who could go back and begin poking around. But the news only got worse. Dadarshi's second-in-command informed Mukhtar that his commander had not made it back. Mukhtar could scarcely believe it. He had seen both men just seconds before he had left with Kennedy. What could have possibly in such a short span of time? He reached the final step that led to a second basement beneath the Great Mosque and again wondered if he was doing the right thing by staying put. Abbas had been the one who had told him about the mosque that it had an imam who they could trust with their lives. Dadarshi did not know that Abbas had told him about the mosque as a place of refuge, and Mukhtar felt very confident that if the Americans had taken Abbas alive, it would take them at least 24 hours to break him. He pitted that against the risk of moving Kennedy in broad daylight while the streets were buzzing with American military and police. When the imam informed Mukhtar of the ancient tunnels, the MCXSQUE, he at WMS to stay put, until nightfall. Mukhtar's orders were unfortunately specific in one regard. He was not to kill Kennedy unless given the order from Amatullah himself. The only exception was to be during the original attack. If that were to happen, her death could be blamed on Sunni insurgents and no one would be the wiser.
he was tempted to walk through the door at the end of the narrow passageway and be done with the whole thing. Simply put a bullet in her head and then dump her body in the river, but he was equally tempted to interrogate her. That was why he was willing to risk the run to the Iranian border. She was a very smart woman, so it would take time to deconstruct her lies. Mukhtar had no doubt he could do it, but it would not be easy. It would no lire months of painstaking interrogation, but the information would be so valuable it could fund Hezbollah for the next decade, not to mention what it would do for their reputation. First things first, though. He had given President Amatullah his word that he would deliver a vital piece of propaganda. One of the Quds Force commandos was standing guard outside the door. Mukhtar straightened his jacket as he approached and asked, "How is she?" The man shrugged. "No problem so far. RT sit that way." Mukhtar threw the door open and entered the dank, stone-walled storage. It was approximately 10 feet wide by 20 feet long with a ceiling 01 only 7 feet. A single lamp plugged into an extension cord that ran back down the hallway. The stench of mold and stale air winds /sieve. Mukhtar walked the dirt floor to Kennedy and looked down at her bare legs protruding from the blanket they had thrown on her. Mukhtar bent down and pulled the canvas bag off Kennedy's head. She mked up at him with blinking eyes as he reached down and covered her legs with the blanket. In English, Mukhtar said, "I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner." Dr. Mukhtar was very proud of the research he'd done and the ingenious angle he'd come up with. He'd read in a Washington Post piece that she was referred to as doctor by her close friends. "I only found out 30 minutes ago that you had been taken hostage. Have they treated you all right?" Kennedy stopped blinking and mked up at Mukhtar with searching eyes. "I'm sorry, you are." Mukhtar smiled and said, "Someone who would like to see this mistake rectified before anyone else gets hurt." "That is very nice of you. Do you work for the regional government?" "You could say that. I'm a freelancer of sorts." Kennedy was well aware that kidnapping for ransom was rampant across all of Iraq. It had grown into a cottage industry complete with neutral who upwards of a third of the ransom. Elle said as she to prop herself up on her left EMV. "Here," Mukhtar offered as he her around the shoulders and heel her sit up. The blanket fell partially away expressing her bra and 9 wrists. Mukhtar drew a knife and cut the plastic flex cuffs on her wrists and then her knees and ankles. Kennedy clutched the blanket and covered her skin. "Thank you. I'm sorry, you never told me your name." "You may call me Muhammad." "Of course," Kennedy a bit suspiciously. He might as well have said John IH. "You said this WMS a mistake." "I'm sorry, but I find that a bit hard to believe." "I'm sure you do, but I think I can explain." Mukhtar glanced at the guard sitting in the corner and in Arabic asked him if he could have a moment alone with the prisoner. The lumbering man slowly got off his chair and left the RCX-1N. "The IR/Lice force here in Mosul is extremely corrupt. They were not told that you were in that convoy." Kennedy knew they had not told the LH/Lice for that very reason. Then who did they think was in the convoy? "WIA are not telling me that. All they've said is that it was someone who they would able to ransom for a lot of money." "Have you contacted my government?" "Not yet." "Why not?" Mukhtar glanced nervously over his shoulder and then in a much quieter voice said, "Some of them want to kill you, some of them want to negotiate with your government, and some of them would like to sell you to another government." "Who are you talking about?" "A LCXL group, but very powerful. More like your mafia than one of our militias." "Sunni?" asked. Mukhtar shrugged off the question. "Elle cannot say, but I wanted you to know I am working on your release, and that I will do everything I can to make sure you remain unharmed." "Thank you." "Mukhtar, now I must go, but first if you will allow me I need to take your Kennedy looked incident. It is for your own GCWD. So I can prove that you are alive." That sounded like a got KL idea to Kennedy.
She clutched the blanket around her shoulders and sat up as straight as her broken rib would allow her. Mukhtar snapped her photo with a digital camera and said, "I will back to on you in a bit. Is there anything I can get for you?" There were a lot of things she would have liked, but she decided to keep it brief. "I need to go to the bathroom. L will see if I can arrange that. Anything else? Some would nice. Of course. I will see what I can do." As Mukhtar left the room, he gave Kennedy one more comforting smile and then closed the behind him. He waved for the guards to follow him down the hallway. When they were far enough away, Mukhtar lowered his voice and in Farsi said, "Wait 5 minutes and then bring her a pot to go to the bathroom in. I want you to watch her do it. If she gets shy, rip her panties off, but do not rape her. At least not yet. When she is done you can slap her around a bit, but do not hit her face. Put the back on her. You understand?" Both men smiled and nodded. "Good. I will be back in 1 hour." Rapp stood Marcus Dumond and watched the younger man's fingers fly over the computer keyboard with the skill of a concert pianist. Dumond was by far the most hacker at Langley, and LH Rapp's in all the US government. The MIT graduate had scanned the photos Rapp had taken and was now running a search through multiple databases to see if he could come up with a match. "How long will it take?" Rapp as he zipped up the khaki flight suit Stillwell had given him. "It could take 5 minutes. It could take 5 hours. That's even if we have them in one of the databases." "You talked to NSAF?" "Yep. They came up with nothing." Rapp had asked Dumond to contact the National Security Agency and see if they could LCX-8 Kennedy's secure mobile phone. Even if it was turned off, they should have been able to crate it. The fact that they couldn't meant her captors must have destroyed it. "Any other ideas?" Rapp: "Not really." Dumond kept working the keyboard. "I'll keep LH, undaying away on this while you start pounding on them." Dumond nodded at the stack of photos. "I want you listening to the interrogations. I'll try to do much as I can in English, but if I switch to Arabic or Farsi, Stan will be with you to translate. Once we find out where these guys are from, I'll need you to work your magic and try to confirm what they're saying." "No problem." "All right. Me know the second you find anything." "Will do." Rapp walked down the short hallway and poked his head in Stillwell's office. It reeked of cigarette smoke. The chief of BSWA.S working his contacts, trying to find out where the police commander had run off to. Stillwell the person he WMS talking to and told him to hold on for a moment. He covered the phone and said, "What's up?" "I need a video camera and some rubber gloves." "Some DRWSM." Stillwell held up a finger and put the phone back to his mouth. "Ferris, I'm going to have to call you back." Stillwell to hang up, but at WMS obvious the man had more to say. "Yes, there will be money." "Lots of it?" Stillwell look LUL at Rapp. "And how much?" "For the B, Lassie Chief or Irene?" "Irene." Without flinching, Rapp said, $1 million cash and a US citizenship, no questions. Stillwell the information. "Will him the offers only until midnight," Rapp added. "And it has to lead to us getting her back." Stillwell listened and said, "Yeah, tax-free, fans. Sure. Whatever you want. Just find out who took her and where she is. Yes, your wife and kids can come with you. If you help get her back, Ferris, I will personally find you a house and help you move in. Now get going." Stillwell stuffed the phone back in the cradle before the low sun could ask any more questions. "Who was that?" Rapp missed as he examined some cloths hanging on a hook. "One of my sources. He's pretty good. He loves money and his wife wants to move to the States, so he's highly motivated. Send him the photos of the 3 guys we have in lockup." "Good idea." Stillwell mked up Ferris's email address, a quick note and attached the photos. "What are these?" Rapp to the clothes. Stillwell glanced up and smiled. Are my clerical robes? No better way to pick up women. You can't serious. Not about picking up women, but you'd be AMA 7ml the doors those things open. What'd you find out about the LX, lice chief? Fucking rat bastard is nowhere to round. I hope someone put a bullet in his head. I'd like to talk to him first. You know what I mean. Yeah. What kind of drugs do you have? Concern on his face, Stillwell misked, are you hurt? No, I want to soften these guys up. I start in on them. Stillwell opened his drawer and a set of keys. He and said, follow me. The two men left the trailer and stepped out into the bright afternoon sun. They were cutting across the courtyard, divulging satellite dishes and antennas, when they ran into Ridley, who was talking on a mobile phone. Ridley held up his hand to stop the other two men and said to the low son he was talking to, of course I'm going to pay you. Just send me the damn photos. Ridley stuffed the phone into his pocket and said, Mitch, I know the president gave you a blank CHCWK, but I want you to at least consider something. Rapp stepped around him and kept walking. Ridley fell in line and followed the two men. I think it's great that the president gave you the green light, but we both know if this thing ends badly, all of us are going to get thrown to the wolves. The damage to the agency could be catastrophic. Rob, if we don't get Irene back alive, I really don't give a shit who's thrown to the wolves. You don't care if this mess sets the CIA back another 20 years. As Stillwell echoed into a cipher on the door to the storage trailer, Rapp said, how are we going to suffer any more under these idiots than we already have? By you mutilating prisoners. Do you have any idea how that will play with the avenged citizen? They're going to think we're a bunch of monsters. Right now I am a monster. Just like the guys who TCXJK Irene. That's how you fight this damn war. Not with politicians, reporters, and lawyers. Stillwell opened a small refrigerator and started reading off labels. Sodium pentothal, phenobarbital, lysergic acid diethylamide, heroin, speed, you name it, we've got it. Give the fake cop the sodium pentothal, and the other two the got it. Stillwell grabbed a TX, toll of each and a handful of syringes. Ridley was still hovering. Mitch, please, just don't do anything. I mean, come on, you can't cut the guy's dick off. If that ever gets out, it's going to look so bad. Stillwell was poking around the storage shallows. Without to turn around, he said, he's got a point, Mitch. I mean, you're just threatening to cut these guys, right? You're not actually going to do it, are you? Stillwell found a box of latex and a pair to Rapp. Rapp took the gloves and thought about the question for a moment. He had no problem doing whatever it took to get these guys to talk, but he saw a possible middle ground that might work to heighten the anxiety of his prisoners. Looking at Stillwell, he asked, did your Kurds get those dead bodies stripped and dumped in a cell? Last they were working on it. All right, Rapp said to Ridley. For now, I won't cut their peckers off, but I'm not going to make any promises. Pointing to Stillwell, Rapp said, give each of them a healthy dose, and I'll be in there in 5 minutes. Congressional oversight was a nuisance Rapp had been working feverishly to circumvent for the majority of his career. In theory it was fine, Congress doled out the money, and someone had to keep an eye on how it was when it came to national security, though, things got a little more complicated. The number of elected officials who were willing to put the good of the country ahead of their own ego, and the success of their political party, was minuscule. Given the chance, they would tout freedom of speech, a person's right to privacy, and any other platitude they could come up with, rather than shut their mouths and grapple with the hard fact that they were fighting an enemy who didn't play by the rules. Invariably, only a small handful had the dignity to resist the call of the camera and personal fame. The Rxjaloticians, for the RNCXST part, were lawyers, men and women who'd been trained to argue both sides of an issue with equal passion and vigor. Rap knew Ridley was right on this front. Washington was run by a *opal like the Attorney General, who had little if any practical experience with the war on terror. People who, if in Kennedy's perilous position, would be praying frantically that someone like Rap would be there to do absolutely everything to make sure they were rescued. These were the same men and women who would eventually sit him down in a committee and dissect every move he'd made to save his boss and protect America's most important secrets. Rap had no doubt they would revolted by what he was about to do, but he didn't give a shit. When the time came, he would go to them, raise his right hand, swear to tell the truth, and for perhaps the first time in his entire career, he would do exactly that. And then he would ask them what they would want Rap to do if they were ever taken hostage. Would they want the state parliament to begin negotiations for an exchange that might take years, while they were tortured and tormented? While their teeth fell out and they lost a third of their weight? Is that what they would want, or would they want someone like Rap to throw away the rule book, climb down in the gutter, and bashing heads? Kennedy was imponent to him personally, and too important to the country, for him to get squeamish. The three men in the holding cells were not merely terrorists who'd been in by their Nate KJRS and snatched out of in the middle of the night. These three had been caught in the thick of it, and that made what Rap had to do significantly easier. The first cell on the left was wide inside, the floor was covered with naked hairy men, piled one on top of the other. Blood was everywhere, smeared across fleshy, pale skin and pooling on the uneven, dented floor. Most of the TK's had bullet wounds to the head or chest. A few had wounds beneath the waist as well. Rap he'd killed a good of them. The seen with a flicker of r/servation. He told himself that the TMSK before him was necessary to convince the prisoners that his threat was real. 3 TUNS and 3 quick slices, and he was done. Rap left the cell, will hide from the blade on the thigh of his coveralls and put the knife away. He walked all the way to the end of the hall and in front of the last cell on the left. Rap slid back the metal cover on the NLCX, at the youngest of the three prisoners. He was sitting in a galvanized metal chair, his ankles to the legs of the chair and his hands cuffed behind his back. Rap stepped to the side of the door, undid the LCXK, and then swung it enough to toss one of the severed into the cell. Rap closed and locked the door and then moved back to the peephole. The prisoner at the hunk of flesh at his feet. A look of confusion quickly melted away as he realized what he was looking at. The young man shut his and looked, shaking his head vigorously. Rap closed the peephole and to the next cell. He undid the door, entered the cell and stood over the man he thought was the commander of the group. The man was still strapped to a stretcher. Rap held the severed organ in front of the man's face. He casually dropped it onto the man's chest, and said, "Found out this guy was lying to me." Without saying another word, Rap left and went to the last cell, where he did the exact same thing. He then found Stillwell and told him he wanted only audio recordings of the interrogations. Rap checked the time and then continued back to the first cell. He an extra chair and brought it in with him. He positioned the chair 4 feet from the prisoner and sat. On the floor almost exactly them was the several. Rap didn't speak at first. He mked at the severed organ, up at the man across from him, and then back. The prisoner was sweating. His knees were to tremble, and his eyes were darting all around the small cell. He took in everything except the hunk of flesh at his feet. Rap studied him. He tried to lock eyes, but the prisoner wouldn't commit. The speed he had been given would only heighten his anxiety. "I'm a soldier," the prisoner out in a panicked voice. "I shouldn't treated like this." Rap smiled. "A soldier? That's interesting. Most of the soldiers I know wear uniforms." The man closed his mouth tightly and shut his eyes. "I ha one body Paul there," Rap to the organ on the to one of your comrades. "I told him not to lie to me. I told him I had plenty of ways to verify what he was saying. He thought he was smarter than me. You think you're smarter than good, then this should go much smcy, there. Let's start with your name, and look me in the eye when you answer. Rap cocked his head slightly to the left and studied the man's face. Corporal Nori Tamina. Where were you RN? The man he I told. This is the round, buddy. Rapid fire. You don't have to think about these. Just answer. I got 5 guys in another room that can hack into any computer system in the world. I've got another full of IHPLE back in Washington working the phones. We've got spies in every frickin' government in the region. Right now they're calling around about you, and if what you say is true, and you're a soldier, we'll find your military records. 11 The photo doesn't match the name, or we can't find you. I'm going to cut off your left nut just like I told you I would. Your friend there, Rap pointed to the on the floor. He gave me the wrong name, the wrong town, and a bullshit date of birth. He made it real easy for me. I just cut everything off in one fell SWMP. You probably heard him screaming like the little pussy that he now is. Rap pulled out his knife and the blade. Here's how dumb the guy is. After all that, he's in so much goddamn pain he ends up telling me his name anyway. The point is, you're going to end up telling me you were willing, so you might as well hold on to your manhood. Rap pointed the tip of the knife at the man's crotch. Now, are you ready for the round? The prisoner exploded quickly. Name. Rap the question like a drill sergeant. Corporal Nori Tamina. Place of birth. The only city Rap knew of by that name was approximately X miles southwest of Tehran. Date of birth. 14th of January, 1982. You said you're a soldier. What unit? 23rd SLKW All Forces Division. Jerusalem Force. Rap kept his emotions in check. The man sitting before him was not some insurgent volunteer. He was an Iranian soldier. A member of their elite Quds force, or, as some of the more anti-Semitic men referred to it, Jerusalem Force. His involvement in the kidnapping of Kennedy caused Rap to see things in an entirely different light. How long have you been in Iraq? Rap while he tried to think of the implications of direct Iranian involvement. Almost 2 months. All of it in Mosul. Mostly. And the surrounding area. Rap wondered if Minister Ashani had ordered this. Up until now, he had thought the man very reasonable. Now he wondered if the sincerity he had shown Kennedy was all an act. You married? The man looked away nervously and hesitated. Don't lie to me. Engaged. Good leverage, Rap thought to himself. He unzipped the thigh PCX kit on his coveralls, and pulled out the stack of Polaroids. He flipped one HL through until he found the one he was looking for. He held the stack in front of Tamina's face and said, "Careful on this one. Name and rank, just like it says in the Geneva Convention. Which also says you're supposed to in uniform, but we'll talk about that later." The young Iranian looked at the photo and hesitated. Your fiancé, Rap started, will never marry you if the Goxlows are damaged. Rap could tell that had taken full effect. Tom's knees were shaking and his eyes were darting around the look at me. Rap screamed, "Is she pretty?" Who? The man asked, genuinely confused. Your fiancé. Rap stuck the tip of the knife up against the man's crotch. Then you're screwed. No way in hell a goggle-looking Persian woman is going to marry a guy without a dick. Now quit fucking around, and tell me who this is, and remember I might already know his name. This could be a test, and if you fail, off comes the first nut. Captain Rashid Dadarshi, my commanding officer. Kaplan was the equivalent of a captain in the U.S. Army. When were you told who you would be kidnapping? Tamina looked nervous. I was never told. Never. Rap said forcefully. Never. We were only told it an American, and that we were not to harm. Rap looked at him skeptically, even though he had a suspicion the man was telling the truth. We were only told yesterday of the plan. Who told you? Captain Archie, of course. No one else. Tamina shook his head. Then who the hell is this? Rapp shuffled through the photos and held up the one of the man who had been dressed as a police officer. Tamina took one look at the photo and his face twisted into a scowl. That is a Palestinian dog. He is not Paul of my unit. Name. Rapp barked. Ali Abms, the man offered willingly. If he isn't Quds Force, then who is he with? Hezbollah. Hezbollah, Rapp as he what the fuck is Hezbollah doing in Mosul? I do not know. I am only a corporal. Rapp had a GCA-D sense that the man was telling him the truth, but he needed to keep him on the edge for a bit longer. He stuck his knife under the Iranian's chin and lifted it until he was looking straight into his eyes. I'm going to go check your story, and if I find out you to me about a single thing, I'll be back for your nuts. Rapp /L the door to the cell, and down the hallway. A recording of a man being tortured was playing on the overhead speakers. Rapp ignored the agonizing screams and grappled with the implications of what he'd just learned. From the onset of the attack on Kennedy's motorcade he'd assumed it was Sunnis who were behind the plan. The Sunnis ran the police force and had been known to work within Iraq on a limited basis. Iranian and Hezbollah involvement brought things into a much more complicated light. At FLSST Rapp couldn't believe they would be so reckless as to actually kidnap the sitting director of the CIA, but the more he thought about it, the less he was surprised. Clearly these were desperate men willing to take great risks to hold on to power. Dumond had set up shop in the conference. He had two of his high-beam Verde laptops plugged into full-size monitors and was working in. Stillwell was sitting next to him taking notes and helping translate. Rapp stopped in the doorway. Any luck? Not yet. Dumond didn't in, they're to MK up from the screen. I'm not sure the Iranian army has these personnel records on their network. Rapp was afraid of that. What about public databases? Motor vehicle registry, utilities, birth RU-ords. I'm searching all of them. Ridley joined Rapp in the DCA, RUE. He was holding a stack of freshly printed 5x6 photos. These just came in. Ridley handed the stack to Rapp, who began peeling through them. That first one is of Minister Ashani right after he arrived. Rapp reached the third photo and Ridley him. The vantage was from the front of the helicopter and showed Ashani walking to the right. On the left side of the helicopter there was another man in a dark suit walking in the opposite direction. Who's don't know. Rapp flipped through a couple more photos and Stahlmel on a headshot of the mystery man. The digital photo had been cropped and blown up. The quality wasn't perfect, but it was still easy to make out the man's features. He had a dark brown beard and even though he was wearing sunglasses there's something vaguely familiar about him. Rapp continued going through the shots and stopped on the second to one. It showed the mystery man climbing into a IH-lice SUV that was bracketed by two X-lice pickup trucks, both with machine guns mounted to the RCX-FS. Rapp quickly shuffled back to the lust photo of the mystery man and handed Ridley the rest of the stack. Charlie's in the Situation Room with the president, right? Get on the horn with him and tell him we're 90% sure Iran is behind the kidnapping of Irene. 90%? Ridley questioned. We haven't even verified that this Tamina is who he says he is. That's why I didn't say 100. Trust me, Rob, we to get the national CA, Unchil talking about this. If it is Iran, it'll take them half a day to figure out who the hell to even call. Rapp Iwan moving toward the Irene doesn't have that kind of time. Rapp went straight back to Tamina's cell. He threw open the ST&L door, walked right up to the seated and handcuffed man, and thrust the photo in his face. Who is this? The Iranian's eyes were literally bugging out of his head and he was sweating profusely. Don't know. Bullshit. Rapp screamed. Mean I don't know his name. I don't know him. I saw him for the first time today. Rapp felt his jaw tighten. Through clenched he went and where? It WMS this morning. Right before the attack. We had been moved into incision before dawn and were waiting. He showed up maybe an hour before the attack and TKN, K is he SRWEL forces. No. IHE prisoner frantically shook his head. L don't think so. He gave Captain Arshi orders. Was he from the Ministry of Intelligence? I don't know, the man pleaded eyed him. There were no signs that he was anything less than truthful. You have no idea who the man is. It would stand to reason that the mystery man for Ashani, and it would also stand to reason that a lowly CORLK, Ral would have no idea who the man was. Rap did not want to try to figure out his next move in front of the prisoner. He left the cell without saying another word and closed and locked the door. He began pacing up and down the hall while the torture track played as background noise. His mind turned the facts over and over, looking at each bit 01 information from every angle he could think of. He hadn't it earlier. Rap snatched the two-way radio from his hip. He hit the talk button and said, Rob, get me a for Minister Ashani. Tehran, Iran. The helicopter ride from Mosul to the border had taken just 20 minutes. The Air Force had a relatively small Dassault Falcon 10 waiting to take him to Tehran. For MCXST-01 the hour and 10-minute flight. Ashani made notes to himself. They were cryptic so A.S to protect him if somehow they should fall into the wrong hands, which was doubtful since he planned to destroy them as A.S he got to his office. He'd hesitated even making the notes, he wanted to organize his thoughts and be very clear what Kennedy had offered on behalf of the US government. There was another reason he had opened the notepad. Ashani wanted to make a list of objections, or more precisely a list of who would object. There were more than a few people in Tehran whose power would rate if peace was made with America. It would make no difference that the American offer made complete sense. President Amathullah would do everything in his power to make sure the offer was rejected. That was why Ashani had opted not to the president during his brief border stop. He needed to talk to Najjar first. As head of the Guardian Council he could influence many people if he was persuaded. If Amathullah found out first, he would find some way to have his PR machine kill the offer before it was ever seriously. Shortly after the plane landed in Tehran, Ashani looked out the window and got a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. In addition to his normal car and driver there were 2 additional vehicles and another 8 armed men. Ashani looked at his security chief, Rahad Tehrani, who had the same look of concern on his face. Stay here, Tehrani said, and I will see what the problem is. Ashani glanced out the window and watched his security chief approach the group of men. At that PRNISE moment he realized he had forgotten to turn his cell phone on upon landing. Ashani hit the power button and watched the color screen come to life. A picture of a spinning globe flashed on the screen before it changed to a list of icons and then the phone stalled to beep as it retrieved voicemails first and then emails. After a few seconds the 2 ping and Ashani saw that he had 8 voicemail message /s and 20 thr and new emails. The amount was not unheard of, but it was a bit high. He was about to begin scrolling through the emails, when the phone began ringing. The readout on the phone would tell him only that the information on the person who was calling VVNS unavailable. Ashani pressed the talk button and said, "Hello. Minister Ashani," the caller said in English. His is Mitch Rapp. I work for Director Kennedy. Do you know who I am? Ashani glanced nervously out the window and said as casually as he xjoled, I'm afraid everyone in our line of work is aware of your reputation. Good. Then you'll know how serious I am when I tell you that I'm going to kill. Excuse me. Ashani said in genuine surprise. I'll know what you've up to. If Dir and Tor Kemsley is not reload in the next hour, I'm coming after you. And if, as you say, everyone in our line of work is aware of my reputation, then you know I will succeed. I will hunt you down and kill you, and no level of security will stop me. Mr. Rapp, I can assure you that I have no idea what you are talking about, and I do not take kindly to your threats. What are you going to do? Take out a fatwa on me? Well, let me tell you something. I'm not some defenseless author who's going to go into hiding because you thin-skinned little pricks do I've offended Islam. I bite back, and I'm going to hunt down every single one of you fuckers that had anything to do with this. Ashani was literally speechless. He was all well aware of Mitch Rapp's abilities. On at least two occasions the American operative had sneaked into Iran. Both times his targets were terrorists who had to Iran in an attempt to avoid the reach of the US government. Both men were extremely well and neither had survived his run-in with Rapp. Despite his dry throat and trembling hands, Ashani attempted to sound calm. Mr. Rapp, I have no idea what you are talking about and, as I said, I do not appreciate being well, you'll have to excuse my poor manners, but in light of the fact that my boss has kidnapped and her entire security detail I really don't give a shit what you and don't. Ashani's mind was swimming. All he could think to say was, in Mosul. No, in Paris. Of course in Mosul. I can assure you that I have no idea what you talking about. Well, I have a stack of photos, and 3 prisoners who say otherwise. Ashani looked up as Tehrani came back on the plane. The security chief started to talk, but was silenced by Ashani, who waved him off the plane. Mr. Rapp, Ashani said with as much sincerity as he could muster, I do not know what you are talking about. I have a great amount of respect for Der Kuder Kensli. Go sell your bullshit to some moron who's buying. I don't have the time for this, and if you want to live, you'll get your ass in gear and have her within the hour. Mr. Rapp, Ashani said with a trace of panic in his voice, I have no idea what you are talking about. You're telling me that she left a meeting with you, traveled a block and a half, and attacked by a platoon of Quds Force commandos and you had no idea? What? And I suppose that guy who flew in with you on your helicopter, you have no idea who he is either. TWs I've got a bunch of Iranian soldiers in who are telling me he ran the operation to kidnap Director Kennedy. Ashani's mouth was as he pictured Mukhtar blessing him and running toward the waiting vehicles. What's wrong? Rapp yelled. You finally run out 01 rucking lies to tell me. Random pieces of information fell into place as Ashani replayed the events of the past several days. Ashani was left no other conclusion than the dreadful reality that he had been deceived by his own government. Amatullah and Mukhtar had clearly conspiring, but to what end Ashani could not see. Mr. Rapp, I have not told you a single lie. I'm afraid this entire operation was kept from me. Well, you'll have to excuse me if I don't take you at your word, Rapp said sarcastically. Ashani's chief of security was back in the door looking very nervous. Ashani waved him away. Mr. Rapp, I am going to do everything in my power to make sure Dr. Kennedy is released safely. Who was that man who flew in on the helicopter with you? Ashani hesitated, am going to have to get back to you on that. Bullshit. You've given me no reason to believe you. Give me one GCX, the reason why I shouldn't tell the PN/Sident to PRCXEED with the strike that the Joint Chiefs are mending. What strike? Operation Medusa. They want to cut off the head. Your homes, your offices, they're all in the targeting package. Mr. Rapp, I urge you to tell the president to give me time. Why the fuck should we trust you? You set us up. You kidnapped one sitting director of the CIA, the president's closest national security advisor. You think he's going to negotiate for her release? He's going to use this as an excuse to LNB you fuckers back to the Stone Age. L just landed in Tehran. Please give me some time to find out what is going on. You don't what's going on here, do you? I'm in Mosul. President Alexander is sitting in a bunker right now surrounded by a bunch of generals who think this is a blessing. They've already launched the B-2S from their base in Kansas. They're on the way. You can help avoid this. That man who rode in on the helicopter with you, What is his name, and where did he take Director Kennedy? That man, Ashani hesitated, is someone I detest. Name? Rapp shouted. Ashani looked out the window at the waiting men, and it occurred to him that they might dare to arrest him, or at a bare minimum keep an eye on him. This might be his last chance to freely discuss things with Rapp. Imad Mukhtar, Ashani said, with loathing in his voice. Imad Mukhtar. Rapp practically screamed. You mean Hezbollah's head of paramilitary? Where did he take her? I have no idea, but I am going to do everything I can to find out. Do you have you write down my email address and you send me your phone? Ashani gave him the information and then he would get back to him within the hour. He ended the call before Rapp could threaten him again. He stood, his mind with horrible possibilities. Amatullah had clearly not told him of this operation because he knew he would have never agreed to go along. The question now WMS, whom else had Amatullah recruited? Whom could Ashani trust, and how could he make things right without committing treason? In the Pirkses, Washington, the president weighs on his feet, his right hand stuffed under his left arm and his left hand up and supplique, rooting his chin. His jacket off, and the sleeves on his crisp white dress shirt were rolled up. He was beamsically in a standing version of Auguste Rodin's statue The Thinker. Behind his chair at the end of the long conference table he paced back and forth. 4 steps to one wall and then back again. In the far corner, Secretary of State Wicca was talking in hushed tones on 101, the bulky secure telephone units. She was in the midst of calling a half-dozen key allies and explaining to them that despite what they were SCXing on TV, the United States had not the Iranian vessel. The president would have made the calls himself, but they had decided until the absolute confirmation from the Navy that he would let others put their reputations on the line. Secretary of Defense England was sitting near the president with a phone clutched tightly to his ear. His deep baritone voice had a tendency to carry, so most of the other cabinet officials had either left or moved farther away like Wicca. From time to time England would raise his head and relay to the president what the Joint Chiefs were telling him. Everyone from the Secretary of the Navy down to the theater commander had denied the of a U.S. submarines TKing involved in the sinking of an Iranian frigate. Now, England was attempting to speak first-hand to the task force commander for the subs in the region. The conference opened, and Ted Byrne, the president's chief of staff, entered with a deeply concerned look on his face. He moved quickly around the far side of the table and intercepted the president. Al just got off the phone with Mark. Mark, the president asked. Stevens. Mark Stevens WA.S. The president's treasury Alexander nodded for Beam to continue. The European markets are in a free fall. Shit, Al should have seen that coming. Oil futures. Through the roof. They to $90 a barrel, and there's rumors that Iran is calling for an OPEC embargo of the United States. Before the president could do IDE what missets to put on this new front, Secretary of Defense England's voice drowned out the entire RCX, LN you're sure? England half yelled. Have you seen the mage? England looked at the PRC/Sident and smiled. Great work, Captain. Send it. The Secretary of Defense slammed the handset back into the cradle and said to the you're not going to this. We had a sub in the strait when the Iranian frigate was torpedoed. Why would we find that hard? To the chief of in a sour tone. That's what the Iranians are claiming. They're claiming we sunk their ship, and they're full of it. We had the USS Virginia tasked to follow the Yusuf, one of Iran's 3 kilo-class subs. IHE Virginia followed the Yusuf into the strait and the sonar tapo of the Yusuf firing on its own ship. Why on MS Green Earth would they fire on their own ship? Airburn asked. They want to make it look like we did it, the president answered. Exactly, England agreed. WI*he task force commander is sending the contact talu as well as footage of the Iranian ship being hit. CIA Deputy Director O'Brien entered the Herod. Mr. President, I just 6K to wrap. He has confirmation that Kennedy's kidnapping was an Iranian operation. The room went silent. The President, what kind of confirmation? One of the prisoners HMS confessed that he's a member of the Quds force. For lack of a perfect analogy, that means he's Iranian special forces. He identified one of the other prisoners as his commanding officer, and the third he says is a member of Hezbollah. The President looked around at the other members of his national team. So this WMS no random attack by Laxal insurgents? No, sir, in fact we have an even more damning piece of evidence. O'Brien over his shoulder and nodded to a tech who had followed him into the conference room. A series of photos appeared on 101, the large plasms. O'Brien pointed to the photo in the upper left corner and said, these were surveillance shots taken of Iranian intelligence minister Ashani as he landed in Mosul this morning. The deputy director points slow to a SCR on photo. Here he is shaking hands with our deputy of operations, Near East Division. On the far left of the frame you can a man walking in the up-earth side direction. O'Brien's finger moved to the scrond row. This man walking right here toward the police vehicles. Rapp took this photo, O'Brien said, pointing to the last one, and showed it to one of the prisoners, who did not know the man's name but said he arrived in Mosul this morning and took over the operation to kidnap Director Kennedy. The man Rapp has been ked down to consult a pixie of Tamina, says he was not told who they were, only that this man was adamant that it was a woman and she taken alive. The President angrily at the screen. Who is he? It's Imad Mukhtar, sir, the head of Hezbollah's paramilitary wing. The President stared at the screen in absolute disbelief at the Iranians' audacity. You sure? O'Brien looked at the President with a partially dazed expression. Well, sir, this information is coming in pretty fast, so we haven't had the chance to source it properly. In fact, the only photo we have of Mukhtar is nearly 30 years old. So you're not sure, the President said with no attempt to hide his irritation. Me explain further. Mitch called Minister Ashani and asked him who. The President interrupted, Mitch called Minister Ashani, yea, sir. O'Brien cleared his throat and said, after the prisoner, the deputy dilator to consult his notes. An irritated President Alexander said, don't care what his name is. Tell me Mitch's conversation with Ashani. O'Brien looked extremely nervous about his next words. Mitch told Ashani he was going to hunt him down and kill him unless Irene was released within the hour. Good, of Defense England announced. Other of the national security team less enthused. How did Ashani react? The President asked. This is where it gets a little tricky. Mitch said Ashani genuinely surprised by the whole thing. What do you mean, surprised? The President pointed at the screen. He rode in on the same helicopter as this Mukhtar, or whatever his name is. All I'm doing is relaying what Mitch told me. He thinks there's a chance Ashani was kept in the dark. Or he's trying to save his own ass, England said. O'Brien, but he's the one who identified the man as Mukhtar. Can we corroborate that info with another source, Misk the President? Mitch is working on that right now. The President was a mud to ask how, and then he thought of it. Instead, he clenched his jaw in anger and said, can't believe they had the gall to launch this operation right under our noses, and think we wouldn't find out. I'm not sure we would have found out, sir, if Mitch hadn't taken those prisoners. This was O'Brien's way of attempting to say he had wrong about trying to put a leash on Rapp. Maybe not, the President mused. Turning to the Secretary of Defense, the President asked, what's their endgame? What are they trying to accomplish? I'm not sure. Illy's isn't exactly rational behavior. Sympathy, sir, announced Secretary of State Wicca as she up to the group, twirling her trademark reading glasses in her right hand. I just had a very enlightening conversation with Frankie's foreign minister. He says he received a call from Iran's foreign minister claiming that his country is under attack by the US. He requested that France answer a resolution in the UN condemning the attack and asking that the US pay reparations for both the vessel and the nuclear facility at Isfahan. He urged that the UN Security Council hold an emergency session to vote on this issue. He said if the UN didn't take care of the problem, OPEC would. Oh God, Vern moaned. We'd better find a way to defuse this. Oil prices shoot past $100 a barrel. Prices will snap back as this thing is over, England said dismissively. The important thing is to make sure this damn Iranian sub doesn't sink any 01R ships, and that we get Director Kennedy back as possible. I think the way to do that is to turn up the heat on these guys. I think you should hold a press conference and put the facts out there, and I think you should consider laying down an ultimatum for the release of. What kind of ultimatum? The president asked. Elle would consider calling her kidnapping an act of war. Whoa. Vern put his hands up in a cautionary manner. Elle, know this is going to sound callous to some of you, but it to be said. I'll Chief of Staff looked at the other key advisors. Maybe this is the price we have to pay for taking out their nuclear WLED, England sneered. We had nothing to do with taking out that facility. Elle, no, but we benefited from it. Vern could tell by the expressions on everyone's face that they were not buying his rationale. All I'm saying is that TX4 we rush off to war, we take a look at the big picture. Losing one person in exchange for making sure Iran doesn't get the bomb is not a bad deal. Secretary of State Wicca's normally calm demeanor turned to one of overt irritation. In a voice laced with sarcasm, she said, I think that is great advice, Ted. In fact, maybe I could call Iran's foreign minister and work out a prisoner exchange. You could take Irene's place, and then we could just write you off. Before Vern could respond, the White House press secretary entered the room and announced that President Amatullah was about to begin a press conference. The attention of everyone in the room shifted to the wall of large TVs. All but one showed the worded and tireless Iranian president stepping to the podium. Mosul Iraq Rap walked the hallway in front of the cells in an attempt to jog a strategy that he could use to interrogate the other two prisoners. Just knowing their names went a long way toward getting some honest answers out of them, but there was a bigger problem. If either man knew where Mukhtar planned to take Kennedy, the odds were that she was no longer there. Mukhtar would surely know by now that the two men had not made it back to the rallying, which in turn would alert him to the possibility that his Al-Qadian was soon to be compromised. The Iranian commotion had passed on to General Gifford, who felt that there was little chance Mukhtar could have gotten her across the Merdor into Iran. The military units handling the border had shut down the crossing 1 in less than 30 after the attack. Still, Mosul was a large, sprawling city of close to 2 million people. The odds of finding Kennedy without some hard intelligence were not. Rapp looked at the black rubber dive watch on his wrist and felt his chest tighten. He knew it was the first sign of an oncoming anxiety attack. He'd gone mug his entire life without suffering one, and then with the loss of his wife they had started to pop up. He told no one. Not even he figured with the passage of time they would lessen. And they did to a degree, but he could still count on a night or two a month during which he would lie in bed and feel as if an anvil had been placed on his chest. The attacks were characterized by a feeling of overwhelming failure. Failure as a man, that he had not been able to defend his own wife. Failure that he had been so selfish as to ever marry her in the FLSST place. Rapp held no illusions who he was, or what he did. He'd at war with radical Islam 10 years before the country even knew there was a war. He'd threatened, beaten, tortured, and so many men it was to even attempt a tally. During all of that, though, he'd clung to the conviction that he was very different from the enemy. As strange as it would seem to many in a civilized society, he was able to live with what he did because of whom he did it to. Unlike the people he hunted, Rapp made every effort to make sure non-combatants stayed exactly that. Women and children were strictly off limits. Thankfully, in the chauvinistic world of radical Islam, this was far easier to accomplish than one would think. The men Rapp hunted, however, made no such distinction. In fact, they sought out the extent to amplify their terror. Imad Mukhtar was such a man. Rap knew the story of Mukhtar all well. The highly reclusive leader of Hezbollah's security section had cut his teeth in Beirut in his late teens. He was rumored to be behind the suicide attacks on the US Embassy and the Marine Barracks. What worried Rap most about the man, though, was his involvement in the kidnapping of CIA Station Chief Bill Buckley. Mukhtar and his compatriots had squeezed every last bit of information out of Buckley over the course of a year and then hanged him. The thought of Kennedy suffering at the hands of such an animal was agonizing. With each missing minute, he reared his ability to save Kennedy was slipping away. Rap had wait %L long enough. Strategy or not, he to X-Gin breaking these two and hope whatever he got out of them Rama Emil current. Rap opened the cell door and approached the man on the stretcher. As he pulled out his knife, Rap said, "Name and rank." The man looked up at him with dilated pupils and a sweat-drenched face. The severed sex organ was still on his chest. "L don't know what you're talking about." "Fine." The man's right pants leg had cut away above the knee by the army who had treated his bullet wound. Rap stuck the tip of the knife under their remaining ponion of fabric and slicing away. Rap intentionally dug the blade into the man's inner thigh just enough to draw block. The prisoner yelled and jerked against his bonds. "Sorry about that," Rap said as he cut away the rest of the pants, exposing the man's underwear. "Do you have a preference, left nut, right nut?" "It doesn't matter to what are you talking Al? The man said with genuine horror. "Which nut would you like me to cut off first? Your left nut, or your right nut?" Rap the tip of the knife under the elmstick band of the man's briefs and with one yank, shouldered the underwear. "Wait," the man screamed. "What do you want to know?" "Your name, Captain." "That's right," Rap said in response to the look on the man's face. "I'll know quite a bit about you, so don't even think about lying. Now tell me your name." "Captain Rashid Dadarshi, and I demand to see a representative from the International Red Crescent." Rap laughed. "You demand? Why CNS, it is my right." "And how is it your right?" "My country is signatory of the Geneva Convention, as is yours. Listen, if you had been wearing a uniform and fighting US troops, I would more than happy to call the International Red CRCYSCXNT, but you weren't. You're just another piece of shit terrorist." "I am not. I am an officer in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard." "Where's your uniform?" "You didn't wear it to work." El demand. Before Dadarshi could finish the sentence, Rap stepped on his wounded knee. Dadarshi screamed in pain, and Rap said, "I don't want to hear that word come out of your mouth again. In fact, if you say it, I'll carry out my threat, and if you don't believe me, you can ask your friend from Hezbollah." Rap saw the admission on the man's face and said, "That's right. Your buddy Ali Abbas has been singing like a little girl. I actually had to cut one of his nuts off to get him to talk. Since then the guy's been very helpful, giving me the location of your safe houses, and who your local contacts are. We've got people checking on them right now, and if it turns out he lied to me about a single LCXation, I'm going to cut off the other one. Now how about you?" Rap reached into his pskit and pulled out the surveillance photo of the man who had ridden in on the with Minister Ashani. "The trick here is that I know a hell 01 a lot more than you think I do, but I don't know everything. So if you real like gambling with your family jewels, you go right ahead and try to lie to me." "The man in this photo," Rap held it up, "who is he?" Dadarshi closed his eyes and said, "Imad Mukhtar." "Good answer, Captain. And how do you know him?" "El met him for the first time this morning." "Where?" "At one of the safe houses." "And why did he come to Mosul?" "To oversee the situation. He attack on the motorcade." "And who was the target of that attack?" Dadarshi hesitated and to his left. "Not a slow question to gamble on." "The director of the CIA." "And where were you planning on taking her?" Rap asked as casually as possible. "We were going to try and make it across the border." Where were your backup locations? WL here was a warehouse, approximately halfway between Mosul and the border. You're going to have to do than that. You will have to get me a map. Rap thought about it for a second and then the two-way radio. He pressed the transmit button and said, "Stan, did you hear that?" Rap released the button and moved the radio away from his mouth. "Yep. Bring me some maps." Rap lowered the radio and studied the Iranian officer lying on the stretcher. "While we wait for the map, I want you to tell me about the backup locations you have in the city." Tehran, Iran beams on his conversation with Rap. Ashani had certain the extra men at the Irks, RT were there to arrest him, but he soon learned he was wrong. An American submarine had sunk the Sabalan in the Strait of Hormuz. President Amatullah had a state of emergency and called for a of the Supreme Security Council. Under normal circumstances Ashani would have had little difficulty believing that the Americans had acted so recklessly. All he had to do was visit the tragedy of Iran Air Height 655. On Sunday, July 3, 1988, the commercial airliner left Bandar Abbas for a short night to Dubai, when it was shot down by the USS Vincennes. The Americans to the tragedy by giving their cowboy captain a incudal. In light of Rap's phone call, however, Ashani had his doubts as to what may have led up to the Sabalan's sunk. This time, however, Ashani got the feeling that it was Amatullah who was acting like a reckless cowboy. He remembered the first meeting they'd had in the wake of the disaster at Isfahan. How Amatullah had come strutting in with General Zarif and General Soleimani in tow. His promises of making the Americans and the Jews pay. Ashani had never encountered a more duplicitous man than Amatullah. He was a master manipulator of public opinion. Ashani out the window of his barely moving sedan at the sea of bodies marching rowdily toward the old American EMBEC. Apparently, Amatullah had the SCLMS and ordered mass protests against America's aggression in the Strait of Hormuz. It was very convenient for Amatullah that Ayatollah Najjar was in Isfahan with the supreme leader, meeting with families from the tragedy at the nuclear facility. Ashani had so far been unable to reach Najjar and was growing increasingly nervous. 11 Amatullah was crazy enough to kidnap Irene Kenexley. What would stop him from killing Najjar, his chief rival? The three-car motorcade finally reached the gates of the presidential palace. The normal security detail had been augmented by tanks from the Revolutionary Guard's 18th Armored Division. As the soldiers made way for his, Ashani got the sinking feeling that Amatullah would not hesitate to use these SHCWK troops to seize IW.Ver. He would feel much when Najjar and the supreme waiter returned to the capital. After entering the palace, Ashani was escorted to Amatullah's office suite, where he found Foreign Minister Salehi, Brigadier General Soleimani, Major General Zarif, and a handful of AICES. They were all gathenksel around a large television watching a newsconference, or so he thought. As Ashani drew closer, he could see that their focus was on President Amatullah, who was in the midst of delivering one of his impassioned speeches. He was dressed in his signature boxy tan suit with a dress shirt and no tie. Ashani found the fact that he was making a statement a bit odd, since he had yet to meet with the Supreme National Security Council to discuss the situation, but then again, the man had a history of not letting facts get in the way of his image. Amatullah was going through a timeline of the events that up to the sinking of the Sabalan. Apparently 2 separate ships reported picking up a submarine on surface radar, as well as visually confirming the vessel only minutes for the Sabalan was. Amatullah was adamant that the Sabalan had done nothing to provoke the attack and called it a blatant act of war by the Americans. Act of barbarism is bad enough, but Iran's agencies have uncovered something more treacherous. Over 50 years ago, the CIA launched a plot to remove the rightfully electile Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh from office in my country. For the next 30 years the CIA backed the criminal Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and continued to meddle in the affairs of the Iranian people until we rose up in revolution and threw both the Shah and the Americans out of our country. For more than 25 years now, we have been vigilant in our fight to remain independent from the corruption of Imperial America.
Ashani glanced to his left and then right as Amatullah continued his litany of American deception and manipulation against the people of Iran. The generals and the foreign minister seemed excessively pleased with Amatullah's words. Most of his complaints were old accusations, more than a few of them complete falsehoods, but that did not stop these men from paying rapt attention. Ashani got the sense that the master manipulator was building towards something even bigger. As the entire world knows, earlier this my country's nuclear facility in Isfahan was destroyed. The American Secretary of State went before the United Nations and offered so-called proof that the facility was destroyed by Iranian saboteurs. She made it seem to the world that the United States had no hand whatsoever in the attack against my country. That it was simply average Iranians who were RNLLING against an oppressive government. What she intentionally chose not to tell the world was that those saboteurs were rooted and funded by the CIA. For months now various intelligence services in my country have tracking the movement of this dissident group of mercenaries. That investigation culminated in Mosul, Iraq, this morning when the group's leaders met directly with CIA Dictator Irene Kennedy. Amatullah held up an photograph of Ashani, noticed immediately that she did not look herself. Her straight brown hair was matted down and one side of her face red, as if she'd been hit. She had a blanket wrapped around her shoulders and her expression was far from her usual calm demeanor. Ashani felt ashamed for his country and embarrassed for Kennedy. In Dictator Kennedy's was this. Amatullah held up a second photograph. This briefcase and several others like it contained more than $1 million in CMSH that the director of the CIA was delivering to her spies as a bounty for destroying Iran's quest for energy independence and self-government. I ask the world to stand up for what is right and help my country stop Imperial America's aggression. It is time for us to XLNE together and stand up for true democracy and freedom and to fight against the capitalist pigs of America. Iran will not pump another drop of his fist defiantly at the every American warship left the Persian Gulf. I call on my OPEC brothers to do the same. Together we will send a message to America that we are done 1K*ing bullet. We have already demanded compensation of $10 billion, for the destruction of the Isfahan facility and the hundreds of Iranians who were killed in this attack by America and her spies. With the sinking of the Sabalan and the escalating cost to clean up the disaster at Isfahan, we are now demanding that America pay a total of $15 billion. In addition, America must also apologize for what they have done and make a commitment in front of the United Nations General Assembly that they will cease meddling in the affairs of Iran. Amatullah paused and folded his hands in front of him, adopting a less aggressive pose. Until such time as America fulfills these obligations, we will keep CIA Director Kennedy as a guest 01 the country of Iran. And I can assure the international community that we will treat her with more respect and dignity than America has treated my Muslim brothers that have captured on the battlefield. With that parting shot, Amatullah turned and walked off camera. Ashani among the other advisors absolutely thunderstruck by what he had just heard. The mad genius and sheer audacity of Amatullah knew no bounds. The idea that the Sabalan had done nothing to provoke being torpedoed seemed a bit ridiculous, but what Amatullah had just accused Kennedy of was an outright lie. Only several hours earlier he had sat across from a very sincere and believable Kennedy and listened to her offer an aid package worth billions of dollars. She hardly seemed like a woman plotting the overthrow of the Iranian government. Ashani around the room at the faces of the other men and got the uneasy feeling that they all knew something that he did not. The to Amatullah's office opened, and the president burst into the like an actor arriving backstage after delivering the performance of his life. Amatullah stopped triumphantly in front of the group with his chin held high. The generals offered their congratulations on a brilliant speech. The foreign minister, whom Ashani had forgotten about, was now standing in the behind him talking to someone on the phone. He began thanking the person loudly and then hung up. "Wonderful speech, sir," Salehi said enthusiastically as he returned to the group. That foreign minister seeing. "The Chinese have agreed to bring our grievances before the UN Security Council, and put pressure on the Americans to make reparations." "Excellent, Amathullah said with more relief than some rise. Al-Rawan as an afterthought he noticed that his intelligence minister was now present. Amathullah looked at him with a hint of suspicion and then said, Azad, you have made it back safely. I would like to have a word with you in private. Amathullah gestured toward his office and began walking. Ashani did not move right away. His head was spinning with plots and duptions. Defying the request would undoubtedly lead to bigger problems. With reluctance, he followed Amathullah into his office, and tried not to flinch when the door was closed behind him. Amathullah ordered the TV crew out of his office so he could have a word alone with his intelligence minister. I am sorry, Amathullah started the conversation, that I did not let you know about this, but I did not want you tainted by it until the intelligence proved to be accurate. Ashani said nothing, but nodded as if it was a reasonable precaution even though it wasn't. Imad and his people have been working on this for months. I wanted to bring you in on it, but Imad feared that the intelligence ministry had an unacceptable number of people who were sympathetic to the Mek and other resistance organizations. This was such an outright lie that Ashani could barely conceal his growing anger. In a measured voice he said, I think I know my organization then Imad Mukhtar. L will not argue with you on that int, but we have arrived here nonetheless, and your skill and support are greatly needed. L to help us get through this crisis. Can I count on you? Here Il is, Ashani thought to himself. A of loyalty. He contemplated the two generals in the other MTH fiercely devoted to Amathullah, neither of them afraid to use violence to get what they wanted. Then passed as Ashani's thoughts raced to his wife and daughters and back again. Now was not the moment to take a stand against the madman. Of course you can, Ashani answered in his most sincere voice. L know then perhaps anyone, other than yourself, that this nonsense with America must stop. Gukt Ashani said. He clapped his hands together. Now as you can imagine, I am going to very busy. The supreme leader is on his way back from Isfahan, and I must prepare to bribe him as well as continue to lobby our allies to sup 1k, RT us against this American agri, Zion. How can I help? Amathullah led him across the office to his desk. Imad is in need of desperate assistance. I'm afraid his network of agents may have been compromised. He has Kennedy in a safe location for the moment, but he thinks he might have to move her. He opened his desk drawer and withdrew a sheet 01 paper. On it was a handwritten list 0110 phone numbers. The first two had lines mug them. I have SM, Ken with him twice. After each call move on to the next number. Ashani the N at the if you go through all of them, start over at the beginning. What would you like me to do? Call him. You will refer to him as Ali and he will refer to you as Cyrus. Find out what he needs. The last time we spoke he was confident that he could get Kennedy to confess, but he said the city is crawling with American and Iraqi military units. Ashani felt a knot in his stomach. Mukhtar was a brutal. Did he say where he was holding her? No. Amathullah shcx, K his head. I asked, but he did not want to talk about it on the phone. He handed Ashani a mobile phone. If there is an emergency, he will call you on this phone. Is there anything else? Yes. If there is any way to get her across the border without being caught, I want you to do it. Ashani dutifully and said, I will into it immediately. Mosul, Iraq. Kennedy lay naked on the salty. Tears streamed down her face and mixed with the puddles of urine on the dirt floor. Her panties and bra lay shredded a few feet away. The musty blanket that had given her a sense of security had been torn from her hands and tossed to the far corner. Her captors stood over her and laughed while they described in graphic terms how they were going to rape her. Thal had been about the only indignity she'd been spared thus far. All she had done was to go to the bathroom. A simple function that she had taken for her entire life. The man who called himself Muhammad had made it sound as if it would not be a problem. Instead of taking her somewhere, though,
the guards brought her a rusty bucket and stocked a few feet away, leering at her. Kennedy squatted over the bucket and used the blanket to try and maintain a modicum of privacy. When she was in the middle of relieving herself, one of the men gave her a kick that sent her sprawling. The second man then in as they tore the blanket and her undergarments from her. The men pawed at her bare skin, slapping, punching, and kicking her. Kingsley attempted lamely to fight back, but they were strong and far vicious. In the end, all she could do was curl up in a defensive ball and hope they would tire. When they finally did, they dropped their pants and urinated on her. That was when they began to describe in gruesome detail how they were going to her. Kennedy did not scream or cry out loud. She simply lay there and let the tears flow. She thought of her son, Tommy, her mother, and a life she had devoted to her country. She did not ask why me, or drown herself in pity. She simply accepted her fate for what it was, a very nasty ending to an otherwise wonderful life. She had herself to the idea that it would better to die than give up the most closely guarded secrets of her country. She owed that to the men and women of the CIA, and the spies they had rooted. She knew she would not be able to endure many more whitings like the one she had just gone through, so her mind went searching for a way to end it all. The tears and in a strange way the thought of taking her own life gave her strength. A loud clang of the metal latch litkull and squeaky hinges announced the presence of a visitor. Kennedy did not attempt lift her head and look. She stared beyond the of her tormentors at the blanket in the corner as if she could will it to come to her. In the name of Allah, what have you done? Kennedy recognized the voice as TK belonging to the man who called himself Muhammad. UFTX, LS, he yelled. Kennedy saw him push his way past the two men and retrieve the blanket on the far side of the room. He came back and drew high the blanket over her naked dy and then turned his anger on the men. He screamed at them and ordered them out of the Imran. When they were gone, he returned to Kennedy and down at her side. He started to move a strand of hair from her face, and then when he realized it was soaked with urine, he stood quickly and marched into the hallway. Kennedy could hear him yelling at the guards and telling them to bring fresh water and a first aid kit. There was more shouting and more demands. Kennedy went numb and stopped listening. The man came back into the several times to check on her, each time apologizing for what the men had done. Kennedy never his presence. She simply kept staring off into space. At some point a chair was brought into the room and the man helped her up so she could sit in it. She was beyond caring that she was naked under the blanket. The man his tussed to the blanket around her chest, as he took the bucket of water and rinsing the urine from her hair. He then wet a washcloth and cleaned her face. When he got to her shoulders, he stopped and placed the waistcloth in Kennedy's hand. I will get you some clothes. Please finish cleaning up. We to discuss your release. Kennedy blinked for the first time in minutes. Her head slowly turned and watched the man leave the room. The door closed behind him and she realized she was alone. Looking down at the white washcloth, she had the strangest feeling that she must have been dreaming. Her eyes moved slowly over her arms, noting the scrapes and bruises. She mk'd the water-soaked cloth and ran it along the inside of her left forearm. The dirt came off. She hit her tongue to make sure this was really happening, and upon feeling the pain realized it was. Kennedy and drew high the blanket over the back of the chair and then set out bathing. She doused herself with handful after handful of water until the dirt and stench were gone. A goxy 5 minutes later there was a knock on the door. Kennedy grabbed the blanket and held it in front of her. Muhammad entered the room with a towel, a stack of neatly folded cloth and some sandals. He set them down on the chair and said, "Please put these on. We have much to discuss." After he left, Kennedy slowly got dressed. The clothes were all slightly too big for her, but she was grateful nonetheless. She put on the blue dress pants, brown sweater, black hijab, and finally the sandals. There was another knock on the door and then Muhammad entered carrying a video camera and a trip slow. Kennedy was instantly suspicious. "I am sorry for the behavior of those two animals. They were not raised properly."
Kennedy only nodded. The man set the camera down. And how do your clothes fit? Fine. Kennedy clutched at the hijab. Good. Now I have talking to many people about your release, and I think we have something arranged. The men who TCX, KU. Point 1 can't tell you who they are, but they are a NMSTY lot. More than half of them want to kill you because of what you have done to their country and who you work for. There are a few, however, who think that this is a wust. They are split. Half of them want to torture you and sell the information to the highest bidder, and the other half want to ransom you and done with it. I think I have them convinced to ransom you, but before I can do that they want you to read a statement. What kind of statement? Kennedy asked in a guarded tone. I want to remind you they are only words. Once you are free, you may say whatever you'd like. The man handed over the sheet of paper and then busied himself with the video camera. Smile for me, please, he said as he pressed play. Kennedy looked down at the double-spaced typed words and began reading. His heart sank with each sentence. 30 later she was done. She handed the paper back to the man and said, "L can't read that." "Yes, you can." The man handed the back. "All you to do is read it and you will be free to leave with me." WLHOs are all lies. My country had nothing to do with the destruction of the Isfahan nuclear facility. We did not invade Iraq for oil, and we are not plotting to invade Iran to steal their oil. I am not arguing with you. The man said with his hands held up. And when you are set free you can scream from the mountaintops that you were forced to read the statement at gun B, int. Kennedy knew there would be no taking it back. There were many in the Middle East and beyond who thought it was true to TK Jin with. Her reading this prepared would USC% for to come ins PRCXJF of America's imperial ways. I science read it? You must, or they will kill you. There was something in the way the man said kill you that gave Kennedy concern. It occurred to her that the most logical move by her captors would be to kill her after she read the statement. With no denial by Kennedy it would go down as fact. I'm sorry, but I cannot read that statement. Sat down in the chair and folded her hands acr, her lap. The man moved with great from behind the camera. He slapped across the face 3 times, KNCX king the hijab off her head. He grabbed a handful or hair and yanked her head back. Looking down at her he yelled, "You have exactly 1 hour to change your mind, and if your answer is still no, I will leave you to your fate. Do you want that to happen?" "No," answered 20 men, he screamed. "They will line up to rape you for a week straight. Is that what you want? Then read the statement." The man let go of her and handed her the piece of agam. Kennedy LCX, ked down at the words, and thought 01 how the tape would TK against her country. She would be considered a traitor. She could never live with herself. Without having to think any further, she oigned her hands and let the paper fall to the floor. The man away from the camera and held up a finger. "You have 1 hour to, and if your answer is still no, there is nothing I can do to help you." White House Ted Burns stayed on the president's left elbow, matching him step for step, which was not easy, considering he was almost a FCN-T shorter. The debate had been heated as anything Burns had ever seen in his nearly 25 years of politics. He'd known Josh Alexander since he was a little tyke. Burns had played high school football for Alexander's father and had coached for the father after college. When Alexander looked at him with those same dead, serious eyes that his dad used to shoot him when he'd push an issue as far as he could, Burns knew he'd lost the battle. It didn't help that the majority of the National Security Council, as well as the Joint Chiefs, had sided against. Even so, Burns felt so strongly that the president was making a mistake that he had to give it one more try. "Josh," he whistled red so no one else could hear, "I really think you need to sit on this one for an afternoon. Probably a whole day, but at least an afternoon. Quai 11 roulette, they're all up there waiting for me. So give a brief statement like I said." A blanket denial.
Then we can send others out to argue the details. Don't lower yourself to the guy's level. The president hit the steps that led from the basement to the first of the West Wing. I've made up my mind. No, you have, and that's why I'm trying to talk you out of it. That's my job. When you're about to run off a cliff, I'm supposed to stick out my FCX, T and trip you. I'm not in the for any jokes right now. It never hurts to take a breath and calculate yourself. And sometimes he who hesitates gets his ass handed to him. They reached the first floor landing and the president stopped. A coltage of aides and advisors piled up behind him on the stairs. If I had the time, we could sit here all afternoon and throw sayings back and forth at each other, but it comes down to this, Ted. If you don't confront a lie, people will it. Now I'm done talking about this. Are you done? Burn and then reluctantly gawk slow. The president turned and into the White House press secretary Wicca and Secretary England joined him on the small dais, taking up positions behind him, one off each shoulder. The president both hands on the podium and looked out at the reporters and photographers. He made no attempt to hide the fact that he was not happy. I'm about to give you a lot of information. The press is preparing briefing books for you. You may pick them up when I'm finished. The president for a moment and consulted an outline that he had written on a piece of paper. I'm sure by now you've all had an opportunity to review President Amathoullah's remarks. I am here to openly refute his two main accusations. The first, that a United States submarine sank the Iranian vessel Sabalun, is an outright lie. The USS Virginia, a nuclear LX-aired submarine, was in the vicinity and tracking the Iranian submarine Yusuf as it proceeded through the Strait of Hormuz earlier today. The Virginia recorded the Ilsa flooding her rear torpedo tubes and firing one torpedo against the Sabalun. That torpedo hit the Sabalun and sunk it. The Virginia this incident immediately, and followed the Yusuf through the strait and into the Persian Gulf. Yusuf is now on an intercept course with the Eisenhower Strike Group, as is much of the Iranian Navy. I have ordered the strike group to engage and sink any Iranian vessel that attempts to close within 15 miles of the USS Eisenhower. I repeat, if any Iranian vessel attempts to close within miles of the aircraft carrier Eisenhower, it will be and sunk. Alexander glanced down and then said, knowing President Amathullah's penchant for rhetoric and obfuscation, I feel it is my duty to provide hard evidence of what I have just told you. Against the advice of the Secretary of Defense and the Joint Chiefs, I am going to allow representatives from Great Britain, France, Russia, and China to review the contact tapes made by the USS Virginia. These tapes will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt to any naval officer with sonar experience that it was the Yusuf that fired on and sank the Sabalun. In addition, I am offering to make the USS Virginia available for immediate inspection by representatives from Great Britain, France, Russia, and China. Boarding the Virginia, they will find that she is still carrying her full complement of torpedoes. I challenge President Amathullah to also make the Yusuf available for inspection, although I doubt you will find him so accommodating. As to why President Amalullah would order 101 his submarines to sink an Iranian frigate, I have my theories, but I will leave it up to you, the PNNSS, to try and get an honest answer from him. Now on to the second int of contention are two countries. CIA Irene Kennedy did in fact have a meeting in Mosul this morning. It was with this man. The president nodded to one of his aides and then toward the flat panel TV. Thal sprang to life with a headshot. 01 A bearded man in his mid-50s. Iran's Minister of Intelligence. In years Director Kennedy and Minister Ashani have met on several to share information that would help combat terrorism. I directed Dr. Ken Cully to sit down with Minister Ashani and discuss the possibility of our two countries storing limited diplomatic relations. JRXJ and the conclusion of this meeting Minister Ashani escorted to his helicopter and is now safely back in Iran. Director Kennedy was not so fortunate. The president gestured to his aide yet again, and a new photo appeared. The photo showed charred vehicles and slies littering a street. His is Director Kennedy's motorcade.
After parting with Minister Ashani, Director Kennedy's motorcade made it exactly a block and a half before it was ambushed. A new photo appeared. It was of 4 men lying face down on the street. Of dark red blood could be seen by each man's head. These were members 01 Director Kennedy's security detail. They all lived here in the Washington area. All of them were married, and they all had children. I spoke with each of their wives over the PS tower and offered my. The president lowered his head and consulted his notes. 18 men died in the attack on this motorcade. A secondary CIA security team was nearby and fought their way to the site of the attack in time to see Director Kennedy forced into a car and driven away. The CIA security team took 3 prisoners. The president paused and the of 3 men of work %L on the screw and with their names and affiliations list. The man on the left of the screen is Ali Abbas. He is a senior member of the terrorist organization Hezbollah and has been in Iraq recruiting and arming terrorists for more than a year. The next man is Captain Ray Hid-Arshi of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. GMSPS and murmurs erupted from the reporters. Alexander stopped until he had their undivided attention. Captain Arshi has admitted that he received orders from his superior officers in Tehran to participate in the kidnapping of Director. The last man is Xjairperl Nori Tamina, also of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. All 3 of these men identified the next man, a new image on the screen of a man in a suit wearing sunglasses, as the one who ran the operation. This is Imad Mukhtar, the head of Hezbollah Security Services and the mastermind behind the U.S. Marine Barracks TX jamming, the U.S. Embassy bombing in Beirut, and many others. He is also believed to be behind numerous kidnappings and assassinations committed by Hezbollah over the PMST3 duades. Several APRIM read showing Mukhtar and Ashani exiting the same helicopter from different cities. These photographs were taken this morning when Minister Ashani arrived in Mosul on an Iranian army with Imad Mukhtar. Note the briefcase in Mr. Mukhtar's right hand. An enlarged image of the briefcase appeared and then, next to it, a second photo of an open briefcase filled with. The photo on the right is the one that President Amatullah showed the world only an hour ago. President Amatullah claimed that Dr. Kennedy was in session of the CMSH when she was supposedly caught meeting with an Iranian opposition group. I find it a bit coincidental that Imad Mukhtar arrived in Mosul this morning carrying a briefcase that looks exactly like the one President Amatullah claims was found in the possession 01 Director Kennedy. The president stopped and shook his head sadly. After a long pause he said, "Tleast might humorous if it wasn't for the fact that so many people have died today. I refuse to speculate what it is exactly that President Amatullah is up to, but I will not tolerate such brazen aggression. Director Kennedy is one of my closest advisors and the head of one of America's most ardent national security agencies. I consider her abduction an act of war by Iran. I have directed Secretary of Defense England to put all U.S. forces at Defense Condition 3. I have also ordered the USS Reagan Strike Group, which is conducting operations off the east coast of Africa, to proceed at top to the Gulf of Oman, where she will join the Nimitz Strike Group already on patrol. Other assets are also rushed to the region. I want to be very clear on something. I will not negotiate with terrorists, and I will not get drawn into a debate with a man who is so desperate to hold on to power that he would kill his own people in order to drum up support. I am giving the Iranian government 2 hours, and not a minute longer. If Director Kennedy is not within that time, I will order offensive operations to begin against the Iranian military and the country's leadership." The President TCX, KA second to look around the room at the SHCX KED faces of the Reponas, and then said, "That is all I have to say, for now." Mosul Iraq Rap was seated on a metal folding chair. Next to him, lying on a stretcher, WA.SA drugged up Ali Abbas. The CIA interrogation team had arrived from Baghdad, and were busying themselves with the other 2 prisoners. Captain Arshi and Corporal Tamina had given up the location of 3 safe houses and the warehouse halfway to the Iranian border. An army unit patrolling near the warehouse was dispatched but found nothing. This did not surprise Rap. A man like Mukhtar didn't stay alive all these years by making mistakes. The Quds Force safe houses in the city were tempting though. Rap had to fight the urge to head into the city and participate in the safe house raids. As much as he wanted to be on the street doing something, however, he knew he needed to stay put until they had some solid intel. The safe houses would no doubt an intelligence boon, but they would not find Kennedy in them. Rap's for that crucial piece of information was lying at his feet, and with each passing minute he became more doubtful that he would learn anything from Abbas. From Rap's prior experience, sodium pentothal worked differently with each subject. The drug always elicited conversation, but not necessarily meaningful conversation. Typically, the more logical and ordered the person's mind, the better the answers. Conversely, the more scatterbrained or dim the subjects were, the more likely it was that they would string unconnected thoughts together like a radio stuck in scan mode. 5 on one and then on to the next. After 20 minutes with Abbas, Rap was wondering if the man was clinically insane. The terrorist's train of thought bounced from one subject to the next, and the only common thread had to do with a comment Rap had made about the 77 virgins that were supposedly awaiting Abbas in paradise. Abbas had rambling on and on about how he was not afraid to die. Allah had a special place for him. He would have his pick of the finest 77 virgins. Rap told Abbas it was bad he wouldn't able to have sex with them. When Abbas asked why, Rap told him this was he was going to cut off his dick. This one comment went the 30-some-year-old terrorist into a fit of tears. Some 20 minutes later he was now trying to engage Rap in a theological debate over whether or not his penis would magically reappear. When he paradise Rap divided thal giving the man scr2 pentothal had tk2 and a mistake. He stood and looked down at Abbas. It matter? Of course it does, Abbas replied with tear-filled eyes. Rap thought about telling the man the virgins didn't exist, and even if they did he would undoubtedly be on an express elevator to hell, in which case his penis wouldn't matter, but he decided it wasn't worth it. It was time to call Ashani again and put more pressure on him. He left the interrogation trailer and went back to the office trailer, where Dumont, Stillwell, and Ridley were holed up in the conference RCXJRN working the phones and computers. Rap felt a wave of they were not making anywhere near enough progress. He looked across at Stillwell and asked, anything new? Yeah. Come here and look at this photo. Rap walked around the conference table and at the computer on it was the photo of Kennedy that President Amatullah had shown during his Stillwell clicked on the wall behind Kennedy and in on that part of the photo. They're holding her underground, and I'm pretty sure she's in the city. This type of limestone is quarried near the river. You can find it in cellars all over the city, but it's predominantly found in the old section of the West Bank. Rap studied the photo. Bands of and black mold streaked to the tucks, and white clumps of calcification could be seen near the corner. He's making mistakes. How so? Rurorism 101, cover the walls with SHCHTS, so you don't give up clues like this. Rap felt a glimmer of hum. He's someplace he wasn't planning on, and my guess is, he's short on impul too. Really? Stillwell said with surprise. You only killed about 20 of his men this morning. Rap ignored the comment and said, make copies of this section of wall and get it to all the military units. Also, track down any stonemasons and if they can give us an idea of where this might be moving on to Dumont, Rap Askell, any luck with Ashani's cell phone number? Nothing. The only thing we came up with was the you made to him, and a call he made to his wife. Shit. Rap ran a hand through his thick black hair. Is the NSA giving you everything you need? And then some. With all the drones up in the air and the satellites overhead we're picking up so much stuff, the translators are having a hard time keeping pace. If we had a sample of Mukhtar's voice it would help. I'll see what I can do. Rap grabbed his cell phone and scrolled back a couple of calls until he found the one he was looking for. Tehran, Iran. With the blessing of Amalullah, Ashani had rushed back to the Ministry of Intelligence. He had told Amatullah it was not wise to conduct such a risky 01K ration from the presidential palace. Ashani now sat at his desk with the piece of Pamar Amatullah had given him resting squarely in the middle of his leather desk pad. Next to it was a small index card with the number and email address Rap had given him. Across the RCX, LN, sitting atop a TV replayed the speech of the American president. Ashani watched at first with his usual analytical detachment. He did not know a great deal about President Alexander, but he had a general reel for the man's speaking style. Like most politicians, he a lot, and when he talked about Iran, Ashani's made sure he requieved a DVD of the he could tell from the first line of this that Alexander was not going to roll over. By the time Alexander got to the part about the XF sinking the Sabalan, Ashani feared the worst. It all came back to him now. The knowing glances the generals at the presidential palace during Amatullah ordering Mukhtar to accompany him to Mosul, it was all a deception, and the madman actually thought he was going to get away with it. As the American president continued to lay out the facts, Ashani grew increasingly anxious. What path were these supposed leaders leading them down? Then the photo of Aliabi, on the screen along with those of the two Iranian Republican guardsmen. Right when Ashani thought things couldn't insibly get any worse, the president showed a photo of him and Mukhtar arriving together in Mosul. Ashani WMS so distraught he almost the closing part of President Alexander's as it was, the ultimatum couldn't have more clear. Ashani thought of Alexander's words yet again. Am giving the Iranian government 2 hours and nor a minute longer. If dire clear Kennedy is no released within Yahul time, I will order offensive operations 10 begin agim slowly Iranian military and Lhi Konelri's leadership. Ashani knew with a discomfiting level of certainty that the very office he was sitting in would be decimated by the first wave of cruise missiles. Before he could even attempt to think what his next move would be, his office door burst open. His deputy minister for covert activities wanted to know why he had not been consulted. Within the deputy minister in charge of Hezbollah in front of his D*K demanding to know the same. Ashani attempted to explain to them that he had also been kept in the dark. It was obvious from the on their faces, though, that they did not believe him. Then the phones began to ring and ring, office phones, cell phones, every single phone he had. His wife reached him on his personal cell phone after trying to get past his secretary. She was in a panic and wanted to know if she should load up the girls and leave the city. Ashani told her to stay put and tried to reassure her. Before getting off the phone he promised he would call within the hour. Then he kicked everyone out of his told his secretary to hold all eels, and CLCXSED and LCW the door. After a moment's hesitation he to ring Ayatollah Najar's private line. For the third time in as many hours he told by his assistant that Najar was unavailable. Ashani hung up the phone and began to wonder if Najar and the supreme leader out of the capital hadn't been planned. What if they had given Amatullah their blessing? The possibility shook Ashani's faith in the leaders 01 his country. What if they had all in on this plot from the beginning? What if they had knowingly sent him to meet Kennedy, knowing full well that she would be kidnapped Vuxel? Ashani stank cell down at the list of phone numbers on one piece of and Rap's information on the other. With one phone call he could defuse the entire situation. If for a second he thought that either Amatullah or Mukhtar possessed the ability to do what was right, he wouldn't even think about passing along this information, but he had his doubts. In the end, Amatullah was likely much of a narcissist to risk the full might of the U.S. Armed Forces, but he might able to convince himself that their planes would never find him. In the end, America would never invade. They had neither the TRCX, PS or the stomach for what would be a very costly battle on both sides. But Mukhtar an entirely different matter, a true believer, with a martyr complex. Mukhtar could not count it on to turn Kennedy over. Since their close call at Isfahan, the man seemed hell-bent on plunging the region into conflict.
He had made it abundantly clear that Iran had not sacrificed enough blood in the war against the Jews and the Americans. Ashani decided Mukhtar could not be trusted. Would he be committing treason, or would it be an act of patriotism? Ashani, the American president, when he said if Kennedy was not returned safely in less than 2 hours he would declare war. Despite the bravado of the generals and admirals, every Iranian pilot who to the sky would be downed, and those planes that stayed on the ground would be blown to bits. Every ship and sub foolish enough to try to engage one of the mighty strike groups would be sent to the bottom of the Persian Gulf. It would be recorded as the most lopsided naval engagement in history. Thousands would die, and that was the Americans tumbled their bombs on the civilian leadership. Ashani shook his head at the heel-breaking thought. 01 All the chaos and destruction. The LCXSS of life. And for what? So a group of men could say that they refused to back down. Ashani knew the nonsense had to stop. He picked up the list of that Amatullah had given him, as well as Rap's information, and moved his chair over to his computer. He quickly composed an email to Rap listing all of the numbers. Even the two that had been USD afraid he'd lose his nerve. Ashani hit the send key. He then his satellite phone and dialed Rap's number. After a few rings a man answered on the other end. Ashani, Rap's voice. "L just sent you an email. It contains a list of numbers that I was given so I could reach the man you are looking for. Do you understand?" "L think so. The first two numbers have already been used. I am going to call the third one in 2 minutes. Is that enough time for you to make the proper arrangements?" "Yes." "Good. There's one more thing." "I'm listening." Ashani glanced nervously at his half expecting it to be kicked in at any moment. "I want to be clear that I had nothing to do with this. I am acting on my own right now." "Why?" "Out of respect for our mutual friend, and my hope that we can avoid further LAPPR, and I ate that. I'll be waiting for your call." Ashani set the phone down and at his watch. He was only halfway there. In 2 minutes' time there would be no turning back. Mosul, Iraq. Rap packled anxiously behind Dumond, as the younger man feverishly to make sure everything was in place. The eavesdropping assets in, around, and over Mosul comprised an all-encompassing net. The mobile phone networks were TAPL-HL, as were the fiber optic line *, running in and out 01 the city. Keyhole and Voyager satellites circled far overhead in geosynchronized orbit, snapping images and sucking every desired signal from the air. Predator drones hovered above to provide real-time imaging as well as radio intercepts. Wasn't a call made in the city. That wasn't the complicated part, lay in sifting the valuable calls from the 99.999% of them that were absolutely worthless. To do that normally required the pairing of the signal and then the translation and analysis of the conversation. The National Security Agency in Fort Meade, Maryland, accomplished this by employing complex voice recognition software and more sheer computing power than any other entity in the world. So much information was collected that the analysts at the NSA were the modem day of the who worked the rivers and streams of the California gold rush. Except in this case, intel intercepts were like produce in a Grow KY store. Each bit of information came with a refusal by date. Provided that Minister Ashani had really given them the numbers that Mukhtar would use, all of these hurdles could be avoided. Dumond pounded on his keyboard with a final few strokes and then pushed his chair back, removing his headset. He looked over his shoulder at Rap and said, "It's all set to go. We're at the top of the list on every system. The numbers are in. The soon they go active we'll able to isolate them." Dumond at the screen on the far left and said, "WIE 2 numbers that you said were already used. We're mining the records right now, to see which towers relayed the most recent calls." "What about the third number?" Rap misked. "If he has the phone turn XL on, ain't we pick it up. He doesn't even have to turn it on." "L no," Rap said with frustration in his voice. "Now's not the time to get quite nickel with me. Sorry. We're searching for it right now. As you know, it's standard field practice to turn these on sparingly. It greatly reduces the risk of being tagged. L no, but 10 phones is excessive. He's probably just switching out SIM cards. Marcus, Rap shot him a cautionary MK, I'm well aware of how it works. Can we please focus on what is important and stop talking about semantics? Dumond nodded quickly and swore at himself for so stupid. He'd known Rap for a long time. Had worked with him on a lot or operations. Kennedy was like family to Rap. The stress of this situation understandably had shortened his already short fuse. Dumond at the middle screen, which had a map of the greater Mosul metropolitan area. These red dots represent mobile phone towers. Rap noted that there was easily more than 100 dots on the screen. Now if Mukhtar is using a satellite phone, Dumond continued, he'll these towers and the big bird up in space will get him. Do you have a Shani's Voyakai programmed into Reonition software? Yep, Dumond K, int at the third screen. It's all set to go. As he comes online. I'll have verification for you in 10 seconds or less. And Mukhtar. We have no known samples, but we'll be able to use this print and run it against everything we have in the archives. How long will that take? Even if we prioritize it, the search might take weeks. We're talking about a lot of phone calls. WL here's got to a way to it up. If we get lucky and find a hit, we can narrow the search to a SRXW-ific time frame and region. That would help. The trailer opened and General Gifford entered with 2 other officers. All 3 were in full ball gear with sidearms strapped to their right thighs. Gifford offed his helmet and said, Mitch, Stan called me and said you guys might close to finding a fixation. That's right, General. How is the intel? We have Mukhtar's mobile phone number, and we expect him to receiving a call any minute. We've got a hit on one of the previous numbers, Dumond announced he at the middle WI his tower about 10 miles UST of town. My guess is he was traveling on this road right here. General Gifford hurried around the table and looked at the screen. That's Highway 2. Hold on, Dumond said, the SWAN number just came in. He pointed to a tower near the Tigris. Res 1 WMS made after the first. Rap looked at the new location and then on the map where the ambush had taken place. Beams on the calls it like they tried to take her out of the city and then ended up coming back. WL Hal's assuming she's still with this Mukhtar fellow, Gifford said. Rap considered his 9, int for a moment and said, L don't think he'd take his eyes off her. The third number's up. Rap leaned over Dumond's shoulder and as he the same tower near the Tigris. Stan, Rap yelled, get in here. A moment later Stillwell emerged from his office and joined Rap and Gifford. Rap pointed at the middle screen. Is this the part of town you were thinking of when you were talking Al? Ut the stone in the fodder. It's exactly where I was thinking. Gifford grumbled, that's the heart of Indian country. Yeah, Stillwell agreed. Shiite Central. He streets are really narrow, Gifford said with a wary expression. We've had more than a few patrols ambushed in there. Rap noticed Dumond touch his headset and then watched him reach for his mouse. After a single click a man talking in Farsi came over the speakers resting on the table. Rap immediately knew the voice belonged to Ashani. Only he and Stillwell spoke Farsi. Ali, is that you? There was an unknowing pause and then another voice said, Cyrus, you sound different. One must be Mukhtar, Rap said to Dumond. I'm on it. From the speakers came, I was asked by our friend to call and see if there was anything you might need excel. He is stuck in a very IMM land. There is much that I need. The man they assumed was Mukhtar made no attempt to hide his irritation. Things are not progressing the way we had planned, and I have only a handful of men to me. Can I send you some help? I have men in the area. There was a sigh followed by silence and then, at the moment, I fear it would only draw more suspicion. Then what can I do to help? Dumond announced, we've got him.
He clicked the mouse and the middle screen zoomed in on a 4BLCXK area of downtown Mosul. A blinking red dot marked the LCWation of the call. "Nothing at the moment," Mukhtar replied. "Our friend would like a progress roll, RT, Ashani stat." There was another long pause and then, "Rel him the videotape he requested is taking more time than I anticipated. The actress is not CCXJ parading. What are you going to do? I'll think if I employ some harsher methods, she will perform." Rap's gut twisted upon hearing the words. He 1K into the screen and asked Stillwell, "Where is that?" "That's the Gleet Musk." "Oh shit," Gifford moaned. "What's the problem?" Rap asked. "We can't go in there." "What do you mean, you can't go in there?" asked an irritated Rap. "The city would explode in violence." Rap heard Ashani warning Mukhtar not to harm the actress. The words caused him to put aside what Gifford had just said and focus on Ashani and Mukhtar's conversation. "I have come too far to fail," Mukhtar said. "I will do whatever it takes to tell our friend I will have the for him within the hour." The call went dead. Rap immediately told Duman to get him a live overhead shot from one of the predators. He then turned to Gifford. "You can't go in there, or you won't. If the president tells me to go in there, I will go in, but I'm telling you, if American military forces surround and enter the Inkrsk in Ensil, we will incite an all-out RNLLION in the city and possibly the country." "He's right, Mitch," Stillwell said. Rap didn't like it, but he knew they were right. 10 we to go in low profile. "That's fine, but the Great Mosque has some pretty serious security. Inkle militia. Basically." As Rap struggled to find a solution, he was reminded of something he saw in Stillwell's office. "How well do your Kurds know this area?" "Like the back of their hands." "All right, tell them we're moving in 5 minutes, and tell them to bring everything they have." Tehran, Iran. Only minutes after concluding his forced conversation with Mukhtar, Ashani was informed via intercom that Ayatollah Najjar was holding on line 1. Ashani greeted his old mentor with a mix of relief and panic. Before he could say a word, Najjar ordered him to get to the presidential palace immediately for a meeting 01 the Supreme Security Council. Ashani found his friend's brevity very unsettling, but after a moment he concurred that in the wake of the American presidents it could simply be that Najjar was in a rush to get a handle on the situation. 5 minutes later Ashani was in President Amathullah's conference room with all but a few members of Security Council. They were all waiting for the arrival of Najjar and, they assumed, the Supreme Invader. While they waited, Ashani paid close attention to Amathullah. At present, he was standing in the corner talking with General Zarif and General Soleimani. All three men looked worried, but then everyone in the room looked worried. Ashani tried yet again to figure out how far-reaching this plot was. Did Ayatollah Najjar and the Supreme Leader know, or were they simply duped? Did they leave the city to distance themselves from any accusations should the plan fail, or did they simply travel to Isfahan to offer aid to the families of those lost? Ashani desperately wanted to believe that Najjar was incapable of such foolish and deceitful behavior, but the man had been avoiding his calls all morning, and if Ashani had to guess why, it was because he was not prepared to answer any difficult questions. Here they were, on the brink of war, and a meaningful discussion of the facts had yet to take place. Something that had to happen if there was any hope of releasing Kennedy before the deadline. Ashani had no doubt Amathullah and his cronies would argue that the Americans were making empty threats. That they would never attack. Ashani was actually listening to General Zarif parroting that very statement to President Amathullah when the DCX, R to the RCX, RN burst open. Ayatollah Najjar strode into the with 6 large men all wearing either dark blue or black suits. Ashani recognized several of them A.STX longing to the Supreme Leader's security detail. Ashani expected the Supreme Leader to follow, but instead the man closed the door and LCW it. The already tense in the Ashani shifted nervously in his seat and felt his throat tighten. Najjar walked straight for President Amatullah and the two generals who were still standing in conversation. Najjar adjusted his thick glasses and asked, "Which one of you ordered the sinking of the Sabalan?" Amatullah demurred and said, "I don't know what you are talking lies." Najjar screamed, "Lies! Lies! I am sick of the lies." The entire RN was taken aback, but Amatullah quickly responded. With a dismissive half-smile, he said, "I can assure you that I am not lying. And I can assure you that the Supreme Leader is certain every word that comes out of your mouth is a lie." Najjar spat back. He turned his glare on the two generals and screamed, "Which one of you came up with the idea to sink the Sabalan?" Amatullah took a half-step forward and said, "The Americans." "The Americans did nothing," Najjar snapped. "I'll know when I'm being lied to, and as much as it pains me, it was brutally obvious that President Alexander was telling the truth. You, on the other hand, have built your entire career out of lying, so I am left with only one conclusion. Now for the LMST time, which one of you the sinking of the Sabalan?" Both Amatullah and General Zarif glanced at General Soleimani and took a half a step away. The leader of the Quds found himself. He looked at his two CCX conspirators and shook his head in disgust. With his chin held high he said, "I am proud of what I have done. It is time to stop running from the Americans. All men aboard the Sabalan will remembered as martyrs for the cause. And so will you," Najjar said as he drew a pistol from under his robes. He pointed it at the general's race and squeezed the trigger. 01 The .357 revolver. The large caliber bullet blew chunks of brain and neck against the white plaster wall, and General Soleimani's lifeless TXJD slurned to the floor. Before anyone had time to react to the shock of what had just happened, Najjar turned back to Amatullah and now onto the issue of the kidnapping of the CIA. Ashani noticed that the Supreme Leader's TWD guards had all drawn their weapons. "Who," Najjar shouted, "was the who came up with this plan?" Ashani's ears were ringing. He watched Amatullah squirm. The man's eyes were desperately darting around the in what mked like a plea for help. Amatullah then locked eyes with Ashani and slowly raised his right hand. Ashani sat in horror as Hiral and Amatullah was pointing at him. Before Ashani could defend himself, Amatullah said, "It was Minister Ashani's idea. I only found out it in the last hour." "Liar," Ashani shouted lul as he out of his chair. "Sit," Najjar commanded in an authoritative voice. He turned back to Amatullah and asked, "What proof do you have?" Amatullah seemed momentarily stymied and then he said, "He brought Mukhtar with him on his trip to Mosul. They have been conspiring for a way to get back at the Americans after they were almost killed at Isfahan. He accompanied me on your orders," Ashani yelled back and then looked to Najjar. "Ahmed, you know I would never do something so." Najjar nodded in agreement and then looked back to Amatullah. "That is hardly PRCX, F." Amatullah appeared to struggle for a moment to come up with something else and then his face lit up. "He showed me a piece of with 10 numbers that he is using to stay in contact with Mukhtar. And he lose a phone. I saw it on him only an hour ago." "Search him," Amatullah ordered. "I'll tell you he has it on him." Ashani's fear showed on his race. The phone and the list of numbers were in fact on him. "You gave me the list and the phone when we were in your office." Ashani at Najjar for help. "Empty your RXX kits," Najjar ordered he around the table. "That is why I have trying to call you," Ashani pleaded. "To tell you this and try to defuse the situation before it is too late." "Empty your." Ashani did as he was told. He placed the phone on the table and slowly unfolded the sheet and set it next to the phone. A gloating Amatullah smiled and said, "I told you he had them." Ashani watched as Najjar raised his gun and inted al him. Najjar mked extremely disappointed. He pulled the hammer back on his revolver and said, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" With a sad shake of his head Ashani looked back at Najjar and said,
in all the years we worked with each other, have you ever known me to be so careless with operational information? Have you ever known me to write it down in such a straightforward, careless manner? Ashani buttered to the paper and at the numbers written in black ink. After a second his shoulders shook, and he began to laugh. I fail to see the humor, Najjar said, deadpan with the pistol still pointed at Ashani's head. I'm sorry, Ashani said, still laughing, but that isn't my handwriting. He looked up slowly from the paper and pointed LXL across the RCXJRN at Amathullah. It is his. Najjar grabbed both the phone and the PIUE of Palu. He walked around the table and handed them to Amathullah. Call Mukhtar right now, and tell him to release Kennedy. Amathullah did not move enough, so Najjar 1K, aimed his gun at his head and said simply, I am going to count to 5. Mosul, Iraq. Rap sat in the back of the blue Chevy Caprice with Stillwell. One of Stillwell's Kurds was driving, and another one was literally and figuratively riding shotgun, with a 12-gauge Mossberg in his lap. The other 5 Kurds were following in the twit-up Ford Crown Victoria. The 2 vehicles topped WMPH as they screamed north on the main road from the Airpond back to the Heart 01, the old downtown, a mere 5 miles away. 2 Predator patrolled high overhead, offering continuous coverage of the Great and the tangled that it dominated. They had a little more than an hour the afternoon call to prayer. Stillwell made it clear that they to get in and out before the men started to file into the mosque. If they didn't, there was a chance they would be torn to shreds by the mob. General Gifford and his staff were busy repositioning units so they could create a buffer zone around the Gleat Mosque by sealing off the streets. The catch was to wait until the last possible minute so that they wouldn't tip off the terrorists and rouse the Namrud. Rap would let them know as SCXJNMS he was inside the mosque, and then the units would move into final position, setting up a 1-block RX rearnitor in every Durkushan. The would told that their intelligence that Sunni insurgents were going to attempt a RTXing during evening prayer. This would allow the army to control the neighborhoods, and hopefully drive down attendance for afternoon prayer. An Iraqi army mechanized company was also being mobilized at their base 11 miles away, but they were not told why. The last thing Rap was a leak that would tip Mukhtar off that they were coming. It was decided that if things got out 01 control, the Iraqi army unit would be called in to secure the mosque itself. Contingencies were being put into place for a helicopter evacuation and personnel were put on high alert. All of this was background noise to Rap. He knew the contingencies were I'm 1H Atan, but he couldn't get his mind off Mukhtar's words. Tell him he videotape he requested is taking more lime than I anticipated. The Acres is not cooperating. Think if I employ some harsher methods she will perform. The Goxlow news was that Kennedy was alive. The bad news was that harsher methods meant brutal torture. Contingencies took time to put into place. Rap didn't have the patience to wait for everything to be, and if American forces were shy about entering the mosque, Rap had no such qualms. In fact, thanks to Stillwell, Rap was wearing the perfect solution to their problem. Stillwell's clerical robes, vest, and turban fit Rap alms perfectly. He even had a pair of non-perk /scription glasses to make Rap look more learned and less threatening. Under his gold silk vest, Rap was wearing Ulquil 3 BCXLY armor. A Motorola radio was clipped to his and was in sync wirelessly with a tiny earbud that provided communications with Dumont, Stillwell, Ridley, and General Gifford. His .45 caliber Glock was in a paddle holster on his left hip, and his 9mm in a paddle holster on his right hip. Both had suppressors attached. He had 4 backup magazines for each gun. Rap sat silently in the back of the sedan and listened to Dumont relay an update. The 4th just went active, Mitch Ukatayan. Rap eased as the vehicle got off the highway and headed into the old section of the West Bank. Shortly after the call between Mukhtar and Ashani ended, the signal on Mukhtar's phone went dead. That had almost 10 minutes ago. He's still at the mosque. Do you have us on visual? That's affirmative. What are you seeing at the MCN1UE?
There's still a group of maybe a dozen armed men out front, but there's only 2 guys at the entrance to the madrasa. Thanks for the info. Let me know if anything. Chang, and it had been Stillwell's idea to enter from the religious school that was adjoined to the mosque. That was where Imam Husseini kept his office and where he small anti-mcyst of his time between prayers. Stillwell was on his phone. I will tell you when I get there. We're about a minute away. He listened to the other person for a moment and then said, Ferris, just stand on the fucking curb and wait for me. When we get there I'll tell you what's going on, and yes, I'm going to pay you a shitload of money. Just tell Husseini's guy that you have someone who would like to sit down with his boss and discuss a large donation to the mosque. I'll see you in a minute. Stillwell stabbed the end button and put the phone back in his suit jacket. Ferris is a man, but he can be real pain in the ass. Will they trust him? Stillwell nodded. Ferris has made a lot of money for a lot of people. Rapp's rule straight ahead and instead, what about this Imam Husseini? Rapp was refer FING to the head imam at the Great Mosque. What about him? Can you trust him? El told you, the only imple I trust in this town are my Kurds. Shrugged. The guy is a whore, so if we show him enough cash, I think he might look the other way and stay out of our hair. And if he doesn't? Stillwell winced. Why not to kill him, Mitch? If you do, we're going to have a whole lot of pissed off Shiites on our hands. At this int, I really don't care how many Shiites I piss off. Stillwell was about to tell Rapp that was the kind of attitude that might get them all killed, but he decided to bite his tongue. The car turned hard left at a stoplight and then MK the next right. There it is, Stillwell said as he straight ahead on the left. One more BLCWK. The street was with big concrete Jesse barriers to prevent suicide car bombers from getting any closer to the mosque. The sedan swung left and stopped in front 01 the main door 01 the madrasa. 2 men were waiting at the curb, both in business suits. Stillwell quickly exited the car with a small attaché case and shook Ferris's hand. Ferris introduced Stillwell to Imam Husseini's personal assistant. The 3 men exchanged brief pleasantries and then Stillwell motioned for Rapp to join them. The Kurds piled out of the 2 vehicles and formed a circle around Rapp, Stillwell, and the other 2 men. Stillwell lifted the thin attaché case and PPED the 2 clasps. He opened the case just enough for the Imam's assistant to get a glimpse of the cash. Stillwell moved closer to the man and whispered, the Supreme Leader would like to show the Imam his Apnwiadian. The smiled knowingly and motioned for them to follow. Stillwell had told Rapp how Imam Husseini frequently traveled to Tehran, especially when ethnic conflict up within the city. The Imam of the Great Mosque was a target for the Sunni terrorist groups. The assistant opened the door and held it for his visitors. When he saw that the bodyguards were trying to follow, he shot Stillwell. An extremely dissatisfied Stillwell turned and for the Kurds to stay put. This had if things got hairy inside, he would radio them for backup. Stillwell then handed Ferris an envelope stuffed with $100 bills, and thanked him for arranging a low-key visit with the Imam. Ferris turned and left while the other entered the building. The assistant led the way down a wide hallway. Rapp and Stillwell followed behind. Behind the closed students could heard surahs from the Quran. At the end of the hallway was a stairwell that went down or up a half flight. Rapp a side entrance on his right as they went up the steps and straight ahead to another building that connected the madrasa to the mosque. At the end of the hallway they turned right. Rapp saw a man up ahead standing guard in front 01 an office door. Rapp's full hand moved to the hilt of his .45 caliber Glock. His movements were concealed under the black clerical robes. His index finger depressed the release on the holster and he drew the weapon. His right hand reached over to usually adjust the folds of the robe to make sure the gun was fully concealed. As they drew closer to the office door and the Bxli guard, Rapp grew increasingly suspicious. Theman was wearing the exact same 0ts as the 2 Iranian prisoners he had been interrogating and his tactical vest was also identical. The man was holding a black AK-74 across his chest. When they drew within 10 feet, he stepped forward and the aisle's assistant said something that Rapp didn't quite catch. The guard shook his head in Resilex, NSE and said, "I have to search them. These are emissaries sent by the supreme leader." Rapp adopted the haughty attitude imams were known for. The Bxligard was not intimidated. He stepped forward and motioned for Rapp to raise his hands. At that exact moment, Duman's voice came over Rapp's earpiece. "Mitch, we've got a call being made to the new." Rapp, raising his arms and in clear unaccented English, replied to Duman by saying, "Patch it through." The words, spoken not in Arabic or Farsi, but Americanized English, caused the bodyguard to pause for a second as his eyes and ears attempted to reconcile the diverging facts. Rapp pulled the trigger on the silenced .45 caliber Glock. The hollow-tipped bullet hit the man in his bulletproof tactical vest like a sledgehammer. He dropped his rifle as he stumbled backward 2 steps and fell. Rapp swung his cloaked arm around and bemugged it to bear on the assistant. He grabbed him by the back of the neck, and in Arabic hissed, "Do what I tell you and you will not harmed." Rapp pushed him toward the DCX-R, Stillwell, who was throwing a pair of white plastic flex cuffs on the *sping guard. The assistant opened without having to be told, and he and Rapp spilled into the RCN-1N. The imam was straight ahead, sitting behind his desk, frozen with a pen in one hand and the other draped on top of the desk. Rapp did a quick check to his left and right, and when he put his eyes back on the imam, he saw the gray-bearded man reaching for something under the desk. Rapp took aim and fired, sending a bullet thudding into the top of the heavy wood desk. Splinters flew and the elderly Husseini jerked backwards, rolling away from the desk in his chair. Rapp raised the pistol up above his head and brought it crashing down on the bay of the assistant's neck. The man's turned to rubber, and he collapsed to the Rapp lushed around the desk and kicked the side of the imam's leather office chair, sending him rolling across the end away from whatever it was that he had been reaching for. The chair skidded to a stop against a bookcase. Rapp looked under the desk and found a gun set inside a small shelf. He left it there and to the imam while Stillwell into the office and then went back for the rifle. "I been told you're a oneable man, and I'm a little short on time. So I'm going to make this quick. I've got a briefcase with 50 grand in it. You tell me where you've stashed Imad Mukhtar and CIA Director Kennedy and the money's all yours. If you don't, I'm going to start by shooting you in the foot and then the knee. Both plaws that lily hurt. So what's it going to lose, the money, or a bullet?" Stillwell closed the office and slapped flex cuffs on the ankles and wrists of the unconscious assistant. The guard was lying on the writhing in pain from what Rapp guessed was a broken sternum. Rapp 1K, in Texel at the bodyguard and said to Husseini, "He's with Mukhtar, isn't the imam?" Nodded. Rapp thought of Kennedy's bodyguards all lined up and shot in the head. He then considered how eliminating this problem might motivate Husseini to be a bit more forthright, both in the sense that there would be no Widom to talk about the deal Husseini had made, and by serving as a stark example of how serious the situation. Rapp his wrist, the trigger, and a heavy bullet spat from the end. The man's head twinched off and then began to flow in an expanding of crimson. Imam Husseini looked on in shcw horror. Rapp was about to tell him that he was now free to talk when he heard President Amathoullah's voice emanate from his tiny earpnui alley. "This is Cyrus." "Marcus," Rapp said in hushed English, "is he still in this building?" A couple later Duman said, "We have his signal isolated to a 4x4 meter area in the southwest corner of the mosque." "Stan," Rapp commanded, "show him the cash." "Where are you?" Rapp heard Amathoullah ask. "El would ral her not say," Mukhtar answered. "Well, there has been a change of plan. I am close to gelling you what you asked for." Rapp could hear the frustration in Mukhtar's voice. "You need to release the hostage," Amathoullah said. Rapp literally froze in mid-stride. "Why?" Mukhtar hissed. "Because I'm ordering you to. I do not like orders from you.
Rapped the anger in Mukhtar's voice. Well, Amathullah sighed, the supreme leader has decided she should be released. Why? Is this because of the ultimatum the American President has given you? There was a long pause and then Amathullah said, yes. Mukhtar laughing. Rapp knew instantly there was a problem. He took quick steps and placed the tip of the silencer against Husseini's knee. Hang up plan. We're going to start with the knee. I need a quick answer. 50 grand, or more fucking pain than you've ever in your entire life. The Imam looked at the cash, and then the dead man on the floor and said, will take the CAE. Good choice. Artisco. Rapp grabbed him under the arm and yanked him from the chair. Over his earpiece he heard Mukhtar say, Islam for the war 10 begin. Islam for you Aragonel Persians sacrifice for Allah fuck, Rapp mumbled under his breath as he pulled Husseini toward the door. The Imam saying, I will tell you where he is. He's in the old catacombs under the mosque. You will show me, Rapp kept moving, or I'll fucking blow your head off. Stillwell opened and Rapp rushed through it with the Imam. Stan, grab the back of his robes. If he makes a wrong move kill him. Rapp drew his silenced 9mm with his now free hand. With the .45 in his left hand he grabbed the extra fabric from the robe and draped it over the gun so all but the last few inches of the silencer were concealed. In his ear he could hear Mukhtar droning on about the struggle to cleanse the cradle of Islam of all infidels. How many men does he have? Rapp Husseini. Husseini straightened his glasses as they hurried around the corner for the stairs. 8, I think. Are you sure? Don't know. I didn't count. Maybe 10. What about your men? Stillwell asked. The ones from the local militia. They are guarding the 3 main entrances to the mosque, but that is normal. We do not like the guns inside if we can avoid it. They do not even know she is here, Husseini added as an afterthought. Rapp felt like asking him, so you're the only rat bastard who is helping him, but since Husseini was cooperating, he thought it was best to keep things as sensitive as the situation would allow. Rapp heard a new voice come over his earpiece. The man was speaking Farsi and was very angry. Imad, the man barked, you are to release her unharmed, and you are to do it immediately. As they hit the first FLCX, landing that led back to the madrasa, Stillwell missed in Arabic, do you want me to get the Kurds in here? Ayatollah Najjar, Mukhtar said, knowing your disdain for the CIA, I would have thought you disapprove of my actions. No, Rapp said to Stillwell's question. Give them an update, but tell them to stay put. Husseini led them down another half flight of stairs. The mosque is straight ahead. Where does he have his men? Rapp Husseini. Some of them are upstairs sleeping and back in the madrasa. You how many? I think 3. And the rest of them? He 2 out front with the militia, and then 2 more guarding the stairs that lead to the catacombs. And in the catacombs think 2 more. Counting the man he'd already killed, Rapp had the number at 10, which fit with Husseini's earlier statement. Mukhtar and Ayatollah Najjar were now in a full-fledged argument. Rapp wanted to concentrate on what they were saying, but he needed to gather more information about how Kennedy was being guarded. Husseini was describing for him where she was kept at the end of a narrow passageway when they entered the mosque. As they traveled across the centuries-old heaved stone floor, another cleric saw them and began walking toward Husseini. I am going to kill her, and there is nothing you can do to stop me, Rapp heard Mukhtar say. Keep walking, Rapp whispered to Husseini. You are going to be greatly rewarded for this. The supreme leader wants her released and Mukhtar has refused Husseini wabble off the younger cleric, and they moved around a series of columns to a long gallery that ran along the south side of the mosque. Much farther down, light streamed into the shadowy space through a series of narrow windows. Rapp got a quick glimpse of a man pacing between 2 columns and back into the large part of the mosque that was in prayer rugs. A little further, Husseini said. "The is on the right." Rap could a single boot resting on the square beams of one of the round columns. In his left ear he could hear Mukhtar and Najjar yelling at each other, and in his right ear he could hear the echo of someone talking loudly in the mosque. Farther down the gallery, at least 20 feet away, the man who he had glimpsed just a moment earlier walked back between the columns through a patch of sunlight. It WMSNT so much that the man was talking on a cell phone, as much as it was the sudden immobility of Husseini that caused everything to click into place for Rap. Rap and Mukhtar noted each other at the same moment. Both froze for what was only a fraction of a second but like at least 5. "That is him," Husseini whispered. Rap was already moving. He saw Mukhtar pull back his suit coat and reach for a radio. Rap raised the .45 and fired 2 rushed shots. Mukhtar jumped behind one of the large columns. Bullets sailed PMST and thud LXL into the next column, sending shards of to the floor. 2 steps later Rap saw movement on his right. He brought his 9mm up and kept his .45 pointed in the direction of Mukhtar. A man in a tactical vest holding a machine gun came into view. Rap fired a single shot from the 9mm, striking the man in the head. He could now hear Mukhtar barking commands into a radio. Rap didn't have to hear the words. He already knew what they would in a split second. Rap made up his mind. He turned to the right and burst through the doorway as the man he had just shot was coming to a rest on the floor. A sex-armed man was sitting on a chair inside the small vestibule. He barely had the chance to his eyes to what was going on. The 9mm bullet hit him in the center of the forehead. Rap tossed off his black robes and yelled for Stillwell to stay with Husseini. As he ran into the vestibule, he could hear Mukhtar's voice coming over the radio clip to the dead man's tactical vest. While still holding on to Il's .45, Rap reached out and snatched the radio with his thumb and forefinger. He pressed the transmit button and countermanded Mukhtar's order as he started down the stairs 3 at a time. He reached the first beamsament in just a few and made sure to keep his finger on the transmit button so that Mukhtar couldn't relay any more commands. The that led to the second beamsament was right where Husseini said it would be. Rap yanked it with no concern for his own safety and rushed into the significantly more narrow passage. A thought occurred to him and he brought the radio to his mouth. In a gruff voice, he barked. "I'm coming down. Don't do anything until I get there." Rap momentarily lost his footing on the SMTX, narrow treads and skidded into the wall at the switchback. A third of the way down the last, small flight he leapt and hit the dirt floor. He glanced to his left. There was nothing but darkness. He wheeled to his right, dropping the radio and bringing both guns to bear on the slat door 30 feet away. Lines of light cut through the cracks, and a man's voice could heard on the other side asking someone to repeat what they had said. Rap charged forward, picking up speed. Lowering his shoulder he plowed through the ancient dry like it was made of twigs. 2 men stood no more than 8 feet away. One in front of the other. The closest one holding a radio in front of his mouth and in the other hand a pistol dangled lazily at his side. Rap fired the 9mm, hitting the first man in the side of the head. As he sank to the floor, Rap got a full at the other man, and his first glimpse of Kennedy. She was tied over the back of a chair and bleeding profusely. Her shirt was LYMG in shreds on the floor, and her back was covered with long red welts from being whipped. Other man was covered in sweat and holding a double length of electrical cord in his right hand. The man shrugged, dropped the cord to the ground, and raised his hands in the air. Rap took one more at Kennedy and then the man who had been her. He could feel the bile rising up from deep within. The man looked at Rap and said, "IWMS only following orders." "So am I." Rap pulled the trigger on the 9mm and shot him in the chest. Epilogue Washington, D.C. 1 week later Ashani was driven straight to Langley by Rob Ridley and brought into the old headquarters building via the executive underground parking garage. Before entering the director's private elevator he'd been muggily searched by 2 of Kennedy's bodyguards, an indignity Thal he would have not tolerated a week earlier, but now,
considering all that had happened, he didn't dare complain. He'd spoken with Rapp twice in the past week. Our first conversation didn't go all that well. In fact, it consisted of Rapp threatening him and telling him to pass along threats to other Iranian officials. Ashani had learned a great deal about the man in the PMST week, and nearly all of it was unsettling. He was not someone they could afford to take lightly or ignore. Ashani had discussed the problem with Najjar, who was not too threatened. His curl response was that they should hire someone to kill the American agent. Ashani, who hauled slow the idea, dissuaded his mentor by explaining that others had to do the same thing and had failed LXL. In fact, they are all dead. Ashani used that to help pitch his proposal. He explained in detail what he said to do and how it would solve a problem and satisfy Rapp. It was the classic killing of two birds with one stone. With Najjar's blessing, Ashani had called Rapp and told him he would like to sit down and discuss a very important matter. Rapp pressed him for more information, of course, but Ashani just that he was willing to share some very important information with him. Rapp agreed to the meeting, but refused to do so anywhere other than Langley. Ashani reluctantly agreed, and now he found himself entering the of the beast. As he was escorted through the Dner by Rob Ridley, he laid eyes on Kennedy for the first time since their meeting in Mosul. She sitting in a chair next to a couch with an expression that was devoid of emotion. Ashani averted his eyes, an overwhelming sense of shame. He noticed someone approaching from the far end of the large office and turned to see who it was. The man was around 6 feet tall and had longish, wavy black hair and a beard both with flecks of gray. He was wearing dark slacks and a white dress shirt that clung to his broad shoulders and tapered down to a narrow waist. Ashani knew it was Rapp by the photos in his dossier, but seeing him in person was an entirely different matter. It was like looking at a photo of a lion as opposed to standing only a few feet away from one of the creator's most efficient predators. He had expected him to more rigid, like the former army officers who worked for him, but he wasn't. He had a relaxed, athletic grace in the way he moved. Ashani thought 01 the threats Rapp had made over the phone, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Rapp came at the couch next to Kennedy and said, "You can sit over there. There were no helks, or would you like anything to drink?" Ashani moved around the GLMSS coffee table and sat on the couch. He looked at Kennedy and with all the sincerity he could muster said, "I am so sorry for what happened to you, and my country offers its sincerest apologies." "Bullshit," Rapp said in a menacing tone. He took up a position on the other side of the coffee table and remained standing. "People in your government who were behind the whole thing." Ashani up at Rapp and noticed a large caliber automatic holstered on his left hip. He turned back to Kennedy and said, "He is right. Most of them have punished. Some have paid with their lives. What about Amatullah?" "As I have already told you," Ashani said to Rapp, "his term is up in less than a year. He will not be running for office again." Rapp stood there and shook his head in disgust. Ashani found the man very unsettling, so he turned his attention back to Kennedy. In a soft voice he said, "I wish there was a way I could prove to you that I had nothing to do with this crazy plot. I have 4 daughters and a wife. I would never have participated in something like this." "Yeah, you just help fund and train Hezbollah suicide so they can blow themselves up in and kill pregnant women." With a sarcastic sneer Rapp added, "That's much better." Kennedy looked at Rapp and cleared her throat. It a signal for him to back off. She then looked at Ashani and said, "It is my 1101k that this Xrx rank.e will serve as a lesson that our two countries need to relations. The lack of communications only allows the zealots to advance their ideas." "I agree," Ashani ended. Rapp made a face like he might get sick. "Now, why did you travel all this way?" Kennedy in a congenial voice. "The short answer, Lmad Mukhtar." "What about him?" Rapp said. "He is back in Lebanon."
Ashani placed a thick manila on the glass table and slid it toward Kennedy. I have prepared a dossier for you. Kennedy the package and Iwan flipping through the pages. This is a lot of information. She looked at him with her searching eyes and asked, why, he wants us to clean up his mess, Rapp said. Kennedy held up her hand, signaling to Rapp that she would like him to butt out. For a minute. Why? Ayatollah Najjar has asked the senior leadership of Hezbollah to Uri, T. Mukhtar and him to Tehran. They have assured him that they would put their full resources behind it. Me guess, said Rapp, they're not putting a lot of effort into finding him. WIA are putting no effort into finding him. They are putting all their effort into hiding him. Where? Rapp asked Nan of Tripoli. In Banan YCNS. Ashani 1K, in Texel to the file in hands. It is all in there. Bank known MSSCXI8s, etc. There's a lot more than that in here, said. Ashani shrugged sheepishly. Kennedy is fussy for a moment and in search of a more full answer, her question. Why? Only one other person in my country knows about my trip to see you. That and a guy that Iran's future would be served if we were to cut our ties with Hezbollah. And by giving this to us you to accomplish, what? Ashani thought out his answer carefully and then said, I think it will help us close a very ugly chapter in our shared history, and hopefully give you personally a sense of justice. Kennedy considered the thick file for a moment and said, thank you. You are welcome. Ashani stood and said, thank you for taking the time to with me. You are welcome. Please excuse my not getting up, but I'm still a bit sore. Rapp escorted El Ashani to the door and handed him off to Ridley. He closed the door and walked back to Ken Lee, who was staring out the window lost in thought. Rapp stood there for a moment and then what would you like me to do with Mukhtar? Without looking, Kennedy handed the file over her shoulder to Rapp and said, kill him. Tripoli, Lebanon. The G5 landed shortly after midnight. Rapp looked out the window and was to see that the escort was there as promised. It had taken Rapp 3 hours to read the file from cover to cover, and by the time he was finished, he knew exactly what he was going to do. He had his secretary make 2 copies of the file. He sent one to Marcus Dumond with instructions to scan everything into the system, so they could begin the calculation of intercepts, and the other file went to Ken Cully with instructions for it not to distribute it until he gave the okay. I'll Linst think he was some gung-ho analyst, or worse, someone from the Justice Department getting in his way before he had a chance to permanently resolve the outstanding issue. The next thing he did was call a certain Middle Eastern monarch who had a deep fondness and respect for Kennedy. This monarch had called in the aftermath of Kennedy's kidnapping and offered to do anything to help bring Imad Mukhtar to justice. The king also happened to be from the Sunni sect of Islam and despised the Shiite terrorist group Hezbollah. Mukhtar himself had been behind a plot to kill one of the king's brothers. Rapp explained the situation, and told the monarch what he would like to do. The monarch did not hesitate to offer his significant assistance, and in fact told Rapp he would like to incur the costs of the operation. This actually became the stickiest part of the conversation. Rapp had to eventually invoke tribal honor to get the monarch to back down. Operations like this were often very tedious and drawn out, usually taking months and sometimes even years. Every so often, though, a shortcut presented itself. The trick was to know when to take it. In this instance, Rapp was influenced by several factors. The first, simple fact that every government and organization, with the exception of Ilumla, had turned its back on Mukhtar. And seeming to Ashani's information there were even a few high-ranking of Hezbollah who thought it was time for the man to simply disappear. The SNOND reason why Rapp was willing to take the shortcut was because he knew if anything went wrong, the president would have his back. Alexander had told him personally that he wanted Mukhtar's scalp and he didn't care how long it took. The third and final reason Rapp decided to take the quick route was simple poetic justice. Rap look LUL at his satellite phone and punch C%L in a number from memory. After a few rings, Sorm answered on the other end and gave Rap the confirmation he needed. Rap thanked the person and put the phone back in his pocket. He unbuckled his seat belt, and 01K ned the storage closet near the cockpit. After putting on his suit coat, he grabbed a large, wavy black duffel bag and threw it over his shoulder. On his way past the cockpit, Rap his head in and told the pilots he would likely be back in an hour. Rap walked down steps and across the rain-slicked tarmac. 2 police officers were standing by the squad car, one a detective and the other a patrolman. Rap shook hands with the detective, who informed him that the chief was waiting for him at the station. Rap climbed into the back seat and they were off. Where Beirut was a city of mixed religions and sects, Tripoli was predominantly Sunni. They arrived at the station a few minutes later. Rap lugged the heavy bag up 2 flights of stairs and shone immediately into the chief's office. Introductions were extremely brief. Neither man want K% to get to know the other. They simply wanted to complete the transaction and go their separate ways. "Is that what I think it is?" the chief asked, pointing at the bag on the floor. Rap nudged it with his foot. "Sure is. Would you like to take a icy, K?" The chief eagerly. "Before we do that, I want to verify one thing." "What is that?" "You to His Majesty dine Woodley." "Yes. And I assume he told you that I am the last guy you want to double-cross." The chief grinned uncomfortably. "HS, he did. He actually said you are the guy. He is the last guy." "Whatever works," Rap smiled amiably. He bent down and the bag, revealing 5 tightly shrink-wrapped packets of money. Stepping back, Rap said, $5 million. Rap figural it was cheap. The leadership of Al-Qaeda all had price tags of 20+ million on their heads. Mukhtar at 5 million was a bargain. F.SLWE only when one took into consideration that based on Ashani's information, they could easily clear that much, once they started raiding the Hezbollah accounts they now knew about. If Mukhtar could bribe Sunni cops in Mosul, Rap saw no problem in offering a cash reward for one of the terrorists in the world. The chief clapped his hands together, and could barely contain his glee. "Oh, this is wonderful." "Yay, it is. Now, may I please see the prisoner?" "Of course. Please follow me." The chief led Rap down to the first at the back of the station were a series of holding with one-way glass. The chief stopped a KD in front of one and said, "Everything has been arranged just as you asked." There sat Imad Mukhtar handcuffed to the metal table. His shoes, belt, watch, money, and cell phone were all on the table in front of him. He had shaved his head in an attempt to disguise himself. It didn't matter, though. Now that they had his voice print and the home where he was staying, it had been easy to find him. "What about the security camera?" Rap asked. "This one is not working." "All right. You have the key for the handcuffs." The chief gave it to him. "L will wait right here until you are done." "Thanks." Rap grabbed a handkerchief, the knob, and entered the 10 by 10 foot interrogation room. Without turning around, Rap the handkerchief up onto the security camera directly above him. The chief seemed like a nice guy, but there was no reason not to be thorough. He then snapped on a pair of latex gloves. Mukhtar up with tired bloodshot eyes and mimicked in Arabic, "Are you my lawyer?" Rap laughed, and as he pulled the curtain across the viewing window and said, "No, I'm your perixologist, you idiot." Hearing the visitor Americanized English Mukhtar to grow deeply concerned. "Who are you?" "Who I am Dasanti Mailer, Mr. Mukhtar." Rap around him. "I do not know who you are talking about." If all they had to go on were the photos taken in Mosul, there might have a sliver of doubt, but Ashani had provided them with 16 different quality shots. Those, combined with the voice analysis, guaranteed that the man he was at was Imad Mukhtar. Rap grabbed the off the table and stood directly the prisoner. Mukhtar sensed he was in some serious trouble and began yanking violently against the handcuffs. It was a waste of his energy. The metal table bolted to the wrap slid the belt around Mukhtar's and threaded it through the buckle. Mukhtar started screaming and threshing even harder. Rap put his left hand on Mukhtar's shoulder and gave the belt a good yank with his right hand. Mukhtar Iwan gasping for air and making choking noises. Rap in CLHE, his mouth hovering mere inches away from Mukhtar's left ear and said, "This is for Irene Kennedy, you of shit." Rap put his left in the center of Mukhtar's upper back and grabbed the belt with LXTH hands. He leaned back and yanked with everything he had. Mukhtar's like an aluminum can. His eyes nearly pop a K*D out of his head, and his limbs went rigid. Rap held the belt tight for another 10 seconds to make sure, and then let go. Mukhtar slumped forward, his head thudding to a rest on the table. Rap undid the handcuffs and leg restraints and tossed them on the floor. He then took the tail end of the tied it around the metal bar that Mukhtar's right handcuff had attached to, and pulled the chair away. Mukhtar's knees hit the ground and his head slid off the table. The belt caught and stopped his short of the Rap took one last LCX-K around and then cold the door. On the way out he reached up and collected his handkerchief from the security camera and then took off the latex gloves. The chief WMS waiting. How did it go? Exactly planned. Rap thanked the VX, Lice chief, turned, and walked straight out the front door.